This young man was so scared he wanted to run away when suddenly a demon beast appeared out of nowhere and charged straight at him. Just as the demon beast was gazing at Tinvu intently, a spell echoed through the air. In the chaos of the beginning, when heaven and earth had not yet separated, I used blood to forge alliances and summon spirits from nothingness, using blood as a vow and words as a seal. Do you hear my command, Sudiem Liet? The spell ends just as the demon beast disappears. Confirming the beast has been defeated, everything happened so quickly that Tinvu thought it was just a dream and rubbed his eyes. When he opened them again, everything around him was still a pile of wreckage. But instead of a monster, he saw a girl with a giant lion. This is Tu Nuyen, the dean of the Thanlong Academy. Sorry for causing unnecessary trouble for you and the damage to your family. Later, the Thanlong Academy will come to address the consequences and compensate you with a certain amount. Yen smiled and handed her business card to Tinvu before leaving with a few other beast tamers. Tinvu looked up at the beast tamer, who saved him with admiration and a bitter smile. Everyone in this era wants to become a beast tamer. If only I were a beast tamer, but I don't even have enough money to buy a beast, so I can't participate in the National Beast Tamer competition. I can't become a beast tamer. I can't protect anyone. As Tinvu was lost in thought, suddenly a dog appeared out of nowhere, gently stepping onto his lap, then happily licking his face, catching him off guard. Don't tell me you ran in here with that great dragon. What is this beginning? Did the husky fall from the sky? Could it be that this dog is a summoned beast? Suddenly, Tinvu remembered seeing a picture of this dog in a book. That's right. This is the breed with the long name from the textbook, called the Tatfeng Kuyen. With low bloodline, no spiritual power needed, maybe I can raise you. Great. With a beast companion, I can become a beast tamer too. But there's only 3 days left until the National Beast Tamer competition. I probably won't make it in time. Still, Tinvu decided to keep Tatfeng Kuyen. But early the next morning, he carried the dog to the monster shop and said, "Follow me, and you'll have no future." Oh, Tinvu said that, but in his heart he thought it would be better to give it to someone who can afford to raise it. This kid is also too greedy, eating a week's worth of food in one night. At this moment, the shop owner opened the door, saw Tinvu, and scolded irritably, "What are you doing standing in front of my shop so early in the morning? Boss, do you want this summoned beast?" The shop owner, seeing Tatong Dog being carried by Tinvu, waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Tatong Dog, this low bloodline tame beast has no evolutionary path at all. Who would have the money to buy it? Go quickly and don't delay my business. If you don't need it, then don't. Why keep it like that?" Tinvu said. At this moment, a notification appeared. The Tatfeng Queen is a level 1 primal stage, with 59 loyalty, low bloodline, hidden bloodline, and an infernal bloodline. Its innate talent quality is not qualified. Hidden innate talent, the Hellfire can cause true damage that penetrates armor to enemies. No evolution pathway, hidden evolution pathway for the Tatfeng Queen, Hell Tatfeng Lang, Yu Min Lang Hell, and the Demon Prison King Lang. Am I seeing stars or what system window? Tinvu rubbed his eyes, and when he opened them, he still saw the system panel above the Tatfeng Queen. Is it an invisible route? What hidden line? Tattling Wind Dog doesn't have any evolved hidden lines at all. Hurry up, the shop owner said while sweeping to chase Tinvu away. Doesn't the owner see? Is this board only visible to me? Just as Tinvu was doubting, a familiar voice rang out. Isn't this Tu Tinvu? I remember you because you didn't plan to participate in the national competition since you don't have a royal beast. So you have money to buy a spirit beast, Toded, the richest kid in Thanfong City, and Tinvu's classmate at Tuongnam High School now approaches, looks at Tatfeng Quyen and sneers. You see? Na was right, you don't want to join the Spirit Beast Academy at all. Of course, even if you want to, you can't compete. Ha ha ha, Tinvu asked in surprise. Lana, you still don't know, do you? Your girlfriend? No, I should say your ex-girlfriend, Kwang Lana, has been by my side for a long time. To cheat smugly said, "Where are you running off to after dying?" Just now they couldn't find you. Na put her arm around Tu Chiet and pouted playfully. Isn't that someone you know from before? Go say hello. At this moment, Lana finally noticed Tinvu's presence and awkwardly replied, "You're joking, stop it. I'm no longer involved with him." Inside, she thought to herself, I clung to the rich guy and got caught, and now he's seen me. Plus I'm holding that useless, sick dog. What a mess. Kwang Lei Ne, don't forget how I supported you when you were poor before. Just live your life with that rich person forever. And remember, I kicked you out. Tinvu shouted loudly, then decisively turned and left. Tinvu, what kind of attitude is that? Do you believe I'll crush you in the national competition? Lana hurriedly consoles him. Don't be mad, don't argue with him. He is holding a useless Tatfong Queen. You should break up with him early. That's what you should do. Hearing these words, Tinvu became even more determined. Who said the Tatfong Queen is useless? Well then, just watch and see if we have a future or not. 3 days later at Zeelam Square, the national high-level beast taming competition is about to begin. The venue is in Thanfong City. Candidates, please enter the arena. The competition officially begins. As soon as they saw Tinvu, the other contestants started whispering among themselves. This is Tinvu. Why is he also participating in the National Beast Tamer competition? Doesn't he even have a beast? That's right, no money to buy a beast, registered for the exam 3 days ago, and also enrolled at Thanlong Academy. Could there be a mistake with Thanlong Academy? Isn't that one of the top schools among the 4 great academies? Why would this useless guy dare to? Ignoring the gossip, Tinvu approached the examiner's table and said, I am here to take the exam. The admissions officer for Thanfong District at Thanlong Academy is Tronkai Nian. He is sitting cross-legged, and when he hears Tinvu call, he immediately looks up at him, feeling puzzled. Is he really the only student in Thanfong District to register for Thanlong Academy? Tinvu, you really don't know your place. In nearly 5 years, only 8 students have dared to try enrolling in Thanlong Academy during the 5 Realms examination in Thanfong City. In the end, no one passed the exam, but you still dared to apply to the Thanlong Academy. If you pass, I will kneel and call you Dad. Given to cheats insults and provocation, Tinvu coldly replied, Then you should prepare to call me father. He then turned to Tronkai Nian and said, Teacher, I am ready, we can start the test now. Student Xiao Tinvu, I need to clarify first that the Thanlong Academy has a strict testing process, but you didn't choose to adjust your application preferences. So if you don't pass, you won't have another chance to register for any other beast taming academy. Tinvu still firmly replied, Teacher, I understand. We can start now. At this point, Tronkai Nian had no more objections and began the test. The first part of the test, checking spiritual power. Then Tronkai Nian pointed towards the crystal ball on the table. Tinvu understood and placed his hand on the sphere. Tinvu's spiritual power is 316. Tachet laughed loudly and said, I thought you were so powerful, but you haven't even reached the threshold of the Thanlong Academy. Tronkai Nian said nothing, but he couldn't help but feel disappointed, thinking he had found a promising seed. Just as he was about to invite the next contestant, something unexpected happened. The number on the sphere started to change, jumping to 621, 711, 800, and finally stopping at 1028, leaving everyone witnessing in shock. Spiritual power is directly related to the potential of a beast tamer to form a contract in the future. Every 100 points of spiritual power correspond to the ability to contract a beast, and with 128 points, it means Xiao Xingwu has the potential to become a 10-star beast tamer in the future. In the past few decades, very few people in Long Country have reached this level. It seems like another genius is about to emerge from Long Country. I recall that last year, the talented young woman Diep Ngung Suong only scored 1,030 spiritual power points. I didn't expect you to be this strong. Your spiritual power is only 2 points behind Diep Ngung Suong. To cheat still hasn't given up the chance to overthrow Tinvu. So what? The Thanlong Academy exam has 2 parts. Lei Ne also agrees. He absolutely cannot pass the next Bloodline pet quality test. Candidate 2 Tinvu. Second part of the test. Tronkai Nian was speaking when the technician in charge ran over and whispered to him, Master Tron, the spiritual power meter just now had a slight malfunction, so the actual score of this contestant is 1,032, 2 points higher than that girl Diep Ngung Suong. Tronkai Nian thought for a few seconds before saying, The issue with the meter is temporary and will not be announced publicly. Yes, Mr. Tron, the technician responded and quickly left. The second test, assessing the bloodline quality of Tinvu's summoned beast, officially begins. Candidate 4 Spirit Vu, please summon your beast. Hak Feng, it's your turn to come on stage. Everyone was waiting anxiously, but when they saw Tinvu's summoned beast was just a Tatfong Queen, they couldn't help but be surprised. A Tatfong Queen. Isn't this the lowest quality bloodline spirit beast? In this era, who would still form a contract with a Tatfong Queen as a summoned beast? Besides spiritual energy, the bloodline quality of the summoned beast is also a crucial factor that limits the future development of beast tamers. Clearly, Tinvu's bloodline quality as a beast tamer is too poor. Just as Tronkai Nian was about to fail Tinvu's exam, someone suddenly said, Look, that's not a Tatfong Queen at all. The Tatfong Queen has no evolution path at all. Hakfong at this moment shifts from husky form to a giant demonic beast form, with a description board above its head on the hellish Tatfong Lang. Level 1 primitive body with a bloodline. Hellfire bloodline. Innate fire and hell attribute fire and wind system. Hell whirl skill targets. Hell roar. Penetrating attack. Evolution path unclear. Evolving to 2 stars? Tinvu didn't expect him to be such a formidable opponent. Kainian smiled contentedly and announced that the talented contestant Tu Tinvu had passed the exam to join Thanlong Academy. Tu Cheat and Lana, just hearing the result, tried to slip away, but were called back by Tinvu. Where are you guys going without even saying goodbye to your father? Kid, don't be too arrogant. I haven't called you yet. What can you do to me? Tu Cheat confidently said. Hakfeng. Hakfeng understood and immediately stepped forward, gently pressing his foot onto Chet's head to make him kneel. Can you speak now? Tu Chet, although unwilling, had no choice but to call out. Dad? I don't have a son like you. He transformed. After saying that, Tinvu retracted Hakfeng and walked away. When he passed by Lena, she shamelessly said, Tinvu, actually, over these 2.5 years my feelings for you have been very deep, so can we? Sorry, I won't come back. Tinvu firmly refused and quickly left. I need to deliver the good news that I got into Thanlong Academy to my sister. Tinvu happily took out his phone to call, but as soon as it connected, he heard Tinvu's weak voice, along with frantic screams before the call suddenly ended. Worried that something is wrong, he immediately runs to find his sister. Meanwhile, at the rural market outside Thanlong City, Nuoc Tweet is hiding behind a ruined wall with a child, softly comforting him, Don't be afraid. At this moment, the monster was right behind the wall, staring at her with a desperate gaze. Meanwhile, Tinvu finally arrived at the market where his sister usually goes, feeling anxious. What exactly has happened? Where is my sister? You push through the crowd, heading deeper into the market under attack by the demon beast, just in time to see it thrust its claws down onto the wall where Nuoc Tuyet is hiding. Your sister is hiding. Tinvu didn't think much and rushed forward with Hakfeng. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Hell's Howling Wind. Does Hakfeng use the Hell's Roar skill or the Hell's Binding skill? Of course, Hakfeng uses the Hellish Roar to bind the abyss. At this moment, Hakfeng didn't use any skills or move at all, just turning to look at Tinvu. Seeing the monster charging straight at his sister in that life-and-death situation, Tinvu suddenly remembered the beast tamer who had saved him from the monster last time. That time when breaking the window, it seems someone from the Thanlong Academy read a curse sequence. Okay, then I'll try it too. In chaos and despair, I use my passion to summon spirits in the void, with blood as my body, words as my talisman, and follow my command. As Tinvu finished speaking, Hakfeng's hellish roar skill was activated, instantly shooting down the monster, surprising even Tinvu. It's been defeated, so this is the power of a beast tamer? Only now does he realize that his beloved sister is also with the monster, and rushes over anxiously to ask about her. Are you okay, sis? Seeing that you're safe, I finally breathe a sigh of relief. I'm late, but luckily you're okay. Tinvu, how are you? We have passed the entrance exam for the Thanlong Academy, and from now on, I will be a beast tamer. Yes, this is my beast contract, the Hell-Tattered Wind Black Wind. After finishing, Tinvu and Nuoc Tweet arrived at the demon beast's corpse and found a spirit core, a primitive-level monster core with poison attribute. The conditions to receive are after defeating a monster. The effects include increasing the poison attribute attack of the summoned beast with a +5 attack power and +10 experience. Tinvu didn't hesitate and immediately fed Hakfeng. Although it was just a primitive-level poison attribute spirit core, even a small piece is still meat and beneficial for Hakfeng's evolution. That night, Nuoc Tweet secretly watched Tinvu while he was sleeping deeply. After confirming that the dragon-shaped mark on his back was still there, she immediately called the other person. The Longvan seal is still intact. The soul seal of the Dragon King is unbreakable, so why can Tu Tinvu still form a contract with a beast? Isn't this against the laws of science? The other end replied, It seems this is a setup by fate, so just keep a close watch. Yes, I understand. I will watch over him. As time passes, the day finally arrives for Tinvu to start school. A large crowd at the market came to see Tinvu off, not only bringing food, but also pooling some money to help him cover expenses when he starts at the academy. Everyone, don't see him off anymore. He'll visit everyone during his leave. After saying that, as he and his sister went onto the train. A few hours later, attention passengers, monsters have appeared on the route ahead, which may cause the train to shake. A moment later, another announcement was heard. The passengers and the train had passed through the dangerous section. The train was running normally when suddenly there was a loud bang. The train shook violently, followed by an announcement. Attention passengers, 7 giant three-eyed demon beasts have appeared ahead. Please ensure your safety and protect your lives and belongings. The roof of the carriage shows dents from strong impacts, and then it falls off. A monster appears, causing the passengers to panic and scatter. Tinvu quickly pulls Nuok Tweet to a far corner away from the monster and advises her, "Sister, hide here, don't go outside." "Xiaovu, what are you planning to do?" Tinvu didn't answer and headed straight towards the demon beast. "Hey, idiot! What are you just standing there for? If you don't want to die, fall back." A girl with fiery red hair steps forward to shield Tinvu, then orders the little golden fox to use lightning strike. Then both the person and the beast charged forward to attack the demon beast. The Thunder Lake Three Tails, a superhuman-level beast with a bloodline of Thunder Lake, an undead quality, and attributes of lightning and wind, evolved from the Three Tails Thunder Lake to the Four Tails Thunder Lake, then to the Nine Tails Thunder Lake with hidden evolution into the Extreme Shadow Electric Lake. The Crimson Lotus Electric Lake. Skill: Three-tailed Thunder Rage, sweeping horizontally with all three tails at once, causing electric damage and a 1-second stun effect. 1-turn lightning skill, a quick teleport to approach the enemy, dodge their attacks, and deal lightning damage. Reading Tiu's information, Tinvu couldn't help but feel a bit of joy. The three-tailed Thunder Fox. Looking at the spear and this three-tailed Thunder Fox. Isn't it Tan Yen Nian, the daughter of the Heavenly Frame Guild leader? They were saved. Seeing the three-eyed beast furious, Tinvu urged the others to leave the train car. At this moment, he suddenly realized something was off. Three-eyed giants are pack animals, so why is there only one? Just as Tinvu thought this, 2 more three-eyed giants appeared. While Tan Yen Ni was busy fighting the first one, he sneaked up from behind to ambush her. Luckily, Tinvu summoned Black Wind in time, using the Hellbind to control the three-eyed monsters and help Tan Yen Nian escape death. "I didn't expect you to also be a beast, Tamer. Thank you so much," Tan Yen Nian said gratefully. "It's nothing. I think anyone would have acted in that situation." But Tinvu's beast suspiciously looked at the notification board above Xiao Xiao. The beast's mental suppression state is lethargic. Diagnosis: post-traumatic stress disorder. The treatment involves soaking in hot water with soul-calming flowers, combined with lightning attribute catalysts and a fully dissolved magic beast core of the water element. Has it been overly excited after each battle lately? After the fight, you feel sluggish and tend to hurt yourself frequently, right? Tan Yen Yen said in surprise. How do you know? He can't tell her that he can see information related to her summoned beast. Thinking to himself, Tinvu explained, "It has post-traumatic stress disorder after the battle. I read about this condition in the Beastology Handbook. This three-tailed thunder fox species is very prone to it. No wonder Xiao Xiao hasn't smiled at all lately. Turns out it's an illness. Thank you very much. I will treat it immediately when I get home." Tan Yen Nhiên thập mạnh vào lụng Tinvu, vũ, khiến cậu suýt nữa vang lụng tinh cạch ra ngoài rồi khoác vai cậu như anh em, Hạo sang nổi. "Từ nay về sau, cậu chính là em trai nhỏ của tôi." Lúc này cô không dễ thấy Nhược Tuyết dùng cạch do không xa, dáng nhìn cô bằng cặp mắt hĩnh viễn giận. Nhược Tuyết stepped forward and hugged one of Tinvu's arms, smiling and saying, "Sorry. He's not anyone's little brother. He's my brother." Tan Yen Nhiên slightly squinted her eyes and then directly approached, hugging the other arm of Tinvu, smiling and saying, "So from now on, he will be my sister Tan Yen Nien's brother." My little brother, my little brother. Neither of them would give way, and they kept pulling and tugging at Tinvu's arms. Vinvu secretly lamented in his heart, "Oh no, my sisters, I'm about to be torn apart." A few hours later, at the central square of Thanlong Academy, a male teacher holding a microphone smiled at the neatly lined-up students in front of him and said, "Welcome new students to Thanlong Academy. Please wait patiently for the principal to arrive." Standing in line, Tinvu let out a sigh of relief and whispered to himself, after saying goodbye to Sister Tan, "I finally entered the academy safely." Suddenly, a loud roar echoed, and everyone saw a beast carrying a girl on its back, flying down to the square. "It's 2DM Hungsu, that's Director To New Yen, Director To." Hearing everyone shout, Tinvu opened his mouth in shock, thinking, isn't she the woman who defeated the Shadow Demon Dragon? I never expected her to be the dean of the Thanlong Academy. At this moment, To Nu Yen had already subdued 2DM Hingsu and brought her down to the ground. The male teacher immediately approached, handed her the microphone, and said, "Dean, please say a few words to the new students." To Nu Yen nodded, took the microphone, and looked at the new students seriously. "Congratulations on being accepted into Thanlong Academy. But I must emphasize one thing. Whether you are noble descendants or come from humble backgrounds outside at Thanlong Academy, everyone must abide by my rules, especially rule number 8. Have you heard about rule number 8? What's so special about that? Which one is it? Tinvu Yen continues to speak, saying, Rule number 8 states that if there is a conflict between students, regardless of who is right or wrong, it must be resolved through a duel on the arena, with the loser apologizing to the winner. Hearing this, the new students' expressions change. Tinvu silently thought that rule number 8 seemed harsh, but in fact it helps prevent the wealthy from bullying the weak, allowing even ordinary students to fight back and seek justice. 2 hours later, in Tinvu's classroom, the students were introducing themselves. When it was Tinvu's turn, as soon as he mentioned his name, a classmate named Ngo Sin-hu stood up abruptly, pointed at him, and excitedly exclaimed, "You are Tinvu. I never expected to be in the same class as you. Are you a monster with a spiritual power level nearly equal to senior sister, Diep Ngung Swong?" Tran Kai Nien stood on the podium, annoyed, and said, "Sit down quickly and start studying." Ngo Sin-hu then sat back in his seat, turned to Tinvu at the next table, and softly smiled. "Tioka, from now on I will follow you." Tran Kai Nien clears his throat and shouts, "Shut your mouth!" Then he writes a line on the board and turns to look at the students, saying, "From now on, I, Tran Kai Nien, will be your homeroom teacher. I hope you will study well at the Thanlong Academy. Everyone, open the first chapter of the 100 Skills Beast Taming. We will first teach the theoretical knowledge about summoning beasts. The strength of the summoned beast depends on 2 main factors. First is the level of the summoned beast. The known levels from lowest to highest are primitive form, mature form, complete form, transcendent form, and beast king form. The second factor is the bloodline quality of the summoned beast. According to existing records, the bloodline of spirit beasts is ranked from low to high. The higher the bloodline quality, the stronger the spirit beast, and the more it can suppress weaker species. Additionally, the attributes of the spirit beast can also lead to suppression phenomena. For example, the 5 elements, attributes such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, have a controlling relationship. Metal controls wood, wood controls earth controls water, water controls fire, and fire controls metal. In addition to these basic attributes, there are other variants like distant attributes and thunder attributes. No need to give examples of each. The lecture continued as usual, while the students paid close attention. Tinvu was lying on the desk, sound asleep. Tran Kai Nien angrily threw a piece of chalk at your head and shouted, "Get up! Tio Tanvu!" Tio Vinvu dazedly stood up. Tran Kai Nien said, "You're really bold, sleeping during my class. Tell me, what is the weakness of the godless demon sky?" "If you can't answer my question, pack your things and get out of here," Tinvu replied. "The poison bag is under the belly." Tran Kai Nien was a bit annoyed and asked further, "So tell me, where do the frozen crocodiles usually live?" Tinvu replied, "In the Shuangdang Lake area in southern Longquok and Thakhan Dam beneath the Kolon mountain range." The students stared in shock, their mouths agape, while Tran Kai Nien was also amazed and, wanting to test further, asked a more difficult question. "What would you do if you encountered a wild, ferocious celestial tiger?" Tinvu replied, "I would put my ID card in my mouth and find a shady spot to lie still." Tran Kai Nien looked puzzled and asked why, while the other students also looked at him with curiosity. Tinvu explained with a smile, "Because the giant demon beast, Heavenly Tiger, is a mutated level demon beast. A king-level beast, only 6-star summoners or higher can handle it. For us apprentice summoners encountering such a beast in the wild, death is the only way out. So I chose to hold my ID card in my mouth so my family could identify my body easily. Find a shaded spot under a tree to lie down and avoid the smell of the corpse." Tran Kai Nien suddenly slammed the table and loudly said, "I give you the maximum score for this answer." "Tio Tinvu, I just checked your knowledge based on the final part of the curriculum. How about you?" Before he finished asking, Tinvu had already taken out 3 books, smiling and saying that she had finished studying all the remaining content. The students immediately groaned. What kind of life are we living? What kind of genius monster is this? Tran Kai Nien said, "You guys study on your own first. Tio Tinvu came out here to talk to the teacher." A moment later, outside the classroom, Tinvu said, "Teacher Tran, sorry for sleeping in class. I promise I won't sleep anymore from now on." Tran Kai Nien replied, "It's not because of that. You finished all the course theory after only half a lesson. Thanks to your good teaching, Teacher Tran teaches well." Tran Kai Nien annoyedly said, "Don't flatter me. If you finished the theory, then study the more advanced content." He handed over a card and patted your shoulders, saying, "This is your library card for Thanlong Academy. With this card, you can enter and exit the Thanlong Library anytime and enjoy free book borrowing benefits. Go away." I have nothing more to teach you. Later, in the Thanlong Academy library, Tinvu was quietly reading when Vuang Dm entered with some underlings and loudly declared, "This library belongs to me today. All male students leave now." The group of male students knew this guy was the son of Vice Principal Vuang Dongthang, so no one dared to say anything and quickly ran out of the library. Then, Vuang Dm smirked and looked at the female students, saying, "Stay and read with me." Heh. The female students screamed in fear. "Young Master Vuang, please spare us." At this moment, the only male student who didn't run away was Tinvu, who threw his unfinished book at Vuang Dm's head and said, "It's okay." Vuang Dm angrily shouted, "Who are you?" A henchman points at Tinvu and shouts, "Vuang Tiu, this kid doesn't know his place." Tinvu steps forward in front of a female student and says to Vuang Dm, "Don't bully girls. It's shameful." Vuang Dm shouted loudly, "Who are you? Do you call yourself a hero?" The kind female student advised Tinvu to leave quickly, saying he's the son of Deputy Director Vuang Dongthang, and they can't afford to mess with him. Tinvu then sarcastically replied, "So he has a father who's Deputy Director. No wonder he's so arrogant." Vuang Dm was not angry at all. He puffed out his chest and said, "If you know, then kneel down and apologize to me quickly. Rain, go." Tinvu suddenly shouted and kicked Vuang Dm hard between the legs, causing him to clutch his groin and roll on the ground in pain. His followers anxiously asked, "Are you okay, young Master Vuang?" Vuang Dm tremblingly pointed at Tinvu and sneered, "You don't even know who I am. If you dare to touch me, I'll make sure you never leave this library. Today I will show you who truly controls the Thanlong Academy." At this very moment, Tonyu Yen, along with Tran Kai Nian and a male student, entered the library and just happened to overhear Vuang Dm's words. Tonyu Yen said, "Huin Huang, I didn't realize that this Thanlong Academy was decided by you." Vuang Dm was startled, thinking to himself, how did Director Tu find out so quickly? Tonyu Yen approached Vuang Dm with a grim expression and said, "I already know what happened. If you two have a conflict, then handle it according to school regulation number 8. This news spread quickly throughout the academy and all the students eagerly went to observe. "Hurry up, hurry up! Teo Tinvu and Vuang Dm are fighting on the arena. Let's go watch." But Vuang Dm's beast is a 6-clawed lightning beast, not of the legendary Bloodline level. Can Teo Tinvu really fight back? Stop talking. My brother Teo is the undefeated champion. A moment later, in the arena square, Tran Kai Nian sat in the stands watching Tinvu and quietly said, "Teo Tinvu, don't let me down." On the arena, the referee loudly announces, "The match is about to begin. Please enter the arena." And upon hearing this, both Teo Tinvu and Vuang Dm step onto the stage and shake hands. Vuang Dm says, "Teo Tinvu, I want you to know the outcome of facing me." Tinvu responds with a smile. "Is that so? Then I will wait for your apology." You, the referee, shout once more and the official match begins. Vuang Dm casts a spell and shouts loudly, "Bang Dm, come out here." Tinvu hesitated to summon, instead using the observation system to analyze Bing Dm's detailed information. The Luke Traulik does not indicate a primary level 1, bloodline, legendary attribute, dual ice and wind elements, innate talent, or mysterious ice affinity. Any attack will inflict freezing damage along with a 30% reduction in movement speed and attack speed of the enemy. Han Bingpo unleashes an ice bridge attack. After locking onto the target, it suddenly erupts, causing the ice ring to explode and create a large area attack. Faithfulness, level 72. Tinvu quietly said, still a summoned beast with attribute, and with a serious expression he softly called out and went onto the field, "Black Wind." A second later, Black Wind appeared before everyone's eyes. Go Sinhu exclaimed, "Damn, Tao Ka's beast is so cool." The boy next to him also agreed, saying that in terms of appearance, Lu Trio Li did not suffer a crushing defeat. On the VIP seats, Tonyu Yen looked at Hak Fong with a hint of contemplation. Teo Tinvu's beast seems like an evolved version of the Tatfong Queen. But the Tatfong Queen has always been called a useless beast with no evolution path, so how did Teo Tinvu do it? On the arena, Vuang Dm, hearing everyone talk about Tinvu's beast, grew even more jealous. Let's see how you handle my defeat. With that, Vuang Dm ordered Bang Dm to attack Hak Fong with her freezing ice thorn claws. Tinvu saw this and ordered Hak Fong to use the snake-shaped dodge to evade while approaching Bang Dm. But just as Hak Fong was about to attack, Bang Dm was faster. It moved around Hak Fong's side and attacked his back with its claws, causing Hak Fong to suffer and retreat. In the stands, Tran Kai Nian frowned and muttered, "Teo Tinvu's Hell Wind Wolf is a dual attribute wind and fire beast, but Liu Jua Li didn't report that it is a dual attribute ice and wind, so resisting the element is indeed unavoidable, isn't it?" In the arena, Bing Dm pressed his advantage, continuously attacking with claws, saying Hak Fong can only evade passively. Vuang Dm shouted, Tinvu, I will destroy your beast. Bang Dm releases Han Tianpo. Upon hearing the command, she stops the pursuit and spits out an ice sphere that hits Hak Fong, exploding and freezing him into a large ice block. Vuang Dm laughed loudly and said, Tinvu, it won't be long before your summoned beast is frozen to death inside. On the stands, everyone was watching Tinvu, eager to see what he would do. On the arena, Tinvu chuckled and said, So? Black wind, dark night is lurking. Next, everyone was stunned as they witnessed Hak Fong turn into a cloud of black mist and vanish from the large ice block. On the stands, Tran Kai Nian and To Nhu Yen both frowned at the same time and whispered, Dark attribute. And yet he has 3 types of attributes on him. On the arena, Vuang Dm looked around in confusion and muttered, Where did it go? I must have seen a ghost? He had no idea that right behind him, a black shadow was quickly approaching on the ground. Tran Kai Nian and To Nhu Yen sitting in the stands understood immediately and whispered, So that's why he turned into a shadow. No wonder Bing couldn't freeze Hak Fong. At this moment, Hak Fong suddenly lunged out from behind Vuang Diem's shadow to ambush him. Luckily, Bang Diem rushed to protect the Lord in time, successfully repelling Hak Fong back to Tinvu's side. Tinvu snorted and said, Let me show you how powerful we are. Hak Fong uses Silent Claw again, suddenly disappearing and reappearing beside Bang Diem, then continuously attacking with rapid claw strikes, causing Bang Diem to scream in pain. Bang Diem, counterattack. I told you to counterattack. Vuang Diem shouted angrily, but it was useless because the Silent Claw is an assassination skill. After hitting, the opponent will create a continuous silence effect for 3 seconds. Seizing this opportunity, Tinvu immediately orders Hak Fong to use the Hell Roar to attack. Then everyone saw Bang Diem fly backward and faint, completely unable to fight. The battle ends here. The referee walks over to Tinvu, raises his hand to declare him the winner, and Tinvu on the stands immediately erupts in cheers as students stand excitedly shouting his name, while Vuang Diem kneels on the ground muttering, No, this can't be happening. Tinvu walks over and says, You lost. To Nhu Yen also steps down from the ring. According to the rules, you should apologize and end this farcical show. Vuang Diem bowed his head in silence for a few seconds before biting his lip and saying, I'm sorry, Tinvu. Then he left the arena quietly, muttering to himself, Tinvu, just wait, I will make you pay. Tinvu, your performance in this match was not bad. You're the second student to make me see you in a different light. I'm really looking forward to your performance in the student ranking competition in 3 days. Tinvu shyly scratched his head and said, Thank you, Dean, for your praise. So who was the first person to make her see with different eyes? To Nhu Yen said seriously. The young genius girl broke through to over 1,000 spiritual power points. DFC pauses. Tinvu thought to himself, It was her. I heard about her during the entrance exam earlier. At this moment, To Nhu Yen took out a ring and handed it to Tinvu, then smiled and said, You are also very talented. Please accept this space ring as a reward for this competition. The space ring is a type of equipment crafted with advanced technology that can store food, medicine, and other essentials. Tinvu was surprised and thought to himself, Spaces that can store everything. He took the space ring and smiled, saying, Then I shall humbly accept this gift. Thank you, Dean. Then, worried about Root Tite waiting anxiously at home, Tinvu quickly left. As he was leaving the academy gate, he accidentally bumped into Thiman An. Tinvu asked worriedly, Are you okay, little sister? Thian felt a bit dizzy and said, No, it's okay. Tinvu sat down, ruffling Thiman's hair and saying, Be careful next time on the road. Go home quickly. After giving this reminder, Tinvu stood up to leave, but Thiman had already hugged his leg and spoke up. Big brother, I have nowhere else to go. Please take me in. A while later, at the apartment complex, Nuoc Tuyet saw Tinvu bringing a little girl into the house and immediately pinched his ear, scolding him. You just moved to Longyen City today. Tinvu, you dare to sell children again. Tinvu quickly protests. No, it's not me. Listen to my explanation. Nuoc Tweet angrily questioned, What explanation is there left to give? Isn't the person already here all along? A few minutes later, that's how you are, because Thiman has a fear of monsters and was originally unable to become a beast tamer, and after being bullied by her family, she left home. You took the girl home so she wouldn't be afraid of monsters. Thian hugged Nuoc Tweet and begged her through tears. That's right, Sister Nuaktuit. Can everyone accept me? I don't want to go home. Nuaktuit forced a smile and said, so just stay here. Then she added, but Tinvu, you must remember, never look for women from the Deep family. The next day at Thainlong Academy, Tinvu was standing in line for the exam, but his mind kept recalling Nuaktuit's words from yesterday. Why did she suddenly say not to look for the Deep family? What are you muttering about? What do you mean by, don't look for the Deep family? Teacher Tran said these 2 periods should be used to assign battlefield positions. What do you think a battlefield position is? Xiao Xiao, tell me which position suits my beast tamer's violent attack skill. Tran Kai Nian said angrily, pointing at him. Ngo Sin Hu, don't whisper during class. Ngo Sin Hu quickly returned to his position and said, yes, Teacher Tran. Now, based on the order of the students, summon your magical beasts and participate in the various tests to determine your combat positions. Then, each student will go up for inspection, and the results will be announced immediately by Tran Kai Nian. Donghu, your beast's wind shield is strong. Your position is the flag bearer. Ngo Sin Hu's signature attack, the water-based wide-range attack, is the mage. Next is Tinvu. Hearing his name, Tinvu immediately stepped forward. Tran Kai Nian looked at you and asked, first target check, attack test. Tinvu, you're ready? Start the capture now. Then, Xiao Tinwu summoned Black Wind and ordered it to use the Hellhowl attack on the test machine. The test machine quickly displayed a result of a 3-fold critical hit with a number of 6,371. The students exclaimed in shock. A 3-fold critical hit. I've never even dealt a 1.5 times critical hit. Tran Kai Nian looked at the numbers on the test screen and muttered to himself, normally the attack value of the initial beast taming technique's ultimate move ranges from 500 to 1,500. I didn't expect the Hell-Howling Wind to deal a critical hit 3 times higher, surpassing 2,000. Tinvu said, Teacher Tran, I've finished checking the attack. Maybe I'm suited for the assassin position, but not the others. Before he could finish, Tran Kai Nian interrupted him. In his heart, he thought, Tinvu, let me see just how far your ultimate potential can go. So Tinvu could only honestly check the remaining categories. In the long-range attack test, Tinvu ordered Hakfang to use Hellfire. Ngo Sin Hu exclaimed, wow, this range must be at least 800 meters, right? Or maybe you, Xiao, should be the marksman. In the defense test, Ngo Sin Hu exclaimed, even the attack from the super divine armor of Master Tron's beast can withstand it. Tinvu, you're amazing. In the control test, Tinvu ordered Hakfang to use the surrounding hell. Ngo Sin Hu suggested, why not you switch to a mage? During the enhancement test, Tran Kai Nian observed the data on the tablet before speaking. Based on data simulation analysis, any beast approaching the hellish whirlpool within 10 meters will have a 30% increase in combat desire, with an additional 10% boost in attack power and movement speed. Ngo Sin Hu asked curiously, Teacher Tran, what exactly is Tinvu's battlefield position? Any position would do, it's really hard to choose. Inside, he thought to himself that it was so overwhelming he didn't even want to speak up anymore. Tran Kai Nian suddenly raised a finger and said, Students, in fact, besides these 5 positions, there is one very suitable for Tinvu, which is the position of the all-rounder that surprises everyone. Sin Hu then asked, Teacher Tran, what does this all-rounder mean? Kai Nian quickly explained, if a beast tamer under a skilled beastmaster can excel in all positions, then that beast tamer would earn the title of the all-rounder, and he smiled and added, clearly Xiao Tinwu is the only all-rounder in our class. After hearing that, he felt extremely proud as everyone looked at him with admiration. They kept praising Tinvu, saying, Brother Tiu, you're so talented. That's right, that's right. Surrounded by their praise and admiration, Tinvu felt even more embarrassed. Not at all, not at all, Kai Nian suddenly reminded him. But don't celebrate too early. Although talented individuals are rare, they do exist. There is still no data on the new students this term. For now, we only know that Tinvu is a versatile Dieps person. But then he continued, saying the 2-year versatile students are Diep Suang Ngung and Han Thien Quan. The 3rd-year all-rounders include Mo Dung Tan Duang and Lai Hien Thua. Kai Nian looked at the students and encouraged them. So you all need to keep trying. After class, Tinvu walks down the street. He thought to himself that he should buy some tonic medicines for the beast tamer to prepare for the new student ranking competition. Suddenly, a group of people appeared in front of Tinvu. Little kid, where do you think you're running off to? Tinvu frowned and asked them, Who are you? Everyone was full of energy, even our Black Tiger Guild didn't realize it, truly asking for a beating. Vuang Dm pointed at you and said, Guild leader Loi, why bother talking to him? Cut off one of his legs and see if he still dares to be arrogant, the man replied. Yes, 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 young Master Vuang. So the whole gang quickly surrounded Tinvu, daring to cause trouble for young Master Vuang. Humph, you're just unlucky. Tinvu was a bit surprised. Chairman Loi, look at the star ranks on their shirts. Everyone is a 3-star or 4-star beast tamer. You're bullying a 1-star beast tamer? Do you think that's too much? Vuang Dm dismisses Tinvu's words, saying, I'm just abusing my power. What can you do about it, even if it's excessive? Chairman Lei continued, Young Master Wang, don't be impatient, I will deal with him right away. Then he loudly called out his summoned beast. Loi Ho, a mighty white tiger surrounded by purple lightning, then the hall leader ordered it to attack, and the tiger charged towards Tinvu. In an instant, Black Wind, summoned by him, quickly charged at the opponent, its eyes blazing red as it bit down hard on the neck of the Loi Ho. Immediately, the beast of Chairman Loi was knocked to the ground by Black Wind. He stared in disbelief, not having been told that this kid's beast was so powerful. Captain Loi began to feel uneasy. After all, he was a mature beast tamer, so how could he be on par with his extraordinary Lei Hu body? So he openly showed his contempt for Tinvu. Let's see if little 1-star Don is more powerful, or if my 3- or 4-star Black Tiger Guild is more formidable. After saying that, Loi's teammates all summoned their spirit beasts simultaneously. The 3 newly summoned beasts are extremely fierce, growling at you and Haifeng. Suddenly, a woman's voice interrupted. Well then, let's see how powerful your Black Tiger Guild really is. The sudden appearance of the person in front of them left Leader Loi and the members of the guild stunned. The girl standing in front of Tinvu, hands on her hips, looked extremely proud as she continued, Maybe my guild is a notch above this little lady's. Tinvu turned around in surprise, looking at Hakfong and the newcomers supporting him. When he saw the leader was Yen Yin, he happily called out, Sister Tan. The members of the Black Tiger Guild are surrounded on all sides, causing them to panic. The guild leader is gone, we're trapped. He stammered about the Thuong Kung Guild. Lord Loi remembered that Thuong Kung Guild was the second beast-taming guild in Longan City, and even the leading Fong Guild wouldn't dare to recklessly clash with Thuong Kung Guild. So he started to act meekly, softly asking Miss Tan what brought her here. She casually draped her arm around Tinvu and said with a smile, If I hadn't happened to pass by, I wouldn't know what Chairman Loi was planning to do to my beloved younger brother. Leader Lei opened his mouth in shock. Isn't she the only daughter of President Tan? Since when? Before he finished speaking, Yen Nian interrupted and said, Tio Tinvu is my adopted brother, and Tan Yen Nian acknowledges him. If anyone bullies him, they are challenging me. Chairman Lei immediately fell silent, his face showing clear resignation. Then Yen Nian confidently declared, That is also an act of defying my trade guild. Chairman Lei quickly changed his attitude to flatter her. Miss Tan, it was all a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Then he pointed at Vuang Dm and said, It's because of him. This kid hired us to pick a fight with your sister. Vuang Dm, caught in the act, was terrified, trembling as he raised his hands in surrender. Miss Tan Tan, I didn't mean to confront Xiao Tinwu. I, Yen Yen, didn't bother to listen to his words and turned to look at Chairman Lei. You know how to handle this now. The man broke out in a sweat and replied, Yes, yes. Then Chairman Lei immediately ordered his men. How dare you bully young Master Tiu? Where are your men? Give him a lesson. Vuang Dm was beaten until he was dazed. He weakly spoke up. I hired him. Why are you treating me like this? Yen Yen was very upset as she returned to the Thuong Kung Guild. Tinvu, why did you run into these people? Tinvu clearly replied, I went out to buy nutritional medicine for the magical beasts. Who's so unlucky? She then introduced herself, saying, Do you need nutritional supplements for your magical beasts? Looking for your sister. Her guild makes these kinds of things. Yen Yen also added, If you want to buy nutritional medicine in the future, just tell me and I'll give it to you for free. Tinvu listened, her mouth twitching in surprise at how generous Sister Tan Ha was, and that she was the only child of the Thuong Kung Guild leader. Then she was taken on a tour inside the guild. This is the Thuong Kung Guild's training base, equipped with the most advanced machinery and tools to help beast tamers improve their combat skills. In another area, Yen Nian explained that this is the entertainment zone where beast tamers can rest after missions, with facilities like gold and a sauna. Next is another place, she said. This is the conference room on the top floor of the building, where important missions are usually discussed and detailed combat plans are made. The next room is a medical bay equipped with advanced medical tools and a full stock of herbs, and Yen Yen excitedly revealed that the most important thing is that the beast tamer doctors here have super high medical skills and can provide the most advanced treatment services for injured beasts. Tinvu then thought, Beast tamer doctors? You immediately grabbed Yen Ni's hand and asked, Sister Tan, can I join the Thuong Guild to become your beast, Tamer, doctor? She looked at you hesitantly, but then a voice suddenly interrupted the conversation between the two of you. No way, you are Liu Yue, vice president of the Thuong Guild, she said firmly with a hint of teasing. No one has mentioned who you are or why you're here yet. Your age and experience to be the beast tamer doctor of our guild? This joke isn't funny at all, Auntie. He's the one who helped me tame the giant three-eyed ape on the ship. And what I said earlier about someone else is actually my adopted younger brother. Suddenly, a frantic person rushed in from the door, Vice President Liu, with several injured beasts brought to the medical room. He stammered nervously, What do we do with not enough people? Liu Nguit stabilizes him and says, Don't panic. Mobilize people from other branches. Then she turns to Yen Yen and says, Go to other guilds to request reinforcements. Before he could finish speaking, he hurriedly interrupted. No time left, Deputy Director. Those magical beasts are bleeding heavily and won't last much longer. Tinvu stepped forward and said, I will go. Vice President Liu, time waits for no one. Now at the Injury Guild, Beach Tin lies on a stretcher as two doctors hurriedly push her into the operating room. As they pushed the stretcher, they ordered Nurse Beach Tin Kwang Niao at operating table 3 to quickly fetch the blood bag. Sensing her body was changing, her owner frantically giving commands. Quickly get out of the way. Get out of the way. Maybe because of excessive blood loss, Beach Tin lies motionless, her breathing gradually weakening. The doctors anxiously stand around the stretcher, the tense atmosphere filled with trembling voices. Doctor, save my divine beast. The guild members are in chaos now. Bleeding too much. Stop the bleeding first. The hemostatic clamp is useless. The medicine isn't working. They just can't stop the bleeding. A doctor shook his head in helplessness, trying to stop the bleeding in the usual way without success. Tinvu continued to observe the situation, his eyes shining with seriousness mixed with a hint of obsession. On the high-tech treatment table, Beach Tin moans in pain, eyes tightly closed, enduring the agony. The system is displaying information about it. Beach Tin's name is Ku Ngao, level Super Divine 3rd rank, loyalty 92, noble bloodline, life sign. The wound has a defect shape caused by the demon beast devil king and the poison needle of the wind king, with a large surface area and green mucus preventing healing, making the wound unable to close. The doctors analyzed the large wound on Beach Tin's body caused by the venomous needle of the Storm King. These shimmering green fluids are its special toxins, preventing the wound from healing. Suddenly, Tinvu looked at its owner confidently and said, I have a way to stop the bleeding for the summoned beast. Do you believe me or not? The owner tremblingly placed his hand on Beach Tin and begged, It's already that time. Even if you don't believe, you have to trust me. Please quickly stop the bleeding for my summoned beast. Thanks to you. Tinvu explained his method, crushing a root of divine spirit herb and a flower of death orchid to make 20 backup roots, then adding a super extraordinary venom, attribute demon crystal, and boiling for 5 minutes.
After finishing, the doctors were also shocked, looking at the boy with disbelief.
The herbs he mentioned were all highly toxic at various levels, so wasn't he essentially poisoning the beast's wounds? Hearing this, Tinvu remained unmoved. He firmly said, Apply the medicine exactly as I instruct. If you miss the best opportunity, Niao's Beach Tin will definitely die. Beach Tin's owner anxiously shouted, Don't just stand there. Go get the medicine quickly. Realizing the urgency, the two doctors hurriedly followed the order. 5 minutes later, the doctor returned with a greenish liquid in a bottle. The medicine is here. Tinvu quickly put on the black surgical gloves expertly. He took the medicine bottle from the doctor and carefully opened the cap. Tinvu applies the medicine to Beach Tin's wound, a large deep gash with greenish mucus flowing out. As he finishes, it roars in pain, startling both him and its owner. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, We got the blood! The bleeding has stopped! Now only a few drops of blue liquid remain on the wound. While Beach Tin fainted from exhaustion, its owner held it tightly, overwhelmed with emotion. Mao Kao, you survived. That's great. Over here! Tinvu clasped his hands and asked Liu Yu with a smile, To Vice President Liu, I wonder if my performance has satisfied you? I am somewhat impressed by what just happened and extend my hand to you. Your performance truly exceeded my expectations. Previously, I was too bold, but now I respectfully invite you to join the Thuong Guild as our special alchemist. Gladly, Tinvu looked happy as the two shook hands to show their cooperation. The scene shifts to Tinvu's house, where Nguok Tweet is now questioning him. Did you say you stayed out late because you signed a special alchemist contract with someone from the Thuong Guild? He replied confusedly, Yes, sister. She turned her face away, showing her displeasure. You think because you have me as your sister, you've forgotten your real sister. Tinvu hurriedly explained. No way. No, that's not true. Just as the tension was rising, the man appeared. Vu, what is a special pharmacist? Can you eat it? Tinvu happily explains to the girl. Of course, becoming a special alchemist for the Thuang Guild means I'll get a salary. He excitedly shouts, we can all go out for a feast this weekend. Thiman also enthusiastically agreed. Yes, yes. At the same time, in Vuang Dm's room, he was lying down with his left leg in a cast raised up. Vuang Dm shouted angrily, To Tinvu, I won't forgive you this time. Lam Thuang crossed his arms and looked down at him, useless and incompetent. Vuang Dm, tears streaming down his face, said bitterly, Dad, you have to stand up for me. He sternly lectured, You are the son of Lam Thuang, yet you lost to a clown from a small town in the competition. Not only have you embarrassed yourself, but you have also brought shame to our Vuang family. Vuang Dm just wiped away his tears and sobbed. Dad, please don't scold me anymore. Where did that Tinvu sign a contract with the 3-attribute beast tamer come from? Lam Thuang sat down beside Vuang Dm, grinding his teeth as he explained, Besides, he has the Thuang Guild backing him, so I'm afraid you won't have a chance to regain your honor. He nodded. The Thuang Guild truly is beyond our royal family's reach. But if Xiao Xingwu encounters trouble during the Namsun trial and gets into trouble with the monsters, wouldn't that have nothing to do with us? Lam Thuang smirked strangely, pushing up his glasses as if he was confident of victory. Today is the day the new students participate in the Yinan Mountain trial. This trial will be broadcast live on social media platforms. Lam Thuang gestures with the microphone, indicating that the bracelets the students are wearing can monitor the number of monsters they hunt and the scenes of their battles. He announced the scoring system. Hunting 1 to 10 monsters earns a C grade, 11 to 30 monsters a B, and 31 to 50 monsters an A. By Steen Wang. Please announce the all-rounders among this year's new students before the trial begins. There was also a whispering sound below, saying that the leader of last year's Yinan Mountain trial was Diep Ngung Suong. Lam Thuang announced downward that through the positioning test, there are a total of 3 all-rounders among this batch of new students. Mo Dung Duangsok from Class 1. The tall young man with long platinum hair. That confident aura is Mo Dung Duangsok, the son of the Mo Dung family. He continued to announce. Mo Dung Ham Ham from the first class exclaimed in surprise. There are 2 all-rounders in the first class. That beautiful pink-haired girl is Mo Dung Ham Ham, the daughter of the Mo Dung family. The last one announced is Tinvu from Class 3. Most people were amazed by this name. Only Tinvu, who was still the center of attention, was lost in thought about the Mo Dung family. Long Kingdom has 4 major beast-taming clans, Diep, Lai, Mo Dung, and Thuang Quan. Could it really be the Mo Dung family? The 4 great clans are each represented by a different beast and rule over 4 different territories. The scene now shifts to the Than Long Academy broadcasting station, where instructors sit around a table, watching the screen behind Yang Hu. He introduces himself seriously. Hello to everyone watching the live stream. I am the host of this trial, Duang Hook. The live stream camera is zooming in on Nu Yen. She asks, Deputy Director Wang, how many monsters do you think Tu Tinvu will hunt? Lam Thuang coldly replied, I guess 50 is already a high estimate for him. Kai Nian, standing nearby, looked thoughtful and countered. There's no way with this kid's talent he can hunt fewer than 80 monsters. What if you all guess wrong? I believe he will break Dian Gungshuang's record and create a miracle. And outside, the weather is perfect for outdoor activities. Duang Huk's voice rings out, and now the students are taking their positions in order. The camera immediately shifts focus. They are enthusiastically warming up, as if everyone is ready to give their all for the competition. Young Huk spoke loudly with a hint of excitement. The trial officially begins. 20 minutes later, he reports that in less than half an hour, Van Lam from Class 2 has successfully killed a short-tailed bear. The total number of monsters hunted has surpassed 10. Ruoyan frowns, worried about Tinvu. The screen continues to broadcast images of giant monsters, along with encouraging words. Congratulations to Ton Thien Hao from Class 5. The number of monsters hunted exceeds 20. Suddenly, Duang Huk exclaimed in surprise. It's hard to believe that the trial has only just begun an hour ago. Mu Dung Duang Sok, first grade, has hunted 43 demon beasts. The comments on the livestream channel nearly lost control. As expected of the heaven-sent child of the Mo Dung family, Mo Dung Young Master really wants to marry Mo Dung Young Master. No way. Is the Mo Dung family really that powerful? Duang Huk uses his entire mouth to give advice to Duang Sok. Bai Mong, the beast master of Mo Dung Duang Sok, truly is the only superpower beast in this trial. Its space-penetrating ability not only instantly closes the gap with the demon beast, but also causes any attack it launches to have a piercing effect. An image of Bai Mong biting the Liu Sa immediately appears on the screen, its eyes shone with an extremely sharp brilliance. Duang Hook's voice remained steady. Although the silvered stream snake is a beast with a very strong healing ability, it was just restrained by Bak Mong's beast power, leading to a tragic ending too horrible to watch. Bak Mong used her beak to tear apart the Liu Sa. Duang Sok immediately stopped him. "Little Bai, don't torment it." He touches Liu Sa's body and orders Bak Mong to take out the demon beast's crystal core. The scoreboard keeps updating, and currently Ham Ham is in the lead, also the only girl in the top 3. Next are Duang Sok and Tinvu in turn. The live feed switches to footage of her battling a giant demon beast. After watching Mo Dung Duang Sok's performance, let's see what Mo Dung Ham Ham will do. Her summoned beast is the Sea Wing Banshee, a legendary bloodline creature, and also the only undead-type summoned beast in this trial. I just want to say that you really are a spiritual-type player. Duang Hook explained that the bloodthirsty berserker is a second-tier initial spirit beast with a bloodline of the beast handler capable of 5-fold critical physical attacks, extremely powerful, but today it will face its end against the Sea Wing beast. In the comments, a scene of roses flying everywhere again. Lady Mo Dung bravely flies. Ham Ham is a perfect match, forever companions. This talent is even stronger than her brother Mu Dung Duang Sok. Duang Hook was full of excitement. If Mu Dung Hum Hum succeeds in capturing the Blood Frenzy beast, she will have a total of 51 monsters hunted. Somewhere, Duang Sok looked at the score sheet, proud and thinking that his sister would probably win first place this time. Suddenly, he was stunned to see someone surpassing his sister. 1 minute before she fights the monster, Ham Ham, with a worried yet determined look, watches her summoned beast attack the monster, which then unleashes a stream of purple light that is both dazzling and dangerous. Ham Ham smiles in victory, secretly pleased with her catch, when suddenly Tinvu's shout startles her. Hak Fong suddenly appeared at the last moment, mixing it up with him as her summoned beast was rushing towards the monster, mouth wide open, ready to attack. The demon beast was hit. Blood gushed from its chest as everyone watched in amazement, accompanied by an excited voice shouting out. Right now at Yinan Mountain, Tinvu and Ham Ham are facing each other, with the bloodthirsty beast that was killed in between. He rides Hak Fong, smiling brightly, and says to Ham Ham, "Mo Dung, thank you for giving me this one." She appears calm on the outside, but is frantically screaming inside. "I want XX plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The scores have started to change. Yang Hao enthusiastically says, "Ladies and gentlemen, a thrilling scene just unfolded. This guy is really cunning. No matter how hard Mo Dung Ham Ham tries to defend day and night, Tu Tinvu always surpasses her, stealing her prey and rising to first place." At this moment, a giant beast appeared beside Tinvu. The situation changed, and the three-eyed demon spider suddenly charged out of nowhere. He quickly gets into a fighting stance as Yang Hu continues to comment. "Ladies and gentlemen, from where I stand, I can feel the desire to win between the two of them." Ham Ham is not inferior, with eyes full of determination. Who will be the one to kill the three-eyed demon ant? Tinvu sits on Black Wind's back and orders an attack. Black Wind hells interference. Yang Hua also captures the live broadcast. Tinvu volunteers to act, and the three-eyed demon insect's shell is thick and hard with a cracking sound. The Black Wind fire blows out, wrapping around the demon ant like ropes, but the hellfire of the Hellfire Wind Wolf ignores the armor, dealing damage to the enemy. Tinvu calculates the timing and then continues to give orders. Hak Fong gathers, quickly igniting a blazing fire aimed directly at the Hellfire ant. But suddenly a gentle gust of wind pushes back the fierce flames. Mo Dung Ham Ham steps in, and the Sea Wing beast emits sound waves, interrupting the final attack of the Hellstorm. Ham Ham quickly ordered the final blow. Then the Frost Fire Spirit successfully incinerated the three-eyed demon ant. The ant fell and immediately vanished, revealing a large spirit stone. She reached out and picked up the shining stone from the pool of blood. Tinvu approached, speaking with a slightly aggrieved tone. "Miss Mo Dung didn't expect you to hold a grudge for so long. The changing situation makes the race even more intense. Ladies and gentlemen, things have become much more interesting." So far, Tu Tinvu and Mo Dung Ham Ham are tied for first place. Less than an hour before the end of the trial, who can hold on to the top spot? Let's wait and see. Then Tinvu continued to find a new prey. "Black Wind, we are ready." You didn't even have time to act before the beast was taken down in an instant. It was Ham Ham who did it. Mo Dung Ham Ham and Tu Tinvu faced each other again, and each took another prey. He kept getting his kills stolen and looked annoyed as he watched the demon beast fall. It's true that wherever Tinvu goes, Mo Dung Hum Hum follows to steal from him. The total number of monsters she has hunted has reached 89. Yang Hu continued. Half an hour had passed, and Mu Rong Ham Ham had firmly secured the top spot by stealing 2 Tinvu's prey. Only then did Tinvu begin to feel guilty. Mo Dung, even though stealing prey was my mistake, you don't have to keep chasing me endlessly, right? Ham, hearing this, still couldn't hide her anger. Now he guides the viewers to see if Mo Dung Ham can extend her lead or if Tiu Tinvu can cheerfully move forward. Let's wait and see. Now on the screen, it zooms in on Ham's pale and grim face. Tinvu finally speaks, challenging you, Mo Dung. From now on, I won't let you win, so be careful. This confident look of yours has been captured by the camera. Guys, what Tiu Tinvu means is that he hasn't gone all out yet, but there's less than half an hour left. Can Tinvu really reclaim first place successfully? He quickly rides Hakfong to search for another monster. Tinvu always follows closely wherever he goes, and the two are determined not to give in to each other. 1 minute and 1 second has passed. The monsters they defeated have already broken the record. They took turns becoming the most anticipated highlight of the show. He easily took advantage of his advantage to handle the low-level monsters and felt proud. I don't believe you can compete with me in the sky either. Ham kept waiting to snatch the top spot from Tinvu but missed out on many targets. She angrily scolds him for riding the divine beast and calls him a show-off. Tinvu also responds confidently. Mu Mung, there's less than half a minute left. You can't beat me. Ham kept repeating, and even Duang Hook was already leaning towards my side. Unless something unexpected happens, it seems that first place will go to Xiao Tinvu. Hearing Ham say that about him, Tinvu feels very indignant. Are these the only 2 words in your dictionary? Suddenly, a demon beast with immense energy appeared nearby. It hid behind a large rock, watching Tinvu and Ham for a long time. Suddenly, it growled and charged straight at you. Duang Hook was also surprised by this unexpected situation. What's going on? Why is there a level 3 complete form monster here? Tinvu quickly climbs onto Hakfong when he realizes. At this moment, this beast quickly closed in, its magic power extremely fierce. He widened his eyes in shock. Neither you nor Hakfong managed to dodge and were pushed down the cliff by its pressure. This is bad. Ham, witnessing everything, was stunned with horror. Tiu quickly ran to the cliff, saw Tinvu holding onto a branch, while Hakfong grabbed his leg, and Ham had her own beast face off against the demon to hold its leg, while she looked for a way to help him. Give me your hand. Suspended in midair between the cliff, Tinvu's gaze suddenly caught sight of Vuang Dm's figure peeking below. Vuang Dm, it's you again. The fragile branch couldn't bear the weight of both the person and the beast, and quickly snapped. Ham watched helplessly as you fell and shouted in despair. After what just happened, the atmosphere at the broadcasting station became extremely tense. Kai Nian slammed the table and stood up, unable to stay calm. I want to personally go rescue my students. Yu Yen calmly reassured him. Teacher Tran, don't worry. Tiu Tinvu and Mo Dung Ham are also my students. As the director, I won't let them face trouble first. You two go together and find a way to handle it. Hai Nian announced that he would instruct the security to activate the emergency rescue program. Lam Thuong remained seated calmly, pleased with his plan. What kind of genius? I just need to use a little trick. Isn't that kid going to report to the King of Hell anyway? A moment later, beneath the Yinan Mountain cliff, the harsh sunlight pierced through the dense canopy. Tinvu slowly opened his eyes, feeling pain all over his body. I'm still alive? A fleeting image of Vuang Dm with a cunning smile hiding behind the cliff flashes through my mind. Now I finally have time to think, and once again it's Vuang Dm causing trouble. This time, I won't let him get away. Suddenly, Tinvu remembers that he hasn't seen Hakfong's figure and starts to search anxiously. Hakfong, realizing he's lying on its body, feels deeply guilty and quickly caresses it. Hakfong, did you use your body as a flesh cushion to save me? It groaned in pain, whimpering and howling. Tinvu is a pharmacist and always carries backup medicine with him. He gently opens the bottle and feeds it to him. Hakfong, take this nutritional medicine. The pain will go away soon. Suddenly, the sky turned gray and a dark cloud brought a heavy rain. Tinvu saw that the timing was not in their favor and could only helplessly exclaim, "It's raining!" Quickly pull back Haifeng to prevent it from getting more tired. I led you to find a place to hide from the rain. After wandering around for a while, I was lucky to find a relatively spacious cave. He looked outside and saw the rain getting heavier, feeling gloomy and uncertain about when it would stop. Not being able to contact anyone makes me uneasy. I guess my sister is worried too. And I keep recalling that scene. Ham shouting, handing me her hand. I wonder how she's doing now. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps crushing twigs echoes in the cave, and Tinvu quickly realizes that someone is inside. As you turned your head, a hand suddenly reached out to choke you. Daloo looked at you with a hostile gaze and spoke deadly words. Humans have seen the face of the Emperor, so he has no choice but to eliminate you. She tightened her grip more and more, and you desperately tried to use your own abilities. All the information about the avenue appeared very quickly. The title, Nine-Tailed Demon Fox, Rank 1, of the Divine Bloodline of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, with innate talent 1 and a calamity twin. After activating the joint spell, you can turn any enemy with a lower level than yourself into stone. With dual talents, the Nine-Tailed Fox transforms, burning the enemy's soul accompanied by terrifying mental attacks belonging to the beast-human attribute, superpower system, fire element, and loyalty. No, the evolution path is hidden. The Nine-Tailed Demon Fox, 10-Tailed Celestial Fox, and 10-Tailed Dragon Fox. You realized her identity as a beast-human hybrid demon, the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox. Dale Road was amazed to learn you had discovered the truth. A human, I never expected you to recognize my true form. You can't speak, so I will try to persuade you with my thoughts. Even if you realize it, I can't defeat her. The Beast King form of the demon creature I can't fight back, but the Great Avenue has no intention of letting you go. It seems I can't keep you here. Tinvu struggles desperately to stop him. Cough, cough, wait a moment. He writhes painfully and manages to say a few words. She was wounded by the pure-blooded dragon clan and will die in less than half an hour. Seeing how much you know, she was even more surprised, wondering why you seem to be affected by your injuries and in pain now. Cough, cough. Did you immediately seize the opportunity when she was distracted? The chance is here. Tinvu quickly used his energy, and the bright light of magic made the avenue temporarily blinding. Taking advantage of her disorientation, he stepped back a few paces to maintain a safe distance. Tinvu winced as he rubbed his neck and then added, "If I knew you were the Nine-Tailed Fox, how could I not know about this little one?" Looking at the blood coughing from the Great Avenue, he checked her injury further. The critically injured beast is near death, expected to die in half an hour with injuries caused by the purebred dragon clan, dragon power invading the body, damaging the heart meridians, and causing reversed blood flow. This information also surprises Tinvu a bit. Although I don't know why the pure-blooded dragon clan went extinct 300 years ago, for now, I need to calm her down. Without hesitation, I confidently said, "I can save her. The avenue is now weakened by the injury and doesn't easily trust you. Are you really just a one-star beast tamer capable of healing me?" Yeah, she understands that she is seriously injured and unlikely to survive. The wound on my body was caused by the pure-blooded dragon clan. Even the most skilled beast doctor of humanity would find it difficult. Tinvu's face remained confident as he asserted, "I can save her easily, but you have already planned your escape. I don't want to heal you anymore, or you'll kill me. To ensure Tinvu, I will make a condition. You must form a blood contract with me." Outside, the rain still shows no sign of stopping, and the conflict inside the cave continues. Daloo unleashes his power in anger. That evil kid wants to make the Emperor bow and serve him as a pet. Maybe Tinvu has been heavily influenced by her raging purple energy. He frowned and replied, "Yes." Daloo roared in anger, his red eyes glaring at him. "You're digging your own grave." Then she charged fiercely at Tinvu, her body releasing a fierce energy as if she wanted to devour him whole. Her grip tightened around your neck, and Tinvu struggled to speak, saying, "Getting my life is easy, but I have none left, and you won't survive either." Daloo, unwilling, looked at him angrily. "Do I really have to submit to this human?" Suddenly, a powerful shock hit, causing her to momentarily lose her composure. Daloo trembled and knelt down, and Tinvu reminded her, "Has the dragon's power already penetrated deep into her core? If we don't sign the blood contract, it'll be too late." Inside, Daloo still struggles against submission. "No, I can't die now. I still have the mission you gave me." She gradually loosened her grip on your neck, leaving purple marks on her skin. "In the end, the Grand Avenue had to accept your proposal. I agree to sign the blood contract with you, so from now on." As he spoke, he gently bit his finger, his face serious as he performed the blood contract. A drop of fresh blood dripped from his finger. Tinvu continued the ritual. "Oh, she is indeed my summoned beast." You touch her forehead with your finger containing the drop of blood, and suddenly a dazzling star-shaped light appears between you two. Daloo marvels inwardly but also reminds you, "So your name is Xiao Tinvu. Can you now heal our emperor?" Tinvu calmly replied, "Of course, now you are my summoned beast, I will definitely protect you, Chu Quan. Why are you undressing?" Daloo blushed at his unexpected action, his serious expression as he held a dagger pointed at her, saying, "To heal you, I have to draw blood. I can't do that without removing your clothes." Then he drove the dagger straight into his chest, showing a pained expression. Tinvu pointed at the wound on her left chest and said, "Hurry and suck it out." The boulevard blushed in embarrassment at his action and stammered, What are you saying?" How could I? How could I do this?" Despite Daloo's embarrassment, Tinvu explained, "My head blood can protect your heart." Her mind began to panic. I don't care anymore." Then shyly leaning close to Tinvu, Daloo begins to drink his blood of the head heart, the pulse of the Emperor. She looked clearly satisfied, repeatedly pondering as if surrounded by a wave of power. After treating Daloo, Tinvu softly said, "Your wound is temporarily not serious, but can you tell me your name now?" "Anyway, I am already your ruler. My name is Daloo." Then she hesitated and continued, "If you say you are my ruler, then you can tell me." The palace immediately darkened as the father asked, "Why do you know that my wound was caused by the power of the dragon?" Tinvu probably also understands part of why she asked me. "You think Daloo is connected to the extinct dragon clan just by looking? It's not simple. Maybe she really can know my current situation." Then he sighed and said, "I also didn't hide it from you. 2 months ago, after my eyes were stained with dragon blood, my Tinvu's eyes turned orange." He continued, saying that under the movement of consciousness, he could see a control panel recording information related to the beast taming. And then he speculated that her injury system was also displayed through the status panel I could see with my eyes. Daloo listened to his explanation in disbelief, thinking how his eyes resembled the legendary demon god's eyes. She pondered silently. In legend, the demon god's eyes could see through all information about monsters, so Tinvu must have mistaken it for a system. But this is only what the new generations of the demon god dragon clan can inherit. Clearly, Tinvu is a human. Daloo couldn't believe that someone like you possessed the eye of the demon god. "Tinvu, who exactly are you?" Tinvu saw her remain silent for a long time and asked, "Why are you not saying anything?" Although Daloo still felt worried inside, she tried to reassure herself. "Whatever, right now he is the ruler's master, so if he really has the eye of the demon god, it's also a good thing for me." Then Daloo sat gently on a stone slab and said to Tinvu, "You're lucky." Then she folded her arms and continued, "Maybe your eye has mutated into the legendary demon eye because of dragon blood." Tinvu asked in surprise, "The demon eye isn't a system, right? Stop dreaming about it. You're not a transmigrator. Stop reading novels. The data tables you see are all external manifestations of the magic eye system. Is it just a visualization of the magic eye god's power? But why do I hear it talking?" He recalls that once, he accidentally followed a voice saying, "Pick it up quickly. It might awaken the bloodline of the beast Tamer and help the beast evolve." Later, during the Thanlong Academy exam, I fed Hakfong a bloodline awakening crystal. Tinvu recalls the moment when Hakfong clenched the crystal in its mouth, and the surrounding air turned a blazing red, enveloping it. You also didn't expect that it would truly evolve into the hellish wind wolf that time. After passing the Thanlong Academy exam, both times they heard that voice, Tinvu eagerly ponders, wondering when he will hear it again. Nearby, a demon beast is watching the situation inside the cave. It bared its sharp teeth as if waiting, then suddenly charged straight at the 2 people sitting there, roaring loudly. The quick reflexes of the main road pull his collar back. "You idiot kid, don't think anymore." Outside the cave, the rain still fell like water, signaling an impending fierce battle. The beast's aura radiated powerfully, enveloping everything along with a blazing red light. Tinvu quickly realizes it. The lava tiger beast was the one that made me fall off the cliff. I thought I was safe from this beast, but it keeps chasing me. As soon as he finished speaking, the beast charged at them. Tinvu and Daloo only managed to dodge the attack temporarily, but he was pushed against the cliff by its overwhelming aura. Could this be the end? Suddenly, the body of the magma tiger beast was surrounded by streams of purple light. It roared in pain. Tinvu was also caught off guard by this counterattack, eyes wide as he looked at it, wounded by magic. It turned out that the attack was from Daloo, her face full of confidence as she looked at it. "Even if I'm injured, I am not someone you can provoke." Unfazed by Daloo's overwhelming presence, the beast growled and lunged forward, attacking with its sharp claws. Their fierce battle caused chaos all around. Although she managed to withstand his attack, she was in a difficult position for daring to disrespect the Emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, The Great Avenue used mental energy to attack the opponent and activated the Divine Destruction Mirror skill, instantly revealing a fierce giant eye that cast down on the beast, causing it to turn to stone and shatter into pieces. Seeing that the Lava Tiger Beast had been defeated, Tinvu couldn't help but feel relieved and said, "It's safe now, but I don't think I'm doing very well." Then Tinvu's vision blurred, and he could only hear her call before losing consciousness. Tiu Tinvu. Inside Tinvu's consciousness, in front of him was a giant 100-meter-long dragon. And finally, you have awakened. That dragon calls you the Eye of the Demon God. Shocked by the enormous figure before him, Tinvu hesitated and asked, "Who is speaking?" Then he realized he was sitting on the body of a black dragon, but just now he was clearly in a cave with a boulevard. Who is he? Where is this? As soon as Tinvu finished speaking, he immediately heard a reply. "Have you forgotten me? Your summoned beast evolved thanks to my guidance. So you are the black dragon whose identity I finally recognized. Turns out the voice guiding me to find the awakening crystal for my bloodline was you. Who are you at last? You started telling me about yourself. I have awakened the power of my bloodline. I don't even know who I am." Tinvu suddenly remembered the past. Could it be that the bloodline power was actually dragon blood back then? Without waiting for your response, he made a proposal to you. "I know I can help you achieve ultimate glory. You laugh and speak up. How can you help me when you don't even know who you are?" And he shows the system interface in front of you. "Isn't it true that you already know my abilities?" The system display shows the title of the defect wind dog at the initial level, with a loyalty of 59. Lowly hidden bloodline. The bloodline of the abyss, with the quality of a cursed beast. Innate talent or not, hidden abyssal fire can cause real damage that bypasses armor. The evolution path is hidden, the cursed howling dog of the underworld, the cursed wolf of the underworld, Min Lang, the underworld Diem Lang. In the end, Tinvu finally understood that the control panel he misunderstood was actually the system. Indeed, a trick of his. He continued explaining, "I can see through all the information of the summoned beast, just use your mind to summon me, and I will appear. As long as you follow my orders, your future will surely be that of an outstanding and prominent person," he said skeptically. "Why would there be so many benefits? What is his purpose? Maybe he's trying to recover my memories, but I don't know either. So why are you only appearing now? I thought you were some kind of system." He replied, "With your power increasing, I can now communicate stably through consciousness with you. Now that you have formed contracts with the two Beastmasters, it is time for me to appear." Tinvu stands in the middle of a vast space and curiously asks him, "Where is this and why am I here?" He replied, "This is the realm of consciousness where our minds are connected. After you fainted, I took the opportunity to come see you. You were unconscious. It's time for you to wake up. You don't know if you will be able to meet him again, so you ask when will we meet next?" He doesn't give a specific answer, only a vague reply. "I am always by your side." When Tinvu woke up, he realized he was no longer in the cave. "Why am I in the hospital? Weren't I still in the cave?" Kai Nian and Yu Yen stood at the door, noticing that he had woken up. They asked with concern, "Tu Tinvu, you're awake?" I replied slowly. "The director and teacher Tron are worried." Tinvu sat up with his hand supporting him and asked her curiously, "Director To, I remember I was in the cave beneath the cliff. How come?" Yen replied seriously, "The rescue team found you near the cave and you were already unconscious when they found you." She looked at him intently, asking about what happened inside the cave. "The strange thing is that the rescue team found Dung Nam Tiger's body near the cave. It's less than 100 meters from where you were rescued. Do you know what happened? You seem a bit guilty." "Director To, you also said I was unconscious at the time, so how could you possibly know what happened?" Could it be that her suspicion of the beast Tamer almost costing her life is what led her to kill the magma tiger beast? After hearing Tinvu's response, she was left confused and questioning herself. Could it really just be that I overthought everything? Royan immediately reassured him, "Xiao, don't worry. Regarding this incident, the Academy will investigate thoroughly and give you an explanation." He forced a smile and told her, "Of course I trust the director." Kai Nian also praised him. "In addition, your evaluation and Mudong Ham-Hams for the Yinan Mountain experiment are both S+ and broke the Academy's record, so you can rest and prepare for the new student ranking competition this weekend." As soon as no one was left in the room, a hologram immediately appeared. "That's the avenue. I'm wondering where you went, so it turns out you went into the beast talisman." She immediately scolded him. "Your little kid took advantage of the Emperor to suck blood from his head, and after being injured, he couldn't hold on and fell into a coma." Recalling the situation in the cave earlier made her face darken. As soon as the rescue team arrived, the Emperor didn't want to be discovered by humans and fled. Daloo frowned in confusion. questioning whether falling off the cliff was just an accident after hearing what the two just said. He chuckled softly, a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. There's no such thing as an accident. I already know who's behind this. Jinwoo recalled Vuang Dm's provocative face and angrily said, I won't let him get away this time. In Vuang Dm's study, Lam Thuong was sitting drinking tea and reading, exuding a calm demeanor. Suddenly, Vuang Dm rushed over with a terrified look on his face, holding up his phone with a trembling voice. Dad, something has happened. Hurrying and flustered, what kind of dignity is this? Vuang Dm said urgently, Dad, something's wrong. He quickly handed him the phone and said, Tinvu is not dead, he is still alive. Vuang Dm was very worried, Dad. Last time we didn't kill Tinvu, he will seek revenge on us. Behind him is the Thuong Kung Guild. Lam Thuong adjusts his glasses. Ha, revenge! The accident at Nam Mountain has nothing to do with us. Even if Tinvu suspects us, does he have proof? He approached the nearby cabinet and rummaged through it vigorously. Of course, once you've started, you have to see it through. After finishing, Lam Thuong's expression darkened. He toyed with the box in his hand, then suddenly threw it into Vuang Dm's hands. He coldly ordered to kill him while at the family apartment. It was already dark outside, but the flickering lights inside made the place glow brightly. Tinvu was relaxing on his bed when he received a call. He wondered, is this Laungo's phone? As soon as he answered the phone, Sin Hu shouted out loud, Boo-hoo! Brother Tiu, you're still alive. Truly blessed by heaven, Binan returned safely and won first place in the Namdeen Mountain competition. Using Tiuka without reason, you're hopeless. If I find out which kid hurt Tiuka, I'll drag him out like a dog. Hearing that, Tinvu couldn't help but smile. It seems everyone is very worried about me. I didn't have a chance to speak before Sin Hu continued. The freshman ranking competition was postponed, waiting for Xiao to climb to the top of the mountain for a walk, hoping that your friendship with Xiao would last forever. Tinvu quickly interrupted. Go Sin Hu, do you realize what he's referring to? Wait a minute, could it be about that cave incident? Tiuka, you still don't know, right? Your disappearance has already gone viral. The school has initiated an emergency search and rescue operation for him, delaying some classes, including the freshman ranking competition, and he added with a look of eager anticipation. The freshman ranking competition is an annual event at Thainlong Academy where freshmen are divided into groups by lottery to determine the order of competition. After selecting the 8 strongest, 3 people are chosen from the top among them. This is a life-and-death battle betting on the future of the freshmen. Very intense and exciting. Ngo Sin Hu told you to be careful. Tiuka, don't be late. Tinvu nodded casually, then turned off the phone, understanding. You should rest early. He looked at the turned-off screen and pondered for a long time about the new student ranking competition. If I achieve a good ranking, the academy will surely focus on training and prioritize resources. From what I know, summoning beast to use skills requires the summoner to provide enough spiritual power. The higher the level of the beast tamer, the more spiritual power is needed to unleash skills. Tinvu recalled how, last time during the Grand Path's skill release, she drained all his spiritual power, leaving him exhausted. He thought that with resources from the academy supporting him, he could definitely increase his spiritual power faster. And he would do his best to avoid the situation where the Grand Avenue drained all his spiritual energy like last time. He closed his eyes in deep thought, or maybe he should ask it to try. He had lost in his thoughts for so long that he fell asleep without realizing. In the sea of consciousness, Tinvu falls into an endless dark void surrounded by blazing red eyes staring directly at him. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light erupts behind him, blocking his path. Tinvu's face was panic-stricken at the sight before him, a giant angry red demon eye. It stared intently at him before speaking in a deadly tone. Do you want to take a shortcut? He forced a smile and ruffled his hair. Isn't he there to take what he wants without hesitation? The demon god's eye remained silent and then sighed. Then, as long as you can help me recover my memories, I will do my best to support you. Tinvu breathes a sigh of relief after the successful agreement. Tinvu calmly replied, It's simple. I've always said we help each other. The demon eye continued, You had to meditate for a long time before you could enter Tukhai to talk to me. This is very dangerous, so I will look up information, diagnosis areas, shops, and simulate a complete data dashboard for you based on the human world game. A full data table with all information appears before Tinvu. He continued explaining, If you need to buy something later, you can do so through the shop. But to prevent you from neglecting your task of regaining my memories, I will assign you random missions through the system, and completing them will earn you points or other rewards. Looking at the items in front of him, Tinvu couldn't hide his excitement. You're making me excited to strive. Perhaps because you're so enthusiastic, Tinvu didn't hesitate and immediately clicked the buy button for the long spirit pill. Then a line of information appeared. Dragon Spirit Pill. This pill can instantly boost the user's spiritual power tenfold, but after 5 minutes it will backfire, leading to a period of weakness. Seeing you press the buy button, the voice of the demon eye echoes from within your dantian. This divine spirit pill is likely what you need, but it has serious side effects, so you must use it carefully. This time I'll give it to you, but in the future you'll have to fight for what you want yourself. He continued, his red eyes fixed on Tinvu, and from now on, just by silently reciting the words of the void-breaking beast, you can summon the system. Summoning beasts to break the void, the saintly vessel obeys orders. I need to rest, and unless it's an urgent situation in the future, don't come to see me casually. Tinvu responded solemnly upon hearing this. Then I won't bother you to rest anymore. I'm leaving. The demon god's eyes slightly smile, his voice both challenging and trusting. Yeah, you won't let me down, will you? After Tinvu leaves, the demon god's eyes follow his disappearing figure, deep and full of unspoken meanings. Good morning, I'm heading to school now. Tinvu ran out the door, then turned back to look at the two people seeing him off. Ngu Tuit looked a little worried as she watched him, raising her voice to remind him. Take it slow, since you're just getting better. Theon also gently reminded him, be careful to protect yourself well. I know, go home quickly. Tinvu walked along, thinking to himself that today was the day of the new student ranking competition, wondering if Laongo remembered him. As he passed a utility pole, he brushed past a flyer stuck on it. The next second, he instinctively paused, examining it closely because he noticed something unusual. Tinvu picked it up to check, his voice turning sharp. What is this? He was surprised to find it was a wanted poster with a picture of the avenue and a wanted notice for the 9-tailed demon beast. Tinvu entered a deserted alley with no one around and angrily pressed the avenue against the wall. Tinvu did not hold back and questioned sternly, more serious than ever. Daloo, she was furious with me. You hold the wanted notice in front of her and shout angrily, why didn't you tell me you are wanted by the Emperor's bounty hunters? Dale sighed, avoiding his cold gaze, and replied that she had no intention of hiding this if he hadn't asked. Tinvu frowned and, unable to contain his anger, pointed at the wanted notice and said through gritted teeth, you are a criminal, personally wanted by the Empress. Such a big matter, you didn't think to tell me proactively? The great Emperor said, so what? If you're regretful for signing the blood contract with me, then just sell me out and take the reward. I feel helpless and sigh, then softly negotiate with her. Daloo, I am now your ruler, and I hope you won't hide anything from me. Seeing Tinvu's patience, Daloo was suddenly taken aback and felt a twinge of regret. She hesitated. After a moment of silence, Daloo broke the awkward atmosphere with her words and nodded in agreement. All right. Daloo's eyes darkened, and she spoke in a very serious tone. That woman, Shangguan Lan, is offering me a huge reward because of this item in my hand. She raises her hand, and a shimmering purple crystal ball appears in her palm. Tinvu stared intently at the dazzling, mesmerizing crystal ball, a strange feeling rising in his heart. He wondered, what is this? This is one of the most treasured artifacts of the Dragon Clan. Pureblood Dragon Clan has 3 sacred treasures: the Reversal Luan Sword, the Dragon King's Dagger, and the Dragon's Tears. The Reversal, Luan Sword, and the Dragon King's Dagger are divine weapons capable of unleashing destructive power in battle. Daloo calmly explained that the Dragon Tears have no offensive power, but they are fused from the tears of 10,000 purebred giant dragons. She continued, saying that if all its power is activated, it could reverse time and go back to the past. Tinvu was so shocked he gaped open-mouthed. He exclaimed, going back in time. Tinvu took a deep breath as if trying to stay calm, his face contemplative. I used to want to ask you, wasn't the Dragon Clan extinct 300 years ago? Why have there been Dragon Clan sightings lately? His face darkened. Tinvu looked straight at the boulevard and spoke in a cold, icy voice. What is the true story behind the Great Dragon Battle 300 years ago? She also felt a bit guarded seeing this expression on you, and I was suddenly called by name. Tinvu. The boulevard immediately disappeared, returning to the flagpole. And when Tinvu turned around, he realized it was Mo Dung Duangsok and Mo Dung Ham Ham. He looked at you and greeted, what a coincidence! You're here too? I thought my sister was mistaken. Duangsok lowered his eyes and sighed, saying, it's true that great calamities don't kill you. Be careful next time not to die again. His words were as cold as Ham Ham had realized. She clearly thinks you care about her, so why did he speak so harshly? Duangsok frowned, angrily blaming Tinvu. Because you fell off the cliff, my sister felt so guilty that she didn't even eat her rice. At that time, Duang Sok comforted her so well that Ham Ham still refused to eat. My sister only hid under the blanket and said she wasn't eating. You kept telling the story until you saw the news of your safety on TV. And that night, my sister ate several more bowls of rice.
Duang Sok chưa kịp nói hết câu thì Hăm Hăm Gia lấy tay bịt miệng anh lại, khuyên cậu lần sau hãy cẩn thận, nếu không em gái tôi sẽ không ăn nổi cùng. Tinvu cúi thịt thu khi biết hai người hộ dạng lo lắng cho mình.
I got it, I won't make Mo Dung worried anymore. The freshman ranking competition is about to start. Let's go in.
Hearing that, Duang Sok was displeased, coldly pulling Ham Ham's hand away from his mouth and said in a cold voice,
Our relationship isn't good enough for us to go together, especially since you stole my sister's prey during the Yinan Mountain trial. I haven't settled the score with you yet.
Then Yang Suo pulled Ham Ham into the school, saying, Ham Ham, let's go, leaving Tinvu alone and confused. I watched them go, my face full of doubt.
So why did you come over and start a conversation with me? When I arrived at Thanlong Academy, the atmosphere here was heating up.
Fireworks burst into the sky, creating a lively and bustling scene.
The large, lively auditorium, the host enthusiastically announced, Good morning, everyone,
and solemnly declared the annual new student ranking competition, which is about to begin, with all new students participating in a draw to determine the order of battles. Hearing that, one by one, they approached the wooden box to draw their order. Please line up in turn. In a corner of the hall, Vuang Dm saw Tinvu and couldn't hide his anger. It turns out Tinvu has returned safely and sound. His sharp eyes flickered with a hint of hatred. Vuang Dm remembered the strange animal-shaped box his father gave him, and silently thought that this time it would surely make him no longer wait for himself. The host continued to announce the next person to draw. Vuang Dm, upon hearing his name, confidently stepped forward. Seeing him, those around him joined in the lottery discussion. Isn't that the son of Deputy Dean Wang? The person next to him responds that he's just relying on his father's power to bother female classmates in the library. Hurry up! Everyone is still gossiping about this guy. During the fight in the arena, wasn't Tinvu already beaten so badly he lost face? Vuang Dm was drawing lots but knew someone was whispering behind his back, making him extremely angry with a very ugly grimace on his face. Someone else interrupted again. This guy really is the laughingstock of our Thanlong Academy. Vuang Dm's face darkened. He clenched the draw slip tightly in his hand, smiling sinisterly. To Tinvu, the humiliation you caused me. The content of the draw slip reads, Round 1 on Saturday, Tinvu versus Vuang Dm. As expected, today is his chance for revenge. Vuang Dm secretly smiles. Today I will give you back 100 times over. Seeing the match schedule on the board, the entire audience couldn't help but be surprised. I wasn't mistaken, was I? Vuang Dm fighting Tinvu? Oh my God, what a coincidence. It really is a small world. Vuang Dm recalled the ticket with the snake symbol on the draw box and thought to himself, Don't worry, Dad, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Vuang Dm arrogantly stepped forward and pointed in Tinvu's face, saying, Xiao Tinvu, let's settle this on the stage later. He clenched his teeth, glaring as if he wanted to devour Tinvu, and declared irritably, I will personally destroy your beast companion. Is that so? Then I'll keep my eyes open and watch. They stand facing each other, ready to fight with fierce determination. A strong wind blows past, and Tinvu strides forward calmly, his eyes full of confidence, heading toward the competition area. At this moment in the stands, Yang Xiao asked curiously, Why do you keep staring at Tinvu like that? Ham Ham didn't answer immediately but asked back, Can you feel it? Duang Sok looked confused, unsure what she was implying or feeling. Ham Ham quietly responded to him. Ever since Tinvu fell off the cliff and was rescued, her aura has become much stronger. At the same time, Nu Yen also sensed it. She wondered to herself, Tinvu, what exactly have you been through in just a few short days? Turning back to the match between Tinvu and Vuang Dm, Duang Hook raised the flag high and shouted, The first match of the first round, Tinvu faces Vuang Dm. He excitedly waves his flag down vigorously to signal the start of the match. He shouted, Start! And immediately after hearing the referee's call, Vuang Dm assumed a defensive stance and leapt backward. At the same time, Tinvu also moved to the side, taking a defensive stance and creating a safe distance from his opponent. Tinvu shouted with determination in his eyes as he summoned his beast. Hakfong, it's ready to attack! Vuang Dm summons his familiar with determination to defeat Tinvu as coldness flashes in his eyes, and a snow leopard with a body like a layer of ice appears. On the electronic screen, information about the two summoned beasts appears. Hakfong, known as the Hell Tempest Wolf, initial level 1, Bloodline, quality Sushi, talent Hellfire, ignores any armor that causes damage to enemies, attributes wind and fire, Vuang Dm, known as the Azure Torrent, unspecified level, initial level 1, Bloodline, legendary, talent, Huyen Bang Dong. All attacks cause freezing damage, reducing enemy movement and attack speed by 30%. Attributes ice and wind. Duang Hook explains to the audience, showing the information about the summoned beasts detected by the measurement device. Now, let's explore. Suddenly, Ham's face darkened. Maybe she has realized something about Black Wind. This breath doesn't seem quite right. The electronic display shows information about Hakfong, the level of the hellish wind wolf, initial form, level 1, bloodline, and quality of the beast. Ham begins to suspect, because Hakfong in front of her cannot be of such a low level. With the current momentum of the Hellfire Windwolf, its rank is not just level 1 initial form. But she thought again. The beast measurement device would not be mistaken. The rank of the Hell-Tearing Windwolf is indeed level 1 initial form. Ham began to cross her arms and think. There are many mysteries she doesn't understand. It's strange unless she suddenly realizes something. Xiao Xingwu is deliberately suppressing the rank of the Hell-Tat Fonglang, aiming to complete a breakthrough in this competition. Back in the battle between the two Beastmasters, Bing Mian kept rushing forward, her sharp claws attacking Haifeng. With her agility, Haifeng managed to dodge Bing Mian's attack and leapt to another spot. This time, Vuang Dm used her palm force to launch a large ice block from her mouth toward Hakfeng, while shadows emerged thanks to Hakfeng's ability. Blocking the previous attack, the lingering shadow, the ice shattered into pieces in midair. Vuang Dm's strike emitted a chilling aura that enveloped both the arena and the stands. Everyone in the stands was shivering from the cold wind caused by the recent attack, trembling as they watched. The shadows are gradually disappearing. After Vuang Dm's recent attack, Hakfeng has vanished without a trace. But what Vuang Dm didn't expect was that Hakfeng, with his glowing red eyes, was staring at it from behind. Hakfeng used the hellish roar technique, causing the ground to explode into many pieces and sending Vuang Dm flying out. Seeing it fly through the air helplessly looks really funny. The audience below is sweating bullets watching this fight. Everyone feels really hot and stifling. Even wearing a life jacket in this fiery weather of Hua Diem's sun, the host still tries to broadcast live for everyone. It's truly a great duel. The cold and freezing weather lasted for a while, and now it's getting hotter. A symbol appears on Tinvu's palm. He uses his ultimate move with a black front and claws of silence. Looking at how the MC hosts the show, he has to admit that he truly loves his job, as Tinvu is leading in showcasing dark attribute combat skills. Behind Hakfeng, a shadowy figure appears, looking truly mysterious, and its aura can genuinely overpower the opponent. Hakfeng gives Vuang Dm a loving slap, but it looks really painful. The audience keeps teasing. The tiger has been hit, and the skill cannot be unleashed. Ha ha, look at how stupid it is. It's just like its owner, truly a chip off the old block. Vuang Dm, Tinvu, do you think I will fall in the same place? As he finished speaking, he turned to signal Vuang Dm to quickly defeat the opponent, wondering if this time something interesting will happen. Seeing the command from its master, it opened its mouth to reveal a blue gemstone inside. Vuang Dm didn't hesitate, and immediately bit through the gem. Immediately, its body began to transform. Somehow, chunks of ice flew out from within it. Its fangs grew longer as if they were developing at an incredible speed. Its claws and leg strength also became stronger and stronger. Vuang Dm has truly transformed in both strength and appearance, no longer as adorable as before. Suddenly, Vuang Dm becomes even stronger. It roared loudly, and thicker blocks of ice appeared around it, forming a protective barrier. The boy's face looked momentarily confused. At this moment, Tinvu wondered silently, why did he suddenly become so strong? He immediately used his ability to see what was really behind it. The demon god eye activates. Tinvu is curious. Let me see you using the ability to look into the ice ring, with the surrounding emanating the red aura of forbidden substances. Don't tell me using forbidden drugs can make you stronger in a short time. Tinvu angrily exposes Vuang Dm. Vuang Dm, to beat me, you forced your guardian beast to use a banned drug, and instead of denying it, he even raised his voice, saying, forget about meddling. Vuang Dm immediately ordered Vuang Dm to attack. He shouted, Ice Ring Shield! It has become stronger than before, charging forward with fierce momentum and launching a series of sharp ice blocks at Black Wind. Hakfeng stood frozen, unable to react in time, continuously suffering from sharp ice shards that wounded it further. Tinvu was worried, constantly cheering it on to boost its fighting spirit. Hakfeng struggles on. Vuang Dm is very triumphant, arrogantly boasting. It's not over yet, he orders Vuang Dm to launch the next attack.
Bang Dm Tui Bong Chui uses its power to gather small ice shards into a giant ice block, threatening Hak Fong. Bang Diem's ice mass keeps growing larger and larger, hovering above Hak Fong's head. When it becomes big enough, Bang Dm immediately launches an attack toward Hak Fong. Black Wind is trapped by the sharp ice blocks and can no longer move. Everyone in the stands is surprised by the current situation. Damn it! Why didn't Luke Trao-Liet warn us how powerful he is? We're doomed! Tinvu is in a disadvantageous position and about to lose the match.
Vuang Dm, full of arrogance, started to mock Tinvu. To Tinvu, the last fight on the arena was me letting you win. This time it's the real strength of this young master. Right now, Lam Thuong is talking with New Yen about Vuang Dm. Director, To, my Dm's talent isn't any less than Tu Tinvu's, is it? But New Yen paid no attention to what he said and focused only on watching the match. Her face was extremely displeased, her eyes filled with anger. She thinks Luke Trao-Liet didn't suddenly become stronger. I don't believe there are no tricks involved in this, truly a pair of foolish father and son. Back to the match, Haifeng is now in a difficult situation, and the referee announced that Tu Tinvu's current condition doesn't look promising. This hellish battlefield not only results in defeat, but also leaves lasting scars. Witnessing the unfolding of the match, Lam Dongvi Kitch exclaimed, "Could it be that the outcome has already been decided? Will Tinvu have a chance to turn the tide?" Everyone watching and witnessing Tinvu's fight is filled with worry and unease. Despite underestimating the enemy, Tinvu couldn't help but smile and think, "Does Hak Fong, whom I hunted and killed over 100 demon beasts on Nam Mountain, look weak?" He raised his hand and pointed at Vuang Dm, immediately ordering Hak Fong to prepare for attack. Hak Fong Tinvu shouted Hellfire Chain, and immediately Hak Fong broke free from the ice blocks. A lotus flower of fire appeared beneath its feet. Seeing that the situation had turned, Vuang Dm couldn't help but panic and shout, "Bang Dm, run now! Run quickly!" Hak Fong was getting closer and closer. Its heat was truly astonishing. Even if Bang Dm tries to run, it will be useless. Hak Fong stops in the middle of an open space, slowly bows its head, takes a deep breath, and fiery red sparks burst from its mouth. Immediately after, Hak Fong spat out a blazing lotus flower, incredibly powerful. Kai Nian seemed very pleased with this turn of events. He couldn't help but exclaim that the fire attribute combat technique, Hellfire Chain, was incredible. Even Yuyin was impressed, not expecting that only with a complete beast taming form could such a technique be used, making the future look very bright. Lam Thuong was even more surprised by this outcome. Growing up so quickly that it seemed impossible to keep him here, Hak Fong's Fire Lotus kept chasing the Ice Princess. Dear viewers, you are not mistaken. Tinvu has used a complete combat skill of the Fire Beast system. Above Bang Dm is a giant lotus of fire, and the referee continues speaking. The Hellwind Wolf is now just a basic summoned beast, having advanced to learn high-level skills. Duong Hook confidently said, "I'm afraid Tinvu will surpass Diep Su Ngung with this move." Tinvu unleashes his final attack to end the Hellfire Chain as the referee's voice echoes. He may become the #1 genius of the Thanlong Academy. Hak Fong's strike immediately defeated Bang Dm, burning it to ashes. After Hak Fong's critical hit on Hak Dm, the arena was filled with thick smoke. The flames gradually fade away, revealing Bing Dm lying motionless on the ground. With Tinvu standing beside him, the entire arena falls silent, everyone in shock after the recent attack. Everyone held their breath waiting for the referee's announcement. Yang Hu cut through everyone's thoughts and excitedly shouted, "The winner! To Tinvu!" He pointed at Tinvu and loudly announced the winner. At this moment, he looked extremely satisfied, and all his classmates cheered and congratulated him together. "This brother of mine is really a monster. The Hellfire Chain is incredibly terrifying." Suddenly, the electronic screen appears, and everyone starts saying, "Look at the electronic screen." The data of the Tat Fong Lang Hell has changed. A picture of Black Wind appears, transforming from level 1 to level 3, all after a single match. Vuang Dm is now completely devastated. He never expected to face such a fate. Yang Huk exclaims, "Tio Tinvu has set a record never before seen." He continued, "The first time since the Thanlong Academy held the freshman ranking competition, a miracle has occurred with a beast leveling up twice on the arena. The one who made this miracle is Tu Tinvu." Hearing that, Tinvu and Hak Fong laughed happily. On the arena, Bang Dm lay defeated under Vuang Dm's helplessness while Hak Fong cheered loudly. It runs quickly toward Tinvu. He smiles proudly and ruffles its head. "Hak Fong, you did well. I remember earlier, after Hak Fong hunted dozens of monsters in Nam Mountain and was attacked by Dong Nam's guards facing a life-and-death challenge. Hak Fong has reached its upgrade limit, and its fierce fighting expression reappears. This time,
I relied on Luke Trauliet's ice attribute battle talisman to not suppress Hakfong, forcing it into a desperate rebirth.
Lost in thought, Tinvu noticed a dispute happening in the stands. It was Nu Yen's voice, saying everything must have evidence. Where is the evidence? You frown anxiously, thinking, what is Lam Thuong up to now? I'll go check it out. He seems to be upset on behalf of his son, loudly saying, the rules of the competition state to stop at the right time. Now Lu Trauliet has already fallen in the arena. Is this evidence still not enough? The instructors look angry. Director, although Xiao Xingwu is talented, his ruthless methods cannot be tolerated. That's right. If Xiao Xingwu's character is problematic, he must be expelled. The director cannot cover for her like Yen Tranan. Everyone at the academy will investigate thoroughly and give an explanation. However, she cast a warning glance at Lam Thuong before things are clear. Anyone who falsely accuses my student will not be forgiven. Nu Yen ordered the staff to carry Luke Trauliet's body away without reporting here and summoned the beast doctor to perform the autopsy. After a while, the beast doctors began a detailed examination of Vuang Dm's body. Doctor, how is it? Did you find anything? One doctor replied to her, the director, the internal organs are bleeding heavily, probably caused by the fire lotus hell. The answer surprised Nu Yen a little. Meanwhile, Lam Thang was scheming on the side, glad he had bribed the academy's beastmaster, knowing the director was indeed careful in his plans. He proudly asked, we'll use this trick. Did you hear that, director? Even the doctor confirmed it. Did Deputy Director Wang commit any brutal acts in front of everyone? Please, explain. And my Black Wind Hellfire is an attack that burns the soul, while Luke Trauliet's body is clearly asleep because of excessive blood loss. The instructors also pointed out correctly that he didn't need to act in front of everyone's eyes. Tinvu wants to hear the truth from all sides, so is there really no problem with your diagnosis? The doctor's face paled. Hey, Tinvu whispered, close to the doctor's ear. I advise you not to ruin your life as a royal beast doctor for a petty gain. Think carefully and say, what should Vice President Vuang do now that the doctor is panicking? Has it been exposed? Tinvu urgently pleads with the instructors. Director, this is extremely important. I want to check Luke Trauliet's blood first and then follow Yen's orders for the decision. So please do it now. 5 minutes pass, and the doctors are still working tirelessly on Vuang Dm's body, while Vuang Dm stands dazed nearby. The doctor hesitated and told Nu Yen, Director Lu Trauliet didn't report dying. He died because you lost patience. What are you stammering about? Tell the truth. The doctor's voice still sounded incredulous as he pointed to the results showing death from overdose. Hearing the doctor's confirmation, Vuang Dm was about to jump into a fight. Don't mouth off, you quack. He knelt and begged Yen, Director, please believe me, I never gave Vuang Dm the baodan to eat. The doctor continued analyzing. Director, this is the test result, confirming that Lu Trauliet did use Kuang Baodan. After taking this medicine, the beast enters a berserk state, with a surge in power, but also risks backlash. Renya took the test results, glaring angrily at Vuang Dm. The evidence is clear. Do you still want to deny it? He stammered to her, and Miss Vuang Dm turned to beg Lam Thuong for help. Dad, save my son. Save him. The instructors blame him. Why is Deputy Director Vuang Doc's son so cruel? I didn't expect him to let his pet use this kind of drug. I didn't expect it to be done by that heartless kid. Lam Thuong feels sorry for his son drowning with Nu Yen. Can the director give my son another chance? She coldly said, Vice President Wang, don't forget your position. You are not only a father, but also the Vice President of Thanlong Academy. If you want to disturb the order for your personal love, then get out of Thanlong Academy with your son. Seeing Nu Yen show no mercy to me, Lam Thuong thought to himself, even I will be dragged into this. He loudly declared that Vuang Dm violated school rules by allowing his beast to use the rage pill, and he was expelled. This news hit Vuang Dm like a thunderbolt, and he looked at Lam Thuong in disbelief. Dad, do you also want to expel me from school? He said in a voice only the two of them could hear. Using the same brutal methods is an undeniable fact. Now we can only come to an agreement. But son, I will definitely avenge you. Once again, they act out a scene of father and son severing ties. Someone, get him out of the school for his misconduct. Wang Shi shouted. The scene shifts to the schoolyard, and the students' chatter finally comes to an end. I heard the list of the top 8 strongest people is out. The announcement board is displaying it. The top 8 freshman ranking includes Mo Dong Ham Ham, Xiao Tinvu, Mo Dong Duang Sok, Zhao Tianming, Pham Due, Chao Tuvu, Ton Van Bin, and Lam An Ta. They are still discussing in front of the Mo Dong brothers. Tiu Tinvu is indeed the most formidable opponent among this year's new students. That's right. This brother has no power or influence, but still made it into the top 8. That's called making it straight into the top 8. Everyone watching the match between Tinvu and Vuang Dm Sung forfeited the fight. Young So comforted Ham. Sister, Tinvu has made it into the top 8 in the Yin Mountain trial. He has taken many of my prey, so tomorrow when I fight him, I will definitely avenge you. Ham focused on the name Tinvu on the scoreboard. I hope I can personally defeat him tomorrow.
Xiaota, good news. I made it into the top 8.
Tinvu replied indifferently. It's just the top 8, isn't it? Do you really need to get so worked up? He's panting heavily. Hey, we should celebrate a little. Behind them, Lam Thuong couldn't hide his anger. He gritted his teeth and said, Don't celebrate too early, Tinvu. The scene inside Tinvu's house is now in ruins, shattered as if it had just been robbed. Let's see if you can still smile when you get home. Turns out Vuang Dm had begged Lam Thang with a promise earlier. Dad, please don't suspend me from school. I will steal Tinvu's winning ticket. I swear. He said to him, Fool, how can you steal winning tickets from so many people?
And what about the others? You have to go silently. This is a necessary sacrifice.
On the way home, Tinvu happily recalls what just happened. Late at night, Lao Ngo kept insisting on taking him out to celebrate, and now, finally, he's back home. As soon as he got home, the scene before his eyes made him panic. Why is the door broken like this? Tinvu runs inside quickly, shouting out, Sister Man! Thiman saw Tinvu and tearfully spoke. Brother, Nguok Tweet was kidnapped by a masked person, and they left a letter? She hugged Tinvu, and he, worried, asked, What do you mean? And gently stroked her head with a pained expression. Man, don't cry. Sister Nguok Tweet will be fine. Tinvu took the letter, which only had one line left. If you want to save your sister, come to the Yin Mountain. The scene shifts to Yin Mountain. It is still dark, and perhaps Tinvu, worried, arrived very quickly. As he ran, he kept thinking, Anyone who dares to touch his sister, better not call her sister again. Tinvu saw Nguok Tweet dozing off under a large tree, with no one around. Suddenly, a mysterious person in a black cloak appeared from behind the tree and said to you, Don't shout anymore. Your sister is not asleep yet. Tinvu angrily ordered, Let my sister go. Aren't you curious about who I am? As if you already know everything. You analyze that the person who has been threatening me lately is only Vuang Dm, but he doesn't have the guts or the ability to kidnap someone, so he must be your father. Lam Thuong, as he takes off his cloak, smiles cunningly. No wonder you're just like him. Tinvu, with a strange expression, confidently said, If you are my son, I can definitely train you to become the strongest young beast tamer in Long Country. Lam Thuong changed his face and coldly declared, But not only are you not my son, but you also harmed my biological son, so you must disappear. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned his beast, the Earth Giant, the Nam Chi Guardian, the Nam Maku Hung in its mighty form. Mein Ham Maku Hung is a beast king, level summoned beast. His summoned beast growled, and Lam Thuong continued to boast. It can enter a dominant state, unleash skills without interference, and also remove the enemy's control abilities. A one-star beast tamer faces the beast king form. Tinvu, your life will end here. His beast snarled and growled at you. Tinvu confidently replies, Vice President Wang, I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. Lam Sheng pushes up his glasses. What? Are you planning to summon that wolf of yours to make a delicious meal for my demon king? Who said I only have one summoned beast? Then Tinvu summoned his beast. Now it was her turn to perform. And suddenly a massive black cloud filled the sky, making Lam Thuong's face turn pale. This terrifying breath suddenly reveals a fox ear, flicking a few times as if just waking up, calling the emperor for something. Turns out she's a beautiful fox girl, lazily acting spoiled and disturbing my good sleep. Master, you should think of a way to make it up to me. Tinvu pointed at Lam Thuong's beast and ordered, Let this bear go to heaven. Daloo asked again, If I deal with this bear, can I go back to sleep? Tinvu agreed, Yes, you can sleep as long as you want. Lam Thuong considers for a moment, sensing that the aura from this beast is too terrifying to ignore. And if he doesn't act quickly, it will be too late. Without hesitation, he orders his beast to attack Tinvu. Its sparks made Daloo startle. Regaining her composure, she shot at a cold look. As Lam Thuong's beast raised its hammer to strike Daloo, she simply moved with a gentle gesture, using the eye of catastrophe. In less than a second, his beast turned to stone and stood frozen. Lam Thuong tremblingly pointed at Daloo and stammered, You are the Nine-Tails Fox, the royal beast of the wanted list nationwide. Daloo looked at him with indifference. Lam Thuong threatens him. Tinvu's contracted beast is the country's most wanted criminal. Once this gets out, before he can finish speaking, Vu smirks and says, Deputy Director Wang, if I summoned the nine-tailed demon fox in front of you, it means I don't intend to let you survive descending the mountain. Lam Thuong angrily curses. The difference between a 1-star and a 6-star is not just one summoned beast, because I am a 6-star summoner. He cast a spell to shatter the stone covering his summoned beast's head, then it used its own strength to break free from the remaining stone. When all the stones shattered, the anger within Lam Thuong's summoned beast reached its limit. It roared, its eyes blazing as if to destroy everything. Sensing the situation, Tinvu ordered the Great Path. Lolo, kill this bear and I'll trade a winning ticket for delicious food for you. Lam Thuong was the first to speak. Ha, ha, Tinvu, the nine-tailed fox spirit is indeed powerful.
But don't forget, no matter how strong the nine-tailed fox spirit is, it can't change the truth. You're only a 1-star beast tamer. Immediately, he stirred the atmosphere by igniting a blazing purple flame. Then, I will show you how far apart a 1-star and 6-star are. Lam Thuong's beast begins to unleash its power, causing the mountain and forest terrain to explode into flying debris. It seems to growl and breathe fire, wielding a weapon smaller than its own body, yet extremely sharp, creating a loud echo across the Yinan Mountains. Its growls echoed farther and farther, covering almost the entire area with a thick fog. Tinvu saw the situation worsening and his face grew even more grim as he watched everything unfold right before his eyes. This thick fog is of the dark attribute. Lam Thuong's beast is going berserk, radiating fierce energy. He immediately realized that it was a dark attribute beast that needed to drink human or other beast blood to nourish itself. Tinvu's eyes darkened as he understood everything. Since 5 years ago, low-level summoned beasts in Long Yin City have been disappearing frequently. It turns out he was behind it. He pushed up his glasses and chuckled smugly. Lam Thuong quickly shows a skull symbol on his right hand. His tone is sinister, and being blessed by the mouth of the male demon giant is an honor for Yosa. Tinvu was extremely shocked. That was the symbol of the Red Skull Guild. The Beast Taming Guild, specializing in training dark attribute beast tamers, is classified as a terrorist organization, gathering ruthless Red Skulls. The Red Skull Guild is one of the 5 major dark guilds. You calmly face Lam Thuong. I wonder what would happen if people found out that the vice president of the Thainlong Academy is secretly a member of the Red Skull Guild. He replied without a hint of fear. If I have revealed my true identity in front of you, I will not let you survive and go down the mountain. The highway beside us turned to remind Tinvu that with your current spiritual power reserve, I can't unleash any combat techniques.
Don't worry, Tinvu. I have never fought a battle with less than a 100% chance of victory. After saying that, Tinvu immediately put the Vuang Dm into his mouth, then lowered his head and exhaled a breath full of spiritual energy. Gradually, the source of spiritual power began to erupt throughout Tinvu's body, causing him to scream. Seeing this, Lam Thuong also ordered his beast to attack.
Tinvu, next year on this day, I will definitely come to your grave and light a incense for you.
The Yuan Long spirit pill, now dissolved and absorbed into Tinvu's body, brings a chilling cold that pierces to the bone. He called Lolo. With Tinvu's protection behind her, she charged forward to obey the command. Ruler, I am here. At this moment, Lam Thuong's beast has begun to act, furious as it charges with weapons towards Tinvu and Daloo, its body emanating dark spiritual energy. In a desperate situation, Tinvu shouted urgently, "Blood of the market," and immediately after, a demonic beast with blazing eyes appeared. It's the highway after transforming into a 9-tailed fox demon. In an instant, the beast in her form raised its head and howled to the sky, and an enormous eye quickly appeared above, beginning to lock onto its target, the bear's heart. Lam Thuong's beastmaster was unaware and continued to growl as it charged forward. Once its eyes locked onto the target, it shot out a stream of spiritual energy. The source of spiritual energy pierced through the opponent's body, to the point that even the final armor couldn't defend, and worse, it penetrated through Lam Thuong's body, causing him to scream in pain. Lam Thuong writhed in agony. "No, I won't secretly attack the guild." Then the flames erupted, burning his body to death. From the Yinan cliff, Tinvu and the Great Road witnessed everything that happened. Your body is a bit unsteady. Is this the after effect of using the dragon spirit pill? Tinvu was instantly stunned, only faintly hearing Daloo calling his name. Your Majesty, she is worried and sits down beside you. Your Majesty, please don't fall asleep. As Daloo spoke, he slapped Xiao Tinvu across the face, waking him up immediately. Then suddenly footsteps approached, which Daloo clearly heard. She turned her head and asked, "Who is it?" and was immediately choked by a hand around her neck. Suddenly a bolt of lightning struck, and Daloo saw clearly the face of the person before her. In the desolate mountain cliff of Yinan, Nguet Tuet tightly gripped Daloo's neck and lifted her into the air. Daloo secretly marveled at the terrifying breath, and Nguet Tuet indifferently said, "Nine-tailed demon fox." Then she frowned and continued, "You are a beast, King. I didn't expect you to form a contract with my younger brother." As Nguet Tuet finished speaking, Daloo opened her eyes wide in shock, asking about the power of the dragon. Seeing her cold face and the surge of spiritual energy erupting from her body, Daloo was stunned. I have never seen the surging power of the dragon like this before, which makes Daloo extremely confused. Isn't she Tu Tinvu's biological sister? Why does she have the power of a dragon on her? Who is she really? Daloo was about to speak, but was signaled to be quiet by her. Thud! Nguet Tuet, with an expressionless face but a hint of mystery, continued, "You don't need to know about my identity." Then she pushed away the boulevard and turned to Tinvu, speaking calmly. In short, Nguet Tuet went to Tinvu and sat down, looking worried as she said, "I am only Tinvu's sister." After finishing, Nguet Tuet placed her hand close to his chest and transferred spiritual energy to restore Tinvu. While she was focused on treating him, Daloo hesitantly asked, how is he? While treating and diagnosing, Nguet Tuet probably took a potion that temporarily boosts spiritual power but caused a backlash from the side effects. After finishing her treatment for Tinvu, she calmly added, "But don't worry, Tinvu is fine. Just rest for 3 days." Daloo gently replied as Tinvu leaned on her. "That's good to hear." Then Nguet Tuet suddenly stood up and walked straight to the edge of the cliff with her spiritual energy enveloping her body. Daloo suddenly shouted in alarm, "You're not waiting for me to finish talking?" As Nguet Tuet's pupils rapidly dilated and musical notes began emanating from her mouth. It was extraordinarily enchanting, followed by countless echoes created by Nguet Tuet activating her Long Chi Kin Ngu skill. The echoing sound travels deeper into the forest, reaching a place where a fierce fire blazes below the cliff. Every place the resonance passes through quickly returns to normal. The boulevard is stunned. This is Long Chi Hin Ngu. She knows that this language is a battle technique of the pureblood dragon clan that can restore all things in the world by humming a special melody. After using her spiritual power to erase all evidence of tonight's battle, she revealed a few scales on her cheek and smugly said, "I've erased all traces of tonight's fight. Apart from the two of us and Tinvu, no one else knows what happened tonight. The Great Avenue is not stupid. As far as I know, only a purebred dragon in the long race has platinum-colored scales." She looked at Nguet Tuet's now serious face and confirmed that its name was Hon Don. Nguet Tuet quickly released the overwhelming aura of a 9-tailed silver dragon. "I may ignore your status as a wanted criminal by the Dragon Empire Empress, but if you've signed a blood contract with my brother, don't even think about double-crossing us. From now on, help my younger brother. I won't do anything to you, but if not, then she will point at Daloo, and I will cut off your 9 tails immediately. Do you understand?" She nervously replied, I remember. Nguet Tuet, with a gloomy expression, reminds the boulevard. "And also, don't even think about talking nonsense to Tinvu about my identity." The scene shifts to the hospital room where Tinvu wakes up and looks at the two people, including the director. She sighed in relief and collapsed beside the bed. "Tinvu, you're okay, that's so good. It made me worry to death." He helplessly laughed. "Sister, you're pressing down on me too hard." Tinvu suddenly spoke up. "Sister." That night, Nguet Tuet unconsciously sat up and stared at him. Then she recounted what happened. "That night, after my sister woke up, she found herself on Yinan Mountain. Even I was unconscious beside you, and although I didn't know what happened, you looked sweaty and exhausted, so I carried you down the mountain to get checked." Tinvu was secretly relieved to hear this, thinking that you hadn't noticed anything unusual, and that Luo had tidied everything up properly. New Yen came over to update the ranking results. "Teo Tinvu, you have been unconscious for 3 days and missed the semifinals and finals of the freshman ranking competition." Thinking about the top 2 contestants and their fame, she then told Tinvu the results of the competition. The first and second place went to Mudong Ham and Mudong Duong Sok. So it's as if I voluntarily gave up my spot in the competition. Nu Yen forced a fake smile, trying to encourage Tinvu, but he immediately saw through her and interrupted her. "Director, don't you find it strange that I appeared at Yinan Mountain?" Tinvu's face was grim, her mood anxious and worried. In the hospital room, Nguyen and the boy nervously wait for Nu Yen's answer. She thinks for a moment before sighing wearily. Nu Yen serious and direct to the point. 3 days ago, Deputy Director Wang also went missing. He was nervous and tense, worried that everything would be exposed and he would be discovered. Nguyen beside him looked fiercely at Nu Yen.
If she dares to cause trouble for Tinvu, she is ready to fight, and I will eliminate her immediately.
Nu Yen continued speaking, but she will keep investigating this matter. She believes you are innocent. The vice principal of Thanlong Academy also needs to be replaced now. Tinvu felt a bit surprised. Is the dean choosing to protect me? She sat down next to Nguyen and continued talking. This time, besides visiting her, she mainly wanted to talk to her about the supernova competition. Then he wondered, the supernova competition. As Yen explained in detail, the supernova competition is a large-scale event organized by the 4 beast-taming academies, Thanlong, Bakho, Chutuok, and Huyenvo. The 4 major academies each send 3 new students to compete, all of whom are gifted prodigies from their respective institutions. She continued at Thanlong Academy, mentioning that the top prodigy was Diep Shuang, but in last year's supernova competition she was defeated by Li Mukthan from Bakho Academy and only achieved 2nd place. Nu Yen trusts you with this important task, so she hopes you can become one of the representatives to compete for the academy and lead Thanlong to reclaim our glory. She speaks sincerely, hoping you won't refuse, as it is also a way to make up for the regret from this year's freshman ranking competition. You calmly ask again, Dean, what are the requirements to participate in this supernova competition? I still don't know. She immediately explained that there are only 2 conditions for participation. First, the competitor must have at least 2 summoned beasts under their command. The second condition is that the contestant must be a 2-star beast tamer. Yen patted your shoulder with confidence. The competition is next month, and she believes I will definitely earn the qualification before it starts. Tinvu is secretly moved. Director Tu values me so much, and she has helped me many times before. I am determined to give my all and not let Director Tu down, especially since I also want to see if the White Tiger Academy can defeat Diep Swangung. I'll do my best to win the top spot in the supernova contest. That night, Tinvu planned to venture deep into the Yinan Mountains. He thought that all the contestants in last year's supernova competition had signed contracts with at least 2 spirit beasts and was considering how to cope with the upcoming competition. Although I also have 2 summoned beasts, the main avenue is a nationwide wanted criminal, so I can't summon combat beasts in public places. Moreover, Hakfong is currently just a level 3 initial form of the hellish wind wolf, making it difficult to compete in a supernova-level contest. When reaching an open space, he stopped. Tonight is the time for Black Wind to break through and level up. Tinvu ordered the summoning of Black Wind. It appears boldly in the roaring red flames. The ring on his finger also begins to glow. The fragments of different colors float away one after another. Tinvu is pleased, glad he had prepared in advance. After Director Tu left, I was discharged from the hospital and used my salary as a beast tamer doctor at Thuong Kung Guild to buy some fire attribute nutritional medicines and evolution materials. Not only that, I also collected items from battles, and a few of these are rewards from the new student ranking competition and the Yinan Mountain trial. Tinvu gathers a mountain of items. He is pleased. These should be enough for your evolution. Hakfong, swallow it. It immediately opens its mouth and starts swallowing the pieces of items. After it finishes eating, its body begins to transform, and a blazing fire erupts all over it. Tinvu encourages it. Hakfong pushes on. The main road earlier also heard Tinvu's instructions. Lolo, Hakfong leveling up, carries the risk of losing control. Protect us. She quickly lunges forward. Got it! Hakfong's eyes gradually became wild, and his breathing grew fierce. Hakfong, stay calm. Daloo quickly creates a barrier matrix, rushing forward. The pressure around Hakfong causes Tinvu to fall, and I can feel that Hakfong is suffering pain right now. Try to sit up and summon the Beast Tamer system to break through the void wind. Man Than obeys and asks, quickly check how much time is left until Hakfong's successful evolution. The system keeps updating with level up notifications. 30%, 58%, 73%, 79%, 87%, 90%, 92%, 99%. The screen suddenly stops at 99%, making Tinvu worried. Don't tell me the evolution failed. At this moment, Hakfong's powerful foot steps out from the purple flames. It has officially completed its transformation. Tinvu shouted with joy, "You have successfully evolved, Hakfong." Hakfong's new information panel appears, named Yu Min Long Hell, Level 1 Adult Stage, with Hell Bloodline, Death Bloodline, and First Tier Innate Talent, Fire Hell Bloodline, capable of dealing true damage to enemies. ignoring defense armor. Second innate talent, demonic power can increase attack and defense. Damage dealt to enemies is converted into 50% health for himself. Attributes: fire attribute, wind attribute, dark attribute, shadow attribute, suppressing demon attribute. Skills: Torment of Hell, Hell Erosion, Haunting Stealth, Silent Claw, Decisive Ring.
Daloo was also surprised and exclaimed, "The door of the Min Palace! I didn't expect it to awaken the Demon Lord trait."
She marveled at Tinvu's talent. This kid is truly a special beast tamer. You run over excitedly and hug Black Wind, saying, "Great, Black Wind, you're stronger again." The Avenue then asks you, "Next, you need to sign a contract with a beast. How do you plan to do that?" You're also starting to take this seriously. Is that it? The scene shifts to Yen Yin and Tinvu talking, with Yen Yin revealing she took the initiative to help him. Tinvu, hearing that you're about to join the supernova competition, "How can you do it without a summoned beast? Please lead me to buy it." "You're shy. Thank you, Yen Yin. Thank you for the magical beast." She responded enthusiastically.
"What thanks are you talking about?"
"I am your younger brother. What's mine is yours. It's just a summoned beast after all." Yen Yin generously lets Tinvu browse freely inside the shop. She paid, and when Tam Nuang saw them, she greeted them warmly.
"Oh, Miss Tan has arrived," and my sister warmly asked, "Are you here to buy lightning attribute nourishing medicine or lightning attribute demon beast orbs?" Yen Yin proactively offered, "Tam Nuang, my younger brother, has a competition next month and needs to form a contract with a new summoned beast.
Please introduce them a bit. I'll handle it quickly and confidently, don't worry." Tam Nuang then took Tinvu to choose. "Little senior brother, I recommend this magical beast for you. It's a spider, the Crimson Evil Spider, with much higher attack power than other beasts of the same level. Next, there is a tiger-type beast, and this rare black-striped feline is also quite impressive.
Agile in combat and capable of dealing critical damage.
And this one too, if you were going to introduce more." Yen Yin interrupted.
Tam Nuang Yen Yin directly requested high-quality ones. She didn't need to introduce cheap pets, just show the high-quality ones.
"I will pay." Tam Nuang understood.
"So I won't hide the treasure anymore." She opened the door to a private room.
"And I will let the young master choose the best spirit beast in our shop." They entered the place filled with high-quality magical beasts.
"How is it? Little senior brother, do you like any of them yet? Let me take you around and analyze the data on all aspects of this Demon Blood Super Mountain armor, which is very good."
The burning damage and poison of the three-eyed king snake are also very impressive.
The icebone carving is a legendary bloodline, and it's equally outstanding in every aspect.
Tinvu is still very hesitant, but none of these summoned beasts have hidden bloodlines. Yen Yin asks from behind, "What's wrong, Tinvu? Not satisfied with any of them?" "Madam Tam wholeheartedly supports you. Little senior brother, with such high-quality magical beasts, you're still not satisfied. What kind of magical beast do you really want? Just tell me what you want and I will go buy it tomorrow." Someone outside is calling Tam Nuang. The new shipment has arrived.
A burly, sinister-looking man carrying a cage walks in. "This batch of goods is very fresh."
Inside the cage, there are two young girls. Tinvu quickly observes the spirit-type magical beasts. I immediately wondered, so spirit-type tamer beasts are also considered useless beasts. "Lady Tam, why do you want to tame a spirit-type beast?" Yen Yin quickly pulled him aside and whispered, "If they sold these spirits as pets, they wouldn't find buyers. But if sold as companions, there would be no shortage of customers," revealing it was just to satisfy the whims of the powerful. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he sensed a special energy. He checked the information of little Freya, whose name was Water Elemental Spirit, initial rank level 1, low bloodline, with no innate water attribute talent, no skills, hidden bloodline, angelic bloodline, divine quality. I'm extremely surprised. Does this water element spirit have a hidden bloodline? Yen Yin saw you standing there in a daze and called out, "Tinvu, why are you staring blankly?"
Tinvu suddenly turned around happily and said, "Sister Yen Yin, I want to buy her."
Tam Nuang, hearing that, asked with a hint of meaning, "Little senior brother, isn't it true that you also appeared confused?"
"Tinvu, you're not joking, are you?" He angrily defended himself. "What are you two thinking?
I want her to become my beast master. I secretly rejoice. This is angel blood." After leaving the shop, Tinvu took Freya back to the Yinan Mountain and gently opened the cage to release her. "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I'll give you a healing pill. Eat this, and your wound will heal." Freya quickly recovers and feels more cheerful. At this moment, Tinvu extends his index finger and asks, "Do you want to sign a contract with me to become my summoned beast?" Freya hesitated and shyly remembered how gently Tinvu had treated her. Finally, she took his finger and nodded in agreement. He excitedly asked again, "Do you agree? Then from now on, cut a small line on your finger so the blood can flow down." Freya takes a drop of blood, slowly absorbs it, and smiles softly. "I am your teammate." The blood contract is successful. At Yinan Mountain, the contract between the two was established. Tinvu happily asked Freya, "Hey little girl, after signing the blood contract, do you acknowledge me?" He gently touched the kid and said, "Of course, after signing the blood contract, the summoned beast will have a closer bond with its master. And there's this too." Tinvu suddenly remembered something. A small crystal appeared in his palm. "This is the awakening crystal for Bloodline." He had crushed it, and after you eat it, you can evolve. Freya cautiously approaches the crystal shard, reaching out with tiny hands to touch it. Freya picks up the shard, gently eats it, and looks adorable with her chubby cheeks while doing so. Suddenly, the little one sensed that something was wrong, his face turning pale as the shard of crystal slipped from his hand. Freya looked pained, feeling as if thousands of lightning bolts were piercing through her body, clutching herself in discomfort. Tinvu knew this was a crucial moment in the kid's evolution and could only encourage Freya to endure with all her might. "Keep going, overcoming it is fine." The energy fluctuations grew stronger and stronger, with blinding light stretching up to the blue sky, showing an overwhelming aura. Daloo sensed danger approaching and appeared beside him to shield him.
"Master, what's going on? Are you okay?"
She used magic to protect him, her face showing great vigilance. Tinvu then reassured her, "I'm fine." A large spiral of light surrounds Freya's body. The surrounding air is swirling violently, as if the final stage of evolution is approaching. Suddenly, an image of a young girl with pure white angel wings spreading wide, shining brilliantly with a shimmering halo around her, appeared from the vortex. It's finally complete. Freya appears with a beautiful look, her long blonde hair flowing down, exuding an aura of invincibility as if nothing can threaten her. The system interface reappears before his eyes. Tinvu marvels and says, "The hidden bloodline has been activated. Holy Light Angelic Beast. Initial level. First rank bloodline. Angel bloodline. Mythic quality, divine talent. Holy Light. Guardian dispels negative effects from enemies and grants Holy Light shields to allies. Angel attribute and Holy Light skills. The Holy Cross. Slash cuts out a cross-shaped sword energy, dealing 3 times critical damage to enemies. At the same time, accumulate the Holy Light leaf layers on yourself and allies. Radiant sword. Array. Swing both wings to unleash a Holy Light feather-shaped sword formation, dealing wide area damage. As you gradually evolve from the Holy Light Angel Beast, 4-winged angel, 6-winged Archangel, to the great Archangel Saintess, I will slowly approach you and softly say, "When I become a 9-star Beastmaster, will you be able to evolve into a 12-winged Celestial Angel?" Tinvu realized he still didn't know her name. So he said, "That's right, I haven't given you a name yet. Before awakening your hidden bloodline, you're a water element spirit, so let's call you Freya. Freya, from now on we will fight side by side. It seems you're one step closer to the Supernova Star competition again." He replied, "That's right." Tinvu smiles proudly, a slight smile that hides great strength within. The next step is the 2-star beast Tamer. In the teacher's office, a hand suddenly slammed down on the desk, showing that this person was quite angry. After hearing Tinvu's statement about his upcoming goal, Kai Nian was very furious. He couldn't believe what he just heard. "What did you say?" "You want to register for the 2-star beast Tamer exam?" "Yeah." He smiled foolishly, scratching his head and confessing to him, "Yes, Teacher Tran, the Supernova Star competition is about to start. I need to pass the 2-star beast Tamer exam quickly." Kai Nian felt uneasy inside and frowned. Why are these kids growing up so fast? The Modung siblings also passed the 2-star Beast Tamer exam 3 days ago. I heard that Tinvu's Black Wind has evolved to the mature stage level 1, so maybe he can meet the requirements for the 2-star Beast Tamer test. All right, if your spiritual power meets the standards, I will agree to let you take the 2-star Beast Tamer test. Teacher. Remember, Teacher Tran said that. Teacher. The surrounding teachers also became excited, having heard for a long time about Tinvu's extraordinary abilities. Let's see them be amazed as the number gradually changes, showing his spiritual power is increasing. Finally, the spiritual power reading stopped at 2,583. The teachers around were extremely surprised by this number. 2,583, I can't believe it without seeing it with my own eyes. Kai Nian looked thoughtful. Usually after a beast tamer's breakthrough evolution, their spiritual power increases. But based on previous data, 2-star beast tamers typically have spiritual power between 2,000 and 3,000. He praised you, saying the students he guided before had quite remarkable talent. When the summoned beast just reaches adulthood, its spiritual power is around 1,500.
This kid is pretty impressive, reaching over 2,500. Thank you, Teacher Tran, for allowing me to participate in the 2-star Beast Tamer exam, Tinvu said happily.
He quickly moved to the Bloodvu mountain pass, where the upcoming test would take place. The deep and narrow mountain pass is in the middle of a desolate area, and the helicopter carrying him is crossing the mountains. Tinvu forcefully opens the helicopter door to see him standing there eye to eye, calmly looking down. Is this the testing site? Tinvu raised his hand to gently press the earpiece. Niu Yin's voice sounded.
You have reached the entrance of the Blood Valley Gorge. The 2-star Beast Tamer test is about to begin.
Be prepared. Kai Nian also warns you that the Blood Valley Gorge is filled with many monsters. If you encounter a situation you can't handle, don't be brave. Signal for help at any time.
Phew, I'm ready now. You just need to pass through this mountain pass from the entrance to the exit smoothly to be considered successful in the test. The 2-star Beast Tamer trial officially begins.
Good luck. As soon as he finished speaking, Tinvu parachuted down from the helicopter. Below you is a giant bottomless canyon. In the prison cell, Kai Nian reports the situation to Nu Yen.
Director, Tu Tinvu has entered the Blood Valley Gorge, he said with a serious tone, imagining a dark and terrifying scene. The first thing he must fight through to cross the Blood Valley Gorge is the giant crocodile. He continued, then escaped from the Blood Spider Clan's stronghold within the demon army. But some of the Blood Spider Clan have evolved to the 3rd-tier entity. Can Tu Tinvu really handle them?
Moreover, due to heavy rain last night, many creatures appeared in the Crimson Water Swamp, and they still fear the terror of the Blood Gorge, imagining a silent, lifeless space. Perhaps something has detected an intruder beneath the swamp. The crocodile lifts its head to the sky. Tinvu has already descended right below the crocodile. You panic as a fierce group of crocodiles, the steel-beak crocodiles, surround you below. The system display shows the name of the trident crocodile, a Tier 3 aquatic beast with excellent bloodline quality and a super powerful biting talent. Deadly poison with a toxic attribute. A death whirl skill that bites and tears. Weaknesses in the enemy.
Spinning the body wildly, spewing red poison from deep within the throat, causing burns, slowdowns, weakened defenses, and other harmful effects. A whole pack of crocodiles encircling in a circle, Kai Nian worriedly said. These crocodiles are all early-stage magical beasts. Tinvu just summon Umin Lang from hell, and it probably won't be dangerous, right? Tinvu was unshaken by the crocodiles.
You shout the name Freya loudly, and the mark on your hand flashes brightly. A blinding golden light surrounds you, catching the beasts off guard. Along with Tinvu's call to summon, Freya appears, angelic feathers flying around and her widespread wings. Kai Nian is amazed by the scene before him and can't help but exclaim, yet he didn't summon Black Wind. Not only him, Nu Yen also froze for a moment. Tio Tinvu's second contracted beast? Over here, Tinvu was still fighting the crocodiles. Freya casts the Holy Light Guardian skill on him. A gentle ring of light surrounds his body. Kai Nian is stunned, never expected his second summoned beast to be so rare. Director Tu Tinvu is really strange, signing a contract with a mythical angel bloodline beast.
He looked at Nu Yen and asked curiously, Long and City, I haven't summoned an angel bloodline beast for a long time. Where did this kid get this beast from?
She remembered and heard that 2 days ago, Tu Tinvu bought a water elemental spirit from the summoning shop.
Was that the one he meant? Kai Nian was surprised. It's impossible. The bloodline of the water elemental spirit is very low, while the Holy Light Angel Beast has a pure angel bloodline.
Yen's calm face reminded him not to forget that from the very beginning, the underworld of U Min Long was just a low bloodline, tattered dog. He looked at the screen and softly said, Yes, Xiao Tinvu always turns the impossible in our eyes into something achievable. This is what a true beast tamer is. At the Shui swamp, they are still fighting the crocodiles. Tinvu calls out to Freya. After finishing, the kid immediately launched the next move. The Holy Cross slash descended with a cross-shaped cut, destroying dozens of crocodiles. Kai Nian, standing by the monitoring room, sighed in admiration. One move, one strike, enough to kill the giant crocodile, suppressing its bloodline. No wonder she's a bloodline angel beast, a legendary creature truly deserving of her reputation. After defeating the crocodiles, Tinvu turned to the next target and approached the kid, saying, Freya, take me across that swamp. As he finished speaking, a gentle hand wrapped around his waist, and before Tinvu could understand what Freya intended, she lifted him up and flew into the sky. I was flustered by the sudden action and nervously asked, Freya, what are you doing? Ignoring the words of the master, she carried Tinvu and quickly flew over the swamp. I'm still very embarrassed. Quickly put me down. This is too humiliating. Who would have thought that someone as strong as you could be bashful like a girl? Embarrassed, he covered his face with his hand, while Freya beside him remained serious. When they reached the next location, the kid put him down. The gap in front of them radiates a dense aura of darkness and evil energy. As soon as she finished speaking, thousands of small spiders emerged from the gap, suddenly multiplying and rushing out. Their webs also increased in number and thickness, making the situation no better than the previous challenge. Tinvu cautiously warns the kid. Freya, careful as well. The kid also doesn't back down, holding the sword with both hands and drawing a large cross that radiates blazing light. It seems the thick webbing is making it difficult for Freya to activate her skills. They are tightly attached to the child's mirror blade. But it's not over yet. Perhaps now Freya's attack finally takes effect. The two slashes intertwine, unleashing devastating power. At this moment, Tinvu also had to startle. An enormous spider appeared, surrounded by a dark aura with thick red silk streaming from its fangs. It roared in fury, as if wanting to devour the two of them alive, and the system interface continued to display information about it. The Blood Demon Spider is a mature third-rank bloodline with exceptional talent and resilience, immune to water and fire, fearless of pain, with venomous attributes, a web skill that traps enemies inside a large web until they suffocate, and it is a pack animal with dozens of vicious eyes staring at him. There are probably more than 20 blood demons in this cave, and before Tinvu can react, the spider roars and lunges at him. This sacred beast of the Holy Light is only a beginner-level summoned beast, yet it can surpass the level gap to deal damage, enough to threaten the mature blood spider. The scene shifts to the battle here, where the spider attacks Tinvu fiercely. You can only temporarily dodge. Your hand flashes with the light of the Beast Tamer badge, and you softly call out, Hakfeng. As soon as you finish, it appears beside you, emanating a powerful aura that fills the surrounding space. Freya and Hakfeng simultaneously step in front of Tinvu, ready to fight at any moment. As Nu Yen suddenly speaks up, she reminds him, Tio Tinvu, don't be too aggressive. The goal of the competition is to reach the destination, not to kill monsters. Tinvu smiles softly and gives it a command. Hakfeng roars in agony. As soon as Hakfeng unleashed his move, the blood spider Nen sensed the danger from the opponent, and all launched a counterattack, shooting silk towards Hakfeng. Surrounded by a web matrix, Hakfeng became confused. At this moment, a blood spider demon seized the opportunity, exploiting the opening to shoot silk at it. This time, the spider silk precisely targeted Hakfeng's hind leg, binding it so tightly that it couldn't move. Hakfeng was on the defensive, unable to fight back, and let out a loud roar of anger. Yeah, that's all they needed, and the spider army immediately launched a continuous barrage of webbing to control Hakfeng. Tinvu, sensing the disadvantage, quickly ordered Freya to support Hakfeng. Freya uses the Holy Light Guardian to protect Hakfeng, who then turns around and unleashes the Black Lotus Hell. Immediately, Freya unleashed her support skill. Her attack and Hakfeng's combined into one, forming a protective shield around him that nullified the blood spider's attack. As the protective vortex continued to grow stronger and advanced toward the spider army, the blood spider swarm was quickly wiped out. Tinvu relaxes his guard, sighing in amazement beside Hakfeng. 25 blood spiders. Is that all the blood spider demon has? Not letting him stop for long, the ground beneath Tinvu and Hakfeng's feet began to shake violently. He started to realize something unusual. This aura suddenly causes the wall in front to explode, rocks flying toward the three of them. Before Tinvu could react, a giant spider's figure gradually emerges from the wreckage before his eyes. Tinvu exclaimed in shock at the true appearance of the creature before him, fully sensing the aura of the blood demon claw. The detailed profile appeared, revealing the blood-eye demon's origin, recognition of the blood demon, complete level, first-grade bloodline, and refined essence quality. Innate talent 1, extraordinary resilience. Water and fire spiders are invincible, unafraid of swords and knives. Innate talent 2, excavation, attribute, superpower system. Kainian's voice echoes, warning Tinvu. Tinvu, run away now. Yesterday's storm was to let a blood demon evolve. You can't fight it. You're surprised by Kai Nian's words, your voice sounding a bit confused. Run, Teacher Tran, so how did your exam go? Next time's exam will be a waste of time anyway. Your 2-star test. Facing gods to kill gods. Facing Buddhas to kill Buddhas. Hakfeng and Freya, understanding their master's intent, simultaneously launched attacks toward the blood demon, with the Eye of Blood. Although combining attack strategies, the spider remains unharmed. Sensing the danger, Kai Nian said, Tiu Tinvu, you can't act recklessly this time. The teacher will come to pick you up immediately. Dale also earnestly persuaded him. Give up. He's right. You can't act recklessly like that. With your current strength, you can't kill it.
Tinvu's face became determined. He showed no fear.
That's really interesting. Huh? Tinvu clenched his fist. I am determined to pass the 2-star Beast Tamer test. I want to conquer and kill this monster, and I want to explore my limits. The Avenue shouted in fear, You're truly a terrifying madman. Facing the Earth Blood Spider with the blood eye, Tinvu remained unfazed, and he ordered. Hakfong quietly sneaked behind it and launched a silent claw attack. Hakfong began to vanish, preparing for its surprise strike. Seeing that the Blood Earth Demon Eye couldn't waste any moment in the battle, it spat venom directly at Tinvu. Tinvu immediately ordered, Freya, protect me. Hakfong strikes. He is now behind the Earth Blood Demon Spider. It executes a move on the back of the spider. The Earth Blood Demon Eye Spider has detected Hakfong's presence and immediately counterattacks. Hakfong, driven by the momentum of the attack, flew far away. Tinvu shouted anxiously, Hakfong! Hakfong flew towards Tinvu and Freya, and all three were struck by the attack of the Blood Demonic Spider Eye, crashing into the stone wall behind them. Despite the counterattack, their fighting spirit remained undiminished. The Earth Blood Spider Demon Eye growled threateningly, but Tinvu remained completely unfazed. He raised his hand in a dismissive gesture, clearly showing contempt for the enemy. Is he mocking them? As expected from a creature with a human face, what are you so proud of? Your words have truly driven the Earth Blood Demon Spider mad. It concentrates its strength to spit venomous silk at Tinvu. He quickly climbs onto Hakfong's back and assesses the situation. Hakfong, this spider silk is toxic, led me to a new position. With its large body, the Blood Demon Spider quickly pursues the two of us. Tinvu turned to look at the enemy, thinking that chasing like this wasn't the right way. I need to find a solution. Suddenly, he realized something important. Why is its health bar gradually decreasing? The spider continuously attacked with the blood demon eyes, even as the wound on its back kept bleeding. Tinvu quickly realized from Hakfong's back that the wound wasn't deep, but the spider silk it spat out was no longer as dark as before. Could it be that its blood and spider silk are connected? After taking a hit from the Earth Blood Demon Spider, Black Wind was injured. Tinvu orders Freya to teleport him, saying Hakfong is injured and can no longer carry them both. Freya carried Tinvu off Hakfong's back and flew into the air, with all three avoiding the attack of the Blood Earth Spider. Tinvu was now certain that his guess was correct and exclaimed in triumph as the spider's blood meter was reduced again.
Ha 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 ha! Look at this disgusting spider! I've found a way to deal with you.
Hakfong spat on it, making it feel disgusted. Hakfong growled in response, as if understanding its master's meaning. Yes, that's all it takes. It keeps spitting saliva onto the ground of the Blood Earth Spider.
And this time, it has truly succeeded in driving the spider spirit crazy, as the Blood Earth Spider simultaneously unleashes 4 streams of deadly silk, attacking the 3 of them.
Tinvu quickly reacted. Hakfong used Stealth Obsession to attack randomly. Hakfong swiftly countered, avoiding the attack from the Earth Blood Demon Eye Spider. From above, observing the battle, Tinvu became increasingly confident in his reasoning. You are right, as expected, if the Earth Blood Demon Eye Spider shoots its silk, it will drain its own essence. Tinvu continues to speculate that when the last thread leaves its body, it will be like a lamp running out of oil. You loudly outline a strategy to Hakfong. Hakfong, don't risk your life anymore, just make it feel disgusted. Hakfong growled in understanding and roared, continuously changing positions in front of the spider spirit, making it impossible for the spider to accurately target and attack. Until the blood, Earth Spider's venomous silk spews, Hakfong leaps into the air to dodge the attack. Unfortunately, Tadok still catches Hakfong's tail, pulling it down forcefully from above. Hakfong, unharmed and agile, escapes the grip of the toxic silk, sensing that the moment of victory has arrived, and orders Hakfong and Freya to attack together. Hakfong, don't hold back anymore. Use demonic power, and Freya activates the Holy Shield to clear Hakfong's negative state. Kainin and Nguyen's helicopter has spotted Tinvu's group. Kainin asked worriedly, Are we still not going to intervene? Ruyan calmly replied, continuing to wait for him to find a solution, but he still didn't seem reassured and asked further, Can Tinvu hold out? 7 hours have passed since the battle began, and the 3 of them are still fighting fiercely against the Blood Earth Spider Demon. Tinvu is now exhausted, clutching his chest and gasping for breath, while his mind continues to analyze the situation. This rotten spider has used up 9/10 of its blood, and its web color is fading. It cannot defeat Black Wind with the support of demonic power and holy light protection. If things keep going like this, we're definitely going to die. Lost in thought, suddenly something popped into his mind. Not all creatures have a desire to live, so why does it consume so much blood? And yet it shows no intention of stopping the fight. Maybe it's just hatred, but it has never left the cave. Could there be a treasure inside? Seeing the Earthblood Demon Eye now releasing a giant deadly silk to attack the Tinvu group, the deadly silk is advancing faster and faster. The decisive moment has arrived. Tinvu orders Haifeng to counterattack. Haifeng unleashes the Scream of Hell. Hakfeng unleashes his full power to counterattack. The outcome of the battle is in Tinvu's hands. He resolutely shouted, "It has almost no spider silk left." The opportunity has arrived. Tinvu orders Hakfeng to deliver the final blow to the opponent. Hakfeng unleashes Hellfire Chain. After receiving the Earthblood Demon Eye, he thought he had been overwhelmed by 2 consecutive critical hits from Hakfeng, but no, he summoned all his remaining strength to fight back with his ultimate move, focusing all his power on Tinvu's group. Hakfeng and Freya rush to protect their master. Tinvu boldly orders, "Don't worry about me." Switch from defense to attack and quickly eliminate it. Hakfeng finally uses fire to hell. Hakfeng ordered his winged steed to soar into the sky and strike his opponent with his strongest attack. Seeing that the Blood Earth Demon Eye had no chance to resist, he chose his attack and rolled away to the side. Tinvu finally dares to sit down and breathe a sigh of relief. "We did it. We succeeded." You also didn't forget to praise your 2 companions. Hakfeng did very well. Frico also did very well. It looks like the Great Blood Demon Eye has been defeated. Tinvu leads the team into the Spider Spirit's lair to explore what's hidden inside. Hakfeng, Freya, let's go into the cave and see. There must be good stuff inside. The whole group began to enter the cave when suddenly Director To's urgent voice rang out. Tinvu, hurry up! Tinvu is still excited about the treasure inside the cave. "I don't understand, Director To. I already defeated the Blood Demon Eye Spider." Director To sternly interrupts, saying even if the Blood Demon Eye Spider is dead, it can still remain active for a while. After hearing Director To speak, Tinvu was startled, her face filled with fear, and she quickly turned around as if to check the situation. What did she say? Behind Tinvu now is a scene he couldn't have imagined. The giant spider with the Blood Demon Eye, clearly defeated by him earlier, is now approaching, ready to strike. Seeing the great blood demon using its last breath, it roared, shaking the entire cave. Tinvu and Freya hurriedly ran toward the cave entrance. Seeing the beast standing there proudly, you were overwhelmed with confusion as the only exit was blocked by it, and the cuts on your body were splitting open, causing you to scream in pain. Tinvu quickly orders Freya to hide inside my summoning pendant. This reminds her of his promise. "I want you to be my summoned beast. Don't worry, I won't hurt you." Without hesitation, Freya flies straight toward the monster. Tinvu screams in panic. "Freya, come back quickly." At an incredible speed, the kid charges straight at the monster. A flash of light erupts, directly impacting it. Freya's attack was so powerful that the monster was thrown far out of the cave entrance. She immediately kicked it away. The monster let out a painful cry before exploding right in front of Freya's eyes. At this moment, Tinvu ran up from behind and asked, "Was that you just now mastering a new skill?" "Freya, you're so good that it made me a little helpless. We found it." This is what the Death Guardian Eye's lair was protecting at all costs. Tinvu pointed inside and asked, "Lolo, do you know what kind of seed this is?" This is the ancestor of the celestial crane beast, Tamer, a plant-based bloodline from the ancient era. You happily hold the live seed in your hand. Ancient times, this is very likely a divine illusion grade quality. With such a strong bloodline, it's very difficult to cultivate. Lolo, do you know how to plant this seed? Daloo Tramgam thought for a moment. "I remember, the conditions for planting it are very complicated. It seems you need bones from a phoenix feathergrass. The secret flower of the ghostly phoenix also requires fertilizer from divine beasts." Hearing the answer, Tinvu sighed. "So even a seed is harder to care for than Miss Golden Lotus." He lowered his voice to negotiate with her. "Lolo, no matter what, you are a divine beast of the imperial body, and also a demonic aura that makes the Queen of Long Country hate you. A person of your stature probably knows quite a bit about divine beast bodies, right?" Daloo asked angrily, "Do you want me to bow my head and pick up the dung?" Tinvu chuckled mischievously. "It's not like you're asking her to beg. Even if she interrupts, you can't demand it." At this moment, Tinvu heard a loud noise outside the cave and quickly stepped out. A helicopter appeared outside, and the person inside shouted, "Tu Tinvu, are you okay?" "Director To, I'm fine. 2 weeks have passed quickly, and now Tulin City is crowded with people. Surrounding Tinvu are cheers of encouragement. He marvels that this is truly a nationwide competition. Indeed, lively. Joe, the great genius, arrived so early I see. It turns out the Mo Dung brothers are approaching." Tinvu says, "Brother Duong Sok, hello. Luke Kim, it's been a while, and you look even more beautiful.
Young Master Duang Sok spat out his drink and angrily asked Tinvu what he called his sister. He nonchalantly replied, Luke Kim, because writing the name Mo Dung Ham Ham was too troublesome, so he gave her a nickname. Duang Sok angrily squeezed the letter and shouted back, When did you write my sister's name? And this nickname, Luke Kim Tre Chow, so vulgar. Today, I won't beat you to death. Mo Dung Duang Ham Ham stepped in to stop her brother. Sit down. Hearing his sister's voice, Duang Sok's anger also eased. All right. Tinvu approached again and asked Han Ham Ham, Luke Kim, how have you been lately? How is your progress in upgrading your summoned beast? She smiled and said, My first summoned beast has evolved into a second-grade mature form. The second summoned beast has awakened its lightning attribute. Duang Sok froze in place. His sister actually took the initiative to talk to another guy, and even accepted the nickname Luke Kim. He held his head, tears streaming down. The older sister was gone, and the younger sister was always vengeful. I remember calling her childhood nickname back then, and she was angry with me for days. But Tinvu calls her that. Can I be accepted too? You're spoiling her too much. Duang Sok looked up to the sky and sighed. Oh my god, the world has gone crazy. Mice are serving as bridesmaids for cats. My sister has a fiancé, yet she keeps helping others. The two of them looked at him indifferently. What's wrong with her brother? He seems dazed and helpless. Just forget it. Tinvu wondered, do we know who our opponent is today? Not sure if the draw results have been announced yet. Suddenly a voice interrupted the two of them, saying, No, the results are already out. Everyone who saw the newcomer responded in unison. Director Tenu Yen ordered that your first opponent is White Tiger Academy. No matter what, today in the solo match you must suppress them and defeat them completely. A mocking voice sounded from behind. Why is Director To so angry? The person who just arrived is Than Ngu? Oh, I see. Are you worried about losing to my White Tiger Academy? Yu Yen coldly looked at Than Ngu. Isn't Director Truck returning to your reserve seat? What are you doing on our Thanlong Academy's territory? If you want to watch, isn't there information on your phone too? Oh, I came to see your trump card this time. I heard the demon beasts are completely ferocious in battle and can control two summoned beasts at once, one from hell and one angel. Just like that man. Ngu Yen angrily questioned. Seeing it with her own eyes is the only proof. I admit he's somewhat capable, but he's just another Deep Ngong Zhuang, only a bit luckier. Did you really think your students were that strong? Seeing the tense situation, Brother Duang Sok stepped in, and the dean asked to watch his image. Tinvu sat to one side analyzing. Thuk Tan Ngu. I heard that he and Director to have been rivals since childhood, always trying to outdo each other in both achievements and family background. Neither of them respects the other. With a snort, just then, Kai Nian arrived to announce that the Empress has arrived. Then Ngu looked fierce and said, Just wait, I will make the Thanlong Academy pack up and go home. Ngu Yen replied indifferently, tired of waiting. Fuming with anger, she ordered Tio Tinvu, Mo Dung Duang Sok, Mo Dung Ham Ham, and me to go and welcome the Empress. The heavenly gate above slowly opened, shining down a blinding light. A cloud of vibrant colors appears in the sky, with a figure glimpsed inside. The cloud approaches, revealing the shadow of a giant beast with a regal figure atop its head. Everyone below cheer enthusiastically. The Empress has arrived, the Empress has arrived. Oh my god, she is the most beautiful and strongest woman in Long Kingdom. This is Shangguan Lan, the Empress of Long Country. Her summoned beast is a fierce-looking white unicorn. She is a beautiful and strong woman, gazing sternly at the creatures below. Tinvu was also amazed to see this scene. Is this the strongest beast tamer of Long Country? Her aura is truly formidable. Her summoned beast is descending. With a gentle step down, the person and beast exuded majesty. Seeing the 11-star medal, Tinvu marveled, the 11-star Beast King stands above all 10-star beast tamers. The gap between me and her is probably not just a few stars. At the same time, his eyes received information about Quan Lan's summoned beast, the 7-tailed sacred unicorn, a 3rd-rank divine trial bloodline. The purebred unicorn bloodline, with a bright Genesis quality, talent, attribute, loyalty, and skills, all lacked information. Tinvu nodded in agreement. Indeed, the gap was too great, beyond the scope of the demon god's eye. He asked Daloo with pride, Lolo, you were ordered to be hunted by the Empress. How did you survive? Were you lucky to meet me? Without me, you would have died 800 meters ago. Daloo sighed. Although your words are hard to hear, I can only accept it. Tinvu wondered, maybe the Keelin 7 sacred beasts are not the only divine beasts of Shangguan? Of course not. She also has a more powerful magical beast.
Tinvu quickly sensed the spiritual energy of the dragons around her. You are stunned. Long Qi power. Pure, Long Qi power. Pure isn't the pure-blooded dragon clan already wiped out by Daifeng hundreds of years ago.
Daloo shrugged. I don't know. She explained, according to historical records, only the pure-blooded dragon clan, the pure-blooded phoenix, and the pure-blooded Qilin have the bloodline of the primordial.
In terms of strength, the dragon clan is the strongest, followed by the phoenix and Guilin. But the race that Diepfang belongs to is the dragon clan. Daloo also wonders, if the pure-blooded dragon clan really is extinct, then where did this woman meet this dragon clan? There is also Long Qile, one of the 3 great treasures of the dragon clan. And indeed, the dragon extermination battle is not so simple. While the two still want to uncover the truth, the order from above to start the competition has been given. As New Yen announced, Tinvu, according to the draw, is the first to go. And Dean, too. To guarantees he will be the first to win. Duangzok, standing nearby, sneered, Tinvu, if you lose this match, don't worry too much. If you can't win, we still have your back. Tinvu steps onto the arena as the announcer's voice echoes. On the right, the White Tiger Academy's contestant, Lin Tiantu, son of the Tiger Guild president, appears alongside a muscular opponent. The rising star from the Azure Dragon Academy on the left is Tian Kai. And as the match begins, it seems that Tian Kai is at a disadvantage just by looking. He summons the Black Wind, which immediately roars in a fierce attack. The opponent is a giant serpent, and its owner commands it to fight, Satang Shichmang. In the stands, Ham worries. Satang Shichmang is a sand attribute. Isn't it similar to Hakfang's fire attribute? Yang Suo explains that in a duel between peers, the attribute counter is even more important than bloodline suppression. This battle is tough for Tinvu. His opponent keeps unleashing long-range attacks like the Zhang Shichmang and the Long Queen. The serpent creates a giant tornado heading towards Tinvu and Hakfang. He immediately counterattacks. Dark Wind screams in hell as it unleashes a stream of purple light. The two powers clash head-on, but it's clear that the opponent is overpowering Dark Wind's strength. Yeah, it spat out a few blood droplets, probably hurt, so Hakfang retreated backward. The confident opponent told Tinvu, I'm sure you're no match for me, a water attribute user if you surrender. Now I might go easy on you. Tinvu responds with an unrelated question. The weather is quite damp today, isn't it? He raised his hand and said, Don't worry, the battle has only just begun. That was just a warm-up. I only need 2 moves next. The opponent doubts the 2 moves? Tinvu doesn't let him doubt for long. Hakfang roared to the heavens. At your command. It lifts its face and unleashes a massive surge of power. The lady-in-waiting beside the Empress wondered, does he want to melt sand? But the temperature of Min Lang's hellfire isn't enough. So what does he want to do? Seeing the scene before her, her face was full of delight. He wants to use the rainbow bridge I created. Black Wind casts his spell into the sky, leaving Tiantu stunned and his confidence completely gone. What exactly is Tinvu trying to do? Suddenly a few drops of rain fell from the sky. Tiantu wondered in confusion. Rain? Only now does he realize Tinvu's true intention and raises his hand to order his beast tamer to resist. Don't let it happen, Satang Chimang. Stop him quickly. It's too late. You've already missed the best opportunity. By the time Tiantu realized everything, it was already too late. He angrily muttered, Damn it, it's all soaked now. Whether it was the Sa Long Queen or the Lu Satang, the Tang Shichmang couldn't be used. Only after completely overpowering the opponent did Tinvu order Hakfang to attack. Hakfang, with the Hellfire Chain, soars into the sky and strikes at Tiantu's red dragon. The opponent had no chance to defend or counter and was forced to accept Hakfang's attack. Tiantu's Shichmang was wounded by Hakfang's Hellfire Chain and was nearly defeated by Tinvu and Hakfang. Tiantu's Shichmang finally fell, and the referee loudly announced the result, even praising your talent. Well done, Tinvu. You really did it. Really did. He really used 2 moves to turn the tide and win. Both Tiantu and his Shichmang are now unconscious after Hakfang's deadly strike. The referee didn't hesitate to express his admiration. This artificial rain is truly impressive. The Empress of Long Nation watched the match from start to finish, but only now did she speak to praise him. Seizing the right moment, her mind is not bad. The close attendant maid reported that Her Majesty the Empress had thoroughly investigated Tinvu's background and found no issues, and she seemed satisfied after hearing the report. If that's the case, invite him to participate in the first Imperial Soul Training of the year and give it to him. The maid unexpectedly extends the first invitation to a commoner. The attendant bowed and obeyed. I understand. As she returned to the lower stands, Yang Suo praised when Vinvu came back. You really have the skill to finish the match so quickly and easily. Ham Ham, standing beside him, clapped and praised. Well done. Tinvu, hearing that, looked pleased and said, You are very satisfied with the result of the fight.
Which is natural, I won't lose my head. Director. To stood up and shouted, Tinvu, your performance was not bad. I will definitely reward you when you return.
Director. To, don't forget about her when you return. Feng Wei Cao. Tu Tinvu. I sense that. Feng Wei Cao. You find it confusing when you hear this, so you ask. Feng Wei Cao. Isn't she born on the border? Is she also from Lincheng? Ham Ham quietly asked Tinvu if he was going to watch the next match. Tinvu quickly made up an excuse, saying his solo match was over and he had no more business, so he was going to the bathroom. She heard Tinvu say that and her face suddenly looked very sad. Then it was my match, and Duang Sok immediately lost his temper. Kid, what are you saying to my sister? I have to comfort him, saying, Lu Kim, keep going, you will definitely win. I am quietly supporting you from behind. Ham Ham called your name, Tio Tinvu. Seeing her expression, you gently ruffled her head and replied shyly, I'm really busy right now, I don't have time to watch the match. Ham Ham turned away and softly said, After the competition, you must stay with me. Tinvu just hurriedly ran off without looking back as the referee's voice rang out again. The second match features the daughter of General Mo Dung Ham Ham from Thanlong Academy, versus the son of Lord Huang Yen, Chao Da from Bak Hoi Academy. The scene shifts from Ling City to Duong Viet Din, where people gather in a large crowd surrounding a group shouting cheers. Chao has succeeded, guarding the border day and night. Truly hard work. Welcome home, City Lord. This is a chicken egg laid by my hen. Please accept it. In another distant group, people continue to praise endlessly. You are a hero who brings glory to the Four Spirits City, and a great hero of our long country. Tinvu Chen squeezed through the crowd, Long silently sighed. So many people, are they all here to welcome the army? Success and Tehuang confidently walk forward. The detailed panel appears, showing the name of the war beast, Tehuang, level 2nd king body, bloodline of the war beast race, legendary bloodline quality, innate talent, war roar. The roar can boost troop morale, increase attack and defense, and weaken the enemy's armor, with superpower attributes, enormous strength, destructive power, and a loyalty of 150. Tinvu opened his mouth in shock and whispered to Daloo. Daloo, look quickly. An 8-star beast tamer and a divine beast king with loyalty over 100. How many life and death battles has he gone through? Daloo began to speak seriously. I know about the war of the giant beasts. They are very aggressive and have some conflicts with our 9-tailed fox clan. Our Chao can be called the city lord only. Chao Hung guards the west in the 4 great cities on the border of Long Country. Tinvu suddenly realized, so isn't Chao Da's father fighting Mo Dung Ham? Ham? Then Daloo quickly devised a plan. Feng Wei Cao grew up by the Binglaigu River in the west where many magical beasts live. He guards there, so take Feng Wei Cao's bag quickly. Tinvu chuckled in response. Lolo, it's easy for you to say go steal from the beast Tamer 8. Suddenly, he notices something unusual. Tinvu noticed from Tehuang's gait that he was limping. Could it really be sick? There are bugs all over Tehuang's body, even around its eyes. Tinvu? Like finding gold, boldly calls out the general's name among the crowd. Do you think your war beast Tehuang is injured? I have a way to heal it. Tinvu's call drew Chunggong's attention. He asked seriously, why does the little brother say the beast is sick? He spoke while looking at Tinvu, whose uniform as a beast tamer from Thanlong Academy was about the same age as his son. So how could he know veterinary medicine? Tinvu handed over his card and introduced himself. I am a special pharmacist from the Forging Guild. May I ask if your beast is often lethargic? When it rains, the whole body develops many red spots, even the skin ulcerates, and Chunggong was both surprised and suspicious. Precisely as he suspected, he then honestly said, This time I came back to treat my beast tamer, but I must be frank. I still can't believe you. Try explaining why it got sick. Does it sound like what other famous doctors say? Tinvu proudly replied, It's simple. He held the bug crawling on the Tehuang's body and slowly explained, Lord City Lord, look, this is the cause of the disease. Family-strong insects. Chunggong Tuan examined the boy in front of him, clearly showing some knowledge. Over the years, I've hired many famous doctors, but I still couldn't eliminate all the powerful parasites on the war giant Tehuang. If you dare to nominate yourself, I wonder if you have a way to cure it. Tinvu's face showed a cunning expression.
Thanh, chúng ta vô nôi nổi chuyện gì, tới căn vài vuốt liệu.
Come to my villa. Just tell me what remedied herbs you need. After the treatment is complete, Lord Chow is willing to help you with anything. Tinvu stood confidently, unable to believe he had such a good opportunity. It seems I can not only obtain phoenix vines, but also forge a good relationship. The scene shifts to the Zhou residence, where Tinvu is now standing in front of a massive medicine cabinet, carefully selecting 15 portions of Lakangan flowers, 20 of truk grass, and 25 of Hualin herbs, adding a secret herbal formula, and beginning to decoct the medicine to create Tulin Tin Tu. After preparing the medicine for Huang, Tinvu carefully instructed, City Lord, this is the essence of the spirit pill, specially for treating the long-term illness. Drink the liquid, apply the residue externally, and it will work quickly without any side effects. If you're worried, you can find someone else to try the medicine. I trust Tinvu, he said calmly. Brother, you're overthinking it. I've never doubted the people I used before. Let me try. Chunggong sat down beside Huang, gently brought the medicine tube closer to it, and stroked its head. Stay still. Take it. Tinvu's medicine is like a miracle drug. Huang, after just drinking it, fell into a deep sleep as the parasites on its body gradually crawled out. He was amazed by the effectiveness of the medicine that Tinvu created. This kid hasn't slept well in a long time. This medicine is amazing. He admired Tinvu's talent. Little brother, no, Dr. Tiu. Before he could finish speaking, Tinvu quickly replied, I know what Lord Chao Cheng is worried about. The curse on the beast Tamer will be completely removed. I can give you the medicine. When Mr. Vuang returns, he can also help the soldiers' beasts. Chenggong thanked Tinvu, but also asked, Thank you very much. So what's the fee then? Tinvu asked for what he needed. I only need the phoenix grass and the demon flower. Success doesn't seem like a big deal. Phoenix flower grass isn't a rare medicinal ingredient, and although the demon flower is hard to find, it's not impossible. Just these two are enough. Chenggong was truly very grateful to Tinvu. He extended an invitation. Dr. Tiu Tun, stay at my house tonight and have a meal with me. Let's chat comfortably and share a drink. Tinvu shyly scratched his head at his invitation. The city lord didn't hide anything from him. I secretly slipped out here. At this moment, Lalang must have finished his match against my teammate. Chenggong, upon hearing about the contest, exclaimed that the director of the Thanlong and Bach Ho Institutes, who have long been at odds, even I have heard that Chenggong suggested going together. Just in time, I also want to pay my respects to Her Majesty the Empress. Returning to the match, the referee is still narrating the progress of the battle between Ham and Chao Da. Ladies and gentlemen, the competition has become increasingly intense. The duel between Zhou Ya and Mo Dung Ham has lasted for an hour without a clear winner. In the stands, everyone is cheering non-stop. Tinvu is right below, unable to believe his eyes. Are they still fighting? Ham and Chao Da are still fiercely facing off. Chao Ya with an arrogant look and a slightly contemptuous tone, Mo Dung clearly has fallen into a disadvantageous position. Why bother struggling so hard? Besides, it seems like she hasn't been focused from the start, so what exactly is she looking at? Ham doesn't bother to pay attention to Chao Da's sarcasm. She wonders why Tinvu still hasn't come back. If he finds out he lost, I'll definitely be in a tough spot then. Ham thought to herself, no, I must win to show him. Tinvu shouted from behind Ham, Lu Kim, why do you still insist? Can your combined energy hold out? Ham turns back from Tinvu. Tinvu uses his divine eye to assess the situation of both sides. His condition with Zhou Ya is not good. His spiritual power is on the brink of exhaustion, which is neither good nor bad news for either side. Let me check the attributes of both sides' spirit beasts. Tinvu looked at Ham's spirit beast. Is this Luke Kim's first summoned beast? It looks like she has already sent out her royal card. Her competitive personality is quite adorable. The detailed chart shows her title as Snow Spirit Fierce Demon, level adult stage 2, a bloodline of legendary quality. Its innate talent grants it a powerful one-eye vision that can spot blind spots and weaknesses in enemies. With dual talents in extreme cold and wind, after being struck by the enemy's attack, bone-chilling waves erupt around her, boosting her shield and granting her flight and ice affinity. 99. Tinvu looked at Zhou Ya's beast and was surprised by its special ability. 12 shadow clones. No wonder the fight lasted so long. The detailed stats screen appeared, showing the title of Evil Ally Merchant Wolf Level 2 Mature Stage, Bloodline. Legendary Bloodline. Talent 1. The Wolf Head can reduce direct damage. Talent 2. Illusion Clone Technique. Creating 12 shadow clones consumes mental energy. The clones can deal real damage, and when defeated, they also consume additional mental energy, attributes, and loyalty to the superpower system. Ham loudly shouts her spell as the icy storm descends, unleashing small ice shards toward the enemy. The Dark Knight side immediately counterattacked, using the mirror clone technique to evade Ham's attack. Her ice beams from the Tadong Thuanglang can all be avoided. It keeps moving forward, growling in challenge. Yes, seeing the danger close, Snow Spirit Hunter Demon Fox flies into the air to keep a safe distance. Still, it was hit by the Tadong Thuanglang's attack. A spectator commented, "That move seems a bit fake. Who can tell apart a clone from the original body?" Tinvu frowned, thinking that it should still be distinguishable. Tinvu glances at Ham, then decides to take a risk. Just one last move. From behind Ham, Tinvu covers his mouth and coughs loudly, signaling something to her. Cough, cough, cough. Ham now seems to have caught the signal. She looks towards the sound with suspicion. Tinvu is still pretending to hold his chest and cough vigorously. Cough, cough. Ham keeps catching signals from Tinvu. She vaguely guesses his intention. What is he doing? Could this be a signal? Behind Ham now, Jodan's evil twin wolf was showing signs of preparing to strike. She focused on observing the real and fake summoned beasts, and finally found its true target. The true target of the Dark Alliance beast was different from the clone, in that it emitted the breathing sound of a real summoned beast during battle. Hai spots the enemy's weakness, and this time, Ham immediately orders the summoned beast to counterattack. Tuit Linleap Magia launches its assault. Chaoya's evil wolf of the Dark Alliance was no longer invincible like before, now facing an attack from Ham's snow spirit demon. Chaoya grimaced and exclaimed, "Why is this happening?" Chaoya couldn't believe her eyes and had to reassure herself. No, she must be just guessing. The Tadong Thuanglang shifts its spirit clone. Ham continues to strike the Thuanglang. Chaoya's Beastmaster was unable to continue fighting after taking 2 fatal hits. The referee loudly announced the match result. The outcome was decided. The winner of this battle is Mudung Ham. The Thanlong Academy's individual record is 2 wins and 0 losses. After the announcement that Ham was the winner, she happily went over to her brother and Tinvu. Duangsok praised, "Little sister, indeed you are the best." Tinvu also clapped and said, "Congratulations." Lu Kim Ham ran straight into Tinvu's arms and cheerfully said, "Thank you." Tinvu smiled and replied, "It's nothing, just a small matter." Duangsok blurted out in anger, "Hey." Trembling with fear, I watched the tender actions of the 2 in front of me. "Sister, what are you doing?" Tinvu, what did you do to my sister?" Duangsok shouted in a frenzy, pointing threateningly at Tinvu. "Let go of your hand, and if you dare to threaten my sister again, do you believe I will beat you to death?" Tinvu forced a smile, saying it was nothing, just a warning to Lu Kim. "Director, I lost." After hearing that, Thangu became even angrier. Standing before the 3 people he considered the most outstanding in his academy, he snapped the cigarette in half in his rage, ignoring the panicked expressions of Chao Da and Tien Tu. Thangu frantically shouted, "Get everyone to the meeting to discuss team strategies. If we don't come up with a result, no one is allowed to sleep. Train to death for me." They all responded in unison. "My son still needs to improve his strength." Mao Dong's daughter has a very keen mind, able to spot weaknesses at critical moments. No wonder she's a promising talent valued by the Thanlong Academy. After her calm appearance, don't pretend to be clueless anymore. She can see through it. She's just being reminded. The one who reminded him was the medicine god, Xiaoshen, whom he praised. Chenggong was caught off guard by the Empress's words and immediately knelt down to apologize. "Your Majesty, please do not blame them. Give the children a chance." She paid no attention to Chenggong's offense and simply said softly, "Chowda Modong Ham and 2 Tinvu performed very well. I will give them invitations to the Imperial Soul Training Camp. Duang Sok, do you want to go for barbecue tonight?" "Where should we go to eat?" Duang Sok said irritably. "Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. I don't accept being called brother." At this moment, someone from the organizing committee came to deliver the letter to Ham and Tinvu. The letter from Tinvu and Modong Ham. Their performance on the arena was recognized by the Empress. "This is an invitation from the Emperor Soul Training Camp. Please accept it." Duang Sok, what is the Imperial Soul Training Camp? He explained that the Emperor Spirit Training Camp is a special training camp opened by Her Majesty the Empress for the 4 great academies where she personally serves as the guiding instructor. Tinvu asked, "None of those who come out of that camp fail to become high-level pillars of Long Kingdom." Duang Sok crossed his arms and replied, "The Empress personally teaches us." Tinvu only then realized the problem, breaking out in a cold sweat.
You think that although being with the Empress has many benefits, Lolo and I signed a blood contract, and if we're caught, who knows when Ham has come to stand beside Tinvu, placing her hand on his worried face, surprising him greatly. Ham gently asked and encouraged Tinvu. Don't just stand there. You said you wanted to go eat grilled meat. Let's deal with the future later. Vinvu sighed. All right. Let's go to the barbecue place where pieces of meat soaked in sauce are sizzling on the coals, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. The three of them, Vinvu, Ham, and Duang Sok, are sitting together enjoying skewered grilled meat. Duang Sok replied without hesitation, The four great clans aren't saints who don't eat grains, so don't say it's just barbecue. Spicy soup and spicy sticks that he and his sister also enjoy. Ham, being more polite than the two of them, ate while covering her mouth with her hand and secretly glanced at her brother and Tinvu. Tinvu then thought of little Thiman at home, recalling the first time she saw Ki when she looked confused and asked Tinvu, What is this, brother? Huh? You've never even heard of fried dough sticks before? Tinvu chuckled and said, I thought things in the four great clans were similar. Ham, sitting nearby, listened to Tinvu's story and silently sighed in resignation. Hey! Tinvu noticed Ham and asked, What's wrong? Nothing much, just finding you a bit annoying. Do you think you've already won? I'm a doctor. Let me check your injury. Duang Sok was so shocked he spat out his food, and Ham looked like he was radiating murderous intent. Duang Sok shouted, wielding a chopstick at Tinvu in a threat. I want to kill you! Tinvu stepped back. Brother Duang Sok is not calm. He will punish himself 3 times. Duang Sok crushes the beer can in his hand and shouts in Tinvu's face. What are you trying to prove? This strength is as weak as boiling water. It can't be considered a punishment. Tinvu heard him and confidently called the waiter. Boss, bring out the strongest liquor you have. Right away. In just a moment, the waiter placed a crate of strong liquor on the table. Duang Sok challenged Tinvu to a match. Xiao Tinvu, let's have a game. Today I have to make you drink until you collapse under the table, or I will follow them. After the duel of Tu Luang with Tinvu, Duang Sok stood at the door of the shop, starting to vomit uncontrollably. Oh, Tinvu is still conscious and asks, Duang Sok, are you okay? Can you still drink? Yang Suo couldn't stand steadily. I can still drink. I warn you, when you get married, you have to treat my sister well, or this brother-in-law will be happy to see Tinvu laugh. Luke Kim, your older cousin is drunk but still admits that I am his brother-in-law. Duang Sok, standing nearby, keeps vomiting. Suddenly, Luke Kim blushed and asked Tinvu if he could go shopping with her another day since he's here today and isn't feeling quite right. Tinvu started scratching his cheek, nervously promising to go out together another day, with a match tomorrow and a group outing the day after. Duang Sok was lying stretched out on the road, still acting spoiled despite being exhausted. No, I want to go too. Oh, after returning home tonight, Tinvu muttered while holding the seed in his hand. Now that I have the phoenix grass, the Hun ghost flower will be delivered soon. Looking at the rare seed glowing in his hand, Tinvu sighed and wondered, how do I get the divine beast royal dung? After thinking it over, he couldn't find a solution right away. He sighed and decided to ignore it for now, just sleep first. In the darkness, a mysterious glow emanated from the hand of Tinvu. The next morning, the sun was already high, and Tinvu was still sleeping soundly when a woman's hand rested on his face, gently shaking him awake. Tinvu, wake up quickly. Lolo. Seeing Lolo in front of me alive, I snapped awake and shouted, What the hell? Why did you come out here on your own? You haven't been discovered by the Empress's people, right? After hearing that, Tinvu finally calmed down, sighed, and said I was so scared I just patted my chest to feel better. Daloo looked at him with a slightly disdainful gaze and pointedly reminded him, Don't just pat your chest to calm down, but don't squeeze my chest. Tinvu quickly withdrew his hand, waving his arms to apologize. Sorry. I accidentally hit you. He sat down on the stone throne, leaning back, and asked seriously about Daloo. You secretly left my royal beast badge and managed to gather some information. General Mo Dung Tan of the Long Kingdom's navy captured the Medusa, the Chaos Demon horse. She knows too much. Based on my understanding of Long Kingdom, they will definitely execute her on the night of the full moon 3 days from now. Tinvu asked Mo Dung Tan, Isn't he the father of the 6 Gold Society? What does this have to do with you? It was only now that Daloo dared to tell you about their relationship. Medusa is my acquaintance, my friend, and a divine beast. Tinvu, unexpectedly, as the Navy General of Long Kingdom, managed to tame a divine beast. Then he suddenly realized, wait a minute, are you planning to go save her?
The avenue begins to reveal all of Medusa's secrets. She carries a secret related to the Empress of Long Country's involvement in the Dragon War. Master, is it possible? Tinvu quickly refused. I won't go. Even if I get killed, I won't go, no matter if you call me the master or not. He begins analyzing the terrain of the fortress where Medusa will be held. That is an underground fortress beneath the naval headquarters, with thousands of high-level beast tamers patrolling and guarding the prison. Tinvu continued. Even the naval headquarters has Admiral Mo Dung-tan, a 9-star beast tamer, commanding divine-blooded sea beasts there. Do you really think just the two of us can break into the prison? What's the difference from just sacrificing myself? Daloo looked regretful. Master of beasts, you lift Daloo's chin and say, I won't sacrifice myself. You can't go either. Don't forget you're a beast I signed a blood contract with. You must obey me. While arguing with the Boulevard, the system suddenly sent a notification to Tinvu revealing a special mission to infiltrate the Navy headquarters, rescue the imprisoned disaster Medusa, uncover the secret between the Empress and the dragon, with the reward of a pure blood dragon egg and 10,000 tokens, and a penalty if failed, to reveal the Boulevard's whereabouts and her identity as the summoned beast. Tianyu cursed loudly. This damn system rarely gives out missions, and now it wants me to sacrifice myself. Damn it. You start to calm down. If I reveal my identity, your side will also be implicated. Looks like I have no choice but to accept this mission. In the end, Tinvu decided to take a gamble, thinking positively. If he could complete the mission, he would not only receive a reward but also have the chance to form a contract with the divine beast Medusa. Medusa's blood can nourish the divine beast's soul. Let's take the risk. Tinvu changed his mind and spoke indifferently. Lulu, you are my beast tamer and also my family. I want to help her unconditionally. I've made up my mind I will go with her to break into the prison and rescue Medusa. Daloo was delighted to hear this, and Konshich spoke up. Master, thank you. A notification pops up, loyalty increases to 90, and Tinvu's phone buzzes with another alert. That is the Navy's report on Medusa's execution. Shocked, the Navy headquarters announced 3 days later the public execution of Medusa on Icefire Island. The Long Kingdom Navy headquarters, in a crucial operation, Admiral Mo Dung-tan successfully captured the extremely dangerous divine beast monster, Medusa. Tinvu was a bit confused why they chose this timing, 3 days later, and Daloo explained that because of the unique bloodline of the Demon Serpent clan, cutting off the snake's head during the full moon night was the only way to obtain a complete demon core. On the other hand, if he kills it on other days, the demon core won't be complete. At this moment, Tinvu felt a bit resigned, a 2-star beast tamer trying to raid the naval headquarters full of experts. Come to think of it, the border is too exposed. You should go back and get your beast emblem first. I need to prepare a little in the next few days. Although the Boulevard is worried, they have no choice but to rely on Tinvu. Tinvu replied that after finishing today's match, the scene shifts to the center of the arena, surrounded by raging lava and billowing smoke. Underneath the lake, the molten lava is boiling fiercely with bubbles rising to the surface. Tinvu and Duangsok are already at the scene of the battle. You look at it with disgust. The water in this pond looks just like blood. It's nauseating. Why did they choose this place? Duangsok responded. According to rumors, when the Great Dragon battle broke out, a giant dragon fell into the Truilong Lake. The fresh blood staining everything makes the water in the pond look like flowing lava all year round. But that's just a rumor. There's no proof anyway. Tinvu uses his divine eye to scan. The team battle was intense. They had to peel off a layer even in defeat. Let me see what's really inside the lake. When he looked deep into the bottom, he saw a strange light. Tinvu felt a surge of a special power. This mysterious source of strength comes from the Dragon Clan. The power of the dragon. This is a cactus. Tinvu pondered. There are cacti at the bottom of the lake. If the summoned beast absorbs them, it will definitely evolve once. How can I get it? The Mo Dung brothers saw this and reminded him, you've been zoning out since you entered. The match is about to start. Get it done together. Big brother, stay serious. There are many people across the country watching live. There are many helicopters flying overhead. Welcome to all the viewers watching the team match of this supernova tournament. There are countless cameras broadcasting live around them. At Tinvu's house, the commentator's voice comes from the TV, Thanlong Academy versus White Tiger Academy, with 6 talented competitors who possess outstanding innate abilities. In the end, who will win this match? The man cheerfully said, Sister Nguok Tuyet, I am sure he will win this game. Man, just a little coke, or you'll get cavities. Returning to the arena, the scene is extremely lively. They cheer for both teams. Tinvu cheers for himself. Lu Kim is right. I must show my sister my true strength. He summoned Black Wind with a roar, and it appeared fiercely. Black Wind bared its sharp teeth and stood behind Tinvu, ready for orders. Duang Sok and Ham Ham also continuously summoned their spirit beasts, the Loi Bao beast and the Buk Thu, and the opponents did not back down either, saying, "I don't want to train at night anymore. Today we will definitely win and return with the Crimson Mangle." The two summoned beasts of the Ta Dong Thuong Lang, a serpent and a wolf, have appeared. Tinvu looked at the sneaky expression of the other guy, suspicious as to why he hadn't summoned his beast. "While they haven't summoned enough, I will take the lead." Then Duang Sok ordered the Thunder Beast to attack. That guy still hasn't moved, only to see a shadow suddenly rush out from beside him. Tinvu warned, "Brother Duang Sok, be careful. At this moment you also realize something is wrong." "What?" Duang Sok only saw a shadow rush past Bai Mong and leave behind a trail of blood. The black shadow lands on the ground, taking the form of a monkey with a toxic aura emanating from its body. The beastly beast stands up, revealing a muscular body as if ready to devour its opponent, trembling with fear and crying out. It is an illusionary ringmaster. Duang Sok was worried that the beast could teleport instantly multiple times within the designated area.
This opponent seemed particularly tough. Seizing the advantage, the other two launched their attacks with the Sa Tang Shichmang and Shanyan Long Qian techniques, while the giant snake roared and summoned a massive tornado.
Ta Dong Thuong Lang uses the illusion clone technique, and immediately 3 wolves appear, making it hard to tell real from fake. The tornado rushes quickly toward the Mo Dung brothers. They're not getting along well. Tam Nhi isn't sure. "Little sister, you have experience dealing with Ta Dong Thuong Lang. And they win?" Ta Dong Thuong Lang had been fighting for so long that he was gasping for breath.
Now with the sandstorm affecting visibility, I can't see the true form clearly. Over there, the opponents are also giving each other orders.
Zhou Yaobao is focusing his attack on the Yu Min Lang Hell first. At this moment, He Feng is fighting alone, with more large wounds appearing on his body, which makes Tinvu a bit angry. Hak Feng remains calm, piercing through the sandstorm. Hearing its master's command, it speeds up and charges directly into the cyclone's center. Hak Feng struggles to break free from the tornado, its continuous roars showing its determination. MD Ringmaster uses the full recovery spear. Immediately, 3 sharp darts shot toward the tornado, piercing into Hak Feng and causing it to scream in pain. Tinvu shouted. Hak Feng transformed into a shadow form, creating a hole and jumping down to avoid the flying darts. Ham Ham asked with concern, "Are you okay?" to Tinvu. He reassures her that he's okay, having anticipated this situation, then angrily criticizes the opponent and focuses his attack on Tio Tinvu. "That's too shameless," Ham Ham agrees. "They deliberately target Xiao Tinvu, don't let them achieve their goal." Yang Suo signaled to Bai Mong, summoning the Baosu to use thunder to drive away the clone of Ta Dong Thuong Lang. It quickly escaped, using a few basic moves until Thuong Lan's clone faded and disappeared. The opponent's side has become angry, and the ninja illusionist continues to attack with a full recovery, Dao Hong. Tot Duk Bien transforms into a beast to protect the Yumin Lang Hell. Ham Ham's beast companion rushes to block the enemy's attack. The guy in black over there is just deluding himself. You won't be able to protect Yumin Lang for much longer. With the 3 of us exhausted, Xiao Tinvu will surely be the first to be eliminated, as if the person being mentioned isn't himself. Tinvu nonchalantly. "Oh, I see. But you turned back and gritted your teeth to give the order." Black Wind unleashed demonic power. It stands upright, its body emanating a powerful aura. Seeing Hak Feng's sharp gaze, the black-clad man finds it hard to believe. "What, have you fully recovered?" Tinvu confidently looks at them. The battle has only just begun. Hak Feng stands tall again on the arena. The commentator is excited. "Dear viewers, this is the healing effect of demonic power. The wounds on Yu Min Lang's body have fully healed, and it has recovered its blood-spurting state. The black-clad opponent feels suspicious. All 3 of us are focusing our attacks on Yu Min Lang. If it had been another beast, it would have fallen long ago. The healing effect of demonic power is truly unbelievable." Seeing his beast showing strange behavior, he exclaimed in confusion. The snake earlier, which was full of energy, also retracted its head and hid. A void. He was panicked, and the summoned beasts felt fear. Could it be that the demon's power still threatens their spirits? Haifeng gathered his strength, and with hellfire, he looked up and spat out a large flame. Duang Sok was amazed as he watched the scene before him, realizing that a single beastmaster's skill could encompass 4 different attributes: fire, wind, darkness, and demonic power. The Hellfire Chain was indeed a signature move capable of succeeding effortlessly. Hak Feng unleashes a fiery attack from his mouth towards the opponent. The crab-headed beast's defense falters as the Sabao Long Queen crushes the flames, while his summoned beast creates another whirlwind. This time the tornado was so huge that it almost sucked everything around it into the flames. It flew into the fire. Suddenly the flames surged fiercely, swallowing the enormous tornado. The bald-headed guy turned to stone on the spot. How is that possible? Clearly the opposing attribute should counter fire. Ha ha, the opposing attribute? In the face of absolute stat dominance, it's just a joke. Tinvu then gave the order. Black wind, explode for me. At that moment, a deafening explosion erupted from the fire ahead, and the tornado was shattered without a trace. The blast blinded everything around. The camera and filming slide backward along with the screams. The smoke and dust have obscured the view, but the flames inside the smoke are still flickering. From the thick fog, the serpent emerges, covered in scratches and with tears in its eyes. The other two beasts are also not spared, looking ragged and with torn cloth on their bodies. At this moment, Ma Ham Ham, angry, looked at Tinvu and thought to himself, as expected, Tinvu hadn't gone all out yesterday. He mocked his opponent, is that all the level of the White Tiger Academy? Then Ayalusun can defeat all three of you. The bald-headed bastard curses. The black-clad man calmly intervened. Don't let emotions affect you. The plan remains the same. This time we must go all out. They are acting silently. The serpent uses the long fist with the ring of the dragon. The black-clad beast jumps and throws a barrage of darts forward. Not willing to fall behind, the fierce wolf also brandishes its sharp claws and rushes in. At this moment, Black Wind is hanging by a thin thread, with the opponent's three beasts attacking it from three different directions. So that's how it is. Even with demonic strength, the crab-headed guy can't withstand an attack of this scale. Tinvu chuckled softly, calm as if nothing had happened. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling light appeared, illuminating the entire arena. The surrounding rocks and dirt flew up, and behind the thick dust, the figure of a giant creature appeared, causing the crab-headed man to pale. This was Hak Fong, with his enormous body and armor made of fire. The black-clad man realizes something, and gathers the flames around him into armor. This is the Flame Sun armor technique, which only extraordinary fire-type beasts can learn. Hooded Crab asked again what it was. The black-clad explained that Flame Sun armor can withstand a series of explosive attacks and convert the energy from the attacks into armor energy. Why does Xiao Tinvu know this technique? Tinvu speaks up. What are you all staring at like that? Didn't you notice anything unusual? They are looking around as if searching for something. The Mo Dung brothers' beasts have disappeared. The black-clad guy looked up. It's over, he's in midair. Meanwhile, their summoned beasts remained unaware, growling and threatening fiercely. The illusion ninja sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. Ham Ham's summoned beast had already pinned it down. Her beast immediately soared into the air, unleashing the accumulated power from its mouth towards it. The black-clad man clenched his fists in anger. Damn it, the power of the illusion ring bearer isn't enough. He's about to be pushed off the arena, so he can only summon his second beast. What are you thinking of doing? He said. The giant magma creature, go save the illusionist, which all of Tinvu has already planned for. You ordered it, finally forcing the opponent's fourth summoned beast to appear. Come out! Freya saw the giant fist of the magma giant about to strike down, and Tinvu unleashed the mighty fist technique. Freya gently created a transparent shield with her weapon, successfully blocking the opponent's sky-shaking punch. The black-clad guy stammered, my pet, I think it's the holy light heavenly beast. But how could an initial stage summoned beast block my mature magma giant? Tinvu warned. My summoned beast is stronger than you think. The battle continues fiercely, with the heat from the flowing lava causing the surrounding space to become chaotic. As Duanghang's summoned beast is dropped into the lava by Ham Ham's Kot Duk Bien beast, the referee immediately announced that the first summoned beast was eliminated from the arena, the Shadow Ninja. It's a pity that due to the interference from contestant Tiu Tinvu, contestant Duanghang couldn't save his summoned beast. Tinvu stands proudly there, with Songhan and two incredibly powerful summoned beasts emanating an extraordinary aura from them. He speaks to instruct Heifeng. Hakfeng, in the next battle, you are not allowed to intervene. I will let Freya show her strength. She nodded in response. Yeah. Yang Heng was furious at your arrogant attitude and your reckless arrogance. You, still a child in your original form, dare to challenge our mature forms. With that, Tiantu orders his beast to attack Tinvu, Satang Chimeng, and teach that reckless Tinvu a lesson. Over here, Freya suddenly flickered and disappeared beside you. Tinvu chuckled to himself. It seems he underestimated the strength of the kid. At this moment, Duanghang realized something was wrong. He shouted loudly, This is bad! The non-Thak giant protecting Satang Shichmang! It's too late now. Freya suddenly appeared in front of Tiantu's beast, moving so fast that her figure was barely visible, only flashes of residual light remaining. Freya suddenly delivered a direct kick, aiming straight at the snake, causing it to fly dozens of meters away. Tiantu's summoned beast couldn't react in time and absorbed all of Freya's attack. Nyamtat Kunyan caught it as it flew toward him. I didn't expect the kid's kick to be so powerful. It even made Namthach Kunyan, when catching Satang Sichmang, stumble back a few steps. Everything happened too quickly for the filming crew here to see what was going on. What happened? What just happened, director?
Rewind that last part quickly.
No, I still can't see clearly.
Let me try slow motion at 1,000 times. Maybe I can figure it out.
Duang Sok also looked on in amazement and asked you, what kind of skill is this Tinvu? Is it hitting with the speed of light?
He proudly said, this combat technique was mastered by Freya herself and is called Bright Light Smile.
Chao Da frowned and said, that beast is too strong. Even the magma giant couldn't withstand it. Duong Hang, what should we do next? He frowned and replied, I don't know.
Tinvu stands across from them and calls out loudly, classmate Duong Hang.
You pointed at Duong Hang and said, your beast was hit with light-speed kicks yesterday. Duong Sok twitched his lips.
Tisk! That insult was too strong. This line could definitely become the most stylish phrase of the year.
Everyone, stay calm. The facing summoned beasts definitely can't use lightning-fast kicks multiple times. We still have 2 summoned beasts and there's still a chance. Duong Hang also spoke, saying I miscalculated, and I will do my best to support you all next. Zhou Ya summoned her spiritual beast.
Come out. Battle Axe Western Bull.
A blue Te Ngu immediately appeared, surrounded by a dark green aura. Tian Chi was also very excited, the beast badge on his hand shining brightly, and he said, I don't want to lose a second time, Berserk Tiger. Under his summoning, the summoned beast appears and quickly joins the battle beside its master.
The Mudong brothers on the other side also refused to stay still, calling out to their brother.
Yang Suo replied, don't worry, how could I let him fight alone? Tinvu immediately took charge and commanded Freya. Freya, use your strongest kick against the small Hoi Ho. As soon as you get the order, you immediately rush towards them. Duong Hang said firmly to him, you won't achieve your goal. The lava giant. The scene shifts to the other side where the Modong Jia brothers are still fighting against the relentless attacks of the opponent's summoned beasts, shouting loudly to block them. Freya faces the opponent's beast head-on, delivering a lightning-fast kick aimed directly at its stomach, leaving it no time to react. The summoned beasts are pairing off to fight each other one by one. Over here, Duong Sok's Thunder Beast is struggling to defend against the Magma Giant. Chao Da's ancient weapon is also affected by An's lightning attribute attack, and the 3 of them, Chao Da, Duong Hang, and Thien Tu, are quickly growing exhausted. We are running out of spiritual power, but based on Tinvu's appearance, he still has plenty left. Tien Tu quickly responded, I am also nearing my limit. My spiritual power is only enough to unleash the final beast skill. Yang Hong reassured them, brothers use the ultimate move. This is our last chance to turn the tide. Tu Tingvu quickly noticed their hesitation and reminded the brothers that their spiritual power was running low, so they would likely use their strongest attack. This final comeback, Luke Kim An Duong Sok, in this last duel, we also need to unleash our most powerful ultimate move. He ordered the summoned beast, the Magma Giant, to transform, instantly making it larger and more solid. Tien Tu shouted loudly, using the sand of destruction to envelop the Magma Giant with a stream of blue spiritual energy mixed with sand. Zhou Ya also shouted along with the Ta Dong Thuong Long, using illusion magic with the Magma Giant, and dozens of phantom images of it appeared one after another. A slight smile appeared at the corner of your mouth as you said, Luke Kim An Duong Sok. Ham Ham responded, as if he understood your next move. I understand now, attack! As he finished speaking, dozens of giant rocks charged at Black Wind, surrounding it. They all struck towards it, a series of fists smashing down like hammers onto the ground. Under their devastating attack, dust and smoke fill the air, obscuring everyone's sight. Suddenly, a loud howl echoes, drawing Duong Hang's attention and making him look up at the sky. Ah, a howl. That's Ham Ham's Bone Wing Beast, and beside it is the Thunder Fury Beast clutching Black Wind hovering in the sky. Black Wind, give them one final blow. The battle is more intense than ever. Ham Ham roars loudly as Kot Duk Bien's beast unleashes a wave of soul flames. Duong Sok also shouted to his summoned beast, unleashing its fury and transferring the power of lightning into the body of the underworld, Yu Min Lung. As it finished speaking, the 2 summoned beasts transferred their elemental powers to Black Wind. It absorbed these enormous energies, and the magical vortex grew larger and more ferocious. The combined attack of the three summoned beasts forms a tornado that engulfs the entire arena, trapping all opponents inside. Sensing that enough energy has been gathered for the skill, Haifeng immediately unleashes all his power. A blazing stream of fire erupts from its mouth, shooting out like a fierce dragon, forming a long blazing trail in the sky aimed directly at the opponent's summoned beast gathered around it. As soon as they collide, a massive explosion devastates the arena, sending dust, debris, and shattered rocks flying like shooting stars, with countless giant golems being blasted away by the destructive power of this skill, their bodies shattered into thousands of fragments. Not only them, but the entire arena was affected by the recent explosion. The surrounding water was also violently churning, as if it was recoiling from that combined attack. After waiting for a long time, everything finally quieted down. The residual winds swept away the thick dust, revealing the scene of the arena gradually. The illusion of the Namthak giant has disappeared, leaving only its original body lying unconscious there. The two demon beasts are no better off, completely unconscious, covered in wounds, and the Tang Shichmang shares the same fate as the two beasts. Duanghang, Chaoda, and Tiantu helplessly sank to the ground, their faces filled with regret and disappointment. We lost. At this moment, the referee's voice echoed throughout the arena. The match was over, and the winning team was the Azure Dragon Academy. Tinvu couldn't hide his joy, hugging his waist and spinning around. "Luke Kim, we won." She gave a gentle smile and said, Duangsok can't stand the sight in front of him and stops him from doing anything inappropriate to his sister. "Tiu Tinvu, don't mess with my sister in front of the camera." While he was still excited and enjoying his victory, a voice called out to Tiu Tinvu. It was the three Duanghang praising him. "Tiu Tinvu, you are truly strong. Classmate Tiu, I also feel that our loss yesterday was fair. This time, we lost with respect." He awkwardly smiled at their praise and politely responded, "Thank you for the compliment." Tinvu suddenly paid attention to the conversation on this side, seeming to recognize it. Director To, congratulations. Director Truck, this time our academy has attracted the attention of the whole country, all thanks to your White Tiger Academy setting the stage. The image of the two directors happily shaking hands and looking at each other affectionately caught your attention. "Ha ha ha, your helpless President To is once again competing fiercely," Then Nungu provocatively said, seemingly casually. "Director To, keep a close eye on your students. Next year, Tio Tinvu might be part of our team." New Yen also refuses to back down, confidently asserting her intention to recruit my people. "Do you have that ability?" With that, she called Tinvu back. "Tio Tinvu, come here for a moment. As soon as you get close, she quickly pulls you back." Tinvu doesn't understand what she means. By the time he realized it, his face was already pressed against her mountain. He really is the lucky male lead. She arrogantly looked at Than Ngu and said, "I have saved Tiu. She will definitely stand with me." He immediately spoke up. "Director To, please don't do that. We're still live." "Oh, I was just replying with a simple oh." The scene shifts to Nguok Tuyet's apartment, where the TV is showing Tinvu and Than Ngu having a conversation. Seeing this, Nguok Tuyet was furious and accidentally broke the remote. That despicable woman Thiman sitting beside her was also startled by her actions as the scene gradually shifts to night, with streetlights and houses lighting up one after another, casting vibrant streaks of color along the street. Blending into the bustling atmosphere, the three Tinvu on their way home. The drunk driver casually said, "Luke Kim, I can still keep drinking. Duangsok, shall we have another drink?" "That's strange. Wasn't this kid a good drinker yesterday? Today he's already drunk after just a few bottles." Ham responded to his brother. "Maybe he's not good at drinking alcohol." After taking him back to his bedroom, Mo Dung and his brother leave him to rest. Let him sleep peacefully. "Sis, let's go home." The bedroom door closes behind them as they leave. As soon as he realized no one was in the room, Tinvu opened his eyes to check his surroundings. The Imperial Beast badge on his hand glowed, and he summoned her. "Now on the boulevard, come with me to Chwai Long Lake." At his call, she appears and asks, "Aren't you already exhausted?" "Where are you going in the middle of the night?" I say. "I've figured out a way to save Medusa, and I need you to come with me." The boulevard looked at him in disbelief, eyes wide with surprise. "Is that true?" Tinvu immediately explained to her. "If you want to break into the prison, you need to evolve beyond your current level. You've been stuck at Beast King level 3 for too long, and the dragon's power within your body hasn't been fully eradicated. What if I could get the pure blood dragon's cactus bone?" She didn't understand. "Where did you get the pure blood dragon thorn?" "So what if you have the thorn?" But you confidently smiled at her. She swallowed the dragon bone, fused with pure dragon bloodline. completed the breakthrough evolution, and advanced to the nine-tailed dragon tiger. Daloo lightly laughed and said, Tinvu, are you really that stupid, or just pretending to be? Beast King. No beast of any race can merge with pure dragon blood, and no matter how good the cactus is, it's just a piece of bone. My face turned serious again, and I asked her back, what if I had a way? She didn't expect me to make such an unreasonable request and awkwardly said, to upgrade to Nine Tails Dragon Lake? Long Lake? Haha. He kept talking like this. As soon as he finished, Daloo also hesitated about his request, unsure whether he should follow it. The city at night is soaked in heavy rain, with only the yellow lights from the buildings on the empty streets. At Trui Long Lake, the rain keeps pouring from the sky. Tinvu and Daloo are walking along the edge of the rock by the lake. He seriously says, rainy, stormy days are really good. The chance of being seen is very low. Lolo, use the fire shield to protect me. After I go underwater, I will guide you. Okay? As soon as she finished speaking, she wrapped her tail around him and pulled him down. But Daloo, she gradually let go. In just a moment, the two swam down to the blood-red bottom of the water, following Tinvu's guidance. Daloo asked curiously, where exactly is Longcot? He pointed the way for her. Luo Yi moved slightly to the left and continued to dive down. The two of them struggled a bit to find their way in the dark ocean depths. Trek turned right a little. There might be about 200 to 300 meters left, to the bottom of the tiger's den. As we near the ocean floor avenue, I finally found what I was looking for. She announced to Tinvu, I see it. An enormous skeleton appears before their eyes, neither of them believing such a thing could be at the bottom of the sea. And they swim as fast as they can to get closer to the skeleton. She opens her eyes wide, unable to hide her amazement. This is Tinvu interrupting, the heart protector bone, the smallest and also the densest and hardest bone on the dragon's body. She asked in surprise, do you know this too? Are you really only 18? The ring on your hand suddenly glowed, and your face also looked unusual. A large golden light appeared from the ring, enveloping the skeleton. The skeleton gradually shrank and slipped into the ring, and Tinvu hurriedly instructed, Lolo, after we reach the shore, let's go to the outskirts of the forest to merge. That place is full of fierce beasts. It's safer when no one is there. Daloo also understood and nodded. The scene shifts to a cave deep within the forest. Outside, it's still drizzling, and inside, Daloo is wringing out her soaked tails after obtaining the dragon bone. How did you manage to help me level up to nine-tailed dragon tiger? You took out a red gemstone and handed it to Daloo. Don't worry, I will give you a treasure. She looked at the glowing red stone in her hand and asked in surprise, what kind of treasure is this? Is this real or fake? Where did you get this? The stone in the Daloo's hand keeps glowing. Throw another spiritual pill to her. Who is the master of control anyway? It's none of my business, so I'll give you another soul protection pill. It can increase your chances of success. Tinvu thought to himself, I can't say that the bloodline fusion with the spirit stone and the heart protection pill were bought from the system's shopping center. If I do, they might think I'm an idiot. Suddenly, Tinvu became serious. Lolo Daloo responded with a and then continued. Her evolution would carry risks. If the blood fusion of the dragon clan fails, she will be severely punished. She took Tinvu's hand and asked, Are you worried? Tinvu, didn't you say you wanted to become the strongest beast tamer in the world? Are you hesitating now? Then the main road straightforwardly said, I have been considering since I followed you to the Long Tri Lake to save Medusa and make the Long Kingdom's queen powerless against me, living openly under the sun. I want to become stronger. I have no choice but to take a risk. Tinvu smiled, placing her hand on her chest, and said it was indeed my decisiveness. Lolo, get ready to merge. Saying that, he began to act as the ring on his hand started to glow. At this moment, Daloo has transformed into the form of a giant fox ready to merge. Tinvu releases the skeleton inside the ring towards her. The skeleton gradually regains its original large form. He orders the avenue to absorb the bones and the red gem along with the core pill. She opens her mouth to receive it, and in an instant, Daloo swallows everything into her stomach. She begins to try to absorb it. A few seconds later, there is a change. Daloo's body keeps trembling uncontrollably. It's so hot and uncomfortable. In her discomfort, she charged straight out of the cave. Daloo flowed forward despite the trees blocking her way. She pushed them all aside to clear the way. Tinvu behind her kept chasing and trying to comfort her. Lolo, the fused bloodline crystal is starting to take effect. Hang in there. You can do it. Daloo sees the stream of light shining in the city below and gazes with a face full of hatred. An image of Queen Lan, the Empress of Long Kingdom, appears on the electronic screen of a large building beneath her. She is the one she wants to oppose. Dolly's pupils started to move as a strong surge of anger was building up inside her. Realizing Dianlu's abnormality, Xingwu quickly rushed up to stop her from causing chaos. Lolo, control your instincts. Now is not the time for revenge. You keep talking. Do you remember what you just said? If you can't control yourself, everything will be lost. Dale softly whispering. Master. In her eyes now, only Tinvu can make her calm down. Lolo, you must persevere. I will become stronger with you. I will avenge you and help you live under the sun. I promise I will stay by your side forever. Daloo shouted, Go quickly! Daloo roared angrily, creating a strong gust that blew you away from her. Although she's okay, Tinvu still worries about Daloo's condition. Could it be that they failed? Lolo, are you okay? I only saw the shape of a fox demon vanish and be replaced by a human figure. She was exhausted, breathing heavily, her face now darkened. Seeing Daloo had leveled up, Tinvu couldn't help but cheer out. What? So she actually succeeded. Suddenly she lunged at him, catching him off guard. Dale pressed Tinvu down to the ground, sitting on top of him while he looked at her blankly, not understanding a thing. She panted and said, To Tinvu, you're a bastard. Why do you sound like you're proposing? Then Dairo approached her face close to Tinvu's and stammered, I didn't mean it that way. Daloo looks at Tinvu with a tearful expression and says, I still want to switch to a scene of natural mountains and sunrise. Tinvu has been thinking about it early in the morning. On the sunny day of October 20th, 2020, I am not a reckless guy, but in this life I definitely can't become a grand mage by the age of 30 anymore. His thoughts are like writing a diary. He sits on a rock with an exhausted, gaunt face, dark circles under his eyes, and gloomy thoughts radiating from his tired look, not blaming himself. I'm so stupid, honestly. I only know that the bloodline of the Dragon Clan can make beast tamers stronger, but I forgot the 4 words. Long's nature is inherently lustful. I am just a human. How could my strength stand up to the 9-tailed dragon lake? If you want to ask why I didn't summon another beast to stop it, then... Because even if they all rush at once, they wouldn't be a match for Lolo. But if you want to ask why a man can't control himself, I can only say maybe it's in his nature. This is even more unreasonable than causing trouble after drinking. As Tinvu was exhausted and lost in thought, suddenly a delicate white hand reached out towards him from somewhere. It turns out the boulevard is choking you. Tio Tinvu, you're so shameless. Tinvu shouted, Lolo, I am the one who's really at a loss here. Hearing that, she immediately let go of him. Damn it, why can't I control myself? If I go back, they'll definitely mock me. Tinvu massaged his neck, then suddenly took out a cloak from his ring and handed it to her, saying, put this on, being so bare isn't appropriate. Daloo implied, ha 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 ha, we've seen everything we shouldn't have, done everything we shouldn't have, and now pretending to be polite is just hypocrisy. Tinvu only knew how to helplessly put the coat on her and say, Lolo, we are all adults, so if it happens suddenly, I will take responsibility for the little fox's life. He said seriously, making Daloo startle. She angrily threw a stone at him and shouted, Turn into ash. Tinvu, frightened, ran away, covering his head. He stopped, stroked his head while looking at something on his phone, and smiled. Tinvu confidently held up his phone. Lolo, even though we had a small incident, I still want to congratulate you on your breakthrough and successful evolution. The reflection of her image appeared on the phone screen. Surprised by her unusual appearance, she couldn't help but wonder. Is there a forest of dragons above my head? At this moment, your eyes look unusual, but you still answer. That's right. The boulevard was very happy as he looked around his body, surprised. Oh, my wounds have completely healed. In front of Tinvu is the information panel about the avenue that the system showed him. The name is 9-tailed Dragon Lake. Rank Divine Beast, Level 1. Bloodline. 9 Tails Bloodline. Mythological Bloodline. With a pure dragon race, primordial bloodline, innate talent. 1. Fate Control. After activating the spell, 1 gaze can turn any lower-ranked enemy to stone. Talent 2. 9-tailed Foxfire. Burns the enemy's soul along with terrifying mental attacks. Talent 3. Dragon Strength maintains a dominant state automatically. The enemy cannot interrupt spellcasting, is immune to any of their skills, and simultaneously deals physical and mental damage to them. Talent 4, Dragon Soul, automatically releases when severely damaged by enemies, countering critical attacks of the dragon, beast, superpower, and fire elements with high loyalty. The skills include Beast Cannon, Blood Coin, 9 Tails Divination, Divine Dragon Plate, 9 Tails, Earth Toxin.
Evolution path, 9 Tails Dragon Lake, 10 Tails Dragon Lake. Details unclear, habits and preferences. Eating in the forest, sleeping in, and lounging.
Tinvu admired and gave her a thumbs up, saying,
Lolo, you are the first beast tamer in the world to merge with
pure dragon blood. Truly lucky, huh? You're tall and your temper is unpredictable when you're pregnant.
To Tinvu, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll risk my life to fight you. Scene shifts to a building where
Tinvu is checking information on his phone, with guards standing watch. If we want to save her, we can only go to the ice island in 2 days. Our school's finals are in 6 days.
So we only have one chance. If we fail, we'll have to fend for ourselves, abandon Medusa, and escape from the tower. Otherwise, we'll likely be suspected.
Lolo, do you have any questions? Daloo is still lost in thought, and she can't help but put her hand to her mouth as she ponders. Are you a 2-star beast tamer? Your spiritual power is only around 2,000. How can you compete with a 9-star beast tamer? You just chuckled and replied casually. I have my own way to handle this, but I need long spirit pills due to some reasons, so I have to craft them myself this time. By the way, Luo, since you now have pure dragon bloodline, give me some of your blood later. Hearing that, she immediately took a knife and cut her finger without hesitation just to help Tinvu. Take whatever you need. I will do my best.
You panic at Daloo's actions and shout out, Enough.
She poured all her blood into a glass bottle to give you blood that kept flowing out. Worried about Daloo, you snatched her hand and put it in your mouth to stop the bleeding, gently scolding her not to harm herself carelessly. Tinvu, your phone is notifying you. Beep, beep, beep. You look at your phone without noticing the adorable blushing face of Dolly beside you. I opened it and saw a message from Lu Kim saying we meet at the north gate of the night market at 7 p.m. My brother wants to invite you to have some barbecue. Soon it was evening. Duang Sok was already waiting for you. Seeing you arrive, he waved and said, Tio Tinvu, over here.
Tinvu asked Duang Sok, Why did you arrive so early? Duang Sok, looking exhausted, replied resignedly,
Yes, it's because my younger sibling asked me to. You're too late, both of you, and they all look at Ham. You nervously apologize and come up with a reason to explain. Sorry, I stayed up late playing games last night and slept in this morning. Then Tinvu looked at Ham. By the way, Lu Kim, can you help me with something? That name is only for you to call her like that. She shyly asks what's going on. You immediately get to the point. I need a few special herbs, a bit expensive. I can't afford it, so she didn't hesitate to agree. Fine, I'll help you. Hearing Ham agree to help me, I couldn't help but feel happy. Lu Kim, you're so righteous. I love you to death. Duang Sok quickly cleared his throat and said, Xiao Tinvu, I'm still here. Ham subtly whispered to him, I and Tinvu are going to buy herbs first. Duang Sok also understood the hint and thought to himself that he almost forgot he had plans tonight and wouldn't be going for barbecue anymore. Before leaving, he casually beckoned Tinvu over for a private talk. Tio Tinvu, I have something to discuss with you. Duang Sok put his arm around you and whispered softly, warning that if you have bad intentions toward his sister, don't blame him for turning hostile. When I'm not here, you and my sister are together. Be careful, mind your manners, and if you're clumsy or flirt with my sister, just forget it. But if you dare to rent a room with her, don't blame this brother for turning against you. Tinvu replied, I don't have that desire for now. After saying goodbye, he acted as if nothing had happened. I'll go ahead now. Have fun hanging out with your sister and Tio Tinvu. Ham reminds you not to come back to the hotel too late. The scene shifts to an old herbal shop where you can hear them talking, and these things are all for you. Hearing that, Tinvu's eyes lit up. Hee-ha. Luke Kim. This time you've made me spend a lot. To repay you, I will research a suitable potion for your royal beast based on its traits to help you increase its strength. She couldn't help but smile and reply, All right, then I'll wait and see. At this moment, she hesitated before speaking again. Tinvu, do you feel anything? Hearing that, he asked, What do you feel? Seeing Ham's expectant expression, he secretly thought, Does Luke Kim want me to praise her outfit today? Maybe I should pretend I don't see and tease him a bit. Thinking that way, I decide to speak up and say I feel nothing at all. Ham felt completely disappointed and looked after his back as he walked away, calling out after him. Really? Suddenly, a black cat with glowing eyes appeared out of nowhere in the darkness. Ham was startled by it and fell down. Tinvu anxiously shouted, Luke Kim! Ham sat on the cold ground and replied, It's just a scare caused by the cat. Tinvu sat down to check on her. Did you sprain your ankle? You're really careless. Ham, feeling wronged, had sprained her ankle 20 times since she was young and was used to it. Then he turned around, facing away from her, and said, "Luke Kim, the ground is already slippery. Don't walk anymore. I'll carry you back." Ham waved her hand and said, "No need. I can walk by myself." The black cat was still sitting in the corner, leisurely licking its paw. Tinvu nearby urged, "What are you arguing about? Hurry up!" In the end, Ham couldn't walk on her own and had to accept being carried back by Tinvu. Her chest pressed lightly against Tinvu's back, making the atmosphere between them suddenly feel strangely awkward. "Ham?" Ham hesitated before speaking. "Tiu Tinvu." Tinvu replied, "What's wrong?" Then she looked up at the sky and said something that immediately broke the intimate atmosphere. "It seems to be raining." Tinvu also looks up to confirm that it's really pouring rain. Tinvu carries Ham and runs like crazy forward. "Oh damn, it's heavy rain." Ham nervously asks, "Little Tinvu, are you a ostrich? Running so fast? That's obvious. If we didn't run fast, we'd be soaked to the skin." After a while, they finally arrived back at the hotel, the rain outside still pouring non-stop. Both of them let out a sigh of relief once they returned to the room. Tinvu wiped his head with the towel and said, "Finally, we're back at the hotel." Then he looked at Ham, whose wet dress revealed some skin due to the rain. Tinvu quickly threw the towel onto her. "Luke Kim, your dress is soaked. Wipe it off." "Do you need me to help you change clothes?" Ham took the towel from Tinvu. "No need, I can do it myself." Tinvu continued, "I'll massage your ankle for you." Ham was about to scold you for being a scoundrel, but before she could finish, Tinvu sat down. She looked at the man carefully massaging her leg and didn't know what to say. Tinvu checked and asked, "Luke Kim, your first ankle injury must be related to the demon beast, right?" She was surprised. "How do you know?" I thought to myself it was that demon eye, but I just simply explained, "Well, I am a doctor after all." If a beast tamer can heal, then a person can be healed too. Ham begins to recall the events of the past. She told me that it happened when I was 5 years old, when I went out to sea with my father. We encountered a tsunami. The Navy ship was attacked by countless water element monsters, and I carelessly fell into the sea. I almost got buried inside the mouth of a black, gold-armored giant beast. My father saved me, but he lost his arm because of it. Ham casually said, "I only sprained my ankle compared to what Dad sacrificed. It's nothing." Tinvu thought to himself, "Fate is cruel. Tomorrow I have to go to the Navy headquarters to break out of prison." Dung armed himself with Mo Dung General, unsure if this action will affect the Luke Kim family. He stood up and advised her, "Luke Kim, try to limit your movements in the coming days. You'll be fully healed before the finals." "I'll go ahead now," Ham replied. It seems she's still holding on to something, so she didn't let go of Tinvu's hand. Tinvu was startled, blushed, and turned back to ask, "What's wrong?" Ham shyly said, "Can you help me to the bathroom because my leg is not steady?" Tinvu agreed. At this moment inside the bathroom, her figure flickers behind the frosted glass door as Ham comfortably enjoys her hot bath. Warm water flowing down her body, creating a misty silhouette. Outside the hotel, the rain still hadn't stopped and was getting heavier. After finishing her shower, Ham stepped out of the bathroom and wondered if she had been too obvious. I don't know when Duang Sok arrived. He sat on the bed holding a glass of water without turning around and asked Ham, "Are your legs feeling better?" Ham was startled. Mr. Duang Sok seemed about to say something, but hesitated. Tinvu told him he was coming, but he had to leave early due to something. Then he reminded her, "He knows you like him, but you've been reckless. You need to handle it properly and treat this relationship more carefully. Do you understand?" Ham was a little disappointed, but still obediently responded to Duang Sok, "I understand." Tinvu energetically ordered Daloo to come out and refine medicine with me. She just appeared and teased, "Why not stay with that kid?" He shyly replied, "Well, because I was helping you, no more to say. I need you to control the fire and at least complete 2 long spirit pills. That way the chance to save Medusa will be a bit higher." That night, she and Tinvu each had their tasks. He was making medicine while Daloo used spiritual fire to refine pills. By dawn, despite the continuous rain outside, they finished the long spirit pills, making Tinvu's dark eyes glow brightly after successfully creating 2 pills. "It's a success. You want to rest for a while, so you told Daloo." "Lolo, I just slept. Wait for me to wake up and then we'll set out." Tinvu was about to lie down when Daloo stopped him. After waking up, Tinvu was more alert. You stand in front of the mirror excitedly, ready to go. It's time to step into the unpredictable life and death journey. Dale nervously said, "Maybe you shouldn't go anymore because originally you had no obligation to risk your life to help the beast, Master. Now that I am a divine beast, perhaps I can protect and retreat." After hearing that, Tinvu flicked her forehead and said, "Stop messing around. I told you you are not only my beast tamer, but also my family."
No matter what happens on this journey, I will go all the way with you.
Dale was quite surprised by Vu's serious attitude. The master of the beast, he straightforwardly said, "Stop using that pitiful tone. I'm doing this not just for you." So, she reminded him, "I need to explain to the academy that my sister misses me and I have to go home. Director, to approve my 3-day leave. The academy is so lax." Duang Sok's voice sounded. Tinvu asked for leave to go home and won't participate in training for the next few days. Ham walks beside him quietly and softly asks. Sure enough, Duang Sok glances over and asks her, "Where do you want to go?" Ham turned back and said, "I don't feel well today, so I won't join the training, and I'm going back to the hotel." Duang Sok replied, "Little sister, you should go ahead." Duang Sok wondered to himself, what exactly did she say to Tinvu yesterday? Why does she seem so distant now? Master Kai couldn't help but sigh as he watched the Modung Jia brothers walk away. Everyone else had run off without training or asking for his opinion. At Beachlam Beach, the sun was gradually setting behind the mountains. Tinvu and Daloo are on the beach, and right in front of them across the water is the Ice and Fire Island. Tinvu points towards the destination and says, "Lolo, go straight from Beachlam Beach to there, and you can reach Ice and Fire Island the fastest. With such a close distance, I guess I could swim across, right?" She replied with a sigh, "I'm a fox spirit, not a shark. I'd be uncomfortable soaking in the water for too long. So what do you think we should do then?" "Look carefully." Then, to Tinvu's amazement, she struck with a palm and caused the water to surge. The passing fish are all knocked into the air by her. Tinvu reminds Daloo to use her divine skills again. "All the sea monsters have been swept here by the turbulent waters," she replied proudly. "What I need is this effect." After Lockdown has targeted the opponent, she immediately raises her hand and makes her move. "Seal it!" Daloo used chains to bind it and pulled it up from the sea. It was a large fish with sharp horns on its body and head. Tinvu was amazed. The Lava Tiger King, a beast-level demon beast with considerable strength, but unfortunately encountered Daloo. After being restrained by countless chains for a while, it became more obedient. Tinvu and Daloo quickly jumped onto its head and she ordered it to start moving. "Take us to the Icefire Island," poor beast just obediently obeys. At this point, Daloo still couldn't help but ask nervously, "Master, are you nervous?" Tinvu, sitting cross-legged on the fish's back, replied, "If I said I wasn't nervous, would that sound very fake?" She playfully said, "There's still a chance to regret now. I've never regretted lying on the fish's back. It will still be a while before we reach the Fire and Ice Island. Call me when we get there." Dale looked at you with a tender gaze and softly called your name, but you lazily kept your eyes closed and asked what she was going to do next. But Daloo only smiled and replied, "Nothing." Then she whispered to herself, "Tinvu, I will spend my whole life protecting you well." The scene shifts to the Fire and Ice Island, which lives up to its name, where ice and fire coexist at the naval base. A man is sitting and reading a newspaper about his 2 children. Sok Ni and Ham Ni are both on the right track now. He is General Mo Dung Tan, and then his gaze shifts to Tinvu standing nearby. Dung Tan couldn't help but praise him. This young man is truly talented. The Continental General walks in from outside and says, "Why not take leave and go to the Four Spirits City to see your children?" Dung Tan is surprised and asks, "Old Bai, why are you here?" At this moment, Bai Wu finally explained the reason. "Tan brother, executing Medusa is a big matter, and Her Majesty the Empress is worried, so she asked me to come and support you." "So the Empress isn't confident in my work?" "Be careful, you don't know what's happening on the mainland. The Eastern Kingdom is secretly sneaking around and has been stopped by our people. The southern countries are also not very peaceful, mostly fleeing criminals, and the most dangerous are the DM Min group. They won't give up on Medusa easily." Dung Tan quietly exhaled smoke and asked Bak Vu, "So did they find out you came here?" He laughed loudly. Then Bak Vu's face suddenly turned dangerous. "I wonder if they are still alive and able to return when they find out there are 2 generals on the Ice and Fire Island. The old man is a general of the Bak Vu continent." The 2 guards were terrified by the look on the old man's face, their minds spinning and their legs trembling. Dung Tan reminded him, "Enough, they are all trustworthy subordinates. Don't pressure them, there's not much time left." The prisoner is being tried. A Titan transport chamber is lowered, and Medusa, fully chained in iron, is brought out to the execution ground. Under the bright moon, she is forced to kneel before the executioner, awaiting her sentence. Bai Wu stands above, criticizing, "Medusa, you are guilty of treason. Surviving until today is already a mercy granted by Her Majesty the Empress." Suddenly she opened her eyes and looked directly at the old man, calmly asking, "Am I guilty of a heinous crime?" The character profile appeared, revealing Medusa, the beast-human hybrid of disaster and chaos. If I am guilty of a heinous crime, then what secrets of Shangguanlan cannot be revealed to others? Tinvu and the Great Road have entered the Ice and Fire Island. The Great Road whispered, "Are the two generals really overseeing Medusa's execution?" "How should we fight now?" Tinvu replied, "Let's wait a little longer and see. Maybe there will be an opportunity." You look up carefully, thinking seriously, is there still someone else? On another front, waves are crashing and roaring fiercely, growing more intense with each moment. Dongtan's face was tense like a stretched string as he took out the dragon-tooth sword and slashed. Droplets of water fell like bullets, while his two subordinates strained to pull the latch up. After a moment of struggle, the latch was finally pulled up. Seeing this, Medusa behind the latch looked on with fiery eyes and shouted provocatively, "Thuong Quanlan, do you think that when I die, your secret that cannot be spoken will forever be buried at the bottom of the sea?" All the chains wrapped around her body, Medusa unleashed her spiritual power and shouted, "One day the sins you committed 200 years ago will be exposed under the sun." Immediately, Dongtan's subordinate was affected by her spiritual power, showing a pained and uncomfortable expression. The teammate next to him also trembled as he held the chains tightly, his face growing paler. The spiritual energy approached everyone's senses here, including his, and it seemed to be more than just simple. Whatever comes will come. The spiritual energy Medusa unleashes immediately surrounds the remaining subordinate. He was now completely controlled, his face showing pure fear, but he didn't know what to do. Suddenly, the Continental General appeared out of nowhere, shouting loudly, causing the sound to echo everywhere. "Don't breathe in the demon energy." Bakvu uses his spiritual power to control it, with a fierce tornado-like wind and countless growing branches. Medusa stared intently at everything trembling. At this moment, the Continent General's spiritual power seized everyone present. And of course, Bakvu couldn't miss Medusa, wrapping her in a layer of thorny branches that made Medusa cry out in pain. Bakvu sneered and praised her. "Medusa, you are truly a formidable opponent. Even in this situation, you can still cast illusions." She looked at the disgusting face in front of her and began to recount the old story. "Bakvu, have you forgotten the massacre of the Bak family that year? The 5 great clans only saw the Bak family wiped out. And as a descendant of the Bak family who dedicated himself to Thuong Quanlan, you have too much spirit. Do you really deserve your ancestors?" Diem Min's people appeared, and Dongtan's subordinates quickly reported the situation to them. "The power supply box of the execution ground is right here. Once we cut the power, we act immediately." Suddenly, the guards present raised their hands, "Or we will open fire." "The situation is urgent!" a man shouted. "This is bad. There's a spirit guard. Blow it up now!" The other immediately followed, and suddenly there was a huge explosion, echoing loudly through the aftermath of the earthquake. The explosion nearly destroyed part of the area, causing a sudden flash of light. Diem Min's people took advantage of the chaos to attack, each accompanied by a summoned beast, their voices overlapping loudly. Bakvu saw this and said, "Don't panic. Activate the defense sequence. Block the entire island. Not a single ant can fly over." Dongtan's aura was fierce, his voice firm, continuing his punishment. "If Medusa dies, they will leave on their own." Tinvu was rushing at this moment, revealing her hand, and Daloo shouted loudly, "Leave it to me!" She took a stance, opening the 2 paths that made Dongtan's subordinates unable to dodge and scatter everywhere. Daloo quickly grabbed Medusa and soared upward, the high road miles long, but she seemed to move effortlessly. Dongtan only saw a shadow, noticing a very distinctive feature, horrifying and suspicious, the 9-tailed demon fox. As they moved upward, Medusa was still bound. She looked at the avenue, wondering why she hadn't finished speaking, but the avenue cut her off, saying, "Don't say anything, let's wait until we get out." Dongtan was still in shock and hadn't recovered, and he began to summon his spiritual power, the 9-tailed fox. All over Long Kingdom, her wanted posters are everywhere, yet she still dares to come directly to my door. That's fine. I will send you all to heaven. Before they could do anything, a shadow appeared with a loud noise, resembling Madara Uchi from Naruto, as a fiery area on the Ice and Fire Island blazed brightly, symbolizing the clash between 2 powerful forces. "Wait, look over there." The person in the black cloak stands imposingly on the cliff edge, with the avenue and Medusa behind him. Upon closer inspection, it's clear that this is Tinvu, dressed in black like someone from Diem Min. Bakvu frowned, as few from Diem Min carried such an oppressive and invisible aura. "May I ask if you are from Diem Min?" Tinvu, with deep eyes and a cold voice, said, "You have no right to know my identity. I am only here to take this little snake away. Anyone who blocks my way will answer to the heavens." The 2 girls standing side by side watching the show each have their own thoughts. The alleyway secretly praises,
This kid is quite the actor.
Medusa, on the other hand, countered, "Little snake, your spiritual power is so weak. Does this 2-star beast tamer dare to look down on Dm Min? I can't see who this person in black is, only the flying cloak in the wind." Immediately, a response comes. Are they on our side? "Forget about him, let's go help first." Dung Tan, losing patience, said in a measured voice, "Even if you're from Dm Min or not, daring to break into the customs headquarters on your own, I will definitely eliminate you completely." Contrary to his mood, Bai Wu was quite excited to watch the show. If they catch the black-clad person alive, there will be a generous reward. Tinvu ngat chi kui heide chan nan yu bikit tit. His spiritual power immediately burst out fiercely. Even Medusa beside him could feel it. His spiritual power suddenly surged 100 times without reason. Tinvu looked down at their location and quietly instructed the main road. "My body can only hold out for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, I'll entrust my life to her." She obviously replied, "I know." Yang Zhen used all his strength to order his subordinates to charge forward. They obeyed, accompanied by their summoned beasts, and boldly advanced toward Tinvu, surrounding and closing in on the three of them at the edge of the abyss. You are not afraid either, so you decisively order Daloo to act, and she steps forward saying, "Take good care of Medusa." After giving instructions to Tinvu, Daloo's expression became more serious. Immediately, she raised her head and shouted, and the spiritual power within her body also erupted fiercely. A furious burst of energy swiftly descends, striking the enemy's head and creating a deafening sound. The overwhelming power forces them to be pressed down, unable to breathe. They could only stammer a few words. Even their beast tamer was staggering and foaming at the mouth. The people of Dm Min were also foaming at the mouth. "Kama-san, why are we also being attacked?" He struggled to reply. "Fool, this proves that he is indeed a member of Dm Min." Dung Tan witnesses the terrifying power of the Grand Avenue and suspects that this fox has already undergone a breakthrough in evolution. Bak Vu, overwhelmed with horror, realizes that Long Lan, Long Jiak, Long Trao, and Long Dong, the strength of the dragons, disappeared 200 years ago. Dung Tan suddenly said, "Old Bai, this person is extremely dangerous and can't be allowed to leave the Ice and Fire Island." Bak Vu, hearing this, clenched his fists in anger. The old man replied firmly, "I don't need you to tell me." As Bak Vu finished speaking, the surrounding earth and rocks began to melt away. Tinvu, terrified, watched the shattered cliff and felt as if something was moving beneath the ground. In an instant, a beast resembling a plant appeared. It is enormous and ferocious. The three of Tinvu were caught off guard by it and all ended up on top of its sharp-toothed mouth. The summoned beast didn't wait for them to react and opened its mouth, causing Tinvu's group to fall inside. Inside the glowing red maw filled with saliva, they gradually sink deeper. Its loud gulping sounds make those outside shudder in fear. Dung Tan's subordinates are stunned. This is a divine beast, a cursed flower demon king. That guy also spoke in a deep voice, but seeing the ancient bloodline plant-based beast with such a majestic appearance, he admired General Bai Yu for being worthy of the plant-beast god, as he quickly dealt with the intruder. Returning to Tinvu's group, they are now at the bottom of the beast's stomach. He sits up, brushing off the dirt on his body. Then Tinvu turned his head to glance at the avenue nearby and asked her. Medusa frowned and replied on behalf of the avenue, "This is the space inside the stomach of the cursed flower demon king." Suddenly, a horde of ferocious beast-like guardians charged in and surrounded us, catching us off guard. What? Medusa stared in shock at the densely packed herd of magical beasts surrounding them with no gaps. Tinvu's eyes flash with a fierce red light as he begins to assess the current situation. Immediately, Daloo activated his purple-tinged spiritual energy to create a protective barrier around the three of them. Suddenly, his eyes flashed brightly as he looked toward a spot inside the beast's belly. Then Tinvu pointed in that direction and loudly said, "Lolo Long Chitho is attacking the weak point on the right side." Immediately, Daloo commanded a swirling dragon of spiritual power to rush straight toward where he pointed. "Old Bai, are you okay? It's been 6 minutes now." Bak Vu looked at it and replied, "After being swallowed by the cursed demon king of flowers, they will suffer the pain of their flesh turning to water, their bones and meat being torn apart. Even that long lake creature with some skill cannot withstand it." Before Bak Vu could finish speaking, the old man's beast exploded in a burst of blood, its body shattered into 3 pieces. Taking advantage of this moment, Daloo appeared, rushing out from inside and shouting loudly. Bak Vu was confused. How is that possible? This fox can pierce through the stomach of the cursed demon king? It's impossible. Dung Tan was also shocked. Among those of the same rank, Long Dm's power is indeed extraordinary. Even the cursed flower demon king, a plant-type beast with ancient bloodline, cannot withstand Vuang Dm's flames. Suddenly he shouted, "We have been fighting and tearing each other apart with DM Min for over 100 years. You have extraordinary strength but are not even in the top 10 on the wanted list." "Who exactly are you?" Tinvu stood at the top of the avenue listening to Dongtan say that, and all he could do was sneer. His voice grew deeper. "If you do not want to reveal your identity, then I have no choice but to punish you by imprisoning you in the underwater prison from the interrogation." Immediately, Dongtan summoned a giant fish that charged up from the sea, splashing water everywhere. Tinvu was stunned, eyes wide open, not expecting old man Dongtan to summon his beast at this moment. The beast of Dongtan began to generate sound waves heading straight for Tinvu and his group. It charged straight at both of them, but Daloo reacted in time to create a barrier to defend. Tinvu saw this and broke out in a cold sweat, muttering softly, "Its destructive power is too strong." Dongtan's beast summoned wave after wave of sound waves that kept coming non-stop. Lolo couldn't take it anymore and counterattacked, unleashing a stream of flames toward it. "Lolo, we can't afford to be aggressive. The effectiveness of the medicine will only last for another 3 minutes. Daloo heard that and immediately turned away in another direction, filled with panic. "Let's run quickly now." Maybe Bai Wu saw through their plan, so he sneered and said, "Don't even think about running, Wandangju." Immediately, Bai Wu's Wandangju shone brightly, trapping Daloo's entire body and preventing her from moving. Bak Vu's voice sounded calm, even though Hoa Ma Vuang, cursed and burned by Vuang Dm, was injured. But natural-born plant-type beasts do not feel pain. You all miscalculated. Seeing the situation grow more dangerous, Tinvu thought to himself, setting up a pincer attack from front and back to encircle from all sides. This time it's really dangerous. The body of the avenue is being tightly bound by ropes. Vaithan opens her eyes wide underwater, growling fiercely as the trident shoots out, flying through the air straight toward her, standing atop the city's peak. Tinvu speaks low, stop struggling, retract Long Chi Luke, and remove the defensive shield. "Why?" He waved his hand back and said, "Just follow my instructions." The vines sprouting from the ground coordinated with the trident to attack. Bak Vu's gaze is fixed on the confusing battle. Why is this fox not resisting anymore, even giving up its shield? Dongtan takes a puff of his cigarette and calmly replies, "Nothing can oppose Viathan's 3-strike sea god spear, no matter what." A flash of light suddenly appeared from within the fog. "Tan brother, he's not dead yet. I don't believe it. It can't be." From within the burst of light, a violet-pink dragon soared straight into the sky. Dongtan was stunned. A dragon? No, this is a Long Hong. The old man gritted his teeth, his eyes full of rage, yet he could still unleash his dragon soul. Who the hell is this guy really? "Doubtful I am still alive," Tinvu explained. "Lo, this is your innate dragon soul, which can automatically resist fatal attacks and is perfect for dealing with Viathan and the Demon King." She pouted upon hearing that. "You're too calm as well." The system panel displayed information about the 9-tailed foxfire at the highest level of the pure-blood 9-tailed fox clan's mythic bloodline, combined with the divine innate talent of the dragon clan, all in one. After activating the spell, a gaze that can turn any enemy of lower level to stone. Talent 2, 9-tails foxfire, directly burns the enemy's soul, causing a terrifying mental attack. The third innate talent, Dragon Control, maintains a state of dominance. The enemy cannot interrupt spellcasting, nor be controlled or damaged physically and mentally by any of their skills. Talent 4, Dragon Soul. When severely wounded by the enemy, it automatically releases the Dragon Soul to counter the deadly attack. My spiritual power is almost depleted. In just 1 minute I might faint or even be on the brink of death, so I have to retreat now. The avenue turns around and suggests, "Let's go our separate ways." Bak Vu grits his teeth and orders decisively, "Kill now." From the ground, 2 ropes suddenly emerge. She raises her claws, and the earth immediately cracks open, retreating. A surge of power erupts, shooting straight into the sky. Tinvu's eyes widen as he screams, the blood-red bow, and a sudden purple twisting force appears. Right in the center, one eye slowly becomes visible. Dongtan's cheeks hollow as he stands tall. "We represent the honor of the Long Kingdom Navy, standing for hundreds of millions of Long Nation citizens behind us, and we absolutely cannot let them escape from the Ice and Fire Island." Vihan continues to use the Sea God Triple Strike, and it seems to understand, vigorously waving its tail beneath the water. A trident spear suddenly appears, its powerful thrust sending it straight into the sky, a purple eye blazing with energy, unleashing a fierce surge of power downward. 2 streams of energy collide, exploding in a brilliant flash, and as the light flashes, Vihan lets out a loud cry. A deafening explosion suddenly erupts, and the shockwave from the blast throws you back, causing Tinvu to cry out. Thick smoke covers the entire sky. The old man and the elder stand there, their eyes fixed on the scene before them. Dongten clenched his teeth and bit down on his cigarette, letting them escape. Bak Vu frowned and exhaled.
Is this really Long Han's strength?
Neither could hold back.
He cannot accept this and shouted, "This is the Navy headquarters, not a place they can come and go as they please." The ships lined up neatly on the water, all sailors following orders to sweep the area.
Suddenly, a barrage of attacks rained down, shaking the entire area. The radio chatter behind suddenly crackled to life.
"This is bad, General. We were ambushed by the South Island Alliance."
Dung Tan was startled. What? The voice from the other side continued to sound.
"Commander, our ship in number 1 is leaking water." "Commander, rest assured, our opponent is no match for us." "Commander, the battery of ship 7 has been damaged." "Commander, our ship number 3 is under attack, but there's no need to worry too much. The other side continues to report ongoing attacks."
"General, our main ship is damaged." Immediately, Dung Tan turned back and ordered to abandon searching the person in the black cloak and quickly moved to support the sea area.
"Over here, the boulevard is peeking out from the water, searching." Master, where are you?"
Emperor, underwater, Tinvu's body is still sinking. "The side effects of the dragon spirit pill are too strong. I have no strength left. Lolo, I'm so sleepy and cold." Suddenly, a giant figure swooped past him and transformed into Medusa. She placed Tinvu into her palm and brushed her fingers over him. Medusa stared at him curiously. A tiny human with the potential to oppose 2 9-star beast tamers. It really made me wipe my eyes to look. But suddenly she sticks out her long tongue to check. "Sorry." She pushed me and I sank into the water. Medusa's eyes scanned the surroundings carefully. "This little one is seriously injured and unconscious. The situation doesn't look good. There is a deserted island ahead. We will stop there." Looking into the distance, a deserted island appears hazily. On this side, Dung Tan frowns, his eyes full of disappointment. 2, in this battle, generals like us have lost all face. Old man said, "Tan brother, we should still consider how to face the wrath of Her Majesty the Empress." A sudden beam of light appeared in the sky, and the majestic divine unicorn galloped straight down.
It stands proudly on the clouds as if ruling the sky. When they saw the figure atop the unicorn, both of them were terrified.
"Your Majesty the Empress." Quan Lan raised her eyebrows, her cold gaze questioning sharply. "Where is Medusa?" Both of them quickly reported, trembling.
"Your Imperial Majesty, I have betrayed your trust. Medusa has been stolen by villains, and we were also attacked by another force."
Otherwise, he would not have escaped. After hearing this, she grimaced and shouted, "I don't need to know much. Just tell me who took Medusa." Bak Vu's face turned pale and trembling. That person wore a black cloak and a devil mask. The 9-tailed fox was his summoned beast, and she knew nothing else. Quan Lan waved her hand dismissively, scoffing at the absurdity of not knowing. The 2 generals, unable to defend the naval base, trembled in fear, kneeling to confess their faults and accept punishment.
"Your Majesty the Empress, they possess the power of dragons, and the 9-tailed fox has the dragon soul." She suddenly sensed that purple energy.
Could the power of the dragon be wrong? Absolutely impossible. Quan Lan remained silent. Her serious voice rang out. "Tell me the direction of the black-clad person. When I return, I will punish both of you for your careless work." He immediately headed southeast. After receiving the answer, she turned and walked away. Watching Quan Lin leave, Bai Vu appeared deeply contemplative. Even the Empress had to act personally. "It looks like Long Kingdom is about to stir. The rain is pouring down heavily, like a deluge." Inside the cave, a flickering fire casts its glow as Medusa's eyes gaze into the distance and say, "I didn't expect you to go through so much during this time." She let him lean on her lap and nodded. "That's right. Without a master, I am just a wounded fox waiting to die," she replied. Come to think of it, is the relationship between her and him a bit? Is that good enough? Tinvu let out a faint moan unconsciously. Lỗ nuột lo lắng, tối rực cho cậu. Medusa lên tiếng, dạo hoàng này lâm ghi cổ nước ngọt. Without saying a word, she took a knife and cut her finger, then brought it to Tinvu's mouth, letting the blood drip into his mouth. This act of the Great Avenue surprised her, as she never expected she would willingly shed her own fresh blood for a human. After drinking, Tinvu's consciousness gradually faded, and he looked down at those small hands. Confused by what he saw, he asked what was happening. Yeah. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the other person was Quan Lan. Her hand suddenly reached out in front of Tinvu, and his consciousness shattered as he shouted. Back in reality, Tinvu sat up suddenly and shouted in panic. She saw that he was awake and went over happily. Tinvu, you finally woke up. I was so worried after sleeping all morning.
Where are we? This is the dead wasteland near the Monster Sea, outside Long Kingdom's Navy jurisdiction.
It's far away, don't worry. Tinvu shook his head, feeling dizzy and strange. What was I dreaming about just now? He licked his lips and looked at her suspiciously.
Dragon blood smell.
Did you feed me your blood? Daloo shyly turned away. After losing consciousness, he was severely dehydrated.
This is the Imperial Island. There is no fresh water. Only this method will do. Tinvu is satisfied.
Lolo, you have done a great favor for me. The friendliness level increases to 99. Medusa walks in with a cup of water, pouting.
How long are they going to keep staring at each other?
He looked suspicious. The crown. Hearing that, she glanced at the purple crown on her head. Then Medusa approached and handed her a glass of water. His eyes were again fixated on a place he shouldn't be looking at. Tinvu's cheeks started to turn red, and she quickly covered her front with her hands. You don't need to thank me. I should be the one thanking you. Thank you for saving my life. She looked suspiciously at Medusa's actions from behind.
This is the highest gratitude ceremony of the Demon Wolf clan.
Tinvu forced a smile and said, Don't be so polite. It's just a small matter. Hearing that, she felt a bit uncomfortable. Mr. Tiu, our Than Mang clan always repays kindness.
Especially when it's a life-saving favor, so if there's anything I can do for you, just say so. It's no problem.
You suddenly flinched,
Widened your eyes, and asked back, so you just say it's no problem?
Tinvu reveals a sinister expression as he points at Medusa. It's simple. I want you.
Tinvu points and says, I want you.
Hearing that, she frowns with irritation and places her hands on her hips. I know what you want, but I refuse. Hearing Medusa's words, Tinvu was completely stunned, eyes wide open. Oh? At that moment, everything around fell into silence. Her snake tongue suddenly flicked out, looking terrifying.
I can do anything for you, but I just can't sign a blood contract with you, so I'm sorry.
Why do you doubt? Medusa turned her face away with a look of contempt because beastmen are never slaves.
You won't give up, even if I pay for everything including food and accommodation?
She shook her head. That's not acceptable either.
Daloo ngaeth her conversation and recalls how she was also forced into signing a blood contract with Tinvu out of desperation, but overall the outcome has been quite good. Suddenly, her mouth spurts out a mouthful of blood, surprising both of them. Tinvu pretended to fall back, and she quickly caught her. Sister Zaja, I thought risking my life to save you could warm your cold, icy heart, but I was wrong. You are a cold-blooded serpent without a heart, Medusa stammered. It's not me, you. Why are you so worried on the boulevard that you're bleeding? Tinvu keeps rambling and persuading. If you don't want to sign the blood contract, then what's the point of my remaining life? If there's a next life, I definitely won't save you again. You silver snake, wake up. She went along with it. Tinvu, wake up. You can't die, I can't bear it. Stop whining, she shouted. I'll sign, that's fine. Hearing that, you happily clenched Medusa's hand. Sister, you're so kind. You give me the motivation to keep living. Daloo pinched Tinvu's cheek after he achieved his goal, threatening death if he didn't sign the blood contract. When did you learn to be so sneaky? Tinvu gritted through the pain and replied, As a beast tamer, using a few tricks is nothing to be ashamed of. And the great mercy of saving lives is more important than heaven. Is the blood contract too much? She raised an eyebrow. If binding morality doesn't work, then what? His face turned dangerous and narrowed his eyes. If this snake doesn't fall for my trick, I'll take her to claim the reward. Compared to Quanlan, she will definitely submit to my seduction. The avenue is speechless. In this era, all moral people have vanished, and compared to them, Medusa truly is a rare moral example. Then Tinvu stood up and spoke. Let's step back and sign the blood contract. She nodded. All right. Your finger touches the center of Medusa's forehead. A drop of blood drips onto her forehead, and a spell immediately appears beneath Medusa's feet. Then she opened her eyes. The mark appeared on her forehead. Tinvu happily smiled, squinting, and gave a thumbs up. Step back, from now on you are my summoned beast. Medusa still can't believe it. Did I really sign a blood contract with a human? That's impossible. She walks over and pats my shoulder. I understand her. The system display reappeared, calling it the Heavenly Disaster Demon Serpent Medusa, Level 2 Divine Beast Rank. Blood. The blood of the Divine Beast, of mythical quality with innate catastrophe potential. When the true form appears, it will bring destructive natural disasters like tsunamis, lightning storms, rainstorms, volcanic eruptions, and the second-level innate curse of persistent nightmares. Any enemy caught in Medusa's gaze and of a lower rank will have their soul dragged into a nightmare. Falls into the abyss with beast attribute and superpower of water element,
loyalty. 10. Nightmare Devour skill. Swallowing enemies into the belly to receive the baptism of the 9 levels of nightmare. The soul separates from the flesh. Tormenting death. Wrapping and binding the enemy with its long body until they suffocate and faint, then piercing their body with venomous teeth to drain their life force and convert it into their own, with a preference for sweets, dwelling in dark, cold environments, following the evolution path of the chaotic disaster, the highest form of evolution. The hidden evolution path one leads to the catastrophic calamity of Thong Thien Longman, while the second path brings the calamity to the earthly beast, capable of circling the planet. After reading this information, Tinvu broke out in a sweat. Xia strength is truly formidable. It would be great if I still had my long caught. I can only think of ways to find the reincarnation eye in Ming Fu's chariot. The demon beast core helps her evolve into the mortal realm demon. Suddenly, lightning bolts flash across the sky from above. You suddenly clutch your chest, feeling a sharp pain spreading through your body. Daloo sees Tinvu's pale face and worries. Are you feeling unwell? Lolo, suddenly I have a bad feeling, even though we've clearly escaped danger. My heartbeat is racing again. Your face is getting paler and paler. I think, wait a moment. I clearly saved Medusa, but the system hasn't rewarded me yet. Is the mission not completed? Thinking of this, Tinvu turned back and shouted loudly, Lolo, let's go quickly. Leaving this island, he quickly put on his mask and said, if we don't leave now, we won't make it. Seeing that, she didn't ask further and nodded. Let's get out of here. I'll swim fast, get on my back. The lightning bolts from earlier grew more intense, striking the water and causing the ground to explode with debris flying everywhere. On the water, Daloo turned around in panic as the wasteland was flattened. Tinvu looked around and suddenly spoke from above, as the majestic unicorn and she approached. Quanlan frowns and unleashes her powerful energy. Wearing black with a demon mask, it seems I didn't mistake the person. She has figured out who is above. The discarded divine unicorn. Damn it, it's her! Medusa lifts her head, her eyes filled with tension. She has chased us this far, I'm afraid we can't escape. Your gaze is fixed on her, silent. The strongest beast tamer in the world? Why is the beast king her? My energy is depleted, and I have no more dragon spirit pills. I can't unleash any combat skills. What am I supposed to do now? The Great Avenue stands in front of Tinvu, forming a protective shield. Master of Beasts, don't worry. Leave everything to me. Their eyes are fixed on each other without looking away. Quanlong frowned, breaking the silence. The little fox's luck isn't bad. It managed to fuse with the pure bloodline of the dragon clan. Could it be because of him? The man in black, tell us your identity or I will kill you all. Daloo saw this and quickly raised his hand and shouted, Wait! Quanlan raised her eyebrows, her eyes full of meaning. Knowing she couldn't fight back, she made a proposal. I am willing to be killed. I hope you spare the ruler's life, even if it means imprisoning him forever. He was stunned in disbelief. She snorted coldly, showing no mercy. You don't deserve to bargain with me if you're going to die. There's nothing more to say. Just risk it with her. Medusa opens her mouth and lunges forward. If that's the case, then I'll risk it with her. Quanlan's eyes flashed with sharp intensity. Then go all the way to death. A golden dragon appeared before everyone. Seeing this, she froze completely. The power of the dragon, its tail sweeping fiercely, shattered the city's shield. She appears with 2 wings behind her and 2 sharp horns on her forehead, her face suddenly changing as she stammers. Long Soul is pitch black. Her evil power is overwhelming. What kind of monster is she really? Isn't Quanlan human? Medusa licked her lips and replied. The fox spirit, this is her true face. She wants us to bury this secret together. The alley's hand clenched tightly, trembling with each wave, then slowly loosened. There was no chance. Both the unicorn and she radiated a terrifying aura of power. Her eyes flashed with determination as she said, I can't lose. Immediately after, Daloo transformed quickly into a fox spirit. Even knowing she was no match, she still charged into the battle. Daloo was beaten so badly that her mouth was full of blood, and many wounds appeared on her body. Suddenly, her foot was cut off, and before she could react, her ear was also chopped off. Next, Daloo's body was torn into pieces with blood splattering everywhere. Tinvu's eyes widened as he shouted in panic. Lolo, she couldn't take it anymore and transformed back into a human form. Medusa quickly flew you to where Daloo was. Lolo, she fell into the water and was pulled out by Tinvu. Lolo, are you okay? Are your injuries serious? Don't scare me. The mouth of the avenue is bloodied, and her gaze is weak. Lord. Her hand trembles as she raises it. Your Majesty, we meet again. Why are you so late? If only we could have spent a few more days together, I would have regretted it so much. It would be better if I hadn't involved you. Tinvu shook his head, tears streaming down. No, Lolo, I don't regret. I don't regret it all. I did it willingly. Daloo caresses your face, gently, pulls Tinvu's head down, tears streaming down both their faces. She softly kisses your cheek, a smile still on Daloo's face. Please forgive me for going ahead of you. After saying that, her hands slowly loosened. My sincere heart. Tinvu's pupils constricted as he shouted in despair. Lolo couldn't hold back her tears. They kept falling as she embraced Daloo. Tinvu recalls the moments they shared. She frowns, unwilling to watch the emotional scene. It's time for you to leave as well. With that, Quan Lan began to unleash her power. She waved her hand, a ring of fire spiraling into the sky. Medusa curled up, watching and reminding, Master, before I die, I will do my best to protect you intact. I and Daloo go down first and wait for you. Tinvu shook his head. No. Her eyes froze for a moment, unable to believe what she heard. What? You hold her body and lift your head, growling. No, this is not the ending I wanted. The person I want to meet is Lolo still alive. Suddenly a gem appeared in front of Tinvu, slowly floating into the air as they watched in surprise. The gem dispersed into many smaller gems surrounding the three of them before unleashing its power. This scene makes Quan Lan's eyes widen in disbelief, tears of a dragon. The clock slowly turns back, time rewinds, and the wounds on her hands gradually heal. As the clock rewinds, Quan Lan's technique also retracts automatically. The ground gradually recovers, returning to its original shape. His eyes widened in surprise as he saw Tinvu's figure still safe and standing calmly in front of him, and he finally let out a relieved sigh. Dilemma. Tinvu, what are you thinking? Suddenly her cheeks turned red, and she didn't understand why. Before she could speak, his lips pressed against hers. Tinvu, Medusa stood to the side, covering her mouth, unsure of where to turn. What are you two doing? Tinvu releases her, looking anxious. Luolo doesn't have time to explain. Let's run quickly. Swim away from the chaotic scent toward the monster sea strait. The more chaotic the smell, the better. Although she didn't understand anything, she still nodded. Immediately after, the ground exploded loudly and rocks flew everywhere. She stands atop the unicorn, observing and probing, her aura fading here. Moving forward, leads to the demon beast strait. Quan Lan snorts coldly, her gaze sharp, sneaking away quickly indeed. She stared fixedly at that deserted island. The black-clad person, the moment we meet again, is when you will be torn to pieces. Suddenly the space fell silent. The three of them hid nervously in a corner. Surely she wouldn't chase after them, right? If they can detect us at the monster beast strait, then there's nothing more to say. We can only accept death obediently. Daloo doubts, how did you guess that Quan Lan would come after us? Tinvu turned to Lolo, his face anxious as he clenched his fists. Lolo, I can't lose you. That pain in my heart hurts. I don't want to go through this a second time. Medusa raised an eyebrow. Are you confessing to a fox spirit? She's hard to understand. So, what on earth are you talking about? Tinvu is holding the gem from earlier in his hand. These are the tears of a dragon that I accidentally activated. If you place your hands here, you might understand what has happened. Then he brought it to the two of them, and after a moment of silence, Tinvu spoke. Lolo, why are you crying? Did I move you? Avenue rubbed his eyes in protest. I just don't have sand flying into my eyes. Suddenly, the system notification sounds. Congratulations, host, you have successfully rescued Medusa and completed the mission reward. A dragon egg worth 10,000 points has been awarded. Please check and claim your prize. You look at the screen with a look of joy. The reward has been given, so this means we are truly safe now. After a moment of thought, Tinvu turned to her and said, I heard Lolo say you know the secret about the long battle formation from 200 years ago. Now you can tell me, was Quan Lan ultimately a human or Medusa? She sighed. The young girl of the dragon clan ultimately became the evil dragon. The great dragon at battle 200 years ago involved 90% of the experts from Long Country. And she began to recall and tell you that at that time Long Country had two recognized experts. One was Quan Lan and the other was Yinan Dm. At that time, Quan Lan was not yet the queen of Long Kingdom, and Yinan Dm was not yet the leader of the Diem Min rebel army. Medusa, as a young girl, secretly watched, while I was just a small snake hiding in a crack in the lava, and their battle took place right at Long Chikok, where I was. So I witnessed the entire process of that battle with my own eyes. The scene has left a deep impression on her that she will never forget. After Quan Lan slaughtered countless great dragons, she stood at the center of Long Chikok, covered in dragon blood, laughing maniacally and eerily, then transformed into a black dragon with a form far surpassing other dragons. And so they slaughtered all of Long Chikok and returned to the present. Medusa shrugged in admiration.
After the battle, the dragon race was destroyed, and most of the beast tamers were dead.
The only survivor was the leader of Liet Dm of Dm Min, as he is now. As for me, I was far away and managed to escape alive. Even though it has nothing to do with me, Quan Lan still has murderous intent. Tinvu pondered why Liet Dm betrayed the Long Kingdom to establish Dm Min and oppose Quan Lan. You rub your chin, lost in thought. Why did Quan Lan turn into an evil dragon?
Was it because of his physique or the number? How many red dragons did Liet Dm kill back then?
In the end, Medusa isn't the one involved. If I want to know more, I have to ask Liet Dm. Suddenly, Tinvu Nyi remembers something. No, that's not right. I am a 2-star beast Tamer from the Than Long Academy, and he's the leader of the rebel army Diem Min. We have nothing to do with each other.
If you really have a relationship with him, then what should my sister and I do now? Seeing that you didn't react, she spoke up. Summoner, after you learn Quan Lan's true identity, what are your plans next? I don't have any plans. As an envoy, just doing my duty, exposing crimes she committed 200 years ago.
Stop causing trouble. There's no reason to confront a monster. Daloo looks at you with concern. But after this, Quan Lan will keep an eye on you. She won't let it go. Tinvu smiled, watching Quan Lan look at the black-clad person. What does that have to do with me, Tinvu? She looked puzzled and raised her eyebrows in confusion. Isn't the person in black Tinvu? You interrupted. All right, you idiot, stop thinking so much. We'll hide here for a while and then head back to the Four Spirits City. The dragon's tear in Tinvu's hand suddenly glows, causing his entire body to tremble. Daloo shouts out, Tinvu, and his eyes become hazy. Where is this? Why is it so dark?
Tinvu just opened his eyes and saw Quan Lan. He quickly changed direction and ran away. Black dragon, she's chasing me all the way here.
As I run, I bump into a mirror. Who put this mirror here? Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his body covered in dragon scales, and Tinvu, panic-stricken, clutched his head and cried out in despair. I don't want to become a monster that eats people. I don't want to. Tinvu shouted loudly, his wings appearing on his forehead with 2 horns. No! Doubtful, Daloo asked. How is he doing? Medusa replied, his body is very weak and he has a fever, so he will probably be unconscious for a few days. The human body's immunity really is too weak. She listened and immediately became worried. So what should we do now? Medusa revealed some news. The milk of the beast can boost his immunity and recovery, but someone is staring intently at something. The avenue is steaming. What is she looking at? How could I possibly get beast milk? Faced with Medusa's gaze, she could only shyly agree. I understand. I'll go to work right now. There's a deep, dark cave entrance ahead. Tinvu Bang Huang muttered to himself. I am not a monster. He sighed in relief. A dream? If it's just a dream, that would be great. I was scared to death. He asked worriedly, have I been asleep for 3 days? Damn it! The supernova contest. Medusa sitting beside reminds you this is still the Monster Sea, and you've been asleep for about 3 days. Tinvu worries that from departure to coma, a total of 4 days have passed. I need to return to the Four Spirits City quickly for the finals, or the school will suspect something. If the Empress also notices, it's over. Daloo has just returned, and seeing that you're awake, she exclaimed happily. You're awake? That's great. Medusa comforted Tinvu, saying, you are trembling all over. I know you're worried, but don't rush. You didn't dare to say the worst after that. How could I not be worried? What if I can't get back in time and see what she's holding? Tinvu was surprised. Lolo, what is that in your... Posant? She hesitated and said, beast milk for you to drink. Tinvu Huang was afraid to interrupt. No. I am human. I only drink bubble tea. The beast milk is too smelly. I'm not used to drinking it. Daloo sternly said. No, you must finish it, Medusa added. Do you know what kept you alive during these 3 days of coma? The milk can boost your immune system to help you survive. Because of this, that stinky fox sacrificed a lot. It seems Tinvu understood something. From afar, it seems her point was that he couldn't help but curse when he saw the milk bottle in his hand. Medusa urged him to drink quickly. This is the special milk that the stinky fox squeezed for you. If you don't drink it, she'll be heartbroken. Daloo never forgot to remind Tinvu that this was something she painstakingly produced, piece by piece, and he had to finish it. Please, in the face of this sincerity, grind your teeth and agree. Fine, I'll drink. Tinvu whispered to himself that Daloo had sacrificed so much for him and he absolutely couldn't hurt her anymore. Then finally closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and finished the bottle of milk. After finishing the drink, Tinvu staggered as he felt Ngan Nguyet Ho Huang's milk. Seeing his eyes with no pupils, Daloo spoke up. What do you think it is then? Tinvu took the hose and drank it in one gulp from afar. With your speed, how long until we can return to Long Country's coast? Medusa smiled. Half a day is enough. Looking at the two of them, he calmly said, if there's still time, you might as well go catch the demon beast. I'll grill it to eat and you hide it. Okay, no problem. You wait for us to come back. The two of them left, and Tinvu took out the egg just as they went outside to check their system rewards. He opened the system panel to examine it. The name? Dragon Egg. Race. Dragon race. Purebred. Attribute unknown. Talent. Nurturing method unknown. Regularly pouring dragon's power, carrying out cultivation. The necessary materials to accelerate hatching are long crystal snow lotus, dragon heart, and inferno wall fruit. During hatching, contact with evil aura is forbidden or it will cause mutations. The pure-blooded dragon race has become a race of evil dragons. Tinvu sighed as he looked at the dragon egg. Long bone, snow lotus, and dragon heart, I haven't even planted a single seed, let alone raise a dragon. Oh well, this is a noble dragon. A little harsh condition doesn't matter. Suddenly, at the entrance of the cave, you hear a noise. A procession of animal carcasses enters. Tinvu, we've brought back the prey. He burst into laughter. They're quick. They started a fire and are roasting them. The three of them devoured their food as if they had been starving for days. Medusa took a bite of the chicken thigh, looking satisfied. Even in human form, is it really that exaggerated? They eat a lot, and so does Y. Noticing Tinvu's expression, she spoke up. Master, do you have something on your mind? Tinvu asked. Do you see our relationship as what Medusa replied? The ruler is my savior, just say it directly. After hearing that, he burst out laughing and said, so you can give me a pile of your dung. Medusa turned angry and petrified. What did you say? I said, can you give me a pile of your dung? Medusa's eyes sparkled with claws of fire. Do you want to die? She saw the two about to fight and stepped in. Don't fight, sister. She shouted, stop interfering, you damn fox. I want to kill this kid. He once again said something that made the atmosphere freeze. Lolo, it seems like she doesn't want to be involved. Or maybe you should go to the bathroom. Daloo held Medusa tightly, trying to contain his anger. She doesn't want to, but I definitely do. Tinvu, you're too perverted. What kind of hobby is that? Both of them gritted their teeth. Pervert! Get out! You just want some fertilizer to help the plants, right? Do you really have to act like you're swearing to the death not to obey? The Avenue was speechless and said, Master, Medusa and I are beastmen, not beast society members. We also have our own dignity as women. Are you paying close attention to the plant-based beast system pot? Tinvu took back this pot and nodded. I guess I was too abrupt and disrespectful to you. But I really need the fertilizer. Only divine beast forms are allowed. She pondered other monsters. Medusa confidently patted her chest and voiced her opinion. It's simple. This is the Monster Strait, where many divine beast forms sleep at the bottom of the sea. They say they have arrived at the beach and launched 3 fire bubbles downward. The flames kept falling to the ocean floor, causing a huge explosion that sent rocks flying everywhere. A small, angry figure emerged from the water. Where did that little guy come from? How dare you disturb my rest? A young face with a frown rises from the water, exuding a powerful aura. Who is the uncultured one throwing fire into the sea? Standing on the cliff with hands on hips, I didn't expect it to be the mutated Flame Sai King. That's indeed rare. The kid looks suspicious. Have you ever scolded someone? That's rare, huh? Now Kin finally looked carefully at the group in front of him and realized they were humans. They truly are courting death. They must have given up on life. Tinvu nodded and said, That's right, come ashore and fight me. The kid shouted angrily, Watch me finish you off in 3 seconds. After saying that, Kin shot up from the water like lightning, ready to crush you completely. But once on land, the kid's face turned fearful as he knelt down. She and the boulevard stand in front of Kin to unleash their powers. If you want to kill our ruler, you'll have to see if you have the ability first. Offending our master, have you decided how you will die yet? The kid hurriedly kowtowed a few times, begging for mercy. Elder, please spare me. I have an elderly mother of 200 years and 3 eggs about to hatch beneath me. Isn't it true that whales give birth? We are not heartless villains who need to take your life. The kid asked suspiciously. Really? As Tinvu finished speaking, Kin's face immediately turned pale. Now you shit a pile of poop for me, and I'll let you go. Are you stunned? After reacting quickly, Kin whips you with his tail, the pervert, both of them worried. The ruler. After a while, all the spirits on the sea surface and on Tinvu's face still bore the faint imprint of the kid's tail. Honestly, you girls didn't try to stop it at all. It's just a little over 1 kilogram, right? Is it really necessary to hit me like that?
The Avenue burst out laughing uncontrollably. Serves you right.
He pouted and said, well, at least I got some of it. Halfway there, Medusa stopped to announce, Your Majesty, beyond the Thuangloi Mountains is the city of Tulin. Tinvu nodded. All right, let's rest first. I want to bathe in the river water or else the smell will raise suspicion. The dawn gradually breaks, sunlight shining on the waterfall. He smiles playfully, his eyes teasingly directed at her.
Lolo, do you want to take a bath together from afar? I can wash your back, and I also know some traditional Chinese medicine techniques for breast massage.
Daloo turned away. No need. Instead, she was staring at Tinvu's six-pack abs. Youth is truly wonderful. This kid clearly has abundant energy and is very good at teasing. She couldn't listen anymore, so she covered her mouth and said, Shut up, you're teasing them. Their relationship is really good. I heard that the snake women and fox spirits of Bai Yin City are also amazing. Now Medusa finally noticed and brushed her hand across the boulevard.
Get out! I'm not some traitorous woman.
Tinvu shook his head. Are you girls still familiar with each other? She replied, I don't know what enemy you're talking about either. He went deeper into the forest searching for something when suddenly something burst out of the bushes and landed right on Tinvu's head.
What is that? He approached from behind the boulevard and looked, then spoke.
Electric ear rabbit. Suddenly a pack of wind wolves rushes out from the forest. They stare at them with dangerous growling eyes. He looks at it, then at the pack of wolves, sighing in frustration. It seems they see me as a rival trying to steal the Thunder Bunny. Tinvu's lips curl into a smile, signaling the two of them to handle it. Both quickly understood and assumed their attack stances. Tinvu glanced at the burned and scorched wolves and sneered, showing no mercy or chance for escape. She raised an eyebrow.
Are you upset that I saved you?
Tinvu forced a smile. No, not at all.
While they were talking, the electric ear rabbit jumped out of his hand. The baby rabbit is a competing creature. The side that adapts will survive. Next time I won't be able to help you anymore. Get lost. It jumped to the ground and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. Immediately, the electric ear rabbit burrowed into your pants. Don't hide in my pants. Tinvu pulls up his pants and scolds him loudly. Hurry up and go outside. Do you believe me? According to the law, my younger brother has every right to appeal. Are you accusing him of breaking into someone's house? Daloo is just standing there bored. Talking about the law to a rabbit is pretty strange, isn't it? Finally, Tinvu grabbed both of its ears. Damn it, stop clinging to me. Otherwise, I'll consider whether to have Rabbit Head Hot Pot for dinner or Rabbit Head TC Day. You bring the electric ear rabbit in front of you and ignore its struggles. All right, I'll give you a chance. If we're destined, I'll take care of you. Tinvu opened the system check panel, named Electric Ear Rabbit. Hidden information. Electric Ear Rabbit is a mutated breed. Initial level cannot be upgraded. Low-quality bloodline. Weak electric talent considered as phone charging. No backup skills. Hidden combat techniques. Natural recovery resets. Enemy skills. You can only refresh up to 3 times in a row. Your hobbies include carrots and other vegetables, and you like stormy, rainy weather. Seeing this line, you happily refresh your skills. You truly are the support god, and I am the child of luck. Placing it in the palm of his hand, Tinvu looked at the two people. Lolo from afar. I want to take this rabbit away. I want to form a contract with it to become my summoned beast. Medusa frowned in disagreement. Master, are you crazy? The electric ear rabbit can't evolve, and breaking through is even more useless than a sick wolf. She shrugged. Well, the ruler's actions make sense from his perspective, so we don't need to stop him. The scene shifts to the city of Tulin, a bustling and prosperous place. Inside the outdoor stadium, everyone is gathering. Welcome everyone to the grand final battlefield of the Supernova contest. On the large screen of the arena, the host introduces the competitors for this match. Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird. The other team is Talien's team. Duangsok in the waiting room walks back and forth with his phone. Where did that Tinvu guy run off to? He doesn't answer calls or reply to messages. Only 15 minutes left. Don't tell me he's skipping the exam. Hum went in and saw that, so she said, Let me call him back. Duangsok frowned. I've called over a dozen times. The response has been the same every time. The subscriber is out of coverage area. Please call back later. She answered the last call. Duangsok clenched the phone tightly in his hand. Fine. As soon as I picked up the phone to call, the other end answered. Sorry. The number you are calling is overdue on payment. He grits his teeth in anger as his fingers swipe across the screen. Well done. At least now you're within the coverage area. It's just a matter of owing the phone bill, isn't it? I'll pay it for you. While causing trouble, Tinvu opened the door and stepped in. Lu Kim and Duangsok haven't seen each other for a long time. I miss you both. Yenrang said if you didn't top up, you wouldn't show up. Give me back my phone credit. A notification sounds.
Top up 100,000 yuan for your phone. Duang Sok just pointed at you. This time I've topped up your phone. Next time, don't play the disappearing act again. Tinvu forced a smile. Next time, don't do that again. Ham, standing behind, asked with suspicion. Aren't you supposed to go back to Longyin City to visit your sister? Why have I been calling you these days and only get a message that you're out of coverage? Is this about Tinvu hesitating a bit? You quickly took her hand to change the subject. That's right, Lu Kim. I noticed you look very beautiful today. Ham is happily surprised. Really? Seeing Tinvu's annoying face, he frowned and said, Little sister. Clearly this kid is causing trouble. Don't fall blindly in love. The announcement sounded only 10 minutes left before the competition began. Contestants on both sides, please get ready to quickly head to the field for the start of the competition. As Yang Suo turns to leave, he says, Tinvu, sister, it's time for us to go out now. Ham blushed and hurried outside. Brother, I just went to the bathroom, wave goodbye and come back quickly. Ham, we meet again. She turned around and saw it was someone she knew. Tali, why are you here? She crossed her arms. Well, I didn't expect I would also participate in the competition. She looked suspicious. Participating in the competition? Are you replacing Lam Nyi? Talon raised an eyebrow and asked with a smirk. She's injured and sick, so is it okay if I replace her? Ham didn't react after hearing and turned to leave. She said, although we are childhood friends, I won't hold back against you in the ring. Ignoring Talien, she didn't look back. Is that so? Then we'll meet again in the arena. Watching her figure walk away, she sneered. This time, I will make sure she loses all face in front of everyone. As soon as she saw her come out, Nguyen frowned. Talin, it's time for us to go to the ring. She nodded and said, I'm ready now. Then the two siblings shook hands. Then the two of them confidently head toward the arena. Hong Li stands in the middle of the arena and shouts loudly, Dear spectators, this is where the Super Rising Star competition final is taking place. After finishing speaking, the Ningyi team immediately stepped onto the field. The group on the left is the representative team of Chu Tuak Academy. She waved hello to everyone in the morning. The cheers from Vu's group of Tianhua echoed loudly. Oh my God, it's really Talin. The rumor that Lin Yi is unwell is true. Talin, my dear, if I could marry her, I would gladly accept even if I had to have 20 children with her. Nguyen's waist isn't just a waist, it's a deadly curved sword. Duang Sok's team stands in a corner reminding everyone that Tinvu, the Ta family brothers from the Juke Academy, have a notable background. Their father is Ta Trung, a 5-star beast tamer and a trusted minister of Her Majesty, the Empress. The Grand Strategist of Long Country nodded approvingly and said, I hear Nguyen still has a chance to become the future husband of Long Country's Princess Shangguan Tian. He shouted with enthusiasm, the princess's fiancé, I'll beat him up. And as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed directly at them. The team heading to the right is the Than Long Academy delegation. He said, It's time for us to go out. Tinvu nodded. Yes. Hung Luke points towards Quan Lan sitting nearby. The judge for this match. Kideni is Her Majesty the Empress of Long Country. Lady Empress, if I remember correctly, this kid's name is Tinvu, right? She glanced at Ta Quan-su, who will soon face his master's favorite. Aren't you curious who will win? He smiled and said, Winning or losing depends on the kid's skills. What can I decide? But there was an underlying meaning in his words. But has Her Majesty the Empress still not investigated the identity of the person in black? Quan Lan frowned upon hearing about this person and replied, The Emperor Soul Society has mobilized all of Taiti Bakangan to secretly investigate all 9-star beast tamers. There is still no result at the moment. Ta Trung replied, Your Majesty, have you ever heard that under the lamp it's dark noon? The person in black doesn't necessarily have to be a high-level beast tamer. It could be a great general or even a minister. His eyes gradually narrowed, his face turning dangerous, as a small, unremarkable figure in some city felt someone staring intently at him. Sensing the gaze, he looked over, and as soon as he met Tinvu's eyes, he felt dizzy. Ham behind nervously asks him, Tinvu, what's wrong? Tinvu regains his composure, shakes his head and replies, No, nothing's wrong. His eyes remain fixed on her. Although escaping from Quan Lan's hands, the memory still sends chills down your spine. She probably won't recognize me as the person in black, right? After all, I am just a 2-star beast tamer. He began announcing the rules of the match. This year's competition rules are the rotation battle, with contestants from both sides stepping onto the arena to prepare for battle. Get ready for the battle, Duang Sok orders himself to be the first on defense. Watch how he acts. Tinvu teases him. Duang Sok, don't be the first to fail, okay? Duang Sok gritted his teeth and stormed off. Then he loudly invited both sides to the arena, asking them to select their champions for attack and defense. He gently squeezed his knuckles and smiled at him. The audience was surprised. What? The first contestant sent by the Chu Tuak Academy is their Vuang Bai. Nguyen. Inside Duong Sok's heart, he was a bit worried, expecting to face Phuong Kin or Ta Lien, but right at the start he encountered a strong opponent. Yet as the son of the Navy General of Long Country, he couldn't afford to embarrass himself in front of his brothers and sister. His voice suddenly rang out.
It's over. What are you doubting is over?
Nguyen smirked. Ever since I stepped onto this arena, the fight has been over. I want to defeat you all by myself. His words made Yang Suo angry.
Nguyen, you're underestimating others too much.
Master Lei Bao suddenly appeared above him in an instant. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Come out, heavenly demon! Turn into a demon beast!" Seeing it, Duong Sok's eyes suddenly froze. What kind of monster is that? Outside the arena, Tinvu frowned. Let me see what this thing is. You open the system panel to check. The creature is called Heavenly Demon Lam Dm Beast, mature form level 3, with divine bloodline, heavenly demon bloodline, legendary quality, innate talent, and heavenly demon genes. Within the immunity range, it reduces 70% of the attack power and 70% of the enemy's movement speed. The superpower attribute has a loyalty of 68 and a weakness, and the Techel is vulnerable to injury. Then, Tinvu checks Yang Sok's beast called Thunder Brawler Shao, an adult level 3rd tier bloodline, a legendary bloodline with divine thunder that can temporarily paralyze the enemy's soul. The lightning element is airborne, with a loyalty of 94. The hidden evolution path transforms the Thunder Brawler into a Thunderwater Trident. The Su can launch 2 types of combat tridents with fire and lightning attributes. Its weakness is quite poor when flying continuously. If it cannot finish the fight in a short time, it will become paralyzed. Ham Ham stands in front with a worried look. My brother is in danger, you quickly reassure him. Luke Kim, don't rush to conclusions for now. I think Duong Sok still has a chance, as long as he can attack the opponent's tail, but all the cameras around prevent this message from being transmitted. Tinvu clenched his lips and watched the situation carefully. The advantage of the Thunder Brawler is its explosive power and high damage, especially in the first 3 minutes. If this isn't utilized early, its weakness and continuous flight ability will be exposed, so I need to find an opportunity to help Duong Sok evolve his Beast Tamer skills. Returning to the arena, he begins his attack against the Thunder Brawler,
using the electric spear frame, while the Demon Beast easily blocks the attack with its body, and the Heavenly Demon commands the Demon Beast formation.
Hung Luke excitedly comments on the match as a spectacular scene unfolds on the arena. The Heavenly Demon Lam Dm Beast withstands the attack of the Thunder Fury Master's technique without a scratch, and Wei An has yet to mobilize his spiritual power. Seeing his attack blocked, Duong Sok clenched his fists tightly. He stood still, assessing the situation, deliberately using his body to withstand the attack that the Thunderbuster was proud of. That name is mocking me. Wei An saw he didn't say anything and tilted his head. Master Mo Dung, Lord of Violent Beasts, is a summoned creature relying on its established advantage. Its glorious era will pass quickly. Duong Sok frowned and shouted, continuing to strike. Whether it passes or not, I know better than you. No need for you to remind me. Lord Loi Bao enhances his attack ability and continues to strike. He smirked confidently. Mon indeed. Heavenly Demon Lam Dm Beast, using the Night Tiger Burst technique, stomps its foot hard on the ground, causing rocks to shatter. In the blink of an eye, the Dm Beast rushes forward, its 2 heads tightly gripping the wings of the beast. Seeing this, he sweat and gritted his teeth. What no mercy for the beast. It keeps relentlessly smashing the opponent's body into the ground. The spectators in the stands cheer passionately. Nice job, keep fighting. The Demon Beast is too strong. No wonder he's Ta Quan Su's son. Nguyen. He pointed at Duong Sok with 2 fingers and released the Beast Tamer. When the battle ends, blood covers its mouth. While the second master lies collapsed on the ground, Nguyen smirks and says mockingly, "It's just a match, that's enough. You can admit defeat." Duong Sok is angry. "Nguyen, I won't lose and embarrass you guys in front of my sister." "Keep fighting," he's smiling. Jolie was reckless. Ham Ham wanted to say something but was silenced by him. "Hey!" She looked at Tinvu with a confused expression. "Are you stopping me from doing something?" Tinvu pats his shoulder. Lu Kim, at this moment, Duong Sok on the arena is not a competitor, but a brother. Duong Sok clenched his fists, thinking. The wing of the injured Thunderbuster requires more spiritual power to unleash its skill. He couldn't afford to lose to the Ta family in front of his sister and had to take a gamble. He didn't hesitate and summoned another beast. "Come out here, the fierce Kwang Ku Vien." It, with its body lacking arms, roars alongside the master, and as soon as it appears, Yang Suo gives the order. The giant uses the steel spear. As soon as he finishes speaking, two arms appear on his body, one smashing down onto the ground. He continues to order it to attack the sorcerer with overwhelming power. Both of them work together to rush forward. The giant creature's massive arm strikes down hard. Wei A frowns, sensing danger, and quickly shouts, "Demonic beast absorption," and it immediately opens its mouth to release a burst of energy with fierce lightning bolts striking down to block the creature's attack. Duang Sok grits his teeth as his whole body collapses. How could it be absorbed?
"This is the skill I've practiced over and over countless times," he shouted across proudly.
The match is over. The demon beast used the blue demon shield. With that, it released a blue energy blast directly at the giant and the second disciple.
Hung Luk shouted loudly, "The match is over. Your victorious opponent is Wei An from the Juk Academy."
He lies in a pool of blood with his eyes rolled back, next to the unconscious referee on the arena floor. He turned and walked away, looking at him helplessly. He's too weak. Carry him. Next up, Tinvu stands outside, observing carefully. Wei An probably got such a heaven-defying beast because of his father. Ham nodded. His father is a beast tamer master? With his abilities, capturing a divine demon bloodline beast from the Bloodline Bingshan would be as easy as flipping a hand. You asked, do the Ta family brothers have some grudge against you because of this? She recalled when we were kids, Ta Lian and I had conflicts over the Kot Duk Bien beast. Kot Duk Bien was taken by the Empress from the blood-refining ice mountain when she led the army out to raid. Both of them shouted, "It's ours!" No, it was actually her who chose me first. Suddenly, its wing cut her hand, making her bleed. Ham saw this and let go, worried. "Are you okay?" Ta Lian angrily said, "It was you. You caused me to lose face. You stole my belongings." From then on, she began to hate Mo Dung. "Our Ta family won't let you go," Tinvu asked Ham suspiciously, with red eyes. "But aren't their pupils supposed to be gray?" She immediately explained that this is called a rare color gene, a characteristic of the Ta family. And apart from the different eye color, there's probably nothing particularly special about it. Suddenly, your eyes turned a fiery red. Next, the information panel about Invincible appears. Prediction of the enemy's moves and animal companions can clearly reveal their actions. Predicting the enemy's attack moves and angles can inadvertently threaten the opponent. After reading, Tinvu begins to strategize. Quan Lan from the Ta family, two of the most important figures in Long Country, are both connected to beasts. It seems the Great Long War years ago still hold many secrets. At that moment, Hung Luk's voice rang out. The second match is about to begin. Ham steps onto the stage with determination, accompanied by his introduction. On the defensive side, Wei An from the Chu Tuok Academy. On the offensive side, Ham from the Than Long Academy. Ta Lian stands below, laughing confidently. Teach her a lesson and don't hold back. Her discarded beast was right in front of her, and Wei An turned back and replied, "You are a gentleman. Fighting and punching, I will do my best." Then he looked at her with a contemptuous expression. Ham, if you admit defeat and forfeit now, there's still time, but if not, you'll suffer a worse defeat than your brother. She angrily declared, "I will defeat you." Hung Luk enthusiastically says, "Dear audience, this is definitely an intense showdown. Will Nguyen defend the arena and defeat twice in a row, or will Ham avenge her brother and successfully attack the stage?" Then she begins to summon. Kot Duk Bin, the Book 2, quickly spits a stream of liquid towards Lam Diem Thu. Nguyen hurriedly orders, "Move away." It immediately obeyed the command and jumped to another spot. Hung Luk was outside, very surprised. What? This time the heavenly demon Lam Diem beast didn't resist at all and chose to evade? Could it be afraid of the flames of the bone dragon? Ta Trung stroked his chin thoughtfully from the stands. Little Mo Dung has been instructed and discovered Lam Diem Thu's blind spot for damage. That young man is indeed deep and hard to predict. Quan Lan asked eagerly, "Strategist, who do you think will win in the end?" He replied, "My son inherited the beast affinity. Does Her Majesty the Empress need to ask who will win? As for that young man, he's a bit difficult to deal with. If I had to face him, as a father, I would naturally support my son." Guoju kept spitting venom at Lam Diem beast, preventing it from getting close again. Soon it was overwhelmed and dizzy. Tinvu cheered happily, saying it fought very well. Luke Kim, keep going. And in his mind, he thought that Lam Diem Thu's 70% damage immunity talent only applied to actual physical or magical attacks. The Soul Flame seems to be a fire spell, but it also includes a mental attack, which Lam Diem Thu cannot be immune to. Ham orders again. Core of the Soul Spirit advances to fight. It immediately launches a series of deadly orbs towards Lam Diem Thu. He couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the attack. He angrily gave a quick order. the demon god Bloodfire. Beast spins a vortex of blood. It roars, creating a ring of fire to block Koduk's attack. Wei An issued another command. The demon spirit beast counterattack causes damage. Another roar. The fireball shot back at the blazing bones. It couldn't react in time and was attacked, losing its lower half. She furrowed her brow in thought. The power of the heavenly demon Vuang Dm beast is too formidable. Only a tiger's head remains, and it's unknown what ability it has. He rubs his hands and speaks arrogantly. Miss Mo Dung, this battle is coming to an end. The Vuang Dm beast behind is also filled with murderous intent. Seeing the dire situation, Ham ordered, Koduk, recover quickly and use the all-out soul destruction attack. The two monsters swiftly charged at each other, and their collision created a huge vortex on the arena. She is determined to put all her strength into the bone flame. On the arena, Vuang Dm is clearly losing her advantage. Nguia immediately realizes and worries. This formation will put us at a disadvantage as the vortex of Koduk approaches Vuang Dm from behind. Ham silently thought that the spirit flame might attack fiercely, but ultimately it was just superficial and couldn't deal a fatal blow to Vuang Dm. Now was the time for a decisive strike. Seizing the opportunity, she immediately ordered and struck, sending a dagger from the bone straight toward Vuang Dm. A mocking smile appeared on Wei An's face, petty and insignificant. As he finished speaking, Vuang Dm knocked the knife away. That surprised Ham. What?
Koduk flies behind her, panting, while Ham is calculating her next move. Using the soul spirit to exhaust her spiritual power and unable to summon the snow spirit, fierce demon clone, Talin scoffs. You lost, Ham, you finally lost. Hurry up and take the opportunity to destroy Koduk. Neguian arrogantly said on the arena, Trash brothers, leave the arena with your weakness. Hai Lam quickly stepped forward to stop him. Contestant Nguyen. Before he could finish speaking, Nguyen had already given the order. Lam Ma Bao Hao shot a beam of energy directly at Koduk and her. Seeing Koduk rush out, Ham quickly intervened. Koduk, step back, get out of the way. At that moment, another summoned beast suddenly jumped out from behind her. It immediately shot out a different energy beam, blocking Vuang Dm's attack. The dust settled, and Tinvu stood firmly in front of Ham. Nguyen was a bit surprised, not expecting this person's summoned beast to easily counter Lam Ma Bao Hao. He angrily pointed at him and shouted, What do you mean, Nguyen? According to the rules of the competition, a contestant who runs out of spiritual power is considered defeated. Why did you ignore the referee's warning and stubbornly attack? The spectators behind are whispering and gossiping. That's right, Nguyen is too despicable. If that strike hit Koduk, he might be crippled for life, but he pretends to be innocent. Wait, how am I supposed to know if she still has spiritual power? The referee didn't blow the whistle. Ta Trung stands calmly in the upper stands, waving his hand. As a referee, he cannot judge the outcome between opponents, almost causing a major mistake. Where is the person? Drag this dishonest referee down and ban him from refereeing for life. Seeing the guards dragging Hai Lam away, Tinvu couldn't help but smile inwardly and directly blamed the referee. Old man Ta Trung is truly shameless, but the Empress didn't object at all. It seems she has no intention of getting involved. He nervously begged for forgiveness, but to no avail. Lord Ta, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Luke Hung quickly tries to smooth things over. It seems the competitors from both sides have some conflict. But it's okay, the second match has ended. The winner is Wei An, the guardian of the arena, who fought against Tinvu's challenger. Ham immediately grabbed his arm and complained, I should have won, but Wei An was acting strangely. He sees through my plan. Tinvu responds seriously, I know, leave the rest to me. Ta Lian stared at you intently. If it weren't for Tinvu, my brother's bones would have been shattered already. The most formidable opponent, huh? Meeting his brother only means defeat, so he kneels and begs for mercy. Lam VM steps forward and hands Nguyen a pill. According to the rules of the competition, if a contestant defeats 2 opponents in a row, they will receive a spirit-restoring pill. He angrily grabbed it. No need for you to say anything. Luke then spoke again. Dear audience, after suffering consecutive losses, only Tinvu remains from the Thanlong Academy. Looking back, the Chu Tuak Academy still has all 3 contestants. Will Nguyen continue his winning streak, or can Tinvu turn the tide of the battle? Nguyen narrowed his eyes at the provocation. Tinvu, if you voluntarily admit defeat, your beast can suffer less pain. Otherwise, he was so startled, he jumped in fear before Nguyen even finished speaking, and now he is staring at Nguyen with deadly intent, making him tremble. Your terrifying gaze is too much.
I will make your sister witness how disgraceful her brother is on the arena, and then destroy your sister's beast. Nguyen angrily points and orders, if you want to disable my sister's beast, defeat me first. The heavenly demon's demonic beast charges forward. Tinvu also doesn't sit idly by and shouts loudly. Hakfong charged forward, quickly commanding it to use the blood-red spiral of the heavenly demon Vuang Dm beast. He also immediately ordered the silent claw attack. The two summoned beasts quickly charged at each other, determined to fight to the death. Hung Luk was excited to see the battle get more intense. My God, I didn't expect the underworld of Yu Min Lang to land 23 consecutive silent claw attacks. The heavenly demon, Vuang Dm beast, has no chance to unleash its skills. Wei An saw the situation was unstable and had to remind it, don't resist, retreat now. Just as it was about to retreat, Tinvu ordered Hakfong to attack. Rain down, Hakfong used the Hellfire. The demon beast was tightly bound by the chains it had created, as Hakfong leapt into the air, taking Vuang Dm Thu along with him. It stomps on Vuang Dm Thu, causing it to scream in agony. Eventually, unable to withstand it, Vuang Dm Thu falls straight to the ground. It collided so violently that it caused a shockwave. Vuang Dm Thu was now lying motionless on the ground, unable to move. Seeing this scene, he immediately gritted his teeth in anger. Tinvu Tatrung was a bit surprised and puzzled by what he saw. Why has his strength and aura changed so much compared to a few days ago? Cornered, Guoan decided to fight to the death and reveal his true power. The heavenly demon Flame Beast uses the heavenly flame punishment, opening its mouth wide. The powerful figure beside it continues to comment without stopping. Finally, the demon cloud Flame Beast is taking this seriously. With such a powerful attack like the demonic light heavenly punishment, the Yu Min Lang hell won't have anywhere to run. Once it crosses the boundary, it will be declared defeated. Vuang Dm Thu quickly spat fire from its 3 heads. He reacted in time and hurriedly gave an order. Black Wind, hidden in the shadows, immediately charged forward on command. While Vuang Dm Thu was still actively breathing fire, Black Wind silently approached from behind without it noticing. Just as he was about to sneak a bite, Hakfong was blocked by Vuang Dm Thu's tail, and he looked utterly smug. Tinvu, you've fallen into the trap. The fight is over. Tinvu, on the other hand, doesn't seem very worried, which confuses Ung Yuan. Is that so? Then a big collision happened right after. Only then did he realize that this was not the true body, but a clone. Without giving the opponent time to react, he immediately ordered an attack. Black Wind, Hell's shield, opened its mouth wide and shot out a powerful spiritual force, knocking Vuang Dm Thu back. After that attack, it once again collapsed to the ground. Wei An also became even more confused because of it. How is that possible? I didn't expect you to predict my prediction. I acknowledge you as a worthy opponent, Tinvu. As he clenched his wrist and the glove changed from black to blue. From now on, I have to be serious. Wei An raised his hand forward and shouted loudly. The heavenly demon, Vuang Dm Beast, activates its second form, transforming its body once again, with several hands growing from its back, its power intensifying. 3 heads and 6 arms, the heavenly demon Vuang Dm Beast has now become a beast-human hybrid, and in front of everyone's eyes, it has taken on a terrifying appearance. So what if I do? I will use it to defeat you now. A green dot appears in front of Tinvu again. He was so shocked he opened his mouth in amazement. What kind of summoned beast was he planning to summon next? It only took a few seconds for the second summoned beast, an electric-eared rabbit, to appear, and the surrounding atmosphere immediately froze. Wei An was stunned, still trying to recover, while Yang Suo was just as quick to act. Even Hum Hum was momentarily speechless. Only Ta Lian is secretly pleased. Quan Lan was stunned, unable to believe it. Electric ear rabbit. Wei An couldn't hold back anymore and burst into laughter. Tinvu, what a waste. I thought you were a worthy opponent. I didn't expect you to be such a fool, using a non-elemental low bloodline beast like the Thunder Hare as your ultimate move. He just pointed at Tinvu and ordered Vuang Dm Thu, that useless kind. Tinvu, you are not worthy of becoming a divine demon beast, Tamer, like Vuang Dm Beast. The 6 harmonies truncheon, and then its 6 hands begin to gather spiritual energy. It quickly charged forward, attacking Hakfong repeatedly, while Tinvu clenched his fist and ordered the electric-eared rabbit to support Hakfong. Immediately after, a surge of power enveloped its body. Hakfong raised its head and howled several times, its entire body now shrouded in demonic energy. Although Nguyen was starting to feel afraid inside, he still remained stubborn on the outside. It was useless. The second stage absorption ability of the heavenly demon Vuang Dm Beast is 3 times stronger than before. Your hellfire chain won't hurt me. Tinvu smirked. Maybe 1 flower wouldn't be enough. Then 2 flowers. What about 3? He replied proudly. 3 flowers? What are you rambling about? Hellfire Lotus is the ultimate killing technique of the underworld of U Min Lang. The minimum recharging time is 1 hour. Before he could finish speaking, Wei An was silenced by the sight before him, his mouth opening in shock. How is that possible? Heavenly Demon Lam Dm Beast quickly used the blood-red vortex. Tinvu smirked, casually stroking the electric rabbit's ear. It's too late. A hellfire chain rushes towards Lam Dm Beast, causing Nguyen to panic. I can't lose. The Heavenly Demon. Lam Dm Beast must be stopped. Seeing not just 1, but 2 flames rushing towards him, he could only cry out in despair. No. Lam Dm 2 opened its shield to try and hold back, but then a massive explosion occurred. As the dust began to settle, Lam Wiem saw it trembling so much it couldn't stand and hurriedly announced, "The victorious side celebrates as Tinvu Tanlong Academy roars in triumph, showcasing a masterpiece of storm god techniques." Meanwhile, Nguyen, defeated, is stunned into kneeling on the ground. He frowned in confusion. The hellfire chain tripled. How is that possible? Could it be that this is the reason he signed the contract with the electric-eared rabbit? He slightly smirked and revealed that it's not 3 times, but 3 times renewed the number of ultimate attacks. Tinvu raises his index finger, while I can only unleash the hellfire chain once. Wei An immediately clenches his fists in anger. 4 hellfire chains, I didn't expect this to be your trump card. Tinvu, wait for me. Yang Su was watching from outside, laughing happily. That's awesome. Tinvu, see that? Did everyone see that? Those are my brothers. Ham Ham also happily claps. Principal Chu calmly decided. Our Chu Tuk Academy may lose the competition, but we cannot lose our dignity.
Ta-Lin is up next to go on the field.
She stammered at the sound of it. It's your turn. Yeah.
Director, your brother is still there. If I go up there, isn't it like offering my life?
He straightforwardly reminded her, Ta-Lin, your father is sitting as a judge observing. Do you know the consequences? In the end, she had to face it herself. Ta-Lin snapped and shouted, Tinvu, I didn't expect you to have the right to stand in front of me. Tinvu cheerfully greets, I've been waiting for you a long time. Finally, you've arrived. His words leave her stunned. Wait for me, yeah? Tinvu then changed his attitude and confidently declared, I want to help Liu Kim seek revenge. Destroy her beast completely. Ta-Lin, though scared, still appears very proud. Tinvu, I warn you. My father is the one sitting on the judge's seat. I suggest you better reveal your weakness and surrender to me.
I guarantee you a lifetime of wealth and honor. As long as you lose to me, you can become friends with Ta-Lin.
Compared to our Ta family, what is Mo Dung to us? Tinvu replied straightforwardly.
What does that have to do with me? She finally couldn't hold back and made the first move.
The raging beast was about to teach him a lesson, but it was immediately knocked away and thrown against the wall. Ta-Lin hurriedly turned back to the raging phoenix. Tinvu sternly pointed and said, I told you I want to crush your summoned beast. Lam Vien quickly shook his head to signal Hung Luke, who immediately took the microphone and announced, 1 strike to defeat only 1 move to suppress the attribute of indifference, defeating the furious Da Kong Tuok while in full force. Ta-Lin clearly couldn't believe what he was seeing. How is this possible? The Furious Heart. Peacock has a water attribute. Facing the hellish Yu Min Lang with a fire attribute, she couldn't even last a single round, grinding her teeth in frustration. Even though I knew I couldn't win, as long as I could last 3 rounds, I wouldn't embarrass the Chu Tuok Academy and the Ta family. But Tinvu daring to insult me like that is too much. Hung Luk stepped forward to remind her, You Ta-Lin, according to the rules of the competition, you can summon your second beast now. She immediately retorted angrily, Shut up, are you not embarrassed enough? Wei An quickly stepped forward to ease the tension and said, This match, my sister admits defeat. Let's quickly arrange the next fight. He may be hard to understand, but he still replied, Yinan. Hung Luk regains his composure and announces that the match is over. The divine wind of the Thanlong Academy successfully defends the city, and the next attacker steps onto the stage. Vuang Qin, watching the approaching figure, can't help but ponder. Only 1 person remains. Fang Jing, this person has never fought before. Don't tell me he's the real ace. Excited, Fang Jing stepped into the battle, not expecting that I would be the last one to fight. It looks like I have to give it my all. Then he loudly declared, I charge forward here. Vuang Qin's 3 summoned beasts appeared one after another, and soon after, he had to raise both hands and surrender. I give up, Hung Luk immediately shouted. The victorious side is Tinvu Tanlong Academy. The principal kept reviewing it and felt more and more headache. Such a shameful thing. You awkwardly asked, Bro, your strength is a bit weak, huh?
Vuang could only helplessly shrug. If a boss like Nguyen is weaker, how can a mere soldier like me turn the tide?
I guess I have no choice but to accept it. Yang Suo finally got the chance to run over and congratulate him. Tinvu, you've made me proud. Even Ham can't hide his joy. Tinvu, we've won. Luke Kim, we won the championship. Why are you still so calm? Tinvu then lifted Ham up high. Luke Kim, this is a glorious moment for Thenlong Academy. Don't sulk anymore. Come on, let her go. She looks confused and wants to be released. Tinvu, what are you doing? Let me down! Turning to another side, Wei An, defeated, slightly angered at the water dispenser. He and Talien still maintained their unyielding expressions. Below the arena, the top 3 after the battle stand together. The system displays a notification, unlocking the achievement. The Supernova Tournament champion received an achievement reward, an attribute fusion crystal that can upgrade the Bloodline. After reading it, Tinvu smiled contentedly, finally completing the mission. You open the interface and examine the 2 gems. Attribute fusion stones can merge different attributes into your summoned beast's body.
Look for an opportunity to use it for Freya. The Bloodline upgrade crystal can improve the quality of the beast's bloodline, making it perfect for Black Wind. Quan Lan praised her during the medal presentation, constantly complimenting her.
You're very brave, such a good kid. After receiving the reward, she also felt very happy inside.
Thank you, Your Majesty the Empress, for your praise. Seeing her approaching, Tinvu leaned to the side, sensing she was coming closer.
Suddenly, Quan Lan grabbed the back of Tinvu's head, causing him to freeze in place, and softly asked, Have we met before?
Meeting? What is this? Could it be that I've been recognized?
Tinvu's whole body couldn't help but tremble, and the girl holding the Hui Chuang couldn't help but call out, Your Majesty the Empress. She then signaled for Cook and the Hui Chuang to come over. Quan Lan was still joking before handing over the Hui Chuang, seeing that you were quite bold. Why are you so tense now? Tinvu was sweating profusely now, nervous for the first time seeing the Empress up close. He watched her back with suspicion in his heart.
What you said earlier, are you not planning to expose me?
Or perhaps she never noticed. She simply replied, My old age has made me wise. I value you. Although Tinvu heard that, he still felt a bit confused. Am I really safe now? Up on the building, a series of loud cheers rang out loudly. My friend Xiao is a talent scout for the 30th ranked Tunyu Guild on WeChat. A group of people gathered around Tinvu. I am from the Frostfang Guild. Do you think Cao Tiu might be interested in joining us? You're handsome. 2/3 of our Sword and Wind Guild members are beautiful women. Even our guild leader is a masterful woman, but you just turned away indifferently. I'm not interested, and I've already been recruited as a special pharmacist by another guild. As he walked, Tinvu muttered, Famous people attract a lot of controversy. Dong Sok next to him couldn't help but be curious. Those are all top 50 guilds across the country. Why did you refuse? He honestly replied, Yen Nian and the others in the Thuong Kung Guild treated me very well. I really don't want to betray them. He hesitated and looked at Tinvu. What about Yen Nian? Seeing Duang Sok's expression change, he felt confused. What is he thinking? For me, they are like family. Surprised, Yen held a bottle of alcohol and waved her hand, saying, Let's go drink and have fun. Kai Nian reminded her, the director personally drafted the school rules. During the competition, students are not allowed to drink alcohol. What kind of nonsense rules are these? Change them and report to the disciplinary office. Remove this regulation, he can only helplessly obey. Yes, director, whatever you say goes. Nu Yen quickly walked around and put her arm around Tinvu's shoulder. Tinvu, you are a great hero who won the championship. Don't be shy. You seem to be carrying a lot of worries and pressure. The boy quickly forced a nervous smile. So you also realized that? Nu Yen suggested speaking out, which made me feel relieved. Tinvu, without hesitation, turned and demanded to see her foot. Nu Yen, after hearing this, grabbed his collar and dragged him away. Come here! Tinvu then panicked and begged for help. Teacher Tran, save me. Lu Kim Duang Sok and Kai Nian saw Tinvu in danger, but closed their eyes and ignored him. You might as well wait to die. Ham behind also refuses to join this perversion. Tinvu is dragged into a room and the door is sealed. Inside, Nu Yen suddenly presses him against the corner. This kid really has some guts. Tinvu had to beg for mercy. The director really puts a lot of pressure on me. Just consider me ready before I die. Unexpectedly, she gently lifted her skirt, making him stare in shock as she kindly encouraged him. This is your reward. If you pass the 4-star Beast Tamer exam before this semester ends, you will not only be able to see if you become a 9-star Beast Tamer within 10 years. Tinvu hesitated, then suddenly cleared his throat. hoping both of you wouldn't flirt or court in this room. Both of them turned to see Tiuni standing there with an awkward expression. She politely bowed and invited Mr. Tiu. The Empress is waiting for you in the Ontruyan Palace. It takes 4 hours to go back and forth from the royal capital, so I don't know if you have the time. Suddenly, Tinvu felt a chill run down his spine. Could I really refuse after all? I go with her. You secretly mourn. What must come will come in the end. The scene shifts to the center of Long Kingdom, the imperial city in front of the golden sacred Keelan Gate. Tiuni bows and points the way. Mr. Tiu, Her Majesty the Empress is waiting for you inside. Please follow me. Tinvu stood before this place and couldn't help but be amazed. The golden sacred lion, even the gate itself, is a divine beast form. If a fight breaks out, will I even have a chance to escape? You walk deeper inside following the instructions, and as soon as you arrive, Tinvu sees Guanlan sitting and waiting. You're here. Do you know why I summoned you alone? Tinvu nervously replied, I do not know, Your Majesty. I hope the Lady Empress can clarify. She waved her hand and quickly moved on to the main topic. In recent days, a major incident occurred in Long Kingdom where a mysterious person executed a prisoner in front of a crowd, and during those days you were not in Tulin City. Tinvu's smile immediately froze upon hearing this. Is something this big happening? But how does this relate to me? He couldn't help but feel discouraged. She was investigating his whereabouts. He didn't go home, nor did he tell his sister. The Luke Kim Society called him, but couldn't reach him. Tao Tung Quan has a theory that if someone simply hides themselves, they can conceal their true strength and identity. Tinvu scratched his head awkwardly and said, That conclusion is a bit too hasty, isn't it? According to this logic, any worker, teacher, or student could be a mysterious person, right? Suddenly, she stood up from the chair, and Quan Lan slowly approached where he was standing. She simply walked past, making Tinvu's expression even more grim. Quan Lan suddenly turned and questioned, Are you the one wearing the black cloak? That made Tinvu choke. Tinvu was worried. Sure enough, I was discovered. What should I do now? Run away? But can I escape? The tears of the dragon, even if they are dragon's tears, cannot turn back the world to yesterday. Then I keep thinking, risking everything to fight her. But what should I do about my older sister? What should I do now that the Luke Kim Society has barely managed to win the championship with me and the Than Long students as well? But right now, Quan Lan reached out to pat your head. Don't worry, it's just a joke. Then he spoke again, saying, My people have gone to call. Just tell you to go home for 2 days. Then set out to catch a new spirit beast. Is it that electric-eared rabbit? With sharp eyes and impressive performance, she made people see her differently. Tinvu was startled and asked, But isn't Empress Dowager suspicious that I am the Black Cloak? The other person smiled beautifully and said, Nothing much. I just found you adorable and good-looking, so I couldn't help teasing you. Tatrong doubts you, but you've had your royal beast for less than a year. How can your strength compare to that of a master beast tamer? Tinvu was frightened inside, thinking to herself, was she really caught off guard? She almost thought she was discovered, but sister helped her out, so she must show filial piety to her at home. I still have 3 more years of classes to go. I haven't thought about what to do after graduation yet, she said calmly. Every student after graduating from the Beast Taming Academy has only 3 options. Continuing to explain, first, join the Beast Tamer Guild. Second, join the military to become part of the Navy, Army, or Air Force. Third, join the International Mercenary Organization at the border and become a bounty hunter. Then Quan Lan reached out forward. But if I now offered you a 4th option, would you be willing to accept it? Tinvu muttered to himself about choosing the 4th option, secretly thinking, Don't tell me she wants to use some hidden rule on me. Wait, why do I feel so ashamed of this kind of thought, still wanting to give myself a slap, but on the surface I remained calm and spoke. Your Majesty the Empress, what exactly is the 4th option you mentioned? Quan Lan, proud, becomes a member of the Imperial Spirit, so I can use her. Hearing that, he was terrified inside. The Imperial Hound Organization is the trusted core of Shangguan Lan, with members similar to Death Warriors, undertaking life-threatening missions, and the base members of the White Silver Troop change machines every month, showing how dangerous this profession is. Continuing to think, the Red Cloak Medical Troop in White Silver also has a very high mortality rate, mostly dying during espionage missions, with a more tragic death than the White Silver Troop. Only the Black Minster has the highest chance of survival and the strongest strength, but to become a Black Minster, 3 conditions must be met. Achieving the rank of 8-star Beast Tamer and earning the top merit of the Imperial Soul Organization. Along with the absolute trust of Her Majesty the Empress, Quan Lan then spoke. Tinvu, are you willing to accept the 4th option? How long do you plan to hesitate?
Hearing that, I immediately looked up and said, "Your Majesty the Empress, first of all, thank you for trusting and valuing me." At this moment, the surrounding pressure skyrocketed, and hearing you say that you want to refuse me and give me the good person card, I hurriedly explained, No, I really want to improve. I wish I could join the Imperial Soul Organization right now.
Guanlan smiled and patted his shoulder. You are a smart person and made the right choice. Tinvu silently lamented inside. Am I really the one chosen? I comfort myself that although I am close to the army, it's not necessarily a bad thing. The Empress doesn't seem to trust Ta Trung, otherwise she wouldn't have told me about his suspicions, waiting for the day I become the great sacrificial priest of Hak Min. Maybe then I will have the chance to replace Ta Trung. Continuing to think by then, Tio Tinvu will be above 10,000 people. And with the identity of the man in the black cloak, there will be a day of internal and external cooperation, and I will surely secure the throne of the Empress. Guanlan spoke beside him, saying, Xiao Tinvu, I have something to show you. As soon as the words finished, a series of booming sounds echoed outside the room. A court lady walks in with a giant shadowy figure. The mist disperses. A cute blue baby unicorn appears in front of him. Seeing this scene, Tinvu's eyes suddenly lit up as the scanning system activated. Reading the information that appeared, he marveled, no wonder it is a divine beast of the unicorn bloodline. One of the 3 major bloodlines, with all stats extremely balanced and almost no weaknesses. He looked ahead and thought to himself, the Qilin is the beast that Shangguanlan is most skilled at controlling, and is also the one usually provided to the royal family. Although it's of a very low rank, its appearance suggests it's a young one. Do you like it now? Tinvu was startled. She continued to ask, do you like this magical beast? Hearing that, he replied, I doubt there is any beast tamer in Long Kingdom who can resist the temptation of a unicorn-type beast. Guanlan, hearing this, said with satisfaction, If you like it, I will gift you this beast. What did you say? She repeated, rubbing her head and explaining I was too nervous and accidentally spoke out of turn to Her Majesty the Empress. He thought to himself that the unicorn-type divine beast was a royal beast used by the imperial family, but only Shangguanlan and her daughter Shangguan Thien carried that surname, so they must value Lei Jade Unicorn too much. The opponent smiled, and Tinvu knew that this divine beast wouldn't be given for free. He would need to fulfill a condition. In the supernova trial next month, you must accept an S-rank mission and complete it. Hearing this, Tinvu realized that the task was very difficult. In his mind, he recalled that the supernova trial is a competition for contestants who have already participated in each breakthrough, taking place a month after the supernova tournament ends. The difficulty levels are divided into 4 tiers, increasing in order from C, B, A to S. Most contestants will choose difficulty, level B. Confident competitors will pick level A. I recall asking the director before, in the last supernova trial, only 8 contestants chose S level, but 6 failed, and only 2 barely completed the S level task. It seems Her Majesty the Empress wants to test my potential to see if I can meet the requirements to become a candidate for the Han Empire organization. Then he placed his hand over his chest and said, I will definitely fulfill my mission and complete the S-rank task. Your Majesty the Empress, please see if I am qualified to join the Hegemon organization. You are indeed very clever. Guanlan smiled and said, You must know that Ta Zhong wants Tan Wei An to join the Soul organization, but I haven't agreed yet, and I have given an order. It's too late now. You can step back. I, the humble servant, withdraw. Then Guanlan sat back in his chair, thinking to himself, he was indeed a promising young man. Why did he lose control and tease him back then? His golden eyes slightly narrowed, reflecting deep contemplation, as the toy stand shook and made lively sounds. Guanlan smiled brightly, her face full of joy beside the child. On the other side, light shone at the giant hotel. Tinvu returned to the room, sat directly on the bed, and spoke forward. Lolo was far away, and their serious expressions made the atmosphere tense. Can we just laugh a little? The Avenue scolds, you fool. Do you know that being close to the king is like being close to a lake? Tinvu replies, I know, but may I ask my dear Lolo, in that situation, if I didn't agree, would I have survived? I understand, but Medusa also spoke up. Sovereign, I can understand your situation at that time. Agreeing with Shangguanlan was a temporary measure when desperate. But I must warn you that the foundation staff of the Han Empire organization, Baiyin Jietai, has a death rate of over 90%. Hearing this, he smiled faintly. Sometimes in despair there is a hidden last escape. Do you still remember what Thuang Quanlan said last? She replied. Are you saying the Empress refused the proposal to let Tan Weon into Ta Trung's soul organization? Medusa is on alert. Thuang Quanlan, naturally suspicious, didn't fully trust Ta Trung. Meanwhile, another voice also spoke up. That's right. The Ta family's power is growing stronger and likely beyond Thuong Quanlan's control. Tinvu snapped his fingers. Yes, this is the way out of the deadlock. Tinvu, I have no power or influence. Coming from common roots with a spotless family background, I am a member of the Imperial Soul, surely dedicated to serving the Empress and cannot form factions, so the Empress needs me to restrain the Ta family. He continued explaining, so as long as I keep acting, I can gain Thuong Quanlan's trust. Until she completely lets down her guard and I become strong enough to strike her down and take her throne, a look of excitement will be on my face. By then, Long Kingdom might very well carry the Tu surname.
Dale warns you're playing with fire.
Tinvu retorts, No, I'm just playing with people's hearts. After hearing that, she stared ahead with a faint blush on her face and then asked Kit, So if you become the Emperor of
Long Country, will there be many women around you?
He quickly denied, I don't have that thought. Next to Medusa, she said, Lord, once you do it, there's no turning back. If we fail in this, we will be forever disgraced. Tinvu confidently said, Don't worry, in this game of chess, just follow me, and I will lead you both to victory. Hearing that, she immediately knelt down on one knee. My life was granted by the ruler, and no matter if there's a deep abyss or a mountain cliff ahead, even if my flesh and bones are shattered, I will follow the ruler. The Avenue muttered, When did this snake learn to flatter? He turned his head away, already showing his attitude from afar. What about Lolo? Hearing the concern, I can only reply reluctantly. Forget it. Do whatever you think is best. I will always stand behind you. As soon as the words finished, the three of them exchanged glances, and all smiled happily together. The plane soared into the bright blue sky under the blazing sun. He carried his backpack and held his suitcase, finally able to go home. Kai asked, Did you bring enough stuff?
Teacher Tran, why are there only a few of us on the plane? The director replied, He's so happy that he booked this plane first thing in the morning.
Hearing that, he smiled generously. Next to Yang Suo, looking at the backpack in front of him, he said, Dried beef, mint candies, a bunch of specialties from Tulin City. Tinvu, are you here to place an order? He turned his head at the sound. I thought my sister liked to eat, so I brought back a little more. The other person sighed. You really spoil your sister to the fullest. He smiled and said, Of course my sister is the best woman in the world. I must be filial to her for life.
All right. Filial piety is good. Then he silently glanced at Ham-Ham, wondering how things were going with the kid and his sibling, and whether he needed to add some fuel to the fire. The plane took off swiftly through the blue sky, reflecting bright light. Suddenly, the four people in their seats felt a violent shake. Duang Sok was terrified. Master Tran, what's happening? Kai Nian replied, I don't know either.
Tinvu asked, Master Tran, why does the plane smell faintly of alcohol? The other person was startled. Alcohol smell? It's over. Yen inside, her face flushed, slapped the pilot. Strange. Why is there a man in the bathroom? And there are so many buttons outside making sounds. The director in there isn't the bathroom, it's the cockpit. Come out quickly. She spoke up. What is this steering wheel? Then the plane suddenly crashed. After a while, everyone finally landed and started complaining. I'm dizzy. Long City, we finally landed, almost died young. At this moment, a crowd rushes over, shouting, Tinvu Din is amazing. You are the pride of our academy. Vuthan, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Welcome the one and only genius of Long City. Two people run up to Tinvu. Tinvu, having the chance to be roommates with a genius like you in this life is truly a blessing from my past life. I only admire Dad Vu in this life, and will fight alongside him in the future. He pretends not to know who you are. The other side says, You're so arrogant. It's only been a short time since we last met, and you've already forgotten about us? Tinvu laughed. No, Sheng. You and Tongho are my adopted children. How could I forget? Hearing this, they were furious. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll smash your head now. Who the hell do you think is your son? He took out a notebook from his backpack and started writing. Tinvu said, I have prepared some training plans and arranged training based on your beast-taming habits to help you improve your strength. The other party's attitude immediately changed. Dad Vu, I really can't do without you, my adoptive father. He turned around and said to the back, Don't hide behind anymore. They are also waiting for you too. Duang Sok refused, saying you're the main character of our school. Ham chuckled, we can't steal your spotlight and push you to the front like that. The opponent nervously called out to Tinvu, Wait a moment. Everyone immediately took out their cameras and started snapping photos, and all three were instantly projected onto the building's face. Below, a crowd has gathered to watch. At this moment, someone nearby punches the wall with a powerful fist. Vuang Dm's sweat beading on his face, his expression tense and angry. He looked up at the screen, saw Han and the others laughing happily, then clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he shouted. Tinvu muttered to himself, "If it weren't for you, my beast Tamer wouldn't have died if it weren't for you. Why was I expelled? No, I won't accept this. If it weren't for you, why did my father go missing?
There's no reason I should be wandering the streets like a stray dog scorned by everyone." A figure appeared behind him, but Vuang Dm didn't notice and kept saying, "Clearly I am the most outstanding student of Thanlong Academy. This military medal, this glory should have belonged to me."
Suddenly, his shoulder was lightly tapped, causing him to startle and turn around shouting, "Who?" The black-clad person responded, "Vuang Dm, son of Vuang Dongtang." He asked, "Who are you? Do you know my father?" The other side throws out a piece of paper. "No need to know so much. If you want to defeat Tinvu, come find me." Watching the dark figure walk away, Wang Yan was puzzled. Who exactly is this person? Seeing the content on the paper, he suddenly panicked and grabbed him, recognizing the symbol in his mouth as belonging to the Shadow Alchemy Guild Beast Tamer. Suddenly, a gasp of surprise spread through the class. What? The midterm exam? Kairen stands on this podium, holding his glasses with one hand and speaking. "Yes, this semester's midterm has arranged a special exam for you consisting of 2 parts, a written theory test and a practical battle where you must personally fight monsters. During this midterm exam, our class will escort military supply ship number 13, safely transporting supplies from Longan City to Huang Yen City within 24 hours. Tinvu thinks that since Chu Hung, the city lord of Huang Yen, promised to help him pick the Huin ghost flower, it meets the sprouting condition of the heavenly soul Dong Tu. How powerful are the levels of demon beasts?" Hearing that, Kai Nian said he would pass through the 5 Poison Gorge, Kondi Mountain, and Bakkot Uyen. There might be superhuman-level monsters appearing, even Demon King-level monsters. "Everyone is scared, Teacher Tron. I still want to live for 2 more years, so I will drop out now. This isn't a regular exam, all the questions are multiple choice." Kai Ren explained seriously with a serious face. "Don't panic, the escort team for train number 13 is from the Thuong Kung Guild. If they encounter high-level monsters along the way, of course the Thuong Kung Guild will step in. You guys are just here for show." Tinvu sat below, opening his phone and thinking that the Thuong Kung Guild, especially for important tasks like escorting military supplies, probably also has Yen Yin coming. Then send a message and immediately get a reply. Suddenly, Kai Nian calls out to Tu Tinvu and he panics. "I was just replying to a message." The other person turned around and called out, "Tio Tinvu, come out here with me." Some students saw this and mocked, and Tu Tinvu was about to get scolded. Outside, Fang An asked, "What's going on, Teacher Tran? You're not planning to punish me, are you?" "Punishing me? Then the director will twist your neck." Then takes out an item from his shirt. It is a complete demon beast core from the Liam Dm demon crystal, a token from the director to help Yumin Lang of your hell breakthrough and level up. "Teacher Tron, please thank the director for me." Kai Nian suddenly said, "Oh, right. Last time I asked for leave, you asked my sisters. I didn't go home at all." He smiled and said, "I see you figured it out." The other person replied, "Don't leave class again next time. Go home with your sister after school." Tinvu reluctantly confirmed, "Yes, definitely." At this moment, as if sensing something, his face became serious. He opened the window, secretly calling out to the power of the dragon. One of Kai Nian asked, "What's wrong?" He looked up at the sky, thinking that this dragon's power was very pure and sacred, not belonging to Shangunlan. Could there still be a purebred dragon in this world? Suddenly, a figure rushing through the air cut through the atmosphere, and a giant shadow in the sky spread its powerful wings, tearing through the clouds. Someone spoke from atop the dragon. "Xiaowu has grown this much in less than half a year." Dami said, "Leader, Xiaowu is in the city below. Maybe we should disguise ourselves and meet him." Li Dim shook her head, saying it's not the right time to meet the boy yet. Hearing that, she asked, "Leader, when exactly do you plan to wait for the right moment to meet the boy?" He replied, "The boy is developing very quickly. I believe it won't be long before we meet again." Then he signaled his spirit beast to move. "Let's go." At this moment, Tinvu thought to himself strangely, "I could clearly feel the dragon's power. So why is there not even a trace of its aura anymore? Never mind, it must be Shangguan Lan." Time passes in the blink of an eye, and the quiet evening envelops the building. Tinvu pushes the door open and calls out,
"Sister Munmin, I'm back."
"Man." Little girl happily ran over and hugged his leg. "Big brother, you've been away from home for half a month. I miss you so much." Tinvu crouched down and patted her head, saying, "I miss you too. I looked really cool in the arena. Timon shouted. Wait until I grow up. I will definitely marry someone like you. Hearing this, she smiled and said,
Man, you're still young, and besides, I'm not interested in Lolly. I like Sister Ngu. The girl responded, what's so great about Sister Ngu?
If Ngu T has it, Man has it too. Now, Ngu Tweet comes out of the bathroom and says, Man, let go of Xiaovu now. She's still carrying a bunch of luggage. Tinvu shouted, Sister! Then he quickly dropped his backpack, ran over and hugged her, exclaiming, Sister, I miss you so much. Nguok Tweet patted his shoulder and comforted him. I miss you too, Xiaovu. Seeing this, Timon wondered why his and her way of living together was different from his and Diep Ngung Swung's. The bright window stood out among the quiet rooms in the night. Tinvu asked, Can I sleep with you tonight? Nguok Tweet turned around. No, Tinvu, you're already a 1.8-meter tall kid now. I begged and pleaded, but haven't we always slept together since we were little? She smiled and said, We didn't have enough space before, so we had no choice but to do that.
Now that we're living in an apartment, and Mon is here too, it might not be good for her.
No, absolutely not. Tinvu is begging Man to sleep in the car just this once, please. Nguok Tweet finally agreed, I really couldn't refuse you. All right, just this once, but not again next time. Time passes quickly. The crescent moon hangs suspended in the night sky above the quiet roof. Inside the room, two people lie together under warm blankets, their faces peaceful and relaxed. Nguok Tweet reached up to touch her face. Xiaowu, you've been outside for so long, your face looks sunken. Tinvu replied, I'm fine.
Sister, I have something to do outside next week before the exam.
Is she worried about going out again? He continued, the exam involves escorting train number 13 to Huangyan City. The opponent spoke up, saying that it was a city in the western border of Long Country with a very harsh environment and many monsters. Hearing that, the young man boasted, It's okay, sis, I'm much stronger now. Nguok Tweet cheered happily. Are you really that strong? Well, back then you only needed one arm to hold me in your embrace. Blinking, your arms might not be able to hold me all at once. Tinvu said, It's okay, now it's my turn to hold you. Then she smiled softly and moved closer to the warmth spreading in the air. Seeing this, her face slightly blushed with a fond and mischievous gaze. Tinvu says, I'll buy a seaside villa once I earn enough money so you can pick shells by the beach whenever you want. Then I can make achievements every day and come home to your cooking, and that will make my life complete. Nguok Tweet said, This scene is so vivid, I already look forward to the future you are drawing. In her heart, she sighed. Foolish girl, I can't stay with you forever. She raised her hand and asked, Tinvu, can you promise me one thing? Tinvu asked, What is the condition? Little finger intertwined, Nguok Tweet said, Even if something happens to me in the future, you have to live well, okay? He said, Sister, you will be fine. I promise you to remember the days when we walked hand in hand at sunset. And the next morning, the first sunlight gently covered the academy, bringing warm breath, with friends complaining that failing exams is no big deal, but dying at the exam hall is the real problem. Tinvu turned his head and asked, Do we need to make a will? Don't, he replied. I don't want to make a flash now. Tong Ho walks over and sits at the table. Is Dad Vu at the cafeteria? Today I'll cover you, he cheerfully said. The adopted child wants to cover me. I appreciate the kindness. Next time I go out, someone already asked me out today. Look at Tinvu leaving as both discuss. Old No, who do you think Bo Vu was meeting today? Now Vu is a prominent figure at Than Long Academy. It's probably the school beauty pursuing him. Song Hu remembers the four great beauties, Diep Suang Ngung, Mo Dung Ham Ham, and asks, Tran Kanyan also has a close female friend. What's her name again? The person next to him responds, Bak Van Ka, and he immediately says, Yes, that's Bak Van Ka. Sin Hu reasons that I don't think Bak Van Ka is likely, since we don't usually see her. I feel the most probable person is Mo Dung Ham Ham, who is on the same team as Bo Vu, with a high chance of winning. The other side nodded and said, That's true. Meanwhile, both Zhongyang and Suo spoke up. Little sister, I heard Dad is back and there will be delicious food at home tonight. She said she also misses the food Dad cooks. At that moment, noticing someone familiar, he turned around and called out, Tinvu. Then the brothers also chimed in. What are you laughing at? Why are you so cheerful? Want to come over to my place for dinner tonight? My dad is in the kitchen tonight and he said he wants to get to know you. Tinvu declines. Sorry, I already made plans with a sister tonight. Hearing that, Duang Sok was surprised. You even have another sister? On the other side, Tuyet secretly thought while holding a glass of water, Xiaovu has truly grown up. Thinking about it a bit, her face turned red. Growing up in many ways. Before the construction site, Yang Suo asked if she was the foster sister. Tinvu replied, "We met before enrolling. She is Tan Yin Nine from the Guild of Bookworms." At this moment, he noticed the sound coming from his phone, raised it to his ear, and heard the voice saying,
Tinvu's younger brother, I'm waiting for you at the back gate of the academy. Standing outside, she listened to the voice on the phone. Sister Yen Yin, I'm coming right now.
"Big brother Duong So, Luke Kim, let's hang out another day." "I'll treat then." Watching them walk away, the boy muttered, "A foster sister? So it means there's no blood relation, right?" Meanwhile, the silly one calls out,
Brother, I understand what the other side is saying. Follow the street Yen Bin outside with the rows of electric wires and gentle sunlight.
He called with a cheerful face.
Miss Yen Yin, she rushed over.
"Little brother
Tinvu, it's been so long since we last saw you. I miss you so much. The two secretly looked at Yang Sok as he spoke.
That beautiful girl has such a hot figure. Sister, you saw it too. A boy like Tinvu is loved by many beauties, so you must not be careless."
Ham Ham said, but I don't know how to take the initiative, and even if I do, it would be useless.
Duang Sok thought to himself, it seems it's time to unleash the ultimate move.
A moment later, at a modern glass-fronted shop with a bright entrance, she, holding a menu, said,
Tinvu, this is the best restaurant in the city. Just order whatever you want. Sister Bao, he advised, Sister Yen Ni, it might be a bit expensive, but the person across didn't pay attention.
I don't lack a bit of money. Just serve one portion of each dish here. The staff respectfully replied, Yes, miss, please wait a moment.
Soon the table was filled with steaming, disappearing dishes. The two gently clinked their glasses, the clear sound echoing through the space. She spoke. Tinvu's younger brother, this trip to Huangyan City, even though we're escorting you all the way,
don't let your guard down too much. You know, lately the demon beast army outside the border has started to stir, and the environment at the frontier is much more dangerous than inside the city.
Then he continued, If the border falls, the monsters will attack Long Kingdom, and days like this of feasting and drinking won't come again.
Kovu Yenyin, don't worry unnecessarily, because when that time comes, isn't there still me here?
Hearing that, the opponent agreed, and then Sister would rely on you at that time. Another table's voice sounded, and the brother took another sip, unable to drink anymore.
The auction at Tien Kolao is about to start. I want to find materials to upgrade my beast.
Hearing that, Tinvu spoke up. Tien Kolao, the place hosting the biggest auction in Long'an City.
Yen Nin asked, Do you also find the auction at Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion interesting? Do you want to join?
You're just going to refuse?
As soon as I hear Tien Kolao, I know it's not a place for a poor little guy like you to come.
She stood up and took her hand.
Come on, I'll take you to broaden your horizons. Tinvu shyly said, Sister Yen Yin, I haven't finished eating yet. Yen Yin cheerfully replied, Just pack it up. In the evening, stars shine over the skyscraper with bright lights. As the manager bows and guides, Miss Tan, please use the VIP entrance.
Tinvu thought to himself, what a wealthy lady she is. The grand hall with its high vaulted ceiling was magnificent, and two figures stood amidst the dim light. Tinvu looked around and saw the feathers of the Eagle King, the tail fins of the Iceblade Queen, and the skull of the black gold rhinoceros.
What are you looking at? Get out of the way, or do you want me to gouge your eyes out?
Hearing that, Tinvu turned around, his eyes flashing with suspicion, and in front of him was a man following behind as a bodyguard. He thought to himself, the Fong Guild, it seems this is the arrogant young master Lai Hang of the Fong Guild. He stepped forward and spoke, So it's Yen Nin, you're here too? What a coincidence. She's angry.
Li Hang, stay away from me, we're not close.
The other person glanced to the side. Yen Nin, who is that scrawny kid next to you?
Yen Nin replied, Li Hong, speak properly. My younger brother Tinvu is the champion of the supernova competition.
He looked down on him. Tinvu is a 2-star beast Tamer from a small city, no bowing, no kneeling, her gaze indeed becoming more and more selective. Then he threatened her again. Kid, Yen Hien is the girl I like. If you're smart, get out of Tien Kolao right now, or I'll cut you off. And if not?
Suddenly a voice rang out. This is Tien Ko Tower. If you have personal grudges, please settle them outside. Don't ruin my treasure.
Someone shouted, Look, it's Mrs. Kwong from the Kwong family. As footsteps fell onto the stairs, the sound was deep and muffled. The graceful girl appears with an alluring presence that lights up the space. Tuyet Nhu raises her paper fan in front of her face and asks, I wonder if you can show some respect to me.
Li Hong spoke softly. Please don't blame me, Miss Kwong. I accidentally caused trouble on your territory. She maintained her gentle smile, but an ominous aura radiated from her, making others feel uneasy.
Tinvu's face looked a bit puzzled as he looked up with suspicion.
Tweet New turned around and said, Ladies, the auction is about to start. I just arrived at the exhibition hall on the top floor.
Both silently watched each other's backs as they left. Then Yen Nian nudged the person beside her with her hand. Seeing that beautiful women indeed find it hard to walk upright, he quickly apologized. Sorry, I was a bit distracted earlier. In my heart, I think, step on the snow. Ming Dieu, the beast Tamer of the 3rd rank. And isn't she a 6-star beast Tamer?
The young master goes up, kid. Just wait there for me.
Immediately after, the young man responded, I am willing to go all the way. Yen Nian said, Tinvu, do you know how disgusting that Lai Hang guy is? He spoke up, knowing a little. She recounted that this story began when our guild and Elder Feng's guild competed for the top guild in this city. She continued, saying that Old Master Feng's guild is autocratic and domineering, holding the top spot all year round but harming the interests of their clients, charging 5 million gold coins for killing a single demon beast worth only a few 100,000. Within a month, 2 S-rank missions were declared failed but still collected fees as usual, so more and more people chose to hire from our guild. Replacing Master Feng as the top guild is a certainty. The two of them walk up the stairs, Yi Nian's voice full of anger. However, the Feng guild came up with a trick to make the TDY bear keep stalking and attacking her, trying to make her his wife, even planning to frame her repeatedly to tarnish her innocence. Hearing that, Tinvu promised, I didn't expect this Lai Hang to be so disgusting. If there's a chance, I will definitely teach him a lesson. At this moment, a voice sounded from behind both of them. Mr. Tiu turned around upon hearing the call and recognized the speaker saying, It's you. Tiu Ni smiled and said, I have something to talk to you about. Can you come over for a moment? Tinvu thought to himself, she's looking for me again. Could it be about the Empress? He turned to the side and said, Yen Nian, wait for me a moment. Then immediately followed the other person into the room.
She took out an item and said, You left in such a hurry that day. His Majesty asked me to give this to you.
Tinvu asked uncertainly, Is this from Tiu Ni? The Imperial Soul Token. He took it from her hand and repeated, The Imperial Soul Token. She spoke as if encountering a queen, as if she had never seen someone from the Imperial Soul before. Although you did not meet the standards, His Majesty decided to bestow the symbol of the Emperor's soul, symbolizing your status as an Emperor's soul, hoping that this token can clear obstacles for you and protect you through your life at the Academy. Hearing this, Tinvu politely thanked the lady attendant and the Empress for making the effort to come here for him, but Xiaoni said, I was just passing by. Then she glanced back and said, I have to escort that noble person to the border. He pointed with his hand. She's bathing, and you're bringing me in here.
She smiled brightly and said, There's a barrier. It's okay. That great person won't blame you for this.
Then you go ahead and leave the room.
Yen Nian cares about you. Are you all right?
Tinvu said,
What could possibly happen to me? Sister Yen Yi, let's hurry and join the auction.
Hearing this, she stepped closer. Are you really fine living with such a great beauty without any issues? He was sweating and said, I only have 5 minutes. What can I do? Yen Nian continued to ask, Tinvu, do you prefer someone like Kwang Tweet New or the person from earlier, or someone like me? Tinvu confidently said, Of course I like a heroic and brave woman like you, Yen Nian. Only then did she turn around, as if her charm was enough to comfort her. On the other side, Li Hong angrily clenched his fist against the armrest. Damn it, how can that kid get so close to Yen Yen?
Young Master Li, should I wait until the auction ends to have someone drag that kid into the alley and teach him a lesson?
This doesn't suit my style.
Young Master Li takes a look at this.
The butler continued, This is Tu Tinvu's sister. Lai Hang's face shows a lewd smile, his eyes becoming more sinister. You're truly a stunning beauty. The bids went up to 4.5 million, 6 million, 8 million, all just hoping Mrs. Kwong would smile and say, I'll pay 10 million if you give me a chance to have dinner with her. Tinvu sighed. A skull of a heavenly eye spirit beast costs 3 million, and the auction reached 10 million. Was that too much? They have money but no place to spend it?
Yen Nian explained. You silly little brother, you're just too naive.
What they are buying is not the goods, but Mrs. Kwong's attention, wanting to get close to her. He quickly said, Mrs. Kwong, no matter how kind she is, isn't she more beautiful and youthful than Miss Yen Yen? She smiled and said, I like hearing that. Tinvu raised his head and looked at Tweet New standing above. a flash of sharpness in his eyes as if he wanted to see through everything, thinking to himself that although he wasn't interested in this woman, she seemed to be shrouded in an impenetrable, mysterious aura, and if there was a chance, it would be better to establish a connection. Next, I invite our ladies to bring up the 9th auction item. She lifted the cloth, revealing a rare 100-year-old treasure that can revive dying beast tamers. Dragon horn. Starting bid 80 million. There are exclamations below. Yes, yes, this is indeed a dragon horn. And some are determined to bid, not to say 80 million. Even 800 million must be bought. Tinvu watched the scene, a glint in his eyes, secretly thinking this was a good opportunity. As the crowd was fighting over the auction, suddenly a sound rang out and a glass shattered inside, spilling its contents everywhere. He couldn't help but sigh, careless enough to spill the expensive wine. Next to him, Li Hang spoke up. The poor are truly poor, just embarrassing themselves here. Tweet New ordered, "Who's there? Help this gentleman to the restroom to fix himself." But Tinvu smiled and said, "Can Lady Kwang trouble you to escort me to the restroom?" Zhang Hai questioned, "Who are you to ask Lady Kwang to help you?" The crowd also chimed in, saying that someone so low as to want to devour a swan was just dreaming of taking advantage of Madame Kwang. Where are the security guards? Hurry up and throw this guy out. Lai Hang looks down on him. How can he be so shameless to approach Yen Yin so clumsily in front of everyone? Tan Yen Yin, the kind of trash you bring along is what I think of that effeminate guy. But Tuyet New smiled and said, "Sir, I will take you to the restroom." Tinvu said, "Please excuse us, Miss Kwang." Seeing this scene, everyone was shouting. What? My goddess likes this delicate type? So what's the point of the money I've spent over the years? What does that kid have to rely on? Is it because he's handsome? I don't believe it. Yen Yen thought to herself that Tinvu's younger brother deliberately broke the wine glass earlier to get closer to Kwang Tuyet New. Could it be that she likes women in qipao? Next time I want to buy a qipao too. Mr. Tiu, are you deliberately approaching me this way because you want to talk to me? He picked up a cloth and said that the dragon claw he auctioned earlier was a fake. Hearing this, she questioned the fake, and Mr. Tiu from our heavenly secret pavilion has always been honest. Please speak more carefully or I'll have to see you off. Tinvu Zhang raised both hands and said, Madam Kuang, I am just a 2-star beast tamer. You are the beast tamer owner of the Snow Lotus Eagle Beast King. Offending you, would that do me any good? Tweet New asked Tham, do you recognize the Snow White Dove? Your eyes are really sharp. So tell me, how can you tell if the dragon horn is fake? He pointed out that the dragon horn grows in Han Bing country, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and emits a faint grassy smell. And her dragon horn herb doesn't have the smell of grass. Most likely it's a blood dragon pill. The blood dragon pill looks very similar to the dragon horn herb. She asked, could it really be fake? I will send someone to check. After a while, Xuanyu confirmed the information, saying, it's indeed a fake. This time it was leaked in Lingnan and set up. Thank you very much, Mr. Xiao. Tinvu said, it's a small matter, not worth mentioning. She took out a gift to thank. This is an exclusive VIP gold card for the top guests of Heavenly Skill Pavilion. Please accept it. He quickly shook his head and said that Mrs. Kwang is not looking good, is she? But then she took the card immediately and said, fine. I'll accept it first and return it to you later when I have time. Tweet New covers her mouth to laugh. Mr. Tiu humorously responds, Mr. Tiu, the auction continues. Please return to the hall to sit. I will come later. Hearing that, Tinvu says, all right, I'll go back to my place first. Behind her, she quietly watched his back as he left and finally let out a compliment. Not bad for the leader's son. Outside, the crowd was discussing, why has Madame Kwang been with that kid for so long? Don't tell me they've become a couple. The dragon horn from earlier also didn't know why, just said it was a product not participating in the auction. He then quietly sat back down beside Yen Yin without a word. She spoke up. What did Tinvu's younger brother and Kwang Tuyet Nu say to each other? He replied, nothing. I was just building a healthy friendship with her. Yen Yin questioned, so you've only just met and now you're already good friends? He raised his hand. Miss Yen Yin, Kwang and I are just ordinary friends. How can friends and sisters be the same? Only then does the other side feel satisfied. Then it's okay for now. Tuyet Nu, standing above, said, sorry everyone, my previous customer has already reserved the dragon horn so it cannot be auctioned. Next, we will bring out a more rare auction item. Then they remove the cloth to reveal a crystal core of a magical beast with a special holy light attribute. The auctioneer's voice continued announcing the starting bid of 10 million, while the crowd below discussed, I don't have a holy light beast, even though I have a holy light spirit core. A holy light beast tamer is hard to find. Even if you buy the spirit core, it will just be for display. He was surprised, thinking this spiritual power is stronger than even demonic energy. If he could give it to Freya, it would be perfect. Seeing this, the person next to her spoke up. Tinvu, you seem to like it a lot. I'll bid for you. Listening to that, the young man was moved and said, Sister Yen, I won't let you finish speaking before the other side raises the bid to 20 million. Hearing this, Lai Hang immediately spoke up. I'll bid 30 million. Yen felt tense inside. Li Hong was dead set. He had committed himself. Then, without hesitation, he continued to bid higher. Be 50 million. The voice immediately appeared. 5,000 million. No matter how much Tan Yen bids, I will add 1,000 million. Hearing this, she got angry and said, Lai Hang An is going too far. But the other side replied, Yen, I just want to make things difficult for that delicate guy. If you have the ability, go ahead and drain the entire guild's resources. I won't follow anymore. The young woman shouted at him. At this moment, Tinvu advised, I appreciate your good intentions, but let's let it go this time. Oh, it's just a demon beast core. You'll have a chance to get it next time. Hearing that, I hesitated, but with such good quality, I might not find it again next time. Above, Tuyet New suddenly picked up an item from the auction table and then called out softly. Mr. Teo continued, saying, Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Teo is the holder of the kingly gold card of Thien Ko Lao, and also my friend Quang Tuyet New. I declare that this spirit core will withdraw from the auction and be a personal gift to Mr. Teo. Hearing that, the crowd started to murmur, What?
How does that kid have the divine rank gold card of Heavenly Secret Pavilion? I've already spent half my fortune on previous auctions of Heavenly Secret Pavilion, and I'm only a diamond member now.
Mrs. Quang, we need you to give us an explanation, Lai Hang said. Madam Quang, what you're doing isn't fair. Is having that much money really more important than forming a new friendship with a scoundrel? Tweet New smiled dangerously.
That's my personal matter. Even if I suffer a loss, I will bear it myself and not trouble young Master Lai.
I don't really understand what's going on. This is just a fake dragon horn appraisal. Giving friends and giving me a gold card was part of my plan. But why does she want to help me this much? Could it be she values my appraisal skills? Li Hang angrily says, Well done, Xiao Tinvu. You're quite charming with women. I don't believe smashing your face will still attract women to help you anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, his bodyguards cleared the way for the other guests. Seeing the other person approach, Yen Ni asked, Lai Hang, what do you want to do? He then said, Today I want to teach my sister-in-law a lesson so he knows who is in charge in Longyan City. Hearing this, Tinvu stood up and stepped in front of Yen. My sister-in-law? Lai Hang raises his phone, the image of the inverted snow on the screen. You should consider yourself lucky to have such a beautiful sister, or else you'd be dead today. She is truly very beautiful. Just by looking at the photo, I can already smell her body scent. His golden eyes flickered with a cold, murderous gleam as the opponent moved even closer. I used to pursue Tan Yen, but now I regret it. Your sister is married to 8. Yen's temper is bad, so she married 9. Today I want to make your sister cry and unable to get out of bed. Enraged, Tinvu punched the guy directly in the face, sending his teeth flying everywhere. Li Hung was knocked to the ground and then thrown across the beam. He staggered to his feet, trembling all over, his breath ragged and exhausted. Then he felt a fierce pain spreading through his body.
Lai Hang shouted, Do you dare hit me? Do you dare hit me? Do you know who my father is?
He pointed his finger at him and said, My father is Lai Jiang Ha, the leader of the Feng Guild. If you dare to hit me, it means you've touched the guild throughout Longyan City. Without waiting for the other to finish speaking, Tinvu kicked him in the stomach. What kind of good father do you have? Lai Hong was once again knocked to the ground and thrown far away, but he continued to be threatened. If you hit me again, I'll make your sister. He moved so quickly that his hand was already in front of Lai Hang's face. Immediately after, Tinvu struck down with overwhelming force, his face full of rage. If he dares to mention my sister again, I will make him wish he were dead. The man's sweat dripped down his face, his eyes filled with extreme fear. Tinvu said nothing else, only silently raised his fist. The pounding echoed loudly, leaving the onlookers stunned. Bao Tiu, seeing this, asked anxiously, Should we save young Master Li?
How can we save him? Young Master Lai is still in his hands. Contact the guild leader immediately.
After a while, he got up, his hand aching from the punch. Meanwhile, Li Hang was lying on the ground, his face swollen like a pig's head. After the beating, his 2 henchmen rushed over to drag the person away. Li Hang shouted, Kill him! Kill him now for me!
Besides the butler giving orders, didn't you hear what young Master Li said? Go charge in now. A sudden voice rings out, "Who dares to bully my son?"
The old man in a purple cloak standing majestically behind the group of people in sunglasses said, "Dad, you have to stand up for me." Jung-ha was startled. "Are you Han Yi? Why did you get beaten up like a pig's head? And then you said you were the one who beat up Han Yi?"
"That's right." Li Heng nodded in agreement. "It's him."
"What if I did?"
Jung-ha ordered, "Where is everyone?"
"Bring me that kid's hand."
Chairman Lai, Tinvu is not only my younger brother, but also has been specially recruited by our Thuong Kung Guild. If you dare to harm an alchemist from the Thuong Kung Guild, it means you are declaring war on our guild. But the other side doesn't care. My father isn't even in Longan City, so what if I teach him a lesson? Could it be that because of what happened, he's turned against me?
Tinvu gently pushed the person in front aside and said, "Sister Yen Yin, please move aside so I can see if he dares to make a move on you." She was stunned. "You still haven't prepared a backup, have you?" He slightly raised his lips and a token suddenly appeared in his hand before he directly threw it down. "Sorry about that, I dropped my thing." It lies on the ground with intricate patterns emanating a majestic aura. Jung-ha's face is pale with fear, and the cigarette in his mouth falls out with a clatter. The Emperor's soul is off-center. Next to Li Heng, neither of them paid attention to the scene issuing the command as they charged forward together.
"My dad has cleared the way. Give me the useless Tinvu."
As soon as I finished speaking, an arm swung out angrily, the banner of fate. He shouted for his father in confusion, but he paid no attention to the two respectful hands picking up the badge from the ground, then bringing it close to his mouth to gently blow away the dust. Jung-ha's face was covered in cold sweat as he respectfully said, "Dogson has disappointed you. I beg your forgiveness. Whatever item you want for the auction, just tell me. I can cover the entire tomb tonight. Strategist Tatrung, Crown Prince Tufeng, General Tam Quan. These top experts are all key talents beside Quanlan, the national pillar of the country. But they are not the ones the Empress Quanlan trusts the most. Each member of the Imperial Soul is like a Death Knight, so the Empress grants them better treatment. Wearing the Imperial Soul Order in Long Country comes with an unspoken rule. Seeing the Emperor's Soul Order as if it were the Empress, Li Heng shouted in anger and helplessness. "Dad, why did you hit me? I am your son. Quickly give the order to execute him." Jung-ha shouted angrily. "My mouth doesn't produce a son as stupid as you." Tinvu boldly questions.
"Chairman Li, today your son almost tried to depose me. Do you want to kill me without giving an explanation?"
He cowered and hurriedly bowed his head in apology. "Xiao Zetai, this is a misunderstanding. Today's disappointment was caused by our Fong Guild's mistake. Jung-ha is trying to smooth things over. Maybe this way.
To show our sincere apology, we are willing to pay for the auctioned items and gift them to you."
You suddenly refuse. I'm not interested in money." Tinvu faintly smiled and set a difficult condition. "President Li, if you admit your mistake and want to apologize, isn't the way you apologize up to me?" He reluctantly agreed. "Tu Te, so what do you want me to do for my apology to be accepted?" Tinvu calmly made his demand. "It's simple. He insulted my two sisters and wanted to kill me, so I will break his arm."
"That's not too much to ask, right?"
Jung-ha hesitated, speechless.
"Is this something you, Tu Te, coldly suppress the opponent for? Do you want to take the blame for him?"
"Old Master Fong's guild doesn't want to live anymore, huh?" Jung-ha bitterly endures. "I see. Tu Te, do you want to break the arm of my foolish son?" Tinvu smiled and made his decision, his right hand moving. "If I see his right hand can still move in the future, then bear the consequences yourself." Li Heng shouted in fear. "What are you saying, Tinvu? I'm warning you, don't mess around."
"No more words, he will act directly."
He cried out in pain, clutching my hand. Jung-ha asked through clenched teeth.
"Tu Te, are you satisfied now?"
Tinvu glared and dismissed him. "Go away." He bowed politely, thanked him, and promised to ensure that his son would be properly disciplined when he got home. How dare he stay frozen there? Hurry up and take that fool away.
Then he turned and gently called, "Sister Yen Yin, let's go." At that moment, Suenyu Trang Yim declared, "Today we end here, but I still hope everyone remembers the rules of that thing."
Let's pretend nothing happened and everyone agrees.
Madame Kwang says it's the right decision. We haven't seen anything, and I haven't seen anything either.
Yen Yin worryingly reproached. "Why did you act like that earlier, Tinvu? If you didn't have the Emperor's Soul Order, you would be doomed, and you wouldn't be rational at all."
"You're pretending? I thought you were always rational."
"Why is that?" Tinvu calmly explained. "Because I wanted to deliberately reveal a flaw."
At the same time, in another room, Quanthian quietly asked, "Have you reviewed Tinvu's performance scene yet?"
The secretary respectfully confirmed,
"Yes, Your Excellency." She decisively signaled, "Send it to my mother."
The secretary responded concisely, "Yes." At that moment, the person on the other end of the line asked curiously, Sweet Tweet, have you met our young master yet? Thien Yuhan happily assessed. I have met her. She was watching from above and then admitted it. Min honestly said he's much smarter than I thought. Meanwhile, Li Heng was unhappy and complained that his father helped outsiders like Tinvu break his son's arm just for a divine soul token. Zheng Ha angrily scolds, Do you still not know where you went wrong at this point? He grabs his collar, warning, I'm too lazy to explain too much. Just remember, one thing. She has the Empress backing her. Surviving is already lucky. Next time you meet her, avoid if you can. If you can't, just behave. Even if he makes you eat a pile of shit, you have to swallow it down. The guy protests indignantly, Dad, but I can't swallow it. Zhang Ha desperately warned that if you insist on confronting Tinvu, we should cut ties as father and son to prevent you from destroying your father's giant guild. Lai Hang sadly wondered, is a giant guild worth more than my own son? The man swore in anger. Tinvu, everything is your fault because of you. I became crippled. Because of you, I lost my worth in my father's eyes. It's all your fault. Then, Lai Hang sobbed and cried out on the phone. Young master, I've been beaten and my right arm is broken. Just as Tinvu was deep in sleep, the phone suddenly rang. He groggily picked up. Who is it? Duang Sok greets warmly. It's me. I'm downstairs. Tinvu looked confused and asked, What's going on, Duang Sok? You look worried. Come to my house for lunch today. My dad is also home and really wants to see you. Tinvu was stunned and sat up. Mo Dung Tuang Quan wants to see me. Are you embarrassed and trying to refuse? Can't you go? Yang Sui sternly issues a threat. Trying to force him to tie you up, huh? Tinvu hurriedly agreed. All right, I'll go right now. Seeing you getting ready to go out, Yuetuex asks with concern. It's snowing now. Where do you want to go? Tinvu smiled and asked, Have you eaten at your friend's house yet? The scene shifts to the ancient castle. Duang Sok's home, where Bali respectfully awaits. Young master, you've brought a guest home. He nodded to confirm that this is my guest. Duang Sok gently led the way. Tinvu, this is my home. You praised him like the king. Your house is so luxurious. Duang Sok helplessly explained the empress granted a reward. Otherwise, his family, plus the workers, would only be 6 people and they wouldn't need such a big house. As he entered, he warmly called out, Sister's father, I'm home. Seeing his son had returned, Dung Tan happily urged him to wash his hands quickly, saying that her father had cooked another dish and the meal was ready to serve. Tinvu, noticing this, hesitated and asked, Brother Duang Sok, your father is a Navy general and he cooks himself? He proudly replied, Yes, since he and my sister were 6 years old, they've been eating the food my father cooks. The old man eagerly asked, Are you doing well? I've heard of you for a long time, and this is my first time meeting you. Tinvu respectfully greets General Mo Dung. It is an honor for me to meet you, as this is my first time visiting. Dung Tan openly suggested, Don't call me General, just call me Uncle. Hearing that, Sok Ni said, Your personality is enthusiastic. Why are you so formal today despite being outgoing? You chuckled to yourself, thinking how could I not be formal after fighting to the death with you on the Fire and Ice Island? After sitting down at Might, he praised with satisfaction. Xiao Tiu, I've watched your performance in the Superstar competition through the video. It's true that old age brings growth. Tinvu cheerfully added, You're too kind, Uncle Muodung. I was just lucky. Dung Tan chuckled mockingly. You are too modest, not like your son, who never does anything properly. Duang Sok indignantly retorted, Who said I don't do anything properly? You know the essay in the theory subject that won first place in the whole school? The old man asked suspiciously. Dad, I remember I was bad at theory. Did I really win first place for that essay? You're copying, right? Show it to me so I can see. Without hesitation, he immediately presented the certificate, causing the man to be stunned for a few seconds. Congratulations, young Master Duang Sok. Thanks to my father, a general whose essay won first place in the Thon Long Academy's literature contest, he proudly exposes it to encourage others. This is a family heirloom essay that Dad also wrote. Dad, do I have enough qualifications? Dung Tan shyly defends himself. This kid. Is that how you're supposed to use the Mudong family's legacy of loyalty for your own benefit? If your great-grandfather were alive, he'd be furious to see you copying their writings. Hum gently feeds him some food. Dung Tan is about to speak unexpectedly. What's going on? She hasn't even served you food before. Duang Sok quickly shoved the piece of meat into his mouth. Stop talking, Dad. He covered her mouth and signaled, This was taught by you, related to your sister's major life matter. Just cooperate. Dung Tan was startled and shrank back. Duang Sok quietly reminisces about the past, when Ham Ham saw her mother die right in front of her and developed a serious psychological barrier, becoming withdrawn and extremely averse to strangers, making it difficult for even me and Sok Ni to have a few words with her. He was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes, but his daughter had only been in school for a short time and had already spoken nearly 20 sentences with this kid. I might not have heard that many sentences from her in 20 encounters. Ham Ham especially burns the food.
This pineapple and pork dish is also very tasty. Try some.
Dung Tan quietly wondered to herself, could it be that her daughter has a fondness for that boy? At this moment, a father's instinct of danger arose. His eyes sharpened as he posed a questioning look. Well then, I ask you, how many people are there in your family?
How much land does your family have? What do your parents do for a living?
What do your grandparents do? What star rank is your great-grandmother, the royal beast trainer? He desperately tries to stop him in fear.
Dad, please don't ask anymore. They got so scared by your questions that they ran away.
Dung Tan is determined to protect. No, father cannot let Ham Ham suffer even a little bit of sadness. Seeing him bite his own hand, Yang Suo screamed in pain. His hand. At that moment, inside the meeting room, the atmosphere was unusually silent. Right now, Duang Sok, confused, argued, Dad, my sister rarely cares about a man like that, so why are you still opposing it?
Dung Tan warned seriously.
Tinvu is good at everything, but he's really a poor and miserable guy. What if his future wife has to suffer because of him?
After hearing that, he casually advised, aren't the two of us still raising him? The old man hesitated, but Duang Sok happily confirmed, there's nothing to worry about.
Tinvu became a special pharmacist of the Thuong Kung Pharmacist Association, and later he might not be inferior to our family. Dung Tan frowned thoughtfully, lost in his own thoughts, then returned to the present, glaring at the boy, which made Tinvu feel embarrassed. Ham Ham carefully advised, eat a little more. He whispered cautiously to her. Luke Kim, her father's gaze on me feels strange. He wouldn't be planning to cut me with a knife, right?
At that moment, Dung Tan cautiously asked, Tinvu, I am very curious. You just got into Thanlong Academy not long ago, so how did you become a special medicinal alchemist of Thuong Kung?
I humbly do not dare to claim greatness, but I have a talent for medicine and can research and create medicines to help injured monsters recover their peak strength.
The young boy is still young, but his spirit is impressive. Special drug warriors are rare resources for major guilds.
If I were just an inexperienced person, how could I receive the praise of the Shangquang Pharmacists Guild? Tinvu asked skeptically.
So Uncle Tan's point is that I rely on the back door.
Dung Tan stroked his chin and nodded confidently. What else is there to say? I've put a lot of effort into researching and creating this small green clam. You are smart to suggest talking less and showing the truth. Tinvu honestly states his opinion. Captain Tan, as a Navy general, you should know that naval beasts are prone to paralysis disease. If they get sick, their blood clotting ability drops sharply, making it hard to stop bleeding when injured. And until now, no medicine has been developed on the market that can effectively cure the disease of sudden paralysis, right? He asked out of curiosity, wondering if the child could really cure it, and the boy honestly presented the item he had created.
I dare not claim to be talented. This is the special medicine I researched to treat the deadly disease. The essence of blue herbal extract has antioxidant properties and high energy protection.
Dung Tan took the bottle and was stunned, then spoke. What kind of high-energy protective potion is this, little green boy? Realizing its rarity, he quickly ordered Tiulu to summon his beast and try soaking it in that spring. He obediently follows the order. The scene shifts outside in front of the magnificent fountain as Xiao Liu focuses on training his summoned beast. A fierce storm beast appears in a rage. In less than a second, a scarred, bulky seal emerges from the water. It slowly stepped down to the ground with innocent naivety. At this moment, Tinvu stepped forward to demonstrate how to use it, dripping it onto the wound in the water, then soaking it for a while. He quickly comforted his summoned beast after hearing that. Nyanya, relax, just soak for a while and it'll be fine. Next, Xiao Liu carefully dripped it into each wound, and in the blink of an eye, the medicine took effect, and the tears gradually closed up. Nyanya happily realized the pain had disappeared. It wiggles and sways its adorable body, returning to its lovely old self. He happily welled up with tears of joy. Seeing this, his eyes shining brightly with excitement, he reported, General, Na's skin wound has healed. Dung Tan was stunned, clenching his fists in disbelief. It's even more powerful than the SK-92 medicine of the Royal Hospital. You quickly asked again happily, Uncle Tan, do you now believe in my medical skills? Mr. Fan excitedly patted his shoulder and asked, Tinvu Bo, can your little green boy produce in bulk?
the boy cheerfully explained. As long as you give me a pharmaceutical factory, I can definitely mass produce.
Dung Tan, seeing that the wish had been fulfilled, proudly praised him highly. Tinvu, you truly are a once-in-a-century genius. With you, the future of our Navy will be stronger. I really like you. Shyly, he asked the next step.
Uncle Tan, should we discuss the technology licensing fee next?
He listened, confused, and repeated, technology licensing fees?
Dung Tan excitedly and suspiciously asked, Are you planning to do business with me? That kid Don, no matter what, you're already half my son-in-law, yet you're asking me for money.
Tinvu firmly argued, well, what else could it be? I put a lot of effort into researching and creating this little green boy. Only then did I suddenly realize the sentence that followed. I didn't catch that at all.
Duong Sok quickly retorted with a smirk. Calm down, Dad, or people might think you're selling your daughter. You don't care about face, but she's still your daughter. Can't you show some respect?
Hearing this, he cleared his throat and calmly asked for the price. Tinvu, how much do you want for the copyright?
The boy smiled and quoted a huge amount. I don't want much. 100 million is enough.
Are you raising your price to the sky? Whether you believe it or not, go ahead and hit me with a brick and kill me. Tinvu calmly explains clearly.
The Royal Long Kwok Hospital has already spent 500 million on research for TSK-92 and still can't cure it. Is asking for 100 million too much? Your little green boy is the only assassin of the paralysis disease.
Hearing that, his face turned pale as he exclaimed, Oh my God, you whisper so cunningly. Just consider this 100 million as Ham's dowry for the future, and you won't feel guilty anymore. When the time comes, we just need to use a few tricks in the contract. Dung Tan was surprised and praised. You're still the clever kid with many tricks. Seeing them huddle and whisper to each other, Ham nervously ruffles his hair. What are these two up to? I always feel like I'm about to be schemed against. At this moment, they understood each other's intentions, smiled smugly, and Ham asked Han with concern. Do you really not need me to take you home? Tinvu politely declines. Look, Kim, I have a few things to do. You don't need to take me home. She nodded and gave instructions.
Then take care, on your way.
Tinvu looked at his balance and calculated carefully. The 50 million deposit should be used to buy something for my sister and the summoned beasts, skincare products and a massage machine as gifts for her. Man likes snacks and new clothes. Teacher Chan enjoys drinking tea.
That's right, Frahaya, don't hesitate. You immediately transfer the money. Then Tinvu gestures with his hand.
Come out here, Frahaya. In the blink of an eye, the kid appears. You gently give a gift. Frahaya, this is for you. Freya, you've been with me for a while now, and I haven't been able to give you anything good.
Seeing your excited expression, Tinvu seriously explained, This is a holy light attribute monster core. I plan to let you break through and level up first.
The kid happily nodded and carefully reminded me that I also prepared for her a healing herb and heart-restoring pill. After using them, if she feels unwell, she should endure a little. If she can't hold on, I will stop channeling spiritual energy. Are you ready, Freya? You quickly place the stone on your tongue and skillfully swallow it, causing Freya to suddenly startle, her heart pounding unexpectedly. The kid bends forward, clutching his chest, then contemplates his new power. Then Freya tilts her head back and opens her mouth to release her energy. In just a few seconds, the kid gathers all their strength and leaps into the sky. Freya screams in pain as if she wants to tear her body apart. The child's body suddenly was cut, and blood poured down like rain. Freya, exhausted, fainted and lowered her head. The kid lost balance and fell, causing Freya to faint and crash onto the ground. Tinvu hurriedly runs over to reassure her. Freya, if you can't hold on, I will stop channeling my spiritual power. He decisively signals, so I will withdraw my spiritual energy here. At that moment, the kid's eyes suddenly lit up. Freya recalls the past when she was sold by bad people. Sir, I will sell this defective batch quickly. If you agree, don't hesitate or waver. Fatty, a merchant, frowns and criticizes. None of them seem to have any talent at all. The Demon Lord, bring the kid's friend here for me. Lu Map kisses her passionately and then claims her as his own. From now on, she can only serve me. Freya is inside the cage, desperately calling for help. Spirit Troop, please, I beg you, someone come and save me. At this moment, the kid slightly opens his eyes and suddenly sees something. Tinvu appears heroically in front of Freya. Returning to the present, the kid struggles to turn his head and look back. Then Freya, with all her strength, trembling, reaches out and touches the snow. The kid slowly writes 3 determined words. I can do it. The scene shifts to a desolate, snowy mountain where Freya is holding herself, struggling against the inner power. The kid painfully unleashes their power. Then Freya stomps her foot and bends down. Seeing your intense reaction, I worry and try to persuade you. Freya, don't force yourself anymore. Give up. At this moment, the child's wings suddenly burst into flames. Seeing them gradually fall apart, Tinvu nervously steps forward to call Freya. Before he could call out again, the kid suddenly pushed him away. Freya didn't say a word, gently placing a kiss on Tinvu's lips. Seeing that, Daloo becomes jealous and questions her. That's intense. Medusa nervously advised, "Calm down, fox spirit. This is a crucial moment for Freya. She fiercely defies. The kiss she learned is my move. My move." At that moment, the child's wings suddenly sprouted. It evolved into a pair of pure white wings. Once completed, Freya blushed, parted her lips, closed her eyes, and unleashed her power. You cheerfully exclaim, "Freya, you have successfully broken through." Then, the system lists detailed information. The name is Four Wings Holy Celestial Saint, level of the mature body. Stage 1, Bloodline. Angel Bloodline, Mythological Bloodline. Talent 1, 3 Holy Light Shields. Talent 2, Star Power, can utilize the power of the 12 constellations, with a low chance to activate, triggering a supercritical effect 10 times stronger. With the third Star Mark talent, it deals damage and marks enemies with a crescent shape on their heads, resetting the cooldown of the Angel Spirit Slash skill, and unleashes a cross-shaped sword aura that deals triple critical damage and creates a holy shield for allies. The Light Blade formation releases 188 light wings, causing wide area damage, and the Spirit Slash teleports instantly to the marked enemies, dealing damage to all enemies along the way. The most violent flash of divine light, absorbing star power, strikes a single target with a kick, guaranteed to trigger a supercritical effect 10 times stronger. Absorbing the moonlight beside the ruler, Tinvu happily congratulates you. You did it, Freya, you really succeeded. Are you concerned about Freya? She's injured, right? Tinvu Ngo honestly added, I think her chest looks swollen. Do you want to take off her armor so I can check? The little horse shyly objects. The domineering master is lecherous, and he laughs it off, denying it. I didn't do that. Master Daloo's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. Then she happily teased, Freya's owner, the relationship between you two is better than I thought. Tinvu looked confused and asked, Lolo, why did you come out of the beast realm? The Avenue skeptically asked, Are we not allowed to go out? Medusa mischievously teased. Emperor, everyone has seen what the two foxes did. He nervously suggested reconciliation. There's nothing more to do now. Maybe I can compensate you a little. The mischievous girl quickly seized the opportunity. I'm free tonight, so why don't you compensate me instead? Tinvu flinched and dodged. No need for that, then. Medusa pouted and complained after hearing it. Isn't the ruler supposed to hate me? Why are you so anxious to explain yourself? How could that be? You are all my most cherished companions. Maybe I should take you shopping for new clothes, transition to the shopping district in the city. At this moment, Tinvu generously told Lulu to buy whatever outfit she liked from afar, while Daloo shyly expressed her surprise. Even so, we've never been to a human shopping mall before. You can take on the role of guide with your keen sense. Then let me introduce it. Tinvu begins the introduction. The first outfit is office wear. She blushed as she commented. This dress is too short. Please be satisfied and show the next one. The second outfit, a Medusa Cheongsam, was reviewed and nodded in approval. Not bad. Tinvu excitedly reveals the final outfit. The third one, my favorite. The maid outfit. At that moment, the wall behind suddenly exploded. The two girls angrily shouted in unison, accusing, Are you bringing us here just to fulfill your evil plans? Tinvu, this perverted guy, hurriedly justifies himself. I'm also just preparing clothes for you to wear when going out every day. The Avenue stepped closer and whispered, The ruler, you make me very angry. It makes me want to possess you even more. So let me help you change into a new outfit. I don't care about that, Tinvu nervously warned. Don't be like that. There are store staff here who don't care about what you say. You have no chance to resist and save yourself. Meanwhile, Shui Lin nervously asked Han, Do we need to save him? Hualin Thibault comments, It's the affairs of the rich. We shouldn't interfere. In the classroom, Kai Nian solemnly announces that today is the day of the exam, and train number 13 will depart at 2 p.m. They are expected to arrive at Huangyan City by noon tomorrow. He calmly instructs. Every stop along the way and detailed notes about the route are in the map notebook. The lowest score is C. The highest is S. At this moment, Sinhu curiously turns his head to look back. What's wrong with Dad Vu? He looks completely drained. Tong Ho beside him replied doubtfully. Maybe he's just tired from the midterm exam.
Kai Nian solemnly announced the attractive prize, causing the whole class to cheer in surprise. If faced with a major danger and turning threat into safety while contributing to the country, the evaluation score could reach SSS or even SSS.
Senior students like Yinan Mountain,
Who is SS and now serving as a deputy commander at Huangyan City, clear his throat and promise, if anyone achieves an S rating, I will personally buy a super extraordinary Thunder-type demon core.
Then Kai Nian frowned and reminded him,
Hey, you over there, stop dozing off. Tinvu was startled and asked back,
the teacher is calling you. He's quietly reminding you. Earlier, Elder Tran said that if you earned an S rank, you would be gifted a superlative Thunder-type demon core. You confidently claimed you would definitely achieve an S rating.
Everyone sighed after hearing this, hoping they could survive until they returned. He decisively points out, all right, the teacher has said everything that needs to be said. You guys go to the train station to wait for departure. The scene shifts to the crowded East Station with heavy snow falling. At that moment, a group of students cheerfully asked each other, what platform is your class at? Ours is platform 13.
And you guys? Tinvu shivered and complained. The weather is so cold today, and just then, Ham cheerfully called out to Tinvu. He was surprised and turned around to ask, Luke Kim, why are you here? Aren't you at a different station? She shyly gave you this gift? Tinvu suddenly wondered if you took out the item and then questioned suspiciously. Khan shyly and awkwardly explained, I'm not very good at embroidery. I wanted to give you this earlier, but kept delaying until now.
Without saying much, Tinvu directly put it around his neck, and he sincerely thanked him.
Luke Kim, thank you. That means a lot. The train is arriving now.
Our train has arrived.
Luke Kim finished the exam, and I invited you to go see a movie. She smiled happily to confirm.
All right, it's a deal.
Tinvu waved goodbye. So it's a deal then? Tongho said teasingly as he saw the scene. The sour, rotten smell of love, Sinhu muttered with a sneer.
I know why Vu's father looks like he's got kidney failure, the boy asked nervously.
What are you two whispering about? He stammered in response. It's nothing. Then the three of them got on the carriage together. At this moment, Yen Nian stepped forward professionally and introduced herself. Students, welcome aboard train number 13. I am the deputy leader in charge of cargo transportation.
The vice president of the trade guild is Yen Nian. Our guild is the main force responsible for transporting supplies.
Just do your best to support well. Everyone gasped in amazement after hearing this.
As the deputy leader of the trade guild, I heard that vice guild leader Tan is a 5-star beast tamer. It would be great if she led the team.
She calmly analyzes the serious situation. Carriages from number 2 to number 5 are vulnerable to sneak attacks and assaults. Carriages 6 to 10 are quite safe. Carriages 11 to 15 are most prone to problems, not only easily attacked, but also at risk of being completely removed from the track. You guys, based on your exam requirements, choose your support car now. Tinvu Sungfang makes his choice. So I will choose the car at the end, from 13 to 15, because the higher the risk, the higher the score. He cheerfully replied, 2 of us will follow Dad Vu. She expressed her admiration with enthusiasm. As expected from a top student, now is the time to perform well. Yen Yen decisively assigned tasks, saying, the 3 of you follow me, I will take you to the last carriage. Xiao Wang, stay here and arrange for the other students. He will do so politely. Yes. Then they moved to the carriage they had chosen.
She casually put her arm around his shoulder and asked, have you ever been to Huangyan City before?
Tinvu's younger brother. Otan replied honestly, not yet. Yan Nian winked in agreement. Then this time I will take you to broaden your horizons. The scorpion wine in Huangyan City is truly amazing, and we won't stop drinking until we're drunk. As soon as they arrived, Thach Hao enthusiastically invited him.
Tinvu, wait until the final stop. You have to have a drink with me then.
Tranvian enthusiastically told him that Huangyan City has many delicious foods and fun things to do, with the guild covering everything, so he could relax and enjoy himself.
Lu Duang agreed, saying, that's right, you're a national treasure-level figure in the Thongkung Guild, so we'll definitely treat you well.
Tinvu awkwardly replied, I didn't come here to travel. Just then, Sinhu interjected to comment, Dad Vu isn't here for the exam, he's clearly here for team building.
Tonghu nods in admiration and says, if it weren't for Brother Vu wearing the Than Long Academy badge, I would have thought he was an elder character from the crazy trading guild. Yufuk proudly explains, he truly can match an elder, after all he is our guild's special recruited alchemist. At this moment, Lam Viet sneered with jealousy, saying, a young special recruitment alchemist, what kind of skill does he have? Sneaking in the back door isn't impressive at all. Deputy Captain Lai sharply retorted. Lam Viet, if you can't compare to the special recruitment alchemist, that's your problem.
Don't use that tone to mock Tinvu. He sneered contemptuously. Did I say something wrong?
A outsider like Tinvu, without Captain Tan's support, would he even be able to become a special recruitment pharmacist?
Yinan angrily retorts. Lam Viet, don't falsely accuse my brother in evaluating and selecting the special recruited
Alchemist. I have always been objective and fair. He grudgingly lists his achievements. Captain Tan Lam Viet has served 8 years in the Trade Guild, risking his life, earning many merits and hardships, working on missions for half a year and
helping complete some S-rank tasks. On what basis was his position taken by Tinvu just after returning? You calmly replied, Dr. Lam. Evaluating the special recruitment pharmacist should not be based on contributions or hardships, but on medical skills. Lam Viet challenged with suspicion. What do you mean? Hearing this from Master Yao Yi means he's very confident in his medical skills, right? Do you dare to bet on a round? Tinvu asked arrogantly, shrugging. What are you betting on? The proud one issues a challenge. Ultimate medical skill. If my ability is inferior to others, I will leave the Thuong Kung Guild. If you lose, you should be the one to leave. Tinvu straightforwardly agreed to the bet. At this moment, the train is rushing at full speed through a snowstorm. As soon as it stops at the location, a few figures are secretly watching from the cliff. At that moment, a swarm of aggressive rats suddenly jumped out. The emergency lights on the train immediately triggered an alarm. An urgent combat order is issued. The enemy is attacking. As soon as all the guards finished speaking, their blades pierced through the wooden ceiling. One mouse tried to tear through the wood, becoming feral like a beast and rushing straight down. Immediately, Yinan decisively ordered a counterattack. The students summoned their divine beasts, come out, disciples, the neck of the dog. At that moment, 2 mice from both sides of the window pushed through the glass and ran inside. She was quickly surrounded and exclaimed in horror, Are there also enemies on this side? Nyat Huit stepped forward and took responsibility. Please leave them to me, Yinan. Then Tinvu calmly summoned the warrior. Come out, Freya. In just a few seconds, the fierce rats charged in like the wind. The kid calmly observes their actions, while Freya's eyes glow brightly, unleashing a powerful beam. The kid takes a running start and jumps up. Freya grips the staff in his hand and channels all his strength into its tip. The kid skillfully weaves through the rats, holy light spirit strike. Freya gracefully drew a few lines to break the encirclement. Seeing this, he was pleased and praised. Freya did a great job. The kid turns around and nods happily. Suddenly, a terrified member announced bad news. Captain Tan has been captured at the top of the train car. Tinvu was startled and turned around. What? At the same time, on the roof of the train car, the rat leader was standing there but was seized and angrily shouted in protest. Let me go, you sneak attack beast. The very next second, he climbed up and angrily attacked the opponent. That stinky rat let Yinan go. As soon as she finished speaking, Freya quickly ran towards him, stabbing her spear into the hand that was holding her. Feeling the pain, the rat leader hesitated, but then pushed Yinan aside. She screamed in fear as she was about to fall into the lake. Tinvu, you panic and call out for the 2 rescuers, Lao Ngo and Tong Ho. Sinhu, stay firm and follow the order quickly. Understood, come out now. Bao Vu deep. At a critical moment, a giant butterfly flies in to protect Yinan. The chieftain saw this and prepared to throw a spear at its wing, but Song Hu was quicker and used the Mad Bull strategy to mock it. The shoot leader, sensing the threat, spun around and threw the spear behind, while Tinvu seized the opportunity to signal an attack, and Freya took this chance to deliver a fatal blow. Without hesitation, the kid charged directly at the attack. At this moment, the rat leader fiercely shot an acid beam towards Freya. However, the kid skillfully dodged all the liquid with his agile wings. Freya successfully landed on the ship, right behind it. Without hesitation, the kid straightforwardly kicks the mouse leader upwards. Freya confidently lifts her head with an indomitable will. The kid seizes the golden opportunity to jump high and aim at it. Freya skillfully cuts the rat leader into tiny pieces. At that moment, Tinvu hurried over worriedly and asked, Sister Yenyi, are you okay? Seeing this scene, she was stunned and asked curiously, I'm fine, Tinvu. This is the enemy light angel. He nodded in confirmation. Yes, it has evolved into the 4-winged holy celestial angel. At that moment, Sheng Yu happily ran over to report that the deadly venomous beast core had matured, and Tinvu nodded and asked to handle it first. As soon as she finished speaking, Yinan was terrified by what she saw. Tinvu quickly looked at the front of the ship, where there was also a supermortal bloodhorn great ape. Hearing this, he was amazed and turned back to identify the bloodhorn great ape. Immediately after, the ship suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing them to involuntarily fall forward. At the same time, the monkey leader suddenly stretched out his giant hand to grab the front of the ship. It ferociously stopped the ship with its massive body. Without hesitation, the monkey leader directly shattered the ship into pieces. It happily grabbed someone as if it were a toy. The person screams in fear, begging for help. Without saying a word, the monkey leader decisively put the person into its mouth. Seeing this horrifying scene, Tinvu silently muttered to himself. The demon beast, originally in hibernation, is attracted by the smell of blood and wants to eat people to replenish its nutrients. Seeing the situation is getting out of control, Yin hurriedly runs back to the cabin and orders in panic. All members follow the order to protect the train and retreat from the monster. A frightened student protests, "Our beast taming is too weak. How can we face that monster?" The person next to him sadly nodded in agreement. "That's right." Lam Viet arrogantly places his hand on a young boy's shoulder, pretending to comfort him. "Are our summoned beasts really that weak? Let me help you a hand." At that moment, a bright yellow fox was striking the gorilla with lightning. Seeing that, you enthusiastically praise her. No wonder she's the three-tailed thunder fox. "Truly powerful," she proudly comments. "Of course, if that rotten rat hadn't ambushed you, how could it have succeeded?" At this moment, the gorilla suddenly roared, glaring angrily at them. Without hesitation, a group of monkeys hearing the scream quickly rushed over. They gathered around on the cliff, with the leader monkey arrogantly acting like a king. Seeing the dangerous situation, Tinvu grumbled in frustration. "This is so annoying. After just finishing off a bunch of rats, now I have to fight a bunch of monkeys." "Come out here, Black Room." Just then, you cheerfully exclaimed, "So everyone has finally come out to support, right? Everyone charge in now." At that moment, the gorilla leapt forward to attack the red fox. It aggressively releases its spiritual energy and bites down hard. Then the red fox opens its mouth and roars fiercely. Tinvu, seeing this, nervously remarks that something is off with these summoned beasts. Sinhu cautiously reports the situation. "Dad, Vu, look, there's something underwater." Hearing this, he immediately turned around and the water suddenly moved with bubbles rising to the surface. Inside, a deep black snake is quietly watching its prey. Suddenly unleashes a whirlpool upwards. The snake directs the water flow straight at the ship. Tinvu urgently orders, and Hakfong uses the Hell Shield. Upon hearing the command, it opened its mouth and unleashed its fiery red energy into the whirlpool. As soon as it collided, a brilliant explosion erupted, causing the water to churn violently. At that moment, the dust was thick in the air. He cautiously glanced ahead, and the snake slowly emerged from the water, sticking out its venomous tongue. Vuang Van was terrified to recognize the identity. This is the complete form of Vuong Quan Sam Nyem. Yen Yin decisively ordered, "Hurry back to the ship outside and leave it to the Thuong Kung Guild." Everyone panicked and reported after hearing this, "No, your summoned beast is not obeying. Lam Viet caused your beast to lose control and it couldn't return." Her anger and questioning about Lam Viet are actually a good thing he did. Meanwhile, Tinvu is decisively dividing the tasks. "Sister Yen Yen, you focus on dealing with the Blood Mao Great King. Vuong Quan Sam Nyim and Huit Mao Lin Vien, just let me handle it." She was stunned and asked again, "Tinvu's younger brother, are you really okay?" As soon as he finished speaking, he took a run-up and opened his mouth to leap up. I immediately reacted and quickly ordered a swift attack. Freya uses the brightest flash. The kid understands and kicks directly at Vuong Quan Sam Nyim's chin. Then Freya skillfully strikes every part of its body. The kid moves upward. Then Freya fiercely uses her power to strike Vuong Quan Sam Nyim's stomach. It was battered and then crashed into a pile of leaves. Refusing to let Vuong Quan Sam Nyin counter, Tinvu seizes the opportunity to combine the Black Wind technique, using Hellfire with it and the Bloodhorn Spirit Pearl on the cliff wall, swiftly launching its energy toward the target. Vuong Quan Sam Nyin immediately countered with the remaining power he had, but he was exhausted and fell backward. At that moment, the monkeys suddenly charged forward to attack. Freya saw that Vuong Quan Sam Nyin was weak, so she quickly flew over to him. The brave kid stares intently at Vuong Quan Sam Nyin. Freya decisively swings her sword to cut off its head. Vuong Quan Sam Nyen's head immediately fell to the ground and rolled away. Tinvu quickly ordered, "Freya, prepare to pick up the demon beast core of Vuong Quan Sam Nyen." Hakfong goes to support Sister Yen Yin. No need for a head Yen Nin and her divine beast stand proudly in front of the monkey leader. Her spirit beast shot a lightning bolt with its three-tailed tail. In an instant, the thunderbolt sphere pierced straight into the monkey leader's stomach. It screams in agony as its belly suddenly swells up. Then the monkey leader explodes into a cloud of smoke without hesitation. The remaining monkeys, seeing their leader dead, panicked and fled. Yen Yin and everyone cheered happily. "We won this battle to protect the train." "Amvit, you let all the divine beasts use stimulant drugs." "That's going too far." He coldly and calmly justifies his actions. Deputy Captain Lee, I did this for everyone's benefit. Think about it. The students taking the exam. Without me, they would just hide inside the ship and not come out. Without me, they wouldn't be able to repel the Bloodthorn spirit orb. Yen Yin sharply refutes the nonsense, clearly implying that you're underestimating human life. Captain Tien, I don't like hearing you say that. I drugged the beast, so how can you say I look down on life? Are Dr. Lam implying it's me? Lam Viet Vin challenged. Remember the bet from before. If you're really capable, go cure the Beastmaster. 1, the requirement isn't high. Curing one counts as your win. She and Tinvu exchange knowing looks. The confident man continues to provoke. So what? Master Tioi, hurry up and do something. Don't tell me you're helpless. If you kneel and beg for my forgiveness, I will heal all the beasts. After hearing this, he scoffed and exposed him, the clown jumping around, so you might as well go to the other carriages and see for yourself. Brother Isum. Zipped. Brother Tinvu had already cured the beasts before boarding the train. Lam Viet was stunned and stood up suddenly. What? How is that possible? That is a neurotoxic poison I researched and prepared over 10 years. How could it be cured in just a few hours? You smile and declare the truth. Nothing is impossible. Our medical skills have never been on the same level from the start. Tinvu Han calmly stepped forward to explain. Yen Yin told me that you can't become a licensed pharmacist because you've done too many immoral things, wasted the lives of your beast companions, illegally traded beast parts and spirit cores, and even dealt with external guilds. You glared with contempt, recalling how I bet with someone like you and felt disgusted. The jealous smirk. So Captain Tan had already investigated everything. No wonder suddenly Lam Viet suddenly pulled out the gam knife. The guy aggressively prepared to stab Tinvu. So what if I can't become a specially appointed pharmacist? You shouldn't even bother trying. Yen Yin reacted quickly, rushing forward to kick him aside. Lam Viet, you're asking for your own death. Tinvu sneered mockingly and immediately gave the order. What are you thinking? You want to kill me just because of him? Frey quickly obeyed and cut off the guy's head. At this moment, she solemnly announced that the traitor Lam Viet had been killed and publicly exposed all his actions on the official website. Next, we must cross Bakkot Uyen and Kondison. All members prepare to fight. Deputy Captain Lee responded firmly and obeyed the order. Meanwhile, the train continues to move through the icy mountains. At night, it comes to a stop amid a snowstorm. Yen Yi looks out the window with a puzzled expression. Every time they pass through Baikot Uyen and Kondison, they are attacked by a swarm of monsters. Why is it so quiet today? Tinvu agrees with the sentiment standing beside her. That's right. I just have a feeling those monsters are plotting something. At that moment, he seriously announced, Captain, we're almost at the Tianlang Lake Station. She nodded as if she understood. I understand. There's no need to inform me about this. Deputy Captain Li Kunzong added, the princess sent a message saying she wants to go with us to Huangyan City. He looked confused and confirmed again. Princess Long of the Long Kingdom, Quan Thien. Is that true? Our Long Kingdom princess has passed the 6-star Imperial Beast Trainer exam and still wants to come with us to Huangyan City. After hearing that, Xin Hu curiously speculated, since the Empress only has one daughter, do you think if I style her hair differently, I might have a chance? He silently objects. Come on, with Vu's father here, how could he possibly pay attention to you? Tinvu reminds him speechlessly, don't drag me into everything. At that moment, the crowd gasped in amazement and cheered. Look, it's the princess, so beautiful, even more stunning than on TV. Hearing this, all three of them instinctively looked in that direction. Quan Thien gently waved to greet them. Hello everyone, you've been through a lot on this journey. He was lost in admiration, thinking to himself that Quan Thien was truly beautiful, just not quite like her mother. At that moment, Yen Yin respectfully stepped forward to bow, welcoming the princess of the Thuong Kung Guild. The VIP room has been prepared for her. She responded with a bright, relaxed smile. Captain Tan, no need to be so formal. Quan Thien looked around thoughtfully. Seeing that, Tinvu curiously asked, who is she looking for? Tung Hu Teng Ngik speculates maybe she's looking for her future husband. He helplessly teases. Ho Tu, you're truly beyond saving. To everyone's shock, she straightforwardly gave an order that left everyone terrified. Tinvu, come serve me here. Tinvu was stunned and couldn't believe his ears. The next morning, the train continued its journey. Inside the VIP compartment, he stood modestly guard beside Quan Thien. Tinvu cautiously asked, Tao Dan Mao Moi inquired, do you know me? She challenged proudly. So what? If you don't know me, you can't order me around? Or maybe you're criticizing a beautiful woman like me by your side? Tinvu awkwardly defended himself. Of course not. If you weren't a princess, I wouldn't dare to reach out and hold her. Quan Thien ordered seriously. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Quickly take out the treasure. Tinvu instinctively shields himself in fear. You nervously ask again, what are you talking about? She impatiently replies, what else could it be? It's the Imperial Soul Token. Tianvu naively puts his hand into his pants, so it turns out the princess is also part of the Imperial Soul. Did the princess arrange something? He calmly took out the token. I thought the princess had figured it out a long time ago. Quan Thien shyly covers his face. Why did you hide the Emperor's Soul Token there? At that moment, she cleared her throat and urgently announced that according to information from the Imperial Soul Organization, a month ago a false human-type demon beast infiltrated Huangyan City, causing our troops to suffer multiple defeats. Advisor. Ta suspect that the opponent is hiding within the management level. The Empress has given the order. We must cooperate and capture the traitor without mistakes. Tinvu asked in surprise. A false beast, if you think about it. Bai Kot Uyin and Kong Di Son don't have any monsters. Could they be plotting something big? At this moment, the system suddenly appeared to report that a special mission had been activated with an SSS rating in this midterm exam. Mission reward, a randomly upgraded SSS Spirit Stone Beast plus 20,000 points. You should cautiously assess and rate it SSS level. With such high difficulty, even the princess is involved. This is quite complicated. Then Tinvu curiously asked, Your Highness, I have one more question. With your noble status, why did Empress Dowager arrange for you to join the dangerous Spirit Emperor organization? Quan Thien calmly decided that this was not something he should ask. Tinvu quietly suspects that the princess does not emit any aura of dragon power. Could it be that she is not Quan Lan's biological daughter? Could it be? Just then, the radio announcer announced, Please pay attention, passengers. Prepare to disembark. The final stop at Huangyan City is now nighttime outside, inside a small inn where Chunggong Tui Tan raises a toast in greeting. Your Highness the Princess, thank you for personally coming to Huangyan City despite your busy schedule. This glass of wine, I toast to you. He politely and calmly replied, Master Chu, you're too kind. Since I've been stationed at the border for decades, I should be the one thanking him. At the same time, Deputy Captain Li Gentai whispered, Captain Tan, does Tinvu have a good relationship with the princess? I didn't expect to sit at the same table. Yen Nian pouted and scolded, her mind distracted by the beauty, forgetting her sister. Brother Xiao, we are old friends. This is Hua Ma Huin, whom you asked for help last time. You cheerfully thank him. Thank you, Brother Chu, thank you very much. At that moment, Quan Thien suddenly touched your hand and seriously advised you, Tinvu, don't just focus on accepting gifts and tasks. Quietly say, I understand, I remember. Chunggong enthusiastically made friends, and the princess and the young master almost forgot to introduce you to the two of them. He introduced them one by one, saying, This is my deputy general, Zhao Ming, in charge of overseeing the 3 royal beast squads of Tin Yue, and this is the vanguard commander on the Tui Kiet battlefield, the one with darker skin named Ton Long. The commander of the assault team greeted warmly, Hello, Your Highness the Princess. Hello, brother to you. Quan Thien remained cautious and suspicious, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Could it be a different faction? Or is Chu Hung the traitor? Just then, Tinvu firmly grabbed Zhao Ming's hand, causing him to tremble and nervously ask, Brother Tiu, why are you holding my hand so tightly? Tinvu confidently affirmed, surprising everyone. The false beast race, they disguise themselves very well. Success is an alarming warning. Little brother Tiu, why are you suddenly doubting your deputy? That's right, a false human-type monster, isn't it the one our city god Yen asked you to investigate? She cautiously questioned. Tinvu, how can you be sure he's a false beast-type demon? Do you have evidence? Tinvu honestly admits. Do you have evidence? I just arrived, I really don't have any evidence. He anxiously criticized after hearing that. So, isn't it just your false accusation without evidence? Tinvu boldly declares with a strong statement. No one knows that. Fake beast-type monsters can't summon tamed beasts. If you want to prove your innocence, General Zhao should call out his own tame beast. Triu Min was speechless and unable to refute, stunned as he examined him. Triu Min, last time you said your summoned beast was recovering from injuries. Could it really be that? At this moment, a flower suddenly grew out of his ear. Triu Min angrily shouted, How did you see through my disguise, Dan Khan? Then rushed to attack Tinvu. Quan Thien angrily ordered, as expected he is a shape-shifting beast, Capture him. As he finished speaking, a group of divine beasts charged fiercely forward. Triumin proudly summons vines to wrap around his body, forming a protective cocoon as divine beasts simultaneously unleash their energy beams into it. Everyone looked on in horror and exclaimed, "What?" You are stunned, speechless. In just a moment, an explosion occurs, billowing smoke and tangled vines. From within the dust, a mysterious creature gradually appears. It is the poison demon village. An quickly jumps onto the wall. The demon lord reveals his plan triumphantly.
Kid, you're very clever, but exposing me is useless. I've already handed over the city's defense map a long time ago.
Waiting until the army destroys Vuang Dm City, that will be mankind's day of doom. At that moment, she heroically summons her divine beast, the ice crystal unicorn. Instantly, it shot out a sharp ice beam towards her. The power of the ice shard. The demon witch was hit hard and was thrown back. She quickly retreated dozens of meters.
Chenggong, furious, charged fiercely. "You bastard, you killed Xiaoming. I want to cut you to pieces."
He roared and signaled, "Crush it underfoot for me." As he finished speaking, the one-legged rhinoceros stomped something flat. Deputy Captain Lee looked at it with disdain and commented that this demon beast was too weak, calmly explaining that it was not born to fight against beast tamers, but rather to deal with ordinary beast tamers.
The poisonous spirit of the village on its deathbed sends a final plea. "Heavenly Lord, you must lead the army to destroy them."
A Tandok tries to reach out with her thorny hand. "I'll go ahead first. Come with me to hell, Princess of Long Kingdom." Without saying much, the demon village unleashes its thorns toward Confronting just as they are about to touch her body. Suddenly, Tinvu both helped and teased. "Princess, you smell so good. What brand of perfume are you wearing?" Seizing the golden opportunity, he directly ordered to kill her. The rhinoceros stomped and crushed her to pieces. Confronting blushed and asked, "Are you okay, Tinvu? Did you fall for it?" Tinvu hesitated before replying. "Princess, you just comforted him and asked innocently which perfume you are wearing because you smell so good." She shyly interrupted, saying you shouldn't ask and urging you to stand up quickly. At this moment, Yen hurried over and called out, "Tinvu, stand up shyly and defend yourself." "Miss Yen, I am not bothering the princess at all," she urgently signaled. "You need to leave Vuang Dm City immediately." Tinvu was confused and didn't understand what was happening. Why? Confronting solemnly reveals that due to the Divine Father and Divine Mother, the demon beast is a first-level divine beast of the human species with a mutated lineage. Yen sincerely advises that soon the Yen City will become a battlefield, so they should seize the opportunity before the war begins. "You should run now. You're reckless." "But Yen, I don't want to leave." She patted his shoulder to comfort him. "You've captured a false human beast, according to the rules. Your rating will go up to SS. Go back quickly." However, Tinvu firmly pushed her hand away and said, "I want to stay and protect the city." Yen helplessly reminded, "You know that's a divine beast-level monster, but you still dare to stay. You don't want to live anymore." Qin Kuang decided, "Protecting the country is a man's duty, Sister Yen. Rest assured, I will survive." Chenggong, upon hearing this, enthusiastically praised, "Well said about protecting the country. Brother Xiao, you are right. Right now, nothing is more important than defending Vuang Dm City. Gentlemen, we are about to face a battle. Prepare yourselves." "Fight to the end!" The crowd cheered excitedly. "Fight to the end." Confronting carefully assessed the situation. The beast god is not an easy opponent. Only by deploying a general can we have a chance to fight. She sighed and made a call with faint hope. Perhaps only that person can provide timely support to Vuang Dm City. At this moment, a fierce thunderstorm suddenly erupted in the sky. Inside the Lord's mansion in Vuang Dm City, the official report was serious. "Your Highness the Princess, besides Minvu, the other students from Thanlong Academy have all left except for those who agreed to stay as doctors." Through careful inspection, no second royal beast of the Yinan system was found in the city. Confronting decisively analyzes the situation. A general will arrive before noon, making it difficult for the demon army to attack Vuang Dm City. The Vemadok Dong has died, so they must have known the news was leaked and will attack fiercely. Your task is to hold out until General Liu arrives. He bravely declares his vow to die defending Vuang Dm City. Meanwhile, inside Tinvu's room, he eagerly stares intently at the plant pot. The bone water from the peacock flower, the honey from the Huing ghost flower, and the potion from the Than Thu Than are all prepared. It's time to nurture them. Tinvu pours the 2 vials of solution into the pot. At that moment, he was stunned to see a strange phenomenon suddenly sprout, and within a second, it had grown into a long vine, making Tinvu marvel at how quickly it was developing. At that moment, it suddenly broke the pot and jumped to wrap around your arm. Seeing it playfully, Tinvu smiled and warned, "You're so itchy, behave yourself for me." You gently named it, From now on, you will be my first plant-based beast of burden, called Little Silver. It obediently nodded gently.
Tinvu proudly praised, no wonder it is the bloodline of the ancient quality illusionary god.
Some are definitely capable of fully unleashing their power on the battlefield. The system then displayed information called Heavenly Soul Vine at full level 1. The ancient bloodline of the illusionary god's pure-blooded lineage, with a first-level innate talent, causes enemies entangled and trapped by vines to be temporarily unable to use weapons. The second-level innate talent releases a mist infused with a fragrant aroma, healing allies within a certain range.
It can also modify the architecture of the ancient system, the plant system, the superpower system, and the three-hued soul talent. After any monster dies, it automatically absorbs its soul, increasing its growth rate. The death skill, Jing Chuk Feng, unleashes a series of vine branches from the ground, instantly hardening into a thorny area that causes continuous damage and slows down enemies.
Deathly entanglement wraps and traps enemies like endless bamboo shoots, with 100% loyalty.
The evolution path includes Heavenly Soul String, Blood, Heavenly Soul String, Spirit String King Soul String, and the luminous Heavenly Illusion Spirit String, emitting countless silver sparks that cover the entire team and provide high healing.
Each time you heal, the maximum is 60% of the total points, a habit of clinging and soaking in water.
The water must be the nectar of the Queen of the Dead Flower. The evolution path hides the immortal Queen of the Dead Soul Vine and the eternal Queen of the Dead Flower.
The scene shifts outside to thunder, crashing loudly as a surprised creature exclaims, "It's impossible! The giant demon poison dragon is dead." Huang Minya, the level 3 Beast King, sadly confirms she is dead.
I saw our plan fail with my own eyes.
Hearing this, a man gently shook his glass of wine. Tianfu Undis, the beast spirit at level 1, coldly decrees that there's no need to wait anymore. Likely, Chaolong Kingdom will send Bai Wu or that low kid to reinforce, so send someone to hold them off. Also, Romeo, lead a team there, and we will coordinate to seize the fortress. She kneels down and swears absolute loyalty, ensuring she will not betray the Heavenly Princess's mission. At the same time, a group of people was watching from the tower, and Chunggong asked Tinvu with concern. Noticing his terrible expression, Tinvu honestly reported, "Princess, I have a feeling that something is off." Quantian frowned curiously and asked, "Where is the abnormality?" He analyzed cautiously, "It's too quiet. There are no signs of an attack. If they truly fear the general's strength, they should have attacked earlier. Could it be they're afraid of this rain too?"
Suddenly, Tinvu was startled to realize.
"We're in trouble," she nervously asked. "Do you remember something?" Tinvu urgently reveals that besides disguise, the princess still has the ability to control the Sa-Man Trong. Quantian skeptically repeats, Sa-Man Chong initially defended the city by burrowing underground. At this moment, the ground suddenly shattered. A few people below, panicking, unconsciously fell into a deep pit. At this moment, a group of riding gorillas suddenly burrowed up to the surface. He was stunned and exclaimed, "Oh no, something's wrong." Just as he looked down into the city, Chung Gong suddenly jerked his attention back behind him. He saw thousands of beasts rushing forward, and Chung Gong regretted and blamed himself.
"Damn it, I made a careless mistake."
She hesitated but decided to risk it all.
The garrison at Huangyan City only has 5,000 troops, so this battle is a do-or-die situation. I guess Bang Huang estimates the number to be at least 20,000, right? Without hesitation, Quan Thian directly summons her divine beast and boldly leads the charge. "Soldiers of Long Kingdom, follow me out to fight."
Below the ground, students panic and scream as monsters poke at my eyes. A golem uses its sturdy horn to pierce through a member, while some foxes take turns picking up the corpses.
At that moment, a small girl screamed in horror, "Mom!" As soon as she closed her eyes, a sudden splash of blood shot up, and Yen Yan's little fox rushed in fiercely to help.
It tore the strange creature into pieces. She hurried over to comfort her.
"Hey, little one, are you okay?" Meow Meow cried out in panic, choking on her tears.
Yen Yan's mother anxiously looked toward the tower. The monsters inside the city are very difficult to deal with. The demon army outside the city walls is becoming more elite. Tinvu, you must be very careful. At that moment, he was fully focused on using the Hellfire Chain technique. Black wind shot fire into Goplin's stomach, immediately injuring him and causing him to fall to the ground. Tinvu gasped for breath and carefully assessed. There are really many monsters. The undead, the giant race, and all the monsters from Baikot Uyen and Kondison are all rushing here. Quan Thian stands beside Han, curious. "Tinvu, can you hold on?" Tinvu smirked and replied, "I am a man. How could I say I can't hold on?" As soon as he finished speaking, The ice crystal unicorn opened its mouth and shot a blast of freezing ice at the target. In an instant, Chui immediately froze. Then the ice crystal unicorn decisively moved forward and bit it apart. After that attack, you admired and praised him. Truly worthy of being the princess's pet, as he killed the Beast King with just 2 moves. She coldly continued, I don't lack spirit orbs. The spirit orb of the Beast King is yours. Tinvu happily thanks the princess. Quan Thien Bon still considers the Sama Thiem Vuong's strength to be too great, with an 80% counterattack damage. It seems that the Ice Phoenix unicorn has been completely destroyed. Its wounds are severe, and it can no longer fight. Am I only able to retreat to the rear now? At that moment, he smiled and gave the order. As Xiaonan Ryu's Spirit Flower Flame Fire finished speaking, the blue energy quickly flew over to heal the Ice Spirit unicorn. Witnessing this scene, she was stunned and asked, Silver Vine, could this be the divine soul of a beast tamer? Tinvu honestly admits I can restore 60 of the team's health points, along with Freya's Holy Light Shield to suppress abnormalities and increase Hakfong's demonic power. By 20 in attack and defense, I can support everyone within range. She is stunned and amazed. You're truly a monster. Having you as a 2-star beast Tamer is a talent wasted. I also think so. After the war is over, I will level up and take the Beast Tamer exam to become a master. Quan Thien Haosang announced, so I declare on behalf of the judges that your midterm exam rating is upgraded to S. S. Tinvu happily expressed his gratitude, thanking the princess for her great kindness. At that moment, the system displayed a report that the special mission had been completed with an SSS rating in this midterm exam. The reward for the mission, a randomly upgraded SSS level beast crystal plus 20,000 points has been sent. Please check and claim it. Seeing the item, he was pleased and judged that the SSS level Hell Beast was from the Hell Realm, one of the 6 realms. It seems Black Wind has had some luck. Suddenly, an explosion erupted, and a student urgently shouted for help. Our northern gate has been broken. Please send reinforcements. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, Tinvu sighed and said, Indeed, now is not the time to relax, then hurriedly signaled Tinvu to go. At the same time, on the city wall, a group of soldiers rushed to deliver urgent news. City Lord, more than half of the 3rd team has been lost, and Captain Tron Neem from the 5th team has sacrificed himself. Report to the City Lord, Veteran General Vuang Pham was killed in battle against the Kot Kai giant beast. Report, all members of the 3rd team have been killed. He remained silent without saying a word. In front of them was a giant skeleton, a demon beast fused with the Huang Cap 2 Kot Kai hybrid beast, and Cheng Gong stubbornly refused to surrender. Even if the demon beast fused with Bak Kot Uyen and Condison to become a Huang-level beast, so what? He is determined to swear an unbreakable oath that this is Huang Yen City, not a place for you to bully. And even if it costs his old life, he must protect the gate of Long Country. Hung Dung boldly faces the Kot Kai giant as it prepares to swing its axe. He commands clearly, leading the war charge of the mighty Ku Te Huang. Instantly, the divine beast charged forward with a lightning strike move, using its horn to block Kot Kai's axe. With unwavering determination, the Thunder King successfully soaked the axe's head. Seizing the opportunity, it quickly stabbed straight into the Kot Kai giant's body. In just a moment, it was defeated and fell backward. Quan Thien saw the scene and anxiously commented, The raging demon beasts continue endlessly. Lord Chu probably can't hold out much longer. Tinvu strokes his chin and concludes that they must cut off the demon beast supply in the tunnel. I'm excited and surprised. I have a way now, princess. I need some medicinal ingredients to create a drug to control the chaos of the monsters in the tunnel. Royal Spirit Herb, Bamboo Spirit Fungus, Ghost Flower, and Fire Sun Jade Root Ginseng. She listened carefully and then decisively ordered, Who's there? Based on the list of medicinal herbs, we must quickly gather enough. The students nodded in agreement. At this moment, Haifeng was using his flames to cook the object inside the furnace, which emitted a foul smell. Quan Thien frowned and asked, This smell is terrible. What is this thing actually useful for? Can I really trust this? He reassures with a mysterious smile. Trust me. As soon as he finished speaking, Tinvu excitedly boasted about his victory. We did it! You followed the clear instructions and successively poured these tubes into the tunnel, ensuring the monsters lost their way and fell into chaos. The students agree to follow the orders, then carefully confirm. There are no monsters appearing where I am, nor around me. She admires and praises. Tinvu, you're really talented. Tinvu modestly scratches his head. The princess is too kind. I am just an ordinary 2-star beast tamer. At that moment, a hook suddenly attacked your shoulder. Tinvu was instantly dragged away. being pulled like a fat prey by the lizard. It is a super extraordinary mutated demon beast species, the Ma Liem Kichnak. Facing danger, Tinvu hurriedly summoned.
Freya appeared in an instant, cut the chain, and after successfully rescuing him, he was stunned and collapsed to the ground.
Confronting panically asked, "Are you okay?"
She exclaimed in distress. "Tinvu, you've been poisoned."
Tinvu panting comfortingly, "It's okay, Freya. Use your pure light to cleanse me." Then he resolutely turns to face Ma Liem Chingak. Tinvu loudly shouts the technique Hakfang, Dia Nguk Bao Hua. A second later, it unleashes purple flames towards Ma Liem Tichngak. However, the agile demon lizard dodged all the attacks. Seeing it getting close to me, I immediately gave an order. Freya quickly lifts Tinvu into the air. Medusa nervously asks Han Guju, "Do you need us to help?" The Avenue cautiously assessed and said, "With your strength, you can't kill a super monster of the mutated divine type alone."
Tinvu confidently replied, "Don't worry, I can handle it."
Then he straightforwardly threw the Hakfang gemstone containing the SSS beast energy crystal.
Seeing the gem approaching, it opened its mouth and swallowed it directly, and in an instant, Hakfang's power increased significantly.
Its wind affinity ability causes the ground to crack open. Tinvu cheered enthusiastically at the sight. "Black Wind, go ahead and unleash your power." The Hellfire Lotus and the fierce black wind roared loudly into the sky, and at this moment, the Avenue and Medusa shouted in shock. 5 Hellfire chains, they stare intently inside. Freya is holding the spirit orb, standing at the center. You frown, resolutely raise your hand to give the order down. Immediately, the 5 lotuses shoot out like shooting stars. It gathered into a single point, then transformed into a giant lotus flower above Ma Liem Tichngak. Without hesitation, the lotus exploded instantly, filling the air with thick smoke. At that moment, the internal fire gradually diminished, and a flickering figure was about to appear. Beneath the explosion, the shape of Ma Liem Tichngak lay collapsed. After it was defeated, Ma Liem Tichngak's body dissolved into smoke and clouds, revealing a sparkling crystal stone. Confronting was stunned and remarked that with a single fight, this person was even more terrifying than a demon. At the same time, on the other side of the mountain range, the sky was storming with thunder and lightning. Stunned, losing all patience and furious, shouted for 4 hours, asking why the front army still hadn't captured Huangyan City. Romeo, panic-stricken, kneels to report the situation. "Sir, there is a 2-star beast tamer in their group who is very special." He gritted his teeth in anger and criticized, "A 2-star beast tamer, just a small role like that, yet able to hold you back." She nervously stammered and desperately promised, "Sir, please give me one more chance. I guarantee I will take down Huangyan City within 10 minutes. And hearing this, he angrily clenched his teeth and gave the order. "I'm out of patience. I'll go meet this 2-star beast tamer myself." Meanwhile, Tinvu attentively reports the situation. "Your Highness, Bangfach Kilan's wounds have fully healed." Confronting gratefully thanks you and cautiously inquires. "Tinvu thanks you, but why do you always wear this scarf?" You smile, touch the scarf, and softly affirm. Your friend gave her a confused look and wondered about you. At this moment, Shengong interrupted with a report.
"Junior brother Tiu, once again you've helped with something major."
As he finished speaking, the guards hurriedly reported the news. "The Beast King with the divine beast body has arrived." He was startled and turned around to ask what. A while later, a horde of fierce monsters arrived in a large number, led by a proud figure with fiery aura. Eunice, ranked 78 among monsters. He arrogantly greeted, "Lord Chu, we meet again." He was stunned, his face turning pale with shock, and in a panic he immediately turned to give an order and quickly fled Huangyan City.
However, Undis would not let them escape. He fiercely swung his axe down into the ground and killed them.
A single strike from Undis sent rocks and dirt flying everywhere, causing people to lose their balance and soar into the air, while the entire city inside was shattered and torn apart by the attack. At this moment, the city was filled with smoke and dust, and everyone struggled to stand after the enormous blow. Tinvu Banghuang couldn't believe it. One strike had destroyed the entire Huangyan City, really? Confronting said nervously. If it weren't for the defensive barrier of Huangyan City, we would be dead already. He clenched his chest and gritted his teeth before hurriedly urging us on. "Princess, let's go quickly. This is all we can do now." Just then he exclaimed in surprise, "Where is my collar?" Tinvu looked around and saw that he was caught on a metal bar. At that moment he grimaced and suddenly recognized a familiar figure, the 4-winged angel, the hellhound, that was actually that kid. Without saying much, Undis immediately teleported to that spot. As soon as he arrived, he shouted in panic and teleported instantly. Without allowing Tinvu to stabilize, he directly lifted him up high. She saw this and shouted in fear. Tinvu Undis chuckled softly with a hint of meaning. Young human, you seem very special. I was going to kill you, but I've changed my mind. Does your fresh blood taste better than those girls? You bastard, I'm about to lose consciousness. The pressure of the beast and divine body indeed is terrifying. Seizing the opportunity, he hesitated, but Tinvu bravely threw the cloth into his face. Yet I cannot let you have your way. Und lifts Tinvu by the neck with one hand and drives his weapon into the ground with the other, causing the double-edged axe to clash with the earth and send debris flying everywhere. Unclenched your neck. A dead human still wants to resist. He forcefully threw you down onto the ground from above, with power radiating out and creating blinding beams of light. General Lu suddenly appeared and picked you up. You're not dead yet, kid. Tinvu hesitated.
General Lu, could you please not hold me like that?
He smiled, still teasing. It seems he won't die. Quan Chuan anxiously rushed over and shouted your name. Prince Tinvu Lo Tuangquan says, Your Highness the Princess, forgive me for the delay in saving you. Please take this boy and leave. Und LM appears from the fog and rushes towards everyone. The rocks behind him flew in all directions. And with a furious voice, That Lo guy? General Lo looked proud and said, Are you calling your father? Get those monsters to attack now. A group of ferocious beasts rushes angrily towards General Lu. He speaks sternly. Chu Tuk, use the blazing fire to split the heavens. It soars into the blue sky, circling a few times as the surrounding air begins to heat up. Chu Tuk lets out a piercing cry, flames forming around its body, then it plunges straight down to the ground, carrying the heat of the fire. The blazing flames burn fiercely, causing the monsters to panic and scatter, leaving a devastated scene with debris flying through the sky. Those beasts that couldn't escape were consumed by the fire. The hospital entrance was unusually quiet, and the sky was clearer than ever. The doctor spoke. Princess, Tinvu was seriously injured, but his vital points were unharmed. You can go back now. Quanthian finally relaxed and replied, If that's the case, we'll head back now. Yen Yin also felt more at ease. All right. Quanthian gently touched his face. I still prefer your constant chattering over this silence. You must wake up. The door to the hospital room slammed shut, and the space became quiet. Tinvu opened his eyes, the princess's whispered words too ridiculous.
The main hall of the medicine room, I can tell right away she's not up to any good. Sit up, the dark robe people are about to act. She asked, Your Majesty, aren't you going to rest a bit longer? Medusa's voice echoed, Undis is no match for the Air Force General. He can handle it alone. Tinvu puts on his clothes, but I still haven't retrieved my scarf. What if Liu Jin blames me for losing it? Moreover, just now I sensed the aura of another divine beast here near Undis. She was stunned, another divine beast form? The battle here still rages fiercely, and the sky is filled with smoke and fire. General Lu raises his hand, surrounded by a sword blazing with crimson flames, the Crimson Lotus Phoenix Sword. He stands on the back of the vermilion bird, pointing his sword at Undis, intending to burn him with fire. Despite the chaos around him, Undis remains firmly standing, resisting the force of the wind. He roars. Truly, the youngest and strongest 9-star beast, Tamer, indeed formidable. General Lu controls the flames in his hand. With your strength, I am sure I can crush your demon beast core within a half an hour. He laughs mockingly. Humans are so foolish. Don't tell me I don't have reinforcements. Suddenly, the sky roared to life. Water appeared from nowhere and curled into a large circle. Everyone was stunned. This was a vast desert area, so why was there a smell of the sea? The sky turned into a sea, and a giant tornado appeared, bringing lightning bolts crashing down to the ground. A figure full of murderous aura appears from the water. Naga says, Undis, you really are useless, letting the Air Force General crush you like a punching bag. He begged urgently, please don't say any more. Help me quickly or Lord Nihawk will kill me. She said with full indignation, that here on the uninhabited island, you couldn't protect that red-haired girl. This time, I want you to not even be able to protect this city. General Lu was stunned for a moment after hearing her say that. Under that big tree, he is holding a girl with long, shiny red hair in his arms. General Lu's voice is angry and hoarse, and flames begin to flare around him. Naga and the others began to clash, the surrounding scene turning hazy. Naga said, the hated general of the Air Force, it was you who defeated me before. Today, I will restore my honor and cut off your head to soak in wine. Und arrogantly said, Naga, you have already set his head aside, so I will set the Princess of Long Kingdom's heart aside first. General Lo charged forward. If you want to harm the princess, you'll have to see if you have the ability first. He was furious, his eyes turning red.
Will the Yuan Manhwa trio clan, with General Lu around, be engulfed by the flickering flames swirling into a massive tornado, a sea of blazing red fire continuously sweeping and burning everything? And was wounded by the heat of the fire, bleeding as the space became scorching hot, and no creature could withstand General Lu's fury. Unscolds, Naga, look at you, peacefully doing nothing and suddenly provoking him. Naga is angry. Clearly you said you wanted to eat the princess, provoking him on purpose. If I can't kill you with this axe, then I will destroy this city, destroy it for me, and control the gravity. Fake meteorite. A large meteorite rushes down from above toward General Lo. He quickly pointed his finger, and Juku blocked it. Juku swiftly charged forward to stand in front of Commander Lu with two powerful energies ready to clash, releasing intense energy. The meteorite shattered into small pieces upon impact, scattering in all directions, as a deafening explosion tore through the space, with rocks and dirt clashing and sparking. General Lu stood tall, watching the massive explosion unfold before him, a purple light flashing from within, as Naga suddenly appeared behind him. "General Lu, you were careless." She recited a spell, her eyes also gleaming with a triumphant smile. "Now no one can protect you anymore. Humans." He forcefully drives the blade into the ground, sweeping it across, losing control of gravity. General Lu is helplessly floating in the air, surrounded by large rocks, and he shouts desperately, "Save me!" At this moment in the sky, a streak of pink light appeared and sped rapidly toward Undis. He was stunned to realize that the beam was heading straight for him. A beam of light strikes Undis directly, knocking him away and causing him to lose control of his spear. He falls, sliding across the ground in a long streak. Even the small stones are kicked up. Undis struggles to stand, in pain beyond words. "Who is Vuang Dm?" Undis looked up at the castle, and a few figures appeared before his eyes. Tinvu turned and said, "Lolo, at most I can hold out for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, I will be unconscious again, just like when I seized the execution ground. The person in charge of defending the city. Leave the fighting to me and Lolo." Naga was amazed. The bloodline suppression. Indeed, the pure dragon clan's aura.
No way! The dragon tamer profession of the human race has disappeared for 100 years. General Lu from behind rushed forward. "Where are you looking?"
"You filthy carp!" While Undis was distracted, a punch suddenly hit him in the face, catching him off guard. One punch after another lands on his face and body, ending with a kick that sends him flying into the beam, and struggles to hold on. How is this fox spirit so powerful? Retreat?
No way, I'll be killed by His Excellency if I do.
"Kill that beast, Tamer. Don't hesitate." He rushes forward past the avenue straight toward Tinvu.
He jumps high and swings the axe down at your head. Go die.
"Beast, Tamer." At this moment, Daloo quickly rushed forward and raised his hand to block in front of you. She took the spear without holding it and was unharmed. Undis stared in shock, eyes wide open. How could she do that without even holding the sword?
"Are you angry? Relying on you to hurt my beast, Tamer?"
She clenched her hand with strength, smashing the axe into pieces before rushing to punch him in the face with a steel fist. Her punch's power spreads through his body, causing every bone to shatter. Undis grimaces in pain, blood seeping from his mouth. Undis hunched over to absorb the punch, blood pouring out from his chest. Daloo, noticing something was wrong, widened her eyes in shock. "Don't you see?" Tinvu asked her as he saw her like that. "What happened to Lolo?" The punch from the boulevard has pierced through Undis's entire body, leaving him hollow with no internal organs. Undis suddenly shattered into pieces before the two of them, and disappeared into nothingness. Tinvu exclaimed in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe his eyes.
"The reflection image!" Naga shouted angrily. "Can you really do it? I can't hold that low guy back for long."
Und pats his chest and sighs. "This is too dangerous. If I really get hit by the third punch, I'm doomed." "Naga, thanks."
Suddenly his eyes flashed. "I have a plan now. I'll keep her busy. You go kill that dark beast Tamer first."
After saying that, he charged forward quickly, the filthy fox ready for a life-or-death fight with me.
The Avenue responded fiercely. "If you're itching for a fight, don't blame me for being rude."
They rushed at each other, throwing punches simultaneously, evenly matched. Blood and mucus sprayed from his nose, but his eyes flashed with a sudden light. Dongtu moves to the back. Un shouts loudly like giving an order, "Rome, attack!" A butterfly appears and gradually transforms into a human figure. Tinvu turns around in shock and yells loudly when he sees her rushing toward him. "Something's wrong." Romeo reached out to grab the back of Tinvu's shirt. "She uses the hem of your shirt to lift you up and hold you in the air above the middle lane." Daloo turns to speak angrily. "How dare you? Don't even think about taking my ruler. The wheel of fate. I was stunned to see my body gradually shattering into pieces. Romeo quickly let go of Tinvu.
That divine guardian was entrusted to everyone. He was helplessly dropped from the sky and shouted loudly. Naga then reached out and spun his hand around. You should also step into my mirrored world.
Tinvu helplessly spun in the air before being pulled into a new world. Daloo rushed forward desperately to save him.
Shikyung shouted loudly, Master, run a few steps, but the enemy is blocked by Undis.
My opponent is me.
She impatiently turned to face him and shouted angrily,
Get out of here. At this moment, in the mirrored world, Tinvu is observing the surroundings. Countless images of Ngu Tuyet are surrounding him.
Little Vu, come with me. I'll take you to the amusement park. Little Vu, jump into my arms.
Xiaowu, I'm right here. Tinvu has long seen through all the illusions.
Are you done spying on my memories?
Naga then calmly appears before you, exuding the aura of a true queen.
She said it's hard to believe, but it turns out you are a 2-star beast tamer. Tinvu coldly replied, If you know my identity, then I will just have to make you bury my secret with you.
Naga arrogantly said, If you want to kill me? You don't have a beast tamer. Let's see if you have the guts. A large bow suddenly appears in her hand. She raises her hand, pulls the bowstring with precision, and from a central point in the arrow, thousands of shards of transparent glass shoot out towards you. Tinvu was caught off guard by the speed and couldn't dodge in time, panic rising in him. Too fast. At this moment, General Lo suddenly rushed over and pushed you away. Be careful. Countless shards of broken glass pierced through his body as his form gradually vanished before Tinvu's eyes.
I panic and shout out loud, Commander Lu! Tinvu stands stunned, watching the fragments of Commander Lu's body gradually disappear into the ground.
Naga looks excited. I've already killed him. The Air Force General of Long Country was actually killed by me.
Naga was full of excitement. It's been 10 years. 10 years. I've dreamed so many times of killing him.
I never thought today would finally come true. Now no one can stop your blade. Let me see if anyone can still save you.
Tinvu suddenly burst out laughing. What are you so surprised about? What are you laughing at? You slowly clench your hand into a fist. I'm laughing at your impending death. This time I want to extract your demon beast core. She was momentarily startled when she saw your hand in front of her, then quickly raised her bow again. Do I still fear a beast tamer who has no beast like you? Then die for me too. Long Chi's arrow was knocked off course by a powerful force that sent the bow and arrow flying away, piercing through the nearby wall. Naga angrily scolded that fox, that useless Undis, for failing to stop it. The avenue rushes into the space.
Medusa, hold him back for me.
Medusa calmly. It's not a problem.
Undis struggles.
Damn it! A large dragon figure appeared behind you. Luckily, General Lu is buying me a few seconds. Otherwise, I would be the one dead. Now I want you to settle your blood debt with blood. Naga is furious. So what if I have the power of a dragon? I have killed the ruler of immortality. She was utterly stunned when she looked up and saw Ju Kuei freely soaring in the sky.
Tinvu was just as stunned to see Chu Tuok appear. She was shocked. Could that man still be alive?
How is that possible?
General Lu's voice full of mockery, the immortal flame.
Naga, you're so stupid. Don't you know that a level 9 beast tamer can share skills with their beasts?
Naga thought to herself, how could 2 divine beast forms fight back? I have to retreat. A quick flash of light releases a new move. A large glass wall appears.
The glass statue of Admiral Hilo stands up before you. Leave it to me. Step back.
Tinvu completely trusts that he can do it. He begins to stand up and take the lead.
The spirit of the vermilion bird merges into one body. A large swirling fire circle appears in the sky, forming a vortex. A deafening explosion shakes the sky as rocks and debris fly outward from the blast center. General Lo remains steadfast, with the blazing wings of the vermilion bird behind him. He spoke, Brother Hakbao, let's charge together. Tinvu replied, All right, you secretly admire the dramatic transformation. Got it. And is smug. You've already failed. Naga urges, let's go quickly. We can't fight these two.
The 3 of them stepped forward to block the way, with the general's voice full of authority. Still wanting to run? Medusa, seemingly teasing, said, I won't let you go anywhere.
Und loses his composure. Damn it, if I can't escape, I'll fight to the end with you.
The forward bulging gravity. Naga also joins the fight. Victory or defeat depends entirely on this move. Huiyan Hai's mirror of the 2 of them working together to unleash a move, forming a circle of power aimed at the 3 standing there. General Lo appears calm as if he's just playing a game.
Brother Haibao, do you know how to play with fire?
Tinvu excitedly said, a red flame flickering on Dailo's hand. Of course. He quickly charged forward and forcefully pushed away the flames. In the Heaven to Nirvana section, the Great Avenue also follows immediately after the attack. Long Chi-Tho is furious, with 2 large flames continuously rushing forward one after the other. 4 forces clash fiercely, creating a violent confrontation between the 3 heavenly powers and the 2 divine pillars. General Lo poured more power into Long Phuong Qingwen and Viem Din Kip Hua. A loud explosion erupted, knocking everyone back. Flames flickered along with the surrounding rocks shattering under the intense force. Naga panicked as he felt the heat of the flames spreading all over his body. Und was almost burned alive, his whole body stiffening as he screamed in agony. General Lo charges out of the flames with a firm hand planted on the ground, landing steadily amid the swirling smoke and sparks from the remaining embers. The space becomes a ruin, and the ground sinks into a large lake. From within the earth, 2 glowing crystal stones emerge, shining brightly as soldiers on the wall cheer excitedly. "We won! We really won!" The young soldiers kept shouting in disbelief.
We have successfully defended the fortress. General No Quan is truly impressive. You're incredibly mysterious.
General Lo, still shining with the fire, turned and said, "Thank you for your help. There's nothing I can give you. Take these 2 demon beast spirit stones."
Tinvu was unreserved, so I won't hold back either. He suddenly remembered and turned to ask you, did you find the scarf yet?
I found it.
Tinvu was suddenly surprised that General Lo knew about his situation.
He acted as if it was only natural.
You are a high-value wanted criminal, secretly hunted by the Empress. Anyway, I do have some intelligence information,
Tinvu asked in slight surprise. Are you trying to expose me? As he was saying, General Lu suddenly collapsed, making you turn pale with fear. He's complaining. Oh no, the spiritual energy has run out.
I'm so dizzy. I can't catch that wanted criminal or whatever.
Are you helplessly throwing a tantrum? At this moment, Daloo and Medusa approached, and she asked, "What's wrong?" He replied casually, "It's nothing, let's go." Tinvu softly said, "The effect of the dragon spirit pill has worn off." The phone in General Lu's pocket kept ringing. He quickly took out his phone, held it up to check the notification. A message from the little monster. "I'm starving, but I won't eat delivery food." General Lo's eyes also softened as he read the message, and he gently replied, "Hold on for 2 more days. I'll cook something when you get home." In another place, newspapers and magazines are stacked on the table. And the evening before, the area outside the hospital gate is gradually growing darker. Yen Nin asked anxiously, "Why is Tinvu's condition worsening when he was fine earlier?" The doctor hesitated and replied, "I don't know either. The medical equipment hasn't detected a specific cause." Quan Thien calmly said, "Miss Tan, stay calm." She then turned to Dr. Vian and ordered him to do everything possible to cure Tinvu. "He was helpless, Princess, Crown Prince. This is too difficult for me." A call rang out and General Lu and Quan Lan stepped forward. "Your Highness?" Quan Thien was surprised. "Your Majesty the Empress." Quan Lan takes out a vial, but with ordinary medical skills, it may be difficult to cure him. Luckily, I was prepared. Quan Thien reached out to take it. This is her answer, the blood of the 7-waist holy unicorn. Give this little guy a drink, he'll wake up soon. She was stunned as blood flowed when the horn of the 10-year shed St. Keelan shed once every 10 years. I heard that no matter how badly the opponent is injured, they can all be pulled back from the underworld. Quan Thien remembered the only time he used the blood of the waist luminous unicorn was when he was seriously ill and close to death. But Tinvu didn't like or care for him. So why did his mother care about him so much? You're showing too much favoritism. She tilts the bottle and pours the medicine into his mouth. Tinvu, you evil thing, you must get well soon. You mean the attack I prepared for 5 years was destroyed by a 2-star beast tamer? The little demons were too scared to lift their heads, only stammering a few words. Nihok sat on the chair, controlling a fireball in his hand, angrily slamming his hand on the armrest and shouting, while a group of useless minions around him radiated a fierce heat that pressed down on the small demons. The little demons, forced to deform, kept screaming in agony. He angrily waved his hand and said, "Put this human on the list. He will have to die." Tinvu slowly opened his eyes, the smell of disinfectant stinging his nose and making him grimace. He squinted and looked around. This was a hospital, so it turned out he hadn't been taken away. Quan Lan sat excitedly by the bedside and asked, "You're awake?" Tinvu hurriedly sat up. The Empress waved her hand and said, "No need for formalities, just lie down." Tinvu tasted a strange flavor at the corner of his mouth and wiped it with his hand. He wondered, "What is this?" General Lo replied, "The blood of the shattered unicorn is extremely precious, so hurry up and thank the Empress." He quickly got up and thanked the Empress for the blood. Tinvu will never forget. He silently thought, as expected, having achieved great merit. The Empress will surely protect his life. Give the reward, if I guess wrong. At worst, I'll be a hero again in 18 years.
Guanlan turned to Commander Lu and asked, "You've been lingering here for so long. Surely there's something you want to say."
He forced a smile and said, "Well, Tinvu has exceptional talent, with a beard and mustache, surely to be the pillar of Long Country in the future." Her eyebrows furrowed, impatience evident as she spoke in a human language. General Lu chuckled awkwardly and said, "Our Air Force is short of people. Your Majesty, the Empress might be annoyed. Are you trying to steal someone from me?" He quickly waved his hand. "Tinvu is afraid of heights. It's obvious he's not suitable for the Air Force. I hope your Majesty will arrange another position for Tinvu." She turned her face towards the door and said, "If there's nothing else, go outside." General Lu quickly stepped back toward the door. "All right, I'm leaving now. See? Now there are many people trying to pull you in. Although the path I give you is very dangerous, the reward is no less than others. If you want to betray me, think of your sister." "Empress, I understand." She turned to rest and recover. "I won't disturb her anymore." Tinvu smiled and said, "Lady Empress, take your time. Do you think you can threaten me? Sooner or later, they will seize her throne." Guanlan left the hospital room and saw General Lu standing against the wall. "What are you still doing here?" he asked. "Of course, to talk about the man in black," she scolded sharply. He whispered, "I have a feeling the black-clad person is somehow familiar, similar to that man." Guanlan was suspicious. General Lu ran away. "Your Majesty, there is a small matter on the non-island side. I will take my leave now." Guanlan pondered. Could it be that the man in black is actually a bastard born from Zhao Liam Dm and some unknown wolf spirit? Liam Dm sneezed loudly, and Yami hurriedly asked, "Leader, do you have a cold?" Half a month later in the bustling imperial capital, the lights from the buildings flickered constantly, and a crowd of reporters surrounded you. "Cao Tinvu, can you tell us a bit about your hero story? Why do you always wear this torn headband? Does it have a deep meaning? I heard that on the battlefield you crushed 800 demon beasts. Is that true? Is there such a close relationship between you and the princess? Is there a reason behind it?" Tinvu avoids eye contact. "I don't know." "Just ask her if there's anything you want to know." The reporters then turned back to Quan Thien. "Your Highness the Princess, I hear His Majesty values Tinvu very much. Could he become your future husband? If you like Tinvu, what should Nguyen An do? In the city of Huang Yen, did anything beyond friendship happen between the two?" Quan Thien smiled, but her words carried authority. "Are you trying to frame Huang Shuo?" The reporters immediately panicked and retreated 100 meters away. "You're impressive. Truly remarkable, as expected from a princess's status." She sighed. "Don't dump all the questions on me next time." He replied with a firm yes. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from afar. "Xiao Wu, you cheerfully wave your hand as if you've been given candy." "I'm back, sister." Suddenly remembering that Quan Then was still standing there, he turned to her and said, "Princess, I'll be leaving now." She replied, "Go ahead with our relationship, Emperor Soul Person. We will meet again sooner or later." Tinvu hurriedly ran over to everyone and shouted, "Sister, Teacher Tran Vien is holding his nose because he's uncomfortable." "Director, why do you smell so strongly of alcohol?" Yen smiled and replied, "Because I was so happy. Thanks to me, next year the number of students enrolling at the Thanlong Academy will definitely be several times higher." She took out a card and handed it to him. "That's right, give me this room card." Tinvu was shocked. "Director, she openly used underhanded rules with me right in front of me and my sister? What is this? We also yet have one." She pretended to be angry. "What kind of person do you think I am?" "It's the room key for Beach Hai Kim Fu. That's yours." He widened his eyes in disbelief. "Is Beach Hai Kim Fu a luxurious villa area in the eastern suburbs of Longan City?" And Guok Tweet happily said, "That's right, Xiao Wu. We won't have to squeeze into that small cramped apartment anymore." Tinvu suddenly remembered something. "Wait a minute. The Kim Society also lives in Beach Hai Kim Fu, so aren't they your neighbors?" In front of a luxurious and dazzling villa, the golden-plated door shines brightly. Tinvu appears confidently, showing off his most handsome look. You confidently stepped into the market, but Duong Sok and Ham Ham blocked the door. Ham Ham looked at you in shock, a flicker of emotion flashing in her eyes. Tinvu also felt a bit shy, taking the scarf draped over her shoulder. She quickly approached and carefully fiddled with the scarf. Unable to bear watching the two lovers, Duong Sok suddenly spoke up. "It's too intense. I can't watch anymore. I can't watch anymore." At the Beach Hai Kim Fu gate, the two family is just as luxurious, with a shining sword and a gemstone neatly placed on the table. The boy excitedly lifts the sword and says, "The monster core of the Crimson Heavenly King possesses the power of Hellfire, a mysterious S-rank demonic sword forged from the spine of the divine beast, the luminous spirit beast. Along with this villa, the Academy is being very generous this time." Tinvu picked up the phone. "If the Academy values me this much, then it's time to include the 4-star beast tamers in the schedule." Tinvu is on the phone. "Hello, Teacher Tran. Please arrange the 4-star beast tamer exam for me. You really have guts going for 4 stars. All right, I will arrange it for you. The location will be at the Hai Lin clan ruins next Wednesday." Thiman steps forward and calls out sweetly, "Big brother." "Monman, what's wrong?" The little girl hesitantly spoke up. "I want to summon a beast, defeat my opponent, win the Circle of Cinnamon, beat strong enemies, and protect the border like you." Thien says she has tried summoning her spirit beast many times, but couldn't do it. Tinvu crosses his arms confidently, "And I understand now." Monman went out with him. The little girl thanks him. "It's so dark here, and there are monsters. Let's go back quickly." A figure suddenly jumps out of the grass in front of the two, and the initial level fierce Shich Dok Lang growls loudly. The little girl backed away in fear and shouted, "Brother, it's the Shich Dok Lang." Tinvu grabbed her shoulders and said, Man, before you can defeat the Shich Dok Lang, I won't summon any beasts, so whether I die here or not depends on you." Theon trembled and said, "I can't do it, brother. Maybe you should summon a beast to help." Shich Dok Lang is truly a savage beast. It growls and charges forward, its paws relentlessly scratching the ground, sending dirt and stones flying everywhere. Tinvu stood still as it bit him. The girl cried out in horror, "Why did you do this, brother?" Its sharp teeth are sinking deeper into his shoulder. Tinvu blinked nervously. If she didn't act now, he would really die. Thiman still trembling in fear, Tran Tru dared not move forward. The Shich Dok Lang howled loudly and then charged again. The strength within me suddenly erupts. "I want to protect you." Tinvu was also surprised to see the little girl defeat Shich Dok Lang with a single palm strike, with a majestic phoenix spreading its wings behind her, trembling with fear. He quietly marvels that the Dieppe family truly has a natural affinity with purebred phoenixes. Even at the initial level, 3rd rank, it's enough to suppress ordinary demonic creatures. A character introduction panel appears, named Kim Vu Phuong, with initial level 3 stars. Pure Phoenix Bloodline, high-quality divine illusion. Innate Talent 1, Nirvana Phoenix, can be reborn after death through Nirvana, but its level drops to the lowest. Innate Talent 2, Kim Lien Gip Hua, causes burn damage to enemies. Their defense is reduced with attributes of Phoenix, Fire, and Flight, loyalty at 93. Weakness in underwater combat, seawater-soaked feathers weaken, and the Kim Lien and Gip Hua Dan skill. The Golden Fireball spews flames that cause burning effects, pushes back enemies, while the Golden Feather Storm unleashes 360 feather darts to attack enemies, causing explosions and double damage, with hidden evolution paths leading to the Crimson Phoenix, the Dark Gold Phoenix, the Black Flame Celestial Phoenix, and the Blood Prison Phoenix. As it habitually sleeps midair, Thiman orders the Golden Phoenix to use the Golden Feather Storm, which gradually folds its wings and shoots out stiff feathers from its tail, piercing the Shich Dok Lang, causing it to scream and writhe on the ground. Thiman declares, "I want you to pay the price for injuring my brother," as a fireball rushes fiercely toward the toxic wolf. A loud explosion echoes, shocking everyone and causing them to retreat. Tinvu claps in applause. Man, congratulations on your achievement." Thiman was stunned that you managed to tame the beast. The little girl jumps up and hugs his neck. "Why are you so silly, big brother?" Tinvu smiled. "If I didn't push you, how could you have awakened your fighting spirit?" Man, you're already 16. You need to be more mature. You know I'm not a child, right? You're helpless. Isn't this something you could tell just by looking? Both you and your sister already know." Thien lost in thought. "I know. I am no longer a child. At the age of 10, I was attacked by monsters. I was afraid for 10 years, and my family always hoped I could overcome my fear, but I couldn't. The pressure of their expectations keeps them from lifting their heads in the outside world." The girl remembers the image of Tinvu pulling her out of her shyness and fear. Ngu tweets love. "I still keep dreaming that there's still time, and when I grow up, I won't be afraid anymore. But everything I do is just an excuse to avoid growing up." The more Thiman thought about it, the sadder she became, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly remembering something, Thiman shouted out loud. The little girl helped him up and said, "Big brother, I will carry you to the hospital now." Tinvu waved his hand with a chuckle. "It's nothing, just scaring you. How could I bear to sacrifice my life?" He raised his fist to summon. Come out, little Silver. Freya appears behind you, with vines emanating vitality around her. Theon angrily hits you. Big brother, you're so mean. You lied to me.
How can you say I was lying to you? I was really hurt. The system's voice announced, Congratulations, Lord of the Realm. The honorary title of Compassionate Healer has been unlocked, and the reward is a divine-grade long Tudong pill furnace. Tinvu quietly chuckled in surprise, not expecting such an unexpected gain. He said, It's too late now. Let's go home. Sister is still waiting for us. Brother Thai is chattering. Brother, I've made up my mind. I also want to go to Chenglong Academy to study. I want to tell Sister Zhuangngung this good news myself. Guang Triu said, All right, I'm happy for you. Outside the Dark Lotus Palace, intricately carved with dragons coiling around, Guan Lan spoke. Tinvu, do you know why I called you here today? Are you guessing that Her Majesty the Empress wants to gift me the Loi Nga Kilan? She shouted. Dream on. Your exam isn't over yet. Today I called you here for the plan to eliminate the spirit beasts. Tinvu suspiciously looked up at her. The plan to eliminate stars? Quan Lan takes out a notebook. Nihawk has a list of assassinations targeting talented beast tamers. Although they used to target 5-star beast tamers and above, you might be an exception. As for the reason, you probably already guessed it. They might choose a less crowded place like the Highlin clan ruins to carry out the assassination, and I don't plan to send anyone to protect her. She takes out a key. I have the key to the Highlin clan's museum. If you dare to enter their forbidden area, the museum will be yours. If you're afraid, I can also protect you, Chu Tuan, until you become a 5-star beast tamer. But the museum excites Tinvu, and the higher the risk, the greater the reward. Empress, I want to place a bet. She throws you the key, so show her what you've got. It's best if you survive and return. You happily reply, I will definitely come back. She stepped down from the throne and waved her hand. Leave now. Yes. Tinvu turned away and left, his gaze becoming sharper. Guanlan looked back at his back, a scrutinizing expression on his face. At the Highlin clan ruins, the waves crash fiercely against the large rocks. Team leader Tron is instructing everyone, check everything thoroughly. Tomorrow there will be contestants coming to compete. Don't let any mistakes happen. Liu Li asked for permission. Team leader, I need to use the restroom for a moment. He turned his head. Hurry up and go. In front of the bathroom door, even through a screen, a strong scent can be smelled. She gently relaxes her tense body, almost holding her breath. Suddenly, a strange noise sounded. Liu Li was startled. Is there a water leak in the bathroom? A lizard demon is crawling along the wall toward her. A scream suddenly erupts from the bathroom, then suddenly falls silent. A great change has taken place behind the bathroom door. The door creaks open, revealing a pair of vacant eyes. Liu Li stepped outside, her usual lively demeanor replaced by a much darker mood. At the river dock, machinery was operating at full capacity. Tinvu excitedly asked, Are you sure you want to use it to take me to the Highlin clan relics? Dungtan replied, My conditions are not good. I can't buy a yacht, only public transportation. It's not fast, but please bear with it. Are you sure this isn't showing off too much? Isn't it known all over the country that I used a warship to go to the exam? He put the cigarette in his mouth and said, Let's go quickly. There are no other ships around here to take you to the Highlin clan site. The boy replied, Okay. Dungtan silently thought that this future son-in-law was truly powerful, highly reputable, and possessed extraordinary skills. If he didn't show off boldly, others might steal his spotlight, and he wanted everyone to know that Tinvu belonged to the Mo Dung family. Master Vuang was furious that Tinvu kid really is arrogant and overconfident. All the other contestants arrived a few hours earlier, only he is still not here. Teacher Huang pointed and said, Old Wang, is that the Hython Ham? He was stunned. What the hell? Why did the battleship arrive here? Sorry, teacher, I brought my friend. My daughter's friend arrived a bit late, but I hope it didn't delay the exam. Teacher Vuang broke out in a sweat. No, I think this kid is very punctual. I prefer candidates who are punctual. Liu Yi announced the rules for the first standard test. Kill 20 black star snakes, hunt 10 ghost shadow demons, and 1 winged flaming dragon. The second test requires crossing the thorny swamp in the center of the ruins to find the exit. The third test prohibits entering the forbidden area of the ruins without facing the consequences. This round of testing has no time limit, but candidates can choose to quit at any time. He loudly declares, I officially declare. The test begins. Dungtan asked, How do you feel? Are you confident? Tinvu, full of arrogance, says, Don't worry, I'll pass anyway. He warns, Kid, don't get ahead of yourself, or you'll be embarrassed. The match is being monitored through the surveillance system in the control room. Lu Li's eyes turn sharp as she sees Tinvu on the screen. Seeing her leave, Tran Duang turned and asked, Lu Li, where are you going? Yuan Hin was stunned. Why is my screen broken?
Trandung was confused and said, I feel the same way. The picturesque scene of green mountains and clear waters appeared before his eyes, and Tinvu raised his hand to give an order. Hakfong, use the Hellfire Shield. The black serpent turned into a blue crystal and fell at your feet. Tinvu happily picked up 20 black serpents, 10 ghostly demons, and 1 poisonous, venomous snake. The first trial was easier than I expected. Suddenly, a strange noise came from behind, and I turned around cautiously. Lu Li stepped out from behind the tree.
Tinvu, you did very well. Your speed passing the test was much faster than I expected.
He ruffled his hair awkwardly. Is that so? Thank you, teacher, for the compliment. While you weren't paying attention, she suddenly threw a sword at you. Tinvu quickly sensed something was wrong and dodged the surprise attack. Lu Li waved her hand and said, I'm really surprised you could notice that. I sneered and said, the assessment has already ended. There's no way any teacher would come here. The main road at the front of Tinvu, she is the Dark Knight Queen, Nihawk's trusted confidant, a true beast king. Medusa reminds her that although she is a false human with unstable direct combat ability, with her strength, the Black Wind Society can't just complain. She asked Tinvu if his current body could still use the Dragon Spirit Pill. Lu Li started to attack, very clever, but you can't escape. She summoned large thorny flowers, just like a witch. The roses gradually revealed human-like figures. Tinvu stands ready to defend as the thorny flowers rush toward him. Liu Li taunts, it was this human who killed your hero. Kill him.
Tinvu points and says, Hakfong, I entrust my life to you. Command it. Hakfong, use Hellfire Chain.
A fireball suddenly hurtled through the air, smashing through all obstacles in its path and scattering debris everywhere. The 3 demon witches launched their attack, ready to fight. Haipeng rushes forward, tearing one of the 3 demon girls into 100 pieces, while the other 2, frightened,
jump back and retaliate with sharp vines and thorny arrows flying straight at Tinvu, who only narrows his eyes, watching them approach.
Freya stands beside her, blocking the incoming thorn arrows with her sword, sparks flying from the clash.
The boy slightly jumps back, then leaps up, launching a strike that sends the 2 demon villagers flying away, shouting out as the black sword from the ground shoots up high, attacking the 2 villagers to help Freya, whose sharp teeth bite off half of one of them. Freya tightly grips her sword, her body emanating deadly aura. Liu Li suddenly speaks, her eyes deep and inscrutable, with a demonic aura level S indicating she is highly valued by them.
My friends, I've already killed everyone you brought.
Liu Lijong spread her arms wide and sneered. Don't make me laugh. Just a few petty soldiers, and you think they can compare to me?
Then she smiled sinisterly, her hand caressing the dagger in her hand.
Next, I will toy with you.
Lu Li frowned and suddenly charged at Tinvu, catching him off guard. Freya stepped in to block her attack, preventing Tinvu from being hurt. Liu Li stepped on Freya's sword and sneered, not bad at reacting, but still too slow. Then she delivered a powerful kick to Freya's stomach, causing the girl to wince in pain and fly backward, while Hakfong's kick with immense force broke her ribs. Freya couldn't bear to fall into Tinvu's arms, blood splattering from her mouth. Hakfong couldn't resist sneaking up behind Lu Li. It opens its big mouth as if to bite her to death. Lu Li remains calm, not bothering to look at her, closing her eyes as she throws the dagger from her hand behind her. The sharp blade, carrying immense power, pierced directly into Hakfong's abdomen. She tilted her body, jumped up, and pressed his head down, then swung her arm to forcefully throw Hakfong away, causing him to tumble to the ground. Debris flew everywhere as Freya clutched her aching chest and Tinvu stood beside her weakened body, worriedly calling out Hakfong. Lu Li used her power to summon the dagger embedded in Haifeng's stomach back. She held the blood-stained hilt tightly, licking the remaining blood, and spoke with a hint of pain in her voice. Don't worry, I'll send you and your master back to the Western Heaven later. Tinvu frowned, clenched his fists, thinking to himself that just by using the appearance of a human, he could easily suppress his 2 great kings. Is this the true power of a beast king? No, it hasn't even made its first move yet. You bite your lip, grimacing, and shout loudly, Xiaonan, attack her suddenly. Lu Li, holding her knife ready to strike, remains calm and says, whatever tricks you have, just use them all. I'm watching. Xiaoyan shoots a silver thorny vine from Tinvu's abdomen. Lu Li, witnessing this strange scene, can't help but be surprised and confused. Before she could react, Tinvu pointed at Lu Li to signal Tiong'an to attack. At that moment, Tiong'an shot up, tightly wrapped Lu Li's arm, leaving her stunned with her mouth agape, and the knife in her hand slipped away. My weapon slipped out of my hand. Tinvu pointed at Lu Li and shouted, This is Tiong'an's innate talent. She is currently in a human body and cannot escape Tiong'an's control.
Tiangan uses the sun and moon essence to heal teammates, while Hakfong Freya attacks Amdabuk Huang.
The attribute panel pops up, displaying Tiangan's rank information. Even though Lu Li is tightly bound by Tiangan, she calmly says, "Can't escape control? As a 2-star beast tamer, don't even think about it."
Then I unleash my power to shatter the vines wrapping around Little Silver.
They look down on me. The enormous pressure forces Freya and Black Wind to step back. Lu Li tilts her head and winks playfully. This is the second round. In another part of the laboratory, Tran Duang hurriedly asked the examiner. Detecting the demonic aura of the Beast King on the island, Liu Yi was stunned and responded, "The Beast King's aura? How is that possible?" He held the tablet in his hand, exclaiming in surprise, "The demonic energy concentration is 27%.
The naval general probably hasn't gone far. Quickly contact the rescue channel and return to the mountain peak where the battle is happening."
A deafening explosion sent shards of rock flying everywhere. Tinvu, Freya, and Hakfong were all seriously injured in the blast, their bloodied faces filled with unyielding regret. Liu Lijiang spreads her wings and slowly approaches the three of them. "Get up quickly. I haven't finished playing yet." Tinvu couldn't help but curse under his breath. "Play with your own head." Hakfong, lying nearby, looked at her with a murderous gaze, his body trembling from pain. Freya has to hold her sword to stay upright, her body still weak from continuous attacks. Tinvu, though not seriously injured like the two before, is also extremely exhausted, panting heavily. Suddenly, he looked at the stone tablet inscribed with the name of the sacred land beside the Sea Spirit Clan's forbidden zone. Contestants are not allowed to enter. As if suddenly realizing something, Tinvu focused his power on his hand and shouted to his teammate Hakfong, "You guys retreat!" After finishing, he unleashed the power from his hand in all directions. Lu Li watched this scene with interest. Even in danger, was she not afraid? Tinvu, you are truly braver than those 5-star beast tamers. If it weren't for Lord Nighthawk's order to kill, I really wouldn't want to fight you. That's enough for now. Goodbye, Tinvu said, and a murderous aura began to emanate from her body, her eyes dark and dangerous as she raised the knife high. Lu Li leans forward and throws the evil power dagger towards Tinvu. Tinvu is stunned, his shoulder caught in this deadly attack. He tumbled backward with the momentum, the sharp dagger still lodged in his shoulder, and his body plunged rapidly into the abyss, screaming in fear. Liu Li stood calmly at the edge, watching everything unfold with a sinister smile and a gleam of pleasure in her eyes. Liu Li holds the piece of paper with Tinvu's name, smiling happily. Tio Tinvu is dead. Late at night, the screams and search echoes everywhere. Dungtan leads the team with lanterns through the night, calling out Tio Tinvu, Tio Tinvu. Finally, the entire group found something, but everyone's face showed panic. They found it. Turns out it was a blood-stained stone stele, a forbidden relic of the Hylin clan contestants who are not allowed to enter. In a quiet place inside the Dark Orchid Palace, Quan Thin frowns and questions Quan Lan. "Why didn't you include Tio Tinvu in the protective plan?" "Surely you've long figured out the secret of the Dark Beast King, haven't you?" Quan Lan said with a bitter expression. "Is it because he's not a 5-star beast tamer?" Quan Thin asked irritably. "Why do you clearly value him so much? Willing to give him the blood of the fallen Qilin and even the Emperor's soul order. Is it possible that you intentionally let Xiao Xingyu lose his life?" Quan Lan sternly shouted, her eyes sharp as a blade. "Shangguan Thian, don't forget your identity and mission." "The Emperor clan has no feelings." Quan Thian stammered. "I understand." Quan Lalan closed her eyes and turned away, not wanting to continue the conversation. "I'm sleepy now. Go outside." Somewhere else, Yang Suo watched Ham Ham staring intently at her phone, frowning slightly. Ham Ham, he is already dead. No matter what messages you send, he won't reply. Ham Ham still refuses to look at him and firmly says, "He won't die." She hugged her pillow and curled up, her voice filled with sadness. Clearly, the last time she fell off the cliff and was fine, she promised me she would take me to the movies. Ham Ham was surprised when the phone suddenly lit up, indicating a new message. She shouted with joy, tears still glistening on her face. "Look," Tinvu has replied to the message. The full moon gently hides between two rocky crevices, while the shimmering galaxy stretches endlessly. Tinvu sits at the bottom of the abyss, holding a phone, staring intently at the screen as if deep in thought. He entered the message saying peace and sent it. "Luke Kim, wait until I finish the exam. I will take you to watch a movie and then to the game hall to catch monsters." Tinvu leaned against the rock wall, letting out a sigh of relief, knowing they would be safe now. He supported himself with his hands on the wall and slowly moved forward with heavy steps, softly groaning in pain. "The righteous will strike back.
It's not too late after 10 years, you annoying brat. Sooner or later, there will be a day when you will die at my hands. The urgent task now is to enter the forbidden area of the Hylin clan.
Finally, he stopped in front of a giant building, hiding at the bottom of the abyss. Tinvu clung to the stone pillars to move. He looked so small next to this massive structure. He stops in front of a giant pillar covered in green moss and seashells. At the base of the column, there are many concentric circles decorated with shells. He stares intently at the trunk, lost in thought.
The Hylin clan. It is said that 200 years ago, the blood of humans and sea creatures fused to create a highly prosperous civilization in the future. But for some reason, they ultimately couldn't escape their fate of destruction and vanished into the dust of history. He took out a golden key from his pocket and was startled to see it gradually glowing. The key, floating in your hand, emits a brilliant light before shattering into hundreds of pieces, which gradually reassemble into a shimmering gold cube. Tinvu stared in shock at the shining gold cube in his hand, suddenly realizing something. A powerful beam of light shot out from the cube, illuminating the lake ahead, and Shangguan Lan whispered to himself, "Only the key can find the true museum of the Hylin clan, so the meaning on the inscription is indeed here." After finishing, Tinvu jumps into the water and dives deep to the bottom like a fish. In front of him appears a magnificent structure hidden beneath the clear blue water. Suddenly, a force pulls his body down, making him stagger and unable to swim further. Tinvu fell forward, his back hitting the moss-covered ground hard. He cursed in pain. "Damn it, I knew it." Tinvu stared in amazement at the magnificent palace above him, helplessly sitting still. He examined the cube in his hand, frowning as he wondered, "How do I get up there now? Maybe there's another way in here I don't know about?" Suddenly a jellyfish floated past above Tinvu, who exclaimed in surprise, "The jellyfish. I heard that after Hylin wiped out the clan, the spirits in the ruins all turned into deadly O-spirits, so be careful not to touch them casually." The jellyfish suddenly spoke. "Stop!" Seeing this, Tinvu couldn't help but gape in amazement as dark energy streams gathered at the center of the palace. A blood-red whirlpool made everyone fearfully keep their distance. Tinvu, surprised, exclaimed, "What is that?" The dark energy stream-like tentacles converges on the top of the palace. The evil power gently seeps into the dormant cocoons on the palace stairs, gradually burrowing in to awaken whoever is sleeping. From each cocoon, a gray, bony hand with sharp claws rises like a corpse resurrected from the grave, as the sleeping, vengeful spirits break free from the shells that have held them captive for so long. All the vengeful spirits raise both hands as if performing some ritual beneath the bloody water. This scene looks eerily terrifying. Tinvu saw that and slightly pursed his lips, beginning to gather power in his hand. The mark on the back of his hand is glowing. It seems there's no choice but to fight. Tinvu rushes towards the vengeful spirits, both sides preparing for the fierce battle. He reached out his hand to summon Freya, who spread her wings and shot forward like an arrow to attack the fierce, vengeful spirits. Freya swung her sword, unleashing a blinding blaze of fire. The attack slicing the opponent in half leaves them defenseless, turning them into shredded meat under Freya's blade. Strangely, even after being cut in two, the bodies of the vengeful spirits can still recover back to their original form. The vengeful spirits, after regenerating their bodies, looked at Freya and Tinvu with malicious intent, as if they wanted to devour both of them alive. Tinvu was stunned by this scene. Even the holy lighty attribute beast couldn't deal damage to them. Behind each vengeful spirit, a pale blue tentacle is connected, making it look like they are being controlled by someone. The source of these tentacles connecting hundreds of spirits is the center of the palace. While swimming and searching everywhere, Tinvu suddenly realized it was here and was surprised to see Frey Vinterum swimming towards him. Frey Vinterum just silently swam near him. Neither of them said anything, only focusing on observing each other. Tinvu nodded to Freya. "Freya keeps them busy. I'll find a way out." The horde of vengeful spirits rushes towards Noku-U Lin, their long, gaunt arms reaching out as Freya swings her sword to cut down one of the spirits approaching, continuously fighting off the surrounding vengeful spirits. Vinterum, after hearing that, simply released floating blue bubbles. Tinvu looked at the floating bubbles in amazement and asked, "What does this do?" An angry spirit attacked, and Freya suddenly changed her target to attack Tinvu. It opened its sharp-toothed mouth and charged at you. Tinvu was not afraid at all. He reached out his hand, ready to fight. Vinternum suddenly expanded its body, with the tentacles undulating like waves. Then she used her giant body as a shield to block the attack from the vengeful spirit. The vengeful spirit opened its sharp-toothed mouth and stopped in front of Vinterum's enormous body. Then it was trapped inside the bubble she just released and couldn't escape. She controls the bubble trapping Oan Lin, making it fall far away from Tinvu. You can't help but be surprised and exclaim, "So bubbles can be used like that." You shout loudly to signal Freya above. Freya receives the order and immediately swings her sword, following Tinvu's instructions. A stream of luminous energy gradually envelops her, like a giant tornado, ready to sweep away any obstacle. Vinternum also joined in, continuously shooting hundreds of air bubbles that trapped the angry spirits inside. The bubbles carrying the vengeful spirits rained down like a meteor shower, creating a spectacularly strange scene. Tinvu joyfully clenches his fist in celebration. It's all taken care of now. He smiles and turns to thank Vinternum. "Thank you for helping me resolve the vengeful spirits of the Lin clan." Tinvu gently touches Vinternum's fading body and frowns. "Why are you fading away? Could it be that you're overexerting yourself?" Tinvu clenched her body tightly, suddenly widening his eyes as if he saw something terrifying. In his horrified gaze, a giant body with a mouthful of sharp teeth and blood-red eyes like a black dragon appeared. The vengeful spirits beneath the black dragon's sharp-toothed mouth suddenly became tiny, only able to wail in despair. That is the Despair Serpent. Everyone run quickly. The crowd starts pushing and shoving, shouting and scrambling to escape. "Help me. I don't want to die. Run quickly. Go find King Lin." Despair gapes with jagged teeth, saliva splattering like someone starving for a long time. It roared loudly, its mouth wide open as if to swallow a ship whole. Lin rode the waves, wielding her scepter in anger at the arrogance of despair. He leans forward and throws the spear filled with immense power at the enemy. Tinvu pulls his hand away from Vinternum's body, his face showing panic as if he just had a nightmare. He pondered deeply. The black dragon is terrifying. Could it really be the supreme officer? No. According to historical records, the Sea Spirit clan disappeared over 200 years ago, and Vong Chi Long is the alias of Nihawk. Tinvu asked Vinternum seriously, "Do you know where the Sea Spirit King is? Did he defeat the Black Dragon then? Maybe he's dead." Then Vinternum still remained silent without answering, and the two stared at each other in shock. "Am I stupid? Nihawk is still alive, and the Lin clan no longer exists, so there's nothing more to ask. I guess I should still find out where the museum is myself." An hour later, Tinvu and Freya looked up together, staring intently above. "There's no way out anywhere. Could the only entrance be above? Freya, take me to the light pillar." Freya, holding Tinvu, spreads her four wings and soars upward. Both of them turn away and leave Vinternum alone behind. Freya lifts Tinvu up high, and they both head toward the beam of light emanating from the center of the palace. Tinvu looked down in amazement, seeing two vengeful spirits fighting inside a cave, with the green one tearing apart the blue one as he silently thought of another vengeful spirit. Could it be the army of demon beasts? In the magnificent palace hidden beneath the ocean, Lin's bones rise up and shatter the palace where he has been sleeping all these years. The dark flames engulf his body as Lin grips the trident and roars in fury. Vuang Lin. Lin lunges forward as if to attack both of them, with murderous intent so intense it's terrifying. Vinternum suddenly appears beside Tinvu, causing him to startle. She releases her air bubble, which shoots towards Lin amidst everyone's stunned eyes. Lin stared in shock at what was attacking him. He threw Dinba away to counterattack Vinternum's strike. Dinba swiftly charges forward towards the drifting air bubble, and the collision causes a massive explosion that knocks Vinternum off the beam. I fell into Tinvu's chest, the sudden pain making me bite my lip and brace myself. A massive dark energies converges in Lin's chest as his body begins to emit a strange blue glow. The pressure from it causes the surrounding rocks to shatter. Lin calmly looks up at the group of Tinvu above. He clenched his trident and charged forward with gritted teeth. Freya carefully held Tinvu and tilted away to escape Lin's claws. Suddenly, both of them fell into the water, and Freya accidentally dropped Tinvu, causing him to fall in. Lin still relentlessly pursues, determined to catch him, while Vinternum, lying still in Tinvu's arms, suddenly begins to glow brightly. A giant shield emerges to cover Tinvu's body, shielding him from Lin's deadly attack. At this moment, Lin Vuong points his trident at the water's surface. He stared blankly for a long time before, in the midst of the danger, Tinvu, holding Vinternum tightly, hurriedly called out, "Good opportunity, Freya." The kid obeys the command, holds his breath, and dives underwater. Just as he's about to attack Lin Vuong, he's suddenly held back by him. King of the Sea turned around and threw Freya aside, causing the kid to crash into a rock in a daze. Seeing that the opponent had fainted, he remained silent for a long time before summoning his inner strength to create a whirlpool. He nervously signals urgently, "Freya, come back here." As soon as he finished speaking, both the summoned creature and his attack targeted the kid. Luckily, Freya managed to retreat just in time.
Seeing Hailin Vuang swim upward, Tinvu, horrified, realizes disaster is imminent. He panics and asks Vinternum, "Do you have any backup plans? Otherwise, we will have to die here." At that moment, a sudden streak of light appeared in the water. Seeing that the control center has started, Tinvu helplessly swims toward the ancient city, with no time to hesitate. If he doesn't fight hard, he'll suffocate underwater. He grit his teeth and force his way inside. At this moment, Tinvu has entered the city and surfaced from the water. He takes a deep, relieved breath, glad to have been saved. In front of him was a ruined, abandoned palace, and in the center, a mysterious person sitting motionless on a throne. Tinvu calmly placed Vinterum on the ground and slowly approached the petrified figure, asking suspiciously, "Who is that?" I stammered and called for my father, and you were so shocked that you exclaimed, "The jellyfish is talking?" Vinterum hesitantly replied, "Sorry for not speaking for a long time. My vocal cords have degenerated. Let me introduce myself. I am Princess Vini of the Hailin tribe." I sadly point my finger. She is Griffin, the vanguard of the Nihak War, and the main culprit that keeps the spirits of the Hailin clan from ever finding peace. Vinternum earnestly begged, "I have guarded here for many years just waiting for a hero. Please deal with her and bring peace to the demon clan." Tinvu, hearing this, asked curiously for more details. "What will happen to your peace?" She pretends to be pitiful and apologizes, but we are just wandering spirits in this world. I also want to be free. He listened thoughtfully for a few seconds, then Tinvu decisively agreed. "I understand now. I accept her plea. Come out here, Black Wind. You gave a strong order." Hakfong uses the Hell Shield. At that moment, King Hailin suddenly surfaced from the water and angrily launched an attack. King Hailin stands bravely in front of the rock, using his trident to deflect the attack. King Hailin growled as he struggled to endure, and seeing his stubbornness, Tinvu irritably gritted his teeth and said, "You're just clinging on." Suddenly, the tense battle fell into silence. At this moment, he raised his voice and called out to Freya Vinternum beside the demon lord, adding fuel to the fire, and the noble king of the sea turned into Griffin's puppet in the end. Father, upon hearing this, Tinvu immediately believed and emphasized, "I will defeat him, and when she takes advantage, she pretends to be kind." "Hero, I don't hope you'll hurt him, but please defeat him," Tinvu said firmly. Hakfong prepares to use the Hellpath sword, takes a deep breath, and glares at the king of sea spirits. Just as Hakfong snarls, he decisively charges forward. Seeing the attack, it swiftly dodged. Hakfong slashed fiercely at Hailin Vuang with his thunderous claws. He cried out in pain and grabbed its leg tightly. The king of the sea struck Hakfong down to the ground with one hand, then aggressively moved in to finish him off. At that moment, Tinvu quickly signaled, and Black Wind's shadow clone appeared. At the same time, Freya seized the opportunity to strike secretly. However, Hailin Vuang anticipated this, and summoned the savage spirits to attack. The kid was stunned by their appearance, and Freya, not yet ready, quickly blocked the strike. Nevertheless, the kid still got hurt a bit. Seeing Freya stumble, Tinvu quickly ordered her to use Holy Light Shield to protect herself. Meanwhile, he was about to approach. Fortunately, the kid used a technique to block the pressure of King Hailin. Vinternum lost all patience and cunningly suggested, "Hero, you and the beast keep your father busy. You must destroy that red gem." After hearing that, Tinvu charged recklessly toward the stone statue. Seeing his daughter in danger, he forcefully threw the trident at her. "Die!" Vinternum cried out in agony as he was pierced. Tinvu, seeing that, panicked and shouted, "Vinny, she's pretending to be dying, so I urge you to go. Ignore me. Hurry up or everything will fall apart." Hearing that, you slowly lift the red orb from Griffin's hand. As Tinvu touches the orb, Hailin Vuang panics, almost speechless with disbelief. He was confused and turned around to ask if he could not believe it, but Tinvu had already lifted the sphere out of her hand. Then, startled, you dropped the sphere, and it shattered into pieces on the ground. Tinvu looked around in confusion, asking what he meant by not believing it. Suddenly, Vinterum turned red and burst into a mischievous laugh. She happily concluded that it was obviously the literal meaning. Watching her changing expression, he was stunned as drops of liquid from the jellyfish flowed out like syrup. Vinterum smirked cunningly and announced, "I am Tinvu, and the Sea Spirit King Bang Huang, standing frozen in place. She is the former deep-sea pioneer of the treacherous demon beast army of Vinterum." I am stunned and clenched my fists. "Are you trying to deceive me?" "I won't bother to explain. Deception is in the nature of jellyfish. Isn't it obvious that I was just taking advantage of you? And besides, I really have saved you a few times." so neither of us owes the other. Tinvu angrily questions, "You are also from the Sea Spirit clan. Why did you do this?" Vinterung sneered and explained, "Why?" Joining her side was the right choice.
For my own sake, even if I have to sacrifice the Sea Spirit clan, so what? She bitterly recounts her injustice.
Unfortunately, the king did not understand the situation and believed in destroying the clan instead of giving me the power of the Sea Spirit clan, and instead handed it over to an outsider. As he finished speaking, the Sea Spirit king charged forward, but she contemptuously pushed him aside. "Do you still want to suppress me?" King Hailin, weak and crashing into the wall. Just then, a sudden purple flame shot out from within the smoke. It stabbed straight into Vinterum's stomach. He fiercely tore into me.
However, the treacherous Vinterum was defeated by his tentacles. I angrily shouted, "Father, if you're dead, just rest already. Don't delay my time anymore."
Then Vinterum cunningly proposed, "Humanity, I give you a chance to cooperate. Just join forces with me to kill the king,
And I will spare your life. I can also offer you a chance to serve Lord Nai."
You suspiciously ask Han, "Cooperate with Ni?" Immediately, Tinvu angrily flips the bird.
I'm already on Nai's assassination list. What more cooperation is there? Black Wind, Freyja. Attack Vinterum. I am so formidable and contemptible. Is the 5-star beast Tamer assassination list based only on you? Vinterum sneers and says it's no problem, just a waste of a little more time. Anyway, I don't intend to keep my promise. Killing my father is killing him. Killing you is killing you. Everyone must die.
Then she suddenly looked up at the sky and released all the liquid from her body. The liquid splattered everywhere onto the pillars and walls. It was acid capable of corroding anything. In an instant, the liquid transformed into a stream of acid. Tinvu saw this and instinctively stepped back. At this moment, their only support is the throne, and suddenly a miraculous light shines from the center. Vinterung and King Hailin are both stunned into silence. You freeze in surprise, turn around, and then realize it's the key. Tinvu quickly deduces with sharp insight. Could the key be the treasure of the Hailin clan on her? She screams wildly in fury. The power of the Hailin clan, the strength of the tide. How is that bastard still alive? No more talk. Vinterum charged fiercely to take back what was lost and return the tide's power to me. The key suddenly burst into light, and she angrily charged forward like a wild beast. However, the Sea Spirit King grabbed Vinterum unexpectedly, using his remaining strength to pull Vinterum's leg.
Hey, I'm angry, so move aside, Hailin Vuang. Don't try to stop me.
He was counterattacked, causing his body to shatter, and at the same time, the crown fell to the ground. At this moment, Griffin suddenly shines in the space, and Vinterum, desperate, screams that he cannot go back to the past. She angrily questioned why the king had entrusted the title power to an outsider. "Clearly I am your only heir," King Hailin coldly rejects. "I have never given the power of the tide to anyone, and you cannot have it for now," Vinterum bitterly swears.
"Father, remember these words of yours. Sooner or later I will make you pay the price." Seeing her figure leave in anger, Griffin anxiously asked, "Your Majesty, won't you explain to her?" He sighed in disappointment. Then the Sea Spirit Princess explained sadly that her power was to manipulate the tides and the ocean. Originating from the divine dragon bloodline of the sea, now only this lifeless dragon egg remains. Whether explained or not, it would lead to even greater catastrophe. He trusts you with the mission? You are the only one who can save the dragon egg and restore the Hailin clan. Long envoy, she is loyal and committed. Your Majesty, I will do my best to revive it. At that moment, Griffin suddenly saw the figure of Tinvu shifting scenes to the secret base beneath the sea. Nihawk's ambitious calculations. The pure-blooded dragon clan controls the ocean. If I can absorb its power, sea creatures might be usable by me. But since the Hailin clan's base is so well fortified, who should we send to attack? At that moment, Lin Gak respectfully reported to Lord Nihawk that a girl claiming to be from the Hailin clan was outside requesting an audience. He chuckled softly, appearing quite pleased. At that moment, the boy curiously approached to talk with Griffin. She regretfully explained that the Hailin clan originates from dragons. Dichfong, through dragons, until the very last moment of life, I still couldn't fully hatch the dragon egg. Perhaps this is the fate of the Sea Spirit clan, Tinvu questioned with suspicion. If what you say is true, then why do you have the power of the tide? Where is the dragon egg? Because I and the dragon egg have merged into one, becoming the new Sea Spirit King. Bang Huang asked again, "Are you also the Sea Spirit King?" She confirmed sadly, "Yes, but I'm also dead." Seeing the strange behavior, Tinvu asked nervously, "What are you smelling on me?" Griffin smiled and explained, "It's nothing,
just that I haven't smelled the scent of home and the dragon for a long time. I wonder if she can smell the dragon on the highway. Fellow tribe member, you make me feel a sense of closeness. I am also willing to trust that you are not a bad person. Maybe I can entrust you with the power of the tide. Please accept this gift. Tinvu received it and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Before disappearing, she earnestly made a request. Clan members, please promise me one thing. Griffin expressed his deep longing. When you leave this planet and return to your homeland, look upon its changes for me. Seeing the debris around, Tianwu asked, puzzled. This planet? What do you mean? Returning to reality, he suddenly opened his eyes. Tinvu looked at the precious object in his hand and exclaimed in shock, "This is the sacred artifact of the Hailin clan, the Triu Teach Qinyan." Staring at the strange bracelet, he was stunned by its beauty. At this moment, the system displayed an update. The name is Chaotic Sunset Eye, a sacred artifact of the Sea Spirit clan. A relic of the Sea Spirit King, possessing the power to manipulate the ocean, with limitations that it can only fully unleash its strength in the sea or during rainy days on land. The three transforming forms of this sacred weapon can switch between different modes according to the user's needs.
The first form, the Chaotic Sunset Eye, is the original form that, when worn, continuously supplies the user with a surge of spiritual power, enhancing their combat abilities at sea and unlocking uncharted maritime routes. The second form, the three-headed golden dragon, transforms into a golden trident carved with dragon patterns that can control waves and tides, unleashing destructive water attribute attacks and seismic waves on the unopened sea.
The third form, the sea spirit beast Alongquen, condenses the power of the Hailin clan into the world 20. Summoning an Alongquen with the strength of a royal beast comparable to a divine beast, wielding the power of the ocean curse. Gently remind that Alongquen can level up along with its previous strength upgrades. After reading the information, Tinvu was stunned and widened his eyes, realizing the royal beast possessed the mature power of Alongquen. Immediately, a powerful explosion of pressure erupted fiercely. Bintaram and the Sea Spirit King were stunned and stepped back. She snapped angrily. Do the power of the tide really fall into outsiders' hands? Vin's voice rose provocatively. Do you want this? Vinternum angrily charged forward. Give it back! Tinvu decisively uses the divine weapon. The Tide Eclipse Eye transforms into its third form. In an instant, a giant dragon appears and she exclaims in shock, "What is this?" Once again, the system display describes in detail the name of the sea spirit beast. Alongquen.
Rank of the Beast King. First Dia, the bloodline of the mutated sea spirit beast from the ancient war dragon and traditional dragon clan, carries legendary quality, with the innate power of a tidal wave in an environment where all water attributes are tripled. With the ability to control water flow, it possesses the innate power of two different dragon types. It can suppress non-dragon bloodlines, causing mass damage through self-destruction and healing allies. The attributes are dragon, water, ghost, and dark with 100 loyalty. The ocean blue, furious waves, super frequency long sound 3, deadly technique of the sea god's fury, raging dragon retreating to the sea, with no particular preferences or habits. Witnessing this terrifying scene, he was stunned and exclaimed, "Vinternum dragon," disregarding everything, unleashing liquid towards it. "I don't care what kind of dragon you are, you must die for me." You quickly give the order. Glenn uses the water dragon Earth Seal. It received the order to unleash a powerful stream of water. Seeing her abilities nullified, she angrily released her toxic attack. Vinternum glared angrily, "Damn it, I was once a divine beast, so why am I now just a beast king's offspring?" Not stopping there, Gren continued to release a stream of pure water, and she viciously shouted to activate her poison-penetrating skill. Then Vinternum jumps into the summoned lake, immersing herself to restore her strength, and seizes the opportunity to leap out and ambush. However, it anticipated this and quickly glanced back. Clay swiftly turned his head and unleashed a powerful stream of water. It charges straight at her water pool. Vinternum fiercely fights back. The giant figure's body. She summons tentacles to surround the vulture. Tinvu quickly casts the super frequency sound wave 3, and in the next second, the sound wave blasts out with overwhelming force, stunning the jellyfish. However, a few accidentally attached themselves to Clen's body, and in an instant, it was fiercely attacked by the jellyfish. Vinternum excitedly declared, "While you're weakened, take their lives." Just as she was about to charge forward, she suddenly stopped. Gren steadfastly faced Vinternum. Gren stands bravely and unyieldingly in front of Vinternum, but a second later, blood suddenly drips from its skin like rain. Sen screams in agony, its voice echoing through the space as it weakly bleeds from its mouth and bows down, the wound bleeding steadily.
Oh, I see. And I mockingly sneer. I thought your beast was so powerful, yet it's still heavily wounded by my poison, isn't it? Soon your beast will die from the poison. Tinvu crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow in response. Really? No more words. You immediately ordered Ah Long to bite her, then it seized Vinterum without hesitation. Ah, I'm warning you out of fear and discomfort. Are you crazy? I'm poisoned. Doing this will only speed up the death of your beast. Without hesitation, Tinvu ordered A Long to unleash the explosive power of the dragon transformation. Seeing your stubbornness, she was stunned and shouted in shock. What? At this moment, Klin closes her wings, preparing to activate a move that makes Vinterum panic and struggle. No, let me go quickly! As soon as I finished speaking, a sudden explosion erupted violently. Pebbles and stones flew everywhere as the power surged uncontrollably. Tinvu closed his eyes, shielding himself from the flying debris. After the battle subsided, a cloud of dust billowed through the room. Ah, the defeated one lies dying, sprawled on the floor. At that moment, he triumphantly retracted Klen into the ring while Vinternum trembled and struggled to sit up, trying to explain. I don't understand why the title power has always been in someone else's hands from the start. Tinvu openly mocks me in front of everyone. You are unworthy of the position because the title power does not hesitate to destroy entire clans. This power you truly do not deserve to possess. Vinterum, after hearing that, let out a wicked laugh and asked suspiciously, Why is it that Duke is unworthy? Oh, I am weak and just collapsed to the ground to justify myself. It's not because of the title power, I just couldn't accept it. Then, Vinterum, in sorrow, closed his eyes after his final denial, leaving only a moment of silence in the cold room. At the same time, outside, dark shadows suddenly encircled the shining tower. The remaining souls inside the castle gradually dissolved into bubbles. Seeing that the Sea Spirit King, despite losing his head, still held the trident, the boy asked in confusion, Are you really still planning to fight me? He said nothing and walked straight toward Tinvu. As he reached in front of him, the Sea Spirit King sincerely bowed his head in gratitude. He drove the trident into the ground, causing the earth to crack open. Then the Sea Spirit King disappeared while expressing his final gratitude. Thank you. He hesitated and begged for the Din Wen, asking you to take my place and lead them. Moments later, a multitude of spirits rose from within and scattered everywhere. They casually circle around Griffin's head while the sad spirits sob and cry. He heard that and felt a headache. Fool, stop crying and complaining. Your king has escaped from suffering. He will not come back. Tinvu firmly and clearly declares, Instead of guarding this empty throne, follow me. He raises the bracelet high and confidently states, accepting the blessing of the people and promising in return, I, Tinvu of the human race, vow here to avenge and repay the Hylin clan. After hearing this, Nihawk's mermaid souls looked surprised and turned towards the voice. They eagerly rushed towards him without hesitation, all willingly entering the ring. At that moment, the ring suddenly shone after absorbing power from the mermaids. Then a system interface appeared detailing the name Oceanic Dragon Eye, background, sacred artifact of the Sea Spirit clan, relic of the Sea Spirit clan, possessing the power to control the ocean, with its true strength only usable when in the ocean or during rainy days on land. 3 transformation modes. This sacred weapon can switch between 3 forms according to the owner's needs. In the first form, the primordial tide dragon eye, when worn, provides abundant spiritual power, enhances the owner's combat ability at sea, and can open a sea route. Form 2, Beach Ba Long Uyen Tam Sua, turns into a golden trident with dragon patterns, capable of controlling waves and tides, unleashing destructive water attacks and causing earthquakes beneath the deep sea. Summon a Klen, a Long, with power comparable to a level of Beast King, bearing the cursed strength of the sea god. Remember, Klen Along can enhance its power along with its master's level up. After the Klen Along dies, you must wait 72 hours to summon it again. Then, a notification appears indicating that a new feature has been unlocked, the Divine Path Revival. After assessing the current situation, he frowned and pondered carefully. Tinvu chose the trident and transformed, affirming, I will bear everything for you. Over on Spirit Snake Island, heavy rain is falling as a team searches the night with flashlights. Mo Dung Tan mutters to himself. Clearly the girl told him, that kid isn't dead, and even sent a message to the girl, so he must have fallen into the Hylin clan ruins, right? Tinvu, standing on the mountaintop, calls out to Uncle Mo Dung, who joyfully exclaims, If I couldn't find you, I'd be blamed to death by my daughter. He replied, I will live a long life, it's not easy to die. Mo Dung Tan saw what was behind Tinvu and hurried over to give an order. Kid, hide behind me quickly. When he turned around, he saw the sea spirits flying toward him, and he stepped in front. The sea spirit beasts are the most ferocious spirits. Step back and let me handle them. Tinvu smiled reassuringly.
Don't worry, Uncle Modung, take can out wandering spirits. I, in the name of the Sea Spirit King, guide you back into the embrace of the sacred aura.
The spirits remained still, then gradually drifted toward oblivion, all transforming into wisps of white soul fragments before fading away.
Modung Tan curiously asked the kid, "You say you were ambushed by the dark-biting emperor, accidentally fell into the Highland clan's ruins and casually obtained their treasure. I have to admit this kid truly has great luck and destiny." Then he urged, "All right, kid, let's go back quickly. We need to report your attack by the dark-biting emperor to his majesty."
Tinvu calmly said, "Wait a moment. Uncle Modung is still testing your 4-star beast tamer assessment. Dad, even though Tinvu has died, I really can't accept it." He smiled and said, "Ngui An, your vision is still narrow. Get rid of that foolish jealousy. Tinvu's success is
Innate talent, after all, he is just a passerby in your life. Only those who live until the end are the true winners."
Ngui An interprets himself. Success is a talent. Failure is also a talent, meaning his father thinks he's not as good as Tinvu, while Tinvu happily embraces Loingok Keelan. "That's great, my dear. You finally belong to me," Shangguan Lan reminded. "It seems like she slightly disapproves of you."
"Tinvu, do you want me to exchange it for another one?" You refuse without hesitation.
"No need. This one is good enough. I can live peacefully with it." She asked again about the divine beast unicorn, a noble bloodline, very hard to tame. "Are you really that patient?" Tinvu promised that in just one day he could make it bow and accept him as its master. "Do you remember the great vow of the Ta family, Wei An?" He spoke clearly. "Remember to make this country's future belong to the Ta family."
Ta Lian, hiding outside, listened to their conversation and thought to herself, was the previous talk between her father and Jiang Son about the Ta family? At this moment, the phone in Ta Trung's hand rings. When he receives the news, he is stunned. What is it? Tinvu is not dead and is being escorted to the palace. Why is Nguyen rushing over to see what's going on? He's still alive. Ta Trung immediately gave the order. Nguyen immediately went to the palace, claiming to visit the princess. Seeing him rush out, Ta Lian called after him, "Wait for me." At this moment in Dalan Palace, Shangguan Lan sighed and said, "Tinvu, you truly did not disappoint me, just like when I was young." Tinvu modestly refused to accept the compliment. "Your Majesty, the Empress is too kind. I wouldn't have it without you." She reminds him of the Chu Tich Chi Nyan. "Tinvu, do you still remember our promise?" "I knew you wouldn't forget." "What kind of promise is that?" Huang Quan replied. "I promised you that as long as you pass the 4-star exam this semester, I will reward you with a rare unicorn mount. Now it belongs to you. Bring it here." Loi Nak Kailan stepped forward to show itself, standing in the hall with a tall, massive body. Thuang Quan Lan orders, "You're so confident? Then I'll give you 1 day. If after a day Loi Nak Kailan refuses to sign the blood contract with you, don't blame me for taking back this reward." You hesitate, saying, "Your Majesty the Empress, I was just joking. Can we make it 2 days instead?" She reminds. "Tinvu, I still prefer your confident look from earlier. Don't be so cowardly." Tinvu agrees. All right. 1 day is 1 day. Haven't I ever created a miracle before?" Shangguan Lan waved her hand and ordered you to leave. "Step back now. I'll wait for you here tomorrow." "Tinvu, come here and call this. Keelan, brother, come over for a moment and follow me back." Shangguan Xuan walks in and says, "Pure-blooded Kylan only has goodwill towards the Shangguan clan. You don't get your hopes up too much." "You look surprised to see her, Your Highness the Princess." Thuang Quan Thian advised Lei Yuet to listen, saying, "Spend a day with him, and if you really don't want to, my mother and I won't force you." Tinvu sighed, saying, "Still, the bloodline of the Shangguan family is useful." You activated the demon god eye to check, and the information displayed its name as Lei Yu Lu Lian, full form level, first rank bloodline, purebred unicorn, illusionary divine quality. Talent 1, lightning induction. In stormy weather with thunder and lightning, all attributes such as attack, defense, and agility are tripled. Talent 2, flying thunder seal. After marking the enemy with lightning, you can instantly teleport behind them. Tianfu 3 is not activated. The condition for activation is reaching the breakthrough level of the super artifact Divine Blood Thunder. My own blood turns into red lightning, causing disorientation in the enemy's mind. Talent 4, not activated. The activation condition is reaching the breakthrough level of the super-grade Divine Thunder body, purifying with thunder, using heavenly thunder to cleanse oneself and allies, removing negative effects such as burning, poisoning, slowing attribute, lightning attribute, healing system, and loyalty reduction.
44 thunderstorm skills roar to the sky, awakening 18 thunderbolts causing explosive area damage, with the number of lightning bolts increasing with the electric affinity, sweeping and imprisoning enemy units. The awakening skill is not yet activated, and the evolution path includes the Thunder Unicorn, Thunder Rage Unicorn, Thunder Beast, Thunder Prince, Thunder King,
Habits and preferences. Raining and grinding teeth. The Thunder Unicorn's favorite is raining and grinding teeth. Today happens to be a rainy day, so I can take it out for a walk. And for grinding teeth, I need to find a good attribute, sharpening stone. Come to think of it, I remember the last time I met it. Its favorability towards me was only about 30 stars. Then Tinvu asked, Princess, do you know where there are lightning attribute minerals?
Vuang Dm was surprised and asked, what does the Mineral Bureau need that for?
Tinvu replied, of course, to attract that lightning jade unicorn.
She teased and treated the divine beast so well, why don't I see you treating humans that way?
You awkwardly smiled and replied, I don't do that.
Dear young lady Shangguan, beautiful, noble, and kind. Those flattering words make her feel shy. All right, I'll help you this time.
Yinan has already arrived. Your Highness the Princess, he is asking Tinvu to stay away from you.
She stands in front of him. Tan Guian, Tinvu is my friend. If I don't tell him to stay away,
on what basis are you standing here with your arms crossed, Dadim?
Tinvu frowned at the newcomer. You are Tan Guian, the defeated one, who hasn't been seen in a long time. He was speechless, the defeated one. Tinvu waved goodbye to the person behind him.
Lin, it's been a long time. You've been born already? Ta Lin replied coldly. Thank you.
Wei An spoke.
Princess, you know, I've liked you since I was young. Shangguan Tian interrupted. I told you I don't like you. She doesn't want to stay here anymore.
Tinvu, aren't you planning to go to the Mineral Resources Bureau? Let's go. Tinvu turned back and called Loi Ngok Keelan. Little Loi, come here quickly. They simply passed by Nguyen's group, and he angrily said, the supernova champion hero who saved Than Huangyan, considered a threat by Ni Hawk, closely connected to the princess, not only survived but was also rewarded with a divine jade unicorn. Why should he always get the good things? Ta Lin advised.
Hey, we can't mess with Tinvu, so shouldn't we be able to avoid it?
If you lose, then forget it. Let's move on. Nguyen turned back and grabbed her by the throat.
Shut up. Ta Lin, do you still have any backbone left?
After being defeated by him, don't you hate him? He's our enemy, an obstacle to the Ta family. I want him to die. You can't defend him.
Struggling to breathe, Ta Lin begged, Please, I know I was wrong. Tinvu, curious, asked, Princess, is Tan Nguyen the one pursuing you?
She said it might be like that, but the people pursuing me are lining up from the Imperial City to the Long Kingdom coast, and he's not even in the queue. Besides, I am the princess of the Long Kingdom, and although many are after me, how many are truly devoted to me?
I know very well that Tan Nguyen's true purpose is to protect Long Kwok's reputation. They are even less capable than you. Tinvu cautiously asked, Princess, you're not planning to attack me, are you? She blushed with embarrassment and scolded, What are you thinking? I mean, you're the most greedy schemer. It's obvious just by looking. Suddenly, a scent wafted over, causing Tinvu to freeze. He glanced in a direction. Why does this smell like the demon heliotrope that Lord Chu Hengcheng gave? Thuong Quan Thien revealed that this is indeed the demon heliotrope, the scent coming from the Royal Science Institute. Tinvu was stunned. What?
Royal Science Institute, I beg you, the #1 beauty in the universe, Miss Shangguan Xuan. Can you take me to the Royal Science Institute? She sighed and told you that you're a petty person. Are you still pretending?
Then she took Tinvu's hand and pulled him along. Let's go. I'll take you to broaden your knowledge of the highest research institute in Long Country. The two of them arrived at the Royal Science Institute, and Tinvu marveled at the architecture. This is the Royal Science Institute. Truly magnificent. No wonder it's the top research academy in Long Country.
That made her smile brightly, saying, Stop flattering me. Isn't it true you want the demon Huin Hua? Go get it now. You're obeying orders. Thank you, Princess.
As soon as she stepped inside, Tinvu widened her eyes at the mechanized creations here. This is a mechanized angel hunter,
and that bulky guy soaking in the water is the mechanical dragon beast. Wow, his belly even has a gun launcher with glowing bullets.
Oh my god, there is also a model of the Leviathan sea spirit mech. Shangguan Xuan explained, saying that science helps the country prosper, while the border is troubled by a large army of demon beasts, and Long Kingdom still has many people who haven't gained the status of a beast tamer.
Mechanical beast tamers can produce in large quantities and are not afraid of death. With mechanized beasts, they can strengthen national defense and also create job opportunities for the people.
You wonder, so what is its strength like? She pondered. Well, it's hard to say. Suddenly, a mech appears in front of them. A terrified scream echoes out. Oh no, the Kythic mech has lost control. Tinvu steps in front of her, the princess, cautious. The mechanical creature immediately focuses on them. It begins to release toxic gas from its arm, its eyes flashing as it looks at the newcomer. The doctor hurriedly runs over and shouts,
Your Highness, run quickly! This combat mech is equipped with a complete attack module and is extremely dangerous.
Princess Shengguan, it seems like it wants to attack us. If I fail to control the mech, then I definitely won't. After asking for opinions, I summoned my beast and said, well then, I won't hold back anymore. Come out.
Heifeng growled as he looked at the huge mechanical creature. Tinvu gradually guided it. Heifeng used the Hellfire Shield to shoot a purple energy blast from Heifeng's mouth at the mech, hitting its chest with flames. Tinvu was surprised to see it completely unharmed after that attack. Hakfeng's Hellfire was an attack that bypassed defenses, yet it couldn't hurt it at all.
It seems to have high HP. The mech opens its mouth, revealing a gun inside, and the Hellfire blast shoots out its flames.
He orders Hakfeng to use the Haunting Advance. A fierce explosion erupts after the collision. The mech was pushed back, the ground beneath its feet started to crack, and Hakfeng was knocked into the air. Tinvu silently thought that it could automatically predict and judge the counter-strategy, truly worthy of being a mechanical beast studied and developed by the Royal Science Institute. He ordered Hakfeng to use the skill of recognizing, and it wagged its tail to unleash its power at the opponent. Immediately, the mech created a shield to block it. Tinvu ordered to take this opportunity to circle around behind and attack. Hakfeng was behind it, but there were hidden weapons on the back of the mech. Even Hakfeng had to be cautious. The two cannons behind it fired, sending a stream of energy toward Hakfeng, who hurriedly ducked to dodge. The two powers shot at the wall, causing it to explode. Tinvu was more and more captivated. Wow, the mechanized beast tamer is so cool. Hakfeng angrily said, Lord, shouldn't you be worried about me instead? The ground started to crack all over as Hakfeng struggled to escape the crossfire. It swiftly evades each wave of energy coming at it. Tinvu commands, Hakfeng, find a way to approach it and use Silent Claw. Hakfeng understands and carefully observes the opponent. It spots an opening at the robot's neck just as the gun runs out of energy and shouts, Good opportunity! While the mech was merging its two arms into a large gun, Haifeng appeared behind and launched Silent Claw. Its claws pressed on the mech's head, rendering the skill ineffective. Tinvu orders Hakfeng to use Hellfire Chain. Hakfeng lands behind, gathering all his strength. The fire link erupts forward toward the mech, thick dust and smoke covering everything, electricity crackling around its body. It stiffens, sparks flying from its eyes as if about to explode. Finally, the explosion was extinguished. Tinvu let out a sigh of relief, glad it was over. This mechanical beast is really tough, only 43% damage after taking a Hellfire attack. If it weren't for it running out of energy, we probably would have fought for a long time longer. Shangguan Xuan added, soothing as she was, that this was also a technique from Tuyenko technology, and they have a unique concept of defensive armor theory. You're surprised, isn't this Tuyenko technology under senior brother Lambak Tuyen? She replied, have you looked into it? Tinvu of course knows that 80% of the demonic energy and mechanized beast control across the country come from transmission technology. The Huyen Ru sword that Freya is using was also made by Tuyenko technology. Deep down, I think this Taoist veteran Lambak Tuyen is not simple at all. He is not only a master in the field of science and technology, but also a 9-star beast tamer, one of the 4 kings of Tamers. If I want to overthrow Shangguanlan in the future, I will inevitably need to establish connections with a figure of this caliber. Another person stepped forward gratefully and said, Thank you, kid, for your help. Tinvu was stunned. Old man, you are introduced by Thuangquan Thian. This is the director of the Royal Science Institute. Man Truangquang just calls him Man Lao. Old Master Man, this is my friend. Tinvu looked at him with admiration. Tinvu, as expected, you are a hero from a young age. I have heard all about the war in Huangyan City. Hey kid, what are you doing at the Royal Science Institute? Just show your hand without beating around the bush. Old man Mon, I'll get straight to the point. I have a divine beast, the heavenly spirit vine, that needs the secret nectar of the Huin ghost flower as much as possible. Zhongguang was amazed. This is a plant-type divine beast with the bloodline of the ancient heavenly spirit vine. Be careful to glance at Shangguan Xuan beside you. Then Zhongguang decided, you're the princess's friend, so I'll give you 10 Huama Huin plants on behalf of the Royal Science Institute. Tinvu wants to add a few more. Go for more. He continued, how about 15 trees then? That's the limit. The Huama Huin is very difficult to cultivate. You glance towards the distant flower display. There are at least 300 Hua Mahuin here, and 15 plants aren't enough for Xiaonan, but I'm asking for too much. Will it make Shangguan Tian feel awkward? Just then, Hong Tuyen Hot Hai ran in to report. Director of the Disaster Project, 379 No Bomb, 8th attempt declared a failure. Zhong Guang had to comfort himself again, but it was another failure. It's okay. It's okay. I'm used to it. She worries, but this project is highly valued by the Empress and is of great significance to Long Kingdom. Tinvu thought to himself, the Empress cares a lot, huh? He raised his hand to ask for permission and said, "What is the Nonviolent Disaster Project 379? Tell me, maybe I can help." Hong Tuyen shouted loudly, "You think you can help us? You're only a kid. How could you possibly help us? Moreover, this is a secret." Chongquang wants to try, and as long as there's still hope, let him see the documents. She had no choice but to obey. Yes. Tinvu takes the documents and thanks Elder Mon for his trust. "I'll tell you in advance. Just a reminder. If we can't help, I'll only give you 10 ghost fire flowers." You reply, "No problem." Tinvu learned that the Faizhong-type monsters are the weakest and most numerous. They often form packs and attack cities, and once they strike, they will devour the entire city. And Disaster 379 is not an explosion. It is a project established to deal with millions of Phi Trung system monsters. Unfortunately, our top engineering team has attempted to study it 8 times over the past 3 years. For every time we fail. Read carefully the new documents you just received. Trung Gia speaks up. "Honestly, I didn't expect you to be able to solve the problem. If you can suggest a few ideas, we are also ready to seriously consider them." Tinvu has found the mistake in the ratio. He was startled when he heard that. "What's wrong?" You point to a spot. Here. Here, the ratio of the spiritual and ice marrow fluids is incorrect. If we change the ratio to 1 to 2.35, it might be possible to succeed in the research. Zhongyi, take a closer look. On what basis do you say that? Are you well versed in medicine and pharmacology? You answer, this humble one is truly incompetent, responsible for the position of special pharmacist of the Thu Kung Guild. He replied, we are the top research team in the country. If it's just a special pharmacist. Shang Guanzhuan suggested that Lao Man, who has already failed 8 times, might as well try one more since it's not missing this time either. It's better than destroying everything and starting over. He ordered Hong Tuyen to follow his instructions and go to the small-scale testing area to check it out. She agreed. Yes, I will go to work right away. 2 hours later, she reports, Director, we followed Tinvu's suggestion and the experiment was successful. All 3,000 blood-fused royal insects in the experiment have been eliminated. Zhongguang was stunned. What? Show me quickly. He saw the video on his phone showing insects covered by a red energy stream. Then a huge fire erupted, burning them all to ashes in the fierce flames. Trong Quang trembled with excitement. We did it. We finally succeeded. He took Tinvu's hand. Mr. Tiu, no, Mr. Tiu, I was blind before. Thank you for saving all living beings and the entire nation. He replied, Master Man, I can't do that. I seek the welfare of the people and also consider it my virtue to accumulate merit. Trong Quang pointed behind him. Mr. Tiu, the entire Huin Ghost Flower planting area belongs to you. Take as much as you want. If it's not enough, we will plant more. Please join the Royal Science Academy and take on the position. Hackchap, demonstrate your knowledge of medicine and healing. Tinvu asked confusedly. What is Hackchap? Thuang Quan Thien explained. Hackchap is the chief advisor of the Royal Science Institute. The former Hackchap was Lambok Tuyen from 15 years ago, but now he is one of the 4 sovereign kings, in charge of guarding the eastern dragon vein at Lingshui Mountain, one of the 4 great dragon veins of Long Kingdom, so he has no time to serve as Hackchap. I'm curious, can I really be on par with that leader? He replied, Mr. Tiu, don't sell yourself short. With your talent and brilliance, you're no less than Lam Bok Tuyen was in the past, and you also have the ability to reach the peak of a 9-star beast tamer. Prince Vu glanced at the person beside him and asked, Princess, what do you think? Our identity. The Emperor's soul person. She reminded him. Agree with Elder Mon. Having a few more identities will be convenient for future work. So, Tinvu accepted Lao Man. Then I shall respectfully follow the order. I agree to take the position at the Royal Science Institute, serving as the Black Enforcer. Trung Quang happily thanks you for joining the Royal Science Institute. As the director, I warmly welcome you. Shangguan Shen congratulates you. Tinvu, congratulations. Now you have a stable job in the royal court. Tinvu suddenly remembered. That's right, Princess. We still need to visit the Mineral Resources Bureau, she replied. Or maybe we can go another day. You refuse, but you can't. My precious unicorn gem only has 1 day to be tamed. She has no choice but to go along with your wishes. All right, let's go ahead then. Trong Quang waves goodbye. Mr. Mr. Tiu, I will invite you next time. I will send someone to deliver the secret flower of the Flower Demon King to your house. Tinvu replied, I understand. The scene shifts to the research room where staff are looking at the mechanical creature on the stretcher and discussing. Strange. Why did the mechanical beast suddenly lose control when it was fine? I also find it odd.
Can the Kaishi mecha fight all day long, or has it already run out of energy? Someone asked how badly the Kaishi mecha was damaged. The staff reports that the vice director's armor is 48% damaged, the chip is 7% damaged, and the energy is depleted. Duna swipes his card at the center of the mech.
Beeping sounds echoed as the machine's eyes lit up with a faint yellow. Then it immediately started to sit up. The staff were worried it was moving again, not planning to attack, were they? Is Dunya monitoring the mech's destruction to this extent? Had Tian Yu used all his strength back then?
Trung Quang replied, I don't think so. From his appearance, he still looks capable. She ordered, okay, record the battle data and I will send it to Her Majesty the Empress. At this moment, at the Mineral Bureau inside the central building, Tiannan greeted cheerfully, Master Ta, what brings you here?
Lack Bureau Chief, I heard that the mining team has discovered a new 9 Thunder Jade in Phoenix King Cave.
Tiannan replied, 9 Thunder Jade is extremely rare and used for research on demonic artifacts, and it has now been transported to the Tuyenko Technology Headquarters.
He was testing Director Lack's character. Sure, he wouldn't hand over everything. Maybe he kept some for himself.
He admitted, Ta, young master, I dare not hide it. I secretly kept one. Wei An cut straight to the point. Then I won't beat around the bush. Lately, I've gotten a Thunderbolt beast for my spirit beast. I need a 9 Thunderstone. Director La, my father is waiting for me to go home and evolve the beast.
Tiannan forced a smile and said, Takusama, please wait a moment while I go get the 9 Thunder Crystal.
A moment later, he returned with it and said, Takusama, this is the 9 Thunder Crystal mined from 1,382 meters underground, with a hardness surpassing 3,000 types of industrial minerals.
Water and fire do not harm, immune to oxidation, harder than the bones of divine beast monsters. Looking at this color and pattern, is this the breathtaking beauty of a gemstone?
Wuyan excitedly, that's it, this is the stone. This time I will definitely crush him.
His hand slowly reached for the box. Director Luo, I'll take the 9 Cloud Thunderstone.
If you need anything in the future, just ask and the Ta family will help you. However, Thien Nam closed the box containing the 9 Cloud Jade. He reminded him, young Master Ta, there's only this one piece of 9 Thunder Jade. You can't just give it away. Wei An frowned.
What do you mean?
Lak Tien Nam, don't forget that it was our Ta family who helped you avoid being removed from your position as head of the Mineral Bureau. Lak Tien Nam feels conflicted. Yes. Young Master Ta is right. I, Master Lak, am very grateful to Lord Ta for your care over the years.
He ordered, quickly bring me the 9 Jade Thunderstones. A staff member runs in to report that Director Lak, the princess, and Master Tiu are visiting. Tiannan was surprised. Who are the princess and Master Yao? He greeted them warmly.
Your Highness the Princess, please. Lak Tien Nam from the Mineral Resources Bureau greets Your Highness. Director Lak, do you have lightning attribute minerals with extremely solid material? He asked curiously.
If yes, then yes. I wonder what the princess needs the gemstone for. Tinvu interjected to explain. Hello, Lord Lak, my mother awarded him a Keelan, and he needs a good thunder attribute mineral. His heart trembled. Could the unicorn be a gift from Her Majesty the Empress? The Imperial Beast Unicorn is a royal exclusive of the Shangguan family. For someone from the Xiao clan to have one, could he be the future Ma? Tiannan asked. If so, what is official Tiu's position? You introduced the Grand Marshal of the Royal Science Institute? He is stunned.
Captain Hay,
Wei An interjected with a sneer.
Blackguard, you're quite the jokester. A few hours ago I didn't hear you hold any official position.
Shangguan Xian confirmed it.
He was just invited by Elder Man Trong Quang. Maybe there will be news tomorrow. What is he so shocked about? Tian Nam then took out the item.
Master Tiu truly is a promising talent. I could see his extraordinary spirit the moment I met him. Master Tiu, what a coincidence.
Do you think this mineral stone catches your eye?
Tinvu opened his mouth in surprise. The 9 Thunder Jade, a precious item. He revealed it for them to see.
Master Tiu has sharp eyes and immediately recognized the 9 Thunder Jade. I only have one extremely precious piece left. If you need it, I will give it to you.
Wei An, standing behind, angrily scolds Lak Tiannan. I arrived first and chose the precious 9 Jade Thunderstone.
He advised Taku-Osama in this society being first doesn't guarantee getting ahead. Besides, I haven't promised anything to you.
He started to threaten. Do you know that opposing me means opposing the Ta family? Shangguan Xian interjected. What do you mean by that, Tan Guian?
I haven't even used my power to bully others. On what basis do you threaten the director of the Mineral Bureau?
You like to oppress, so I can oppress you too. He questioned, Your Highness, are you determined to protect Tinvu? She retorted, Why shouldn't I be protected? Wei An couldn't do anything to them. I understand. I will leave immediately. He records this enemy.
Tinvu, I won't let you be arrogant for too long.
I will definitely kill you.
Tinvu said apologetically, Lord, is it worth offending the Ta family for my sake?
He replied, How can a meritorious official threaten the master or choose a side? I am not a fool. I left the Ta family's boat a long time ago.
Director La, you truly have foresight. Dad, I couldn't get the 9 Thunder Jade.
Loi Din's soul beast cannot evolve. I hate it. I really hate it. He pleads, I must kill Tinvu. Please help me. Ta Trung suggested that to kill someone, you don't necessarily have to dirty your own hands. The Loi Din spirit beast also doesn't have to possess the 9 Thunder Jade. Wei An still doesn't understand. Dad, please enlighten me. He shows a thing, a purple crescent crystal containing the power of thunder, purer than the 9 Thunder Jade.
Then he signals to Spray and says, Don't ask too many questions, just do as I tell you.
He wondered, Dad, where did this come from? Could it be from the Lhasa? The next day, in the Yenbin forest, Tinvu held the 9-attribute gem and called out, Kailan, brother, do you want this 9-attribute thunderstone? He held it out in front of the Kailan and then threw it into its mouth. Lan, I give you this demon soulstone. Lan looks very happy holding the 9-tailed gem. Tinvu asks Kailan, Do you like the ghost spirit stone I gave you? He shows his hand with the seal. This is only the first step. I know your second choice. Come out now. Medusa appears from afar and asks, Master, what do you want me to do? Tinvu takes out a spirit core and says this is a monster core obtained after killing Naga last time, containing SSS level mirror power. Eat it, then help me with something. She takes the purple crystal and puts it in her mouth, a surge of power quickly flowing through Medusa's body. Her eyes lit up, her brows furrowing in annoyance. A blue shield appeared after her shout, Mirror power. This entire place is now covered by a sphere. Tinvu can tell, it seems I have entered the mirror world. He suggested staying in the mirror world where the rules can be changed at will, like summoning a storm from afar. Medusa followed suit, and a stream of blue energy appeared above, with raindrops pattering down on the Keelan. Its scales are soaked by cold tears, and fierce energy begins to surge around the Keelan. Tinvu eagerly watched it and asked, Do you like this stormy weather, Kailan? The Keelan understood and nodded immediately. He continued, It's a pity. If you hadn't become my summoned beast, I wouldn't have been able to take you into the mirror space to enjoy the rain now. In the distance, close the mirror space first. As soon as he finished speaking, the mirror space gradually disappeared. The Keelan bit Tinvu's coat to signal, and he replied, Want to make a contract with me? I'm truly at my wit's end with you. Medusa sighed and remarked, This master, this tone of voice sounds like a child trafficker. I'm done for. Tinvu brought his hand to his mouth and gently bit himself, then pressed his bloody finger to the unicorn's forehead. A drop of blood falls onto its core, forming a magic circle on the unicorn's forehead. Tinvu took out his phone to take a picture, successfully sending this to Shangguan Lan to prevent her from recalling Brother Keelan. After finishing, he immediately mounted its back. Let's go, Brother Keelan. Follow me back to Long City. I have an appointment with Liu Jin tomorrow. Tinvu was initially a bit unsteady sitting on its back as it sped through the forest like lightning. He shouted desperately, Please wait, Keelan Huin, I'm about to vomit. Tinvu is here in Long City on a busy street. It's already 10 o'clock. Luke Kim should be arriving soon. As the bell rings, the flock of pigeons panic and take flight. Hem is here. Sorry, I'm late. You can relax and say, I just arrived too. Tinvu complimented her. Luke Kim, no matter how you look, you're still beautiful. I dress so casually, I don't deserve someone like you. Ham took the glass of water you offered and replied, Not at all. When her hand touched his, Tinvu was moved and thought to himself her hand was so soft as Ham draped her arm around his. No matter how casually she dressed, the person he liked was her. Tinvu shyly stammered, Luke Kim, the movie will start in 5 minutes. Do you want some popcorn? She said softly. I'll go along with whatever you want. They entered the theater, and the movie began. Tinvu turned to look at the girl beside him, his cheeks flushing suspiciously as he stared intently at her full lips. Ham felt self-conscious under the gaze. Did I get something on my face? Tinvu gently shook his head and said nothing. He placed his arm behind her, touching the back of the seat, then slid down to Hamham's shoulder, pulling her into his embrace. Hamham suddenly asked, "Tinvu, what do you think Rose was thinking when Jack was in danger?" He replied, "Maybe she was hoping she could survive."
Actually, I had a different thought. It wasn't quite like that. When I heard about what happened to you on Lingx Island, I was hoping you were safe.
I really want to be with you right now, even if it means being buried in the sea with you. Tinvu softly calls her, blushing. Luke Kim! He gently holds Ham in his arms and places a tender kiss on her.
Luke Kim, I'm sorry.
Young Sok sitting in the back row, feeling anxious. Girl, watch your image. Even if there are few people, there are still some. He's just thinking, or gently reminding them. Duang Sok glanced at the person sitting next to him, and Yen looked very angry. A chilling aura radiated from her. Duang Sok glanced again at the back seat where two familiar faces sat. He continued to glance to the side and saw Shangguan Xuan sitting there. Duang Sok told himself to stay still and not fidget. While they were kissing passionately, the phone in his pocket vibrated. Tinvu angrily picked it up to check. Who the hell is this? I was shocked when I saw the caller's name. The Empress just answered the call when the other side announced that there is a demon beast capable of awakening a tsunami approaching Yuquan Island. Go stop it. Tinvu has received the order and will ensure the mission is completed. Hamham anxiously asked where the Empress had said it was. Yuquan Island? They left the cinema and are now on a boat anchored at sea. Hamham recounted that Fish Inn Island is where he and his brother grew up, almost like their second home.
Village chief, Lai on the island, takes care of us like a grandfather and even makes delicious grilled fish for us. She's worried and uneasy. The monsters aren't strong, but the tidal wave they stir up is hard to handle.
Don't worry, Luke Kim. I will definitely ensure their safety. Mu Rongtan stepped forward and said, You're quite capable. We're almost at Fish Tavern Island. Are you really confident to handle the Minji King Beast? If not, let me handle it. You just need to assist. You confidently hold the Ken with the tearing eye in your hand. How can the territory of humans be swallowed by the power of the sea beast? Silently, you think to yourself, let's see how you put on a show in front of Luke Kim. He agreed. All right, then go and persuade the villagers on the island to get on the boat and don't embarrass me. Tinvu assured him. Rest assured. Below the deep sea surface, signs of activity began as a giant octopus emerged from the water. A countless barrage of fireballs was shot at the octopus, its eyes blazing red as it glanced ahead. Flames erupted, and the sea surface rippled with waves.
You bastard octopus, stop right there. I declare I will cut off your tentacles and roast them for my navy, and I will spare your life.
The octopus, hearing that, angrily splashed water and thrashed around. Tinvu secretly thought, indeed, provoking tactics work on any creature.
You order, immediately change course for me.
The three ships start to keep their distance from the octopus. Tinvu quietly estimated that this distance should be enough. If it couldn't catch up, it would definitely return to attack Fishman Island. He shouted, Stop preparing for battle.
The cannon begins to turn towards the target.
A series of bright shells fire at the octopus, engulfing it in flames from all sides.
Its gaze reveals murderous intent to destroy everything. The tentacles start to rise, water surges, and Tinvu takes out Ken, finally facing it head-on.
Summon it out here, Along Quen.
Facing Along, the octopus showed signs of fear. Tinvu ordered Along Quen to unleash a furious attack as energy gathered under Gren's claws, pouring down like a waterfall, enveloping the entire body of the octopus. Gren continued to open his mouth and unleash Long Am as instructed. Bak Tuk stared intensely at the opponent, looking very serious, and started to dive down towards the sea. Bak Tuk escapes by diving straight down while Ken flies in the air as heavy rain pours and the sea begins to swell with giant waves.
Bak Tuk returns to perform the Sokmak Catch Hai Q Chivu. Tinvu orders, turn back, let me resolve the immediate danger.
Klen's body immediately shattered into pieces as it was pulled back inside. He grabbed Sen and shouted, activating his second form, Bichbalong Uin, the Golden Trident. The sky has brightened on the side of Fish Pavilion Island. On the boat near the shore, an announcement was made.
Ladies and gentlemen, please move quickly. A tsunami is coming. Stay orderly.
Prioritize the elderly, children, the disabled, and pregnant women. Don't push the pregnant woman.
Mo Dung Tan called out, Li Lao, you all need to go now. If you don't get on the boat and the tsunami hits, the consequences will be unpredictable.
He replied, Thank you for your kindness, but don't persuade me anymore. This island is my home, and even if it sinks,
I want to die here. The subordinate behind reported General Murong the wave is coming.
What is he panicking about? Seeing the rising tsunami, Mu Dung Tan was worried. Could that boy really stop it?
Ham reminded him,
Dad, prioritize the bigger picture and quickly summon the divine beast. He agreed. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst forth from the distance, surprising Mo Dong-tan. What is that? Tinvu is floating in the middle of the stage, glowing all over. The father and son are shocked. That's Tinvu. Did that kid dye his hair? Hien is swinging his spear in a fiery circle, and Tinvu raises his spear high, shouting loudly to give the order. You better step back. This terrifying power is descending. The octopus is also ready to fight. The sharp spear rushes forward like tearing through the wind, gradually approaching the octopus. You keep attacking, trying to run, transform into your second form. The sea spirit beast Azure Dragon has forgotten. The spear has gradually transformed into the form of the Azure Dragon. It is staring at the prey before it. Tinvu orders the forgotten dragon to use the ultimate killing technique. The sea god's rage, the furious dragon, breaks through the sea. Along flaps its wings in the sky, releasing a surge of energy. The waves gradually swirl into a single point. Along's claws interlock, emanating countless streams of flames. Everyone suddenly gathered around the body of the octopus at the top of its head, and it suddenly shattered into pieces. In the sky, the thick, dark clouds gradually disperse, revealing the shining sunlight shining down. Tinvu landed on the ground, his hair returning to its original state. Ham hurried over to call Tinvu, and he immediately asked Lu Kim, "Do you think I'm strong?" She hugged Tinvu tightly and praised him, saying, "Tinvu, you're so strong. You're really impressive." Mo Dong-tan commented, "No wonder he's my good son-in-law." The system displays a notification congratulating the host on saving the island's fishing village, repelling the tsunami, being revered by the Navy, and earning achievement rewards, star upgrades, and a dragon egg nest gift. It invites the host to check the system inventory and claim the rewards. The host silently thinks about the dragon egg nest. Now, he can finally hatch that dragon egg. This story has made headlines with numerous titles. Last night, Tinvu single-handedly repelled the tsunami and protected the royal island. The villagers of Fish Tavern Island decided to build a statue of the god for Tinvu. The official website of the Royal Science Institute announced the appointment of Tio Tinvu as the Dark Enforcer of the Royal Science Institute. At Dalandin, where Shangguanlan resides, Tinvu stands in the main hall with rows of people neatly lined up on both sides. He bows his head and greets Her Majesty, the Empress of the Thonlong Academy. Madame replied, "Lord Tio, you're too kind. Where is everyone?" "The throne. This thing has stunned us all." "What throne?" Even Tinvu was stunned by the throne. Seeing the chair being brought in, he was shocked. The golden throne symbolized authority. Empress, after all, Tinvu is a young and passionate student. Letting him be exposed to too much vanity at an early age isn't appropriate. Shangguanlan asks Van Lai. "That's not appropriate. What's not appropriate about it?" Master Tio is a student, but can help this emperor resolve the three calamities of Huang Yen City, Fish Pavilion Island, and the non-violent rebellion. I ask you all, whose children here can do the same? Even if it was one of his achievements, in the face of those victories, he remains silent. The Empress Dowager is right. Someone behind Ta Trung is whispering. Ta Quan-su has been in office for 20 years, but has never been granted a seat. It seems the Empress is trying to suppress some of Long Kwok's top officials. He clenched his fists tightly, trying to hold back his anger, and said, "That damn brat must be eliminated." Shangguanlan turned to ask Tinvu, focusing on the main matter, "Do you know what day it is half a month from now?" "You report that the martial arts tournament among the four nations is a competition of the geniuses of the Northern Hemisphere hosted by Long Country. Sama, the United Kingdom, and the Le Kingdom hold a selection for competitors that must meet 3 conditions. A 4-star beast tamer, no supernaturally gifted beasts, and under 21 years old." She confirmed, "Yes, the Blue Dragon Academy will have 1 slot to participate in the competition. Make sure you don't lose in the internal selection." Tinvu clasped his hands and obeyed. "I will definitely not fail the mission." "I'm curious, Your Majesty, which factions are the other slots assigned to?" Shangguanlan replied that the Huyanvo Academy doesn't have outstanding beast tamers, so the remaining 2 slots go to the White Tiger and the Vermilion Bird. "All matters to discuss today have been decided. I'm a bit tired. I will step back now." Outside the palace, everyone gathered around him, flattering him. Master Xiao truly is a hero emerging in his youth. They started to compete. Young and talented Master Tiu must also have many people pursuing my daughter Ha. "Sorry, I'm a bit busy today and need to go back to Longon City." "No rush. Come to my place." Tiannan stepped forward and asked, "Master Xiao, didn't you already arrange to buy the star attribute mineral from me?" He smiled and replied, "Yes, I already have an appointment with Master Lack. Sorry, everyone," and left the center of the conversation. Tinvu sighed in relief, finally free from them. "Thank you, Lord Lack. You're too polite. Actually, I have something I'd like to discuss." "What's going on?" Master Tiu once said that my daughter Lok Uyen Thun has a physique that benefits her husband. He quickly refused no appointment. If I become his son-in-law, General Mo Dung will crush me on the spot. At this moment, inside the Ta family villa, the two siblings were sitting and eating, and Ta Lien looked quite sad.
Nguyen said, Ta Lien, I heard our family doctor say there's a problem with your period. What's going on?
She started to panic and stammer. Is it serious? He warned seriously.
Our Ta family is finally about to make a big move. If you don't rest and take care of your health, it could easily affect us.
Then he carefully picked some for her. This beef is delicious. I'll give you some. Thank you, I appreciate it. I wonder if doing something big means rebelling. I am of the Ta family. Will I become a burden to them? In the palace, Shangguan Xuan curiously asked Tinvu, what kind of love potion did you give to Loi Ngok Kilan
that made him sign the blood contract with you?
You just signed a blood contract, isn't that difficult?
I thought only a skilled hand could do it. She teased, showing off. Then he asked curiously, my mother said you participated in the martial arts tournament among the 4 nations. Tinvu confirmed. That's right, but I heard that Long Kingdom only placed 3rd in the martial arts tournament for 3 consecutive years. What's going on with that?
There are plenty
of genius beast tamers out there, Shangguan Tian continued, speaking fairly. The Sama Empire has quite a few prodigies like you, but the key is that they dare to take risks. Are you just wondering about that? I'm also willing to take the risk. She completely denies it. Are you willing to give up the summoned beast you trained yourself? Do you want your summoned beast to perish together with the enemy? Are you willing to sacrifice the future of your summoned beast, even its life? Tinvu wouldn't even dare to think about it.
Sacrificing my beast, I think I would go crazy, Thuong Quan Thien pointed out.
This is the difference between us and the Sama Empire. In their eyes, summoned beasts are just tools, not our companions. What we can do, they can do too, and they do it even more decisively. I believe you might have the ability to win the championship, but that doesn't mean we are guaranteed to win and protect our own summoned beasts. If we lose, we won't blame you. Tinvu promised I wouldn't let the summoned beast get hurt, but I don't want to lose. I must win the championship for Long Nation. Her attitude reassures her more. I look forward to you being able to do it and make me and my mother proud. In Longan City, on this busy street, Yang Suo is already here waiting. It's almost 3 o'clock. Can he make it back from the Imperial City to Longan City in time? Ham asked again.
Brother, can we register for the 3rd level beast Tamer exam next month?
He replied, I don't mind. Just then, Tinvu rode the Keelan rushing over, its speed frightening him. Lancer, slow down. Duang Sok urged, hurry up, it's just waiting for you. See, Tinvu, are you about to join the martial arts tournament between the 4 nations?
Tinvu wondered, why does everyone keep asking me this? Ham explained, because no other student of the same age is a match for you.
Brother, check out this hot scene.
Lakween Tun, a 2nd-year student at White Tiger Academy, has received a spot to participate in the martial arts tournament. Tinvu tried to recall. Lakween Tun, that name sounds so familiar. My cheeks are unusually flushed. Tinvu, do you know what love at first sight is? I fell completely for Miss Lack at first sight. Ham realizes it now. Your brother has fallen for girl number 183 at first sight. Yang Suo retorted, don't talk nonsense. My brother is a very loyal person. He's not the type to get bored easily.
She teases him about being faithful. If one day he truly commits, it's not because he saw through Hong Tran,
but because he liked Nico at the temple. Tinvu only now realizes that Lok Yuan Ten is the daughter of Lok Tien Nam. He secretly thought, how could an ugly person like the villain in a romance film have a beautiful daughter like this? It made me regret turning him down. They have now arrived at the food court. I hear a few people talking behind us. Look over there. Look over there. Tan Guian has already passed the 4-star Beast Tamer exam? No way. Tinvu thought to himself, Tan Guian also passed the 4-star test? No, his current strength is only 3 stars at best. Could it be that he used banned potions to quickly complete the 4-star test just to participate in the Star Martial Arts Tournament?
Night falls at a house. Wei An raises his glass. Van Viet congratulates his younger brother, congratulating him on passing the 4-star test.
He is humble. Big brother Van is too kind. I was just lucky. Come on, drink up. Guian is about to start.
Big brother Van, I have a question for you. The next day, the Than Long Academy will hold an internal selection competition.
Do you want to join? Van Viet confirms. Of course I will participate. I also want to bring glory to our country. The corner of his mouth slightly curved into a smile. And Guian spoke up. Van, elder brother, I heard that Tinvu, a first-year student, also wants to participate in the selection contest. He's very strong if you lose, Van Veet said casually. If you lose, it just proves your skills aren't as good as theirs. He's trying to lure you. Does he really not want to show off in front of the person he likes? Van Veet asked seriously.
What do you mean by that? Nguyen revealed, you know he secretly loves Junior Mo Dung Ham Ham,
But if he loses to a first-year student like Tinvu, how would she think of that? Van Viet remained silent as he listened, then spoke up. Big Brother Van, I can help you. On the side of Thai Man An, she was led into the classroom. Hello, everyone. I am Deep Man. I hope for your support. The people sitting below cheer, lolly lolly. Is there a missing classmate sitting next to you? Such a cute little sister. Are you interested in a sweet romance with me? 3 years in prison is a bargain. Even facing death penalty, I wouldn't be afraid. Then he smiled and said, no, I came here to sit with Tinvu. All of them turned around at once, giving Tinvu annoyed looks. He explained, sorry, we've known each other before. They are talking, and Tinvu is involved, so why does it seem like all the good things always go to Tinvu? I'm such a fan. Man, sitting next to him, asked, can we go out to eat? Man, Tinvu reminds her.
It's only 8 o'clock. Be good and study now. You're not thinking of skipping class, are you?
You reply, don't talk nonsense.
Tinvu suddenly remembers, that's right, Man. Are your family members easy to get along with?
Apart from Diep Xuangnung,
Are there any other siblings? She said there are quite a few.
elder cousin Diep Fong is a very wealthy troublemaker who previously pursued a beautiful teacher. Second elder cousin Diep Pham doesn't know how to tame beasts, but he knows a powerful swordsmanship that can chase and slay monsters. Cousin San, Dai Tu, only likes playing games and seems to have won some prize. Cousin Sai, Dai Oan, is a business genius. Tinvu had to interrupt.
All right, I won't ask any more. Just tell me about Diep Xuangnung.
She said she's very approachable. The scene shifts to that forest, and Tu U immediately breathes fire upon receiving the order. Tu Yu, Phoenix King, uses 2V Phoenix Fire. He leans down to dodge its attack.
Man, so this is the approachable person you mentioned? You just arrived and already hit me.
She hid behind the tree and replied, yes. At this moment, Xuangngung stepped out to confront her. You are the one who kidnapped my sister, right? Who kidnapped her? Do you believe I will sue you for defamation? She ordered the Tzu Yu Phoenix King not to hold back and to teach him a lesson with Phoenix Fire. Tu Yu flapped his wings and soared into the air. Flames appeared around him, and he immediately summoned his beast. The first-rank Beast King, purebred Phoenix. It seems Tu Yu Phoenix King cannot be defeated without a fight. Come out here, Black Room. As soon as it appeared, it used the Hellfire Chain, and the two powers clashed, pushing Black Wind back slightly. Tinvu was also exhausted, truly a rare genius girl, her strength nearly reaching a 6-star beast Tamer. Man stands between them and says, please, don't fight anymore. Duangyung shouts at her, Man, she's begging for mercy. At first you stubbornly left home, but it was him who took you in and helped cure your fear of magical beasts. Duang stepped forward to ask,
Man, has your fear of monsters really disappeared? Are you sure?
Of course it's true. Otherwise, why would the Thanlong Academy accept me? Young Ning feels guilty for the mistake. Sorry, I misunderstood you.
You don't mind. Danja is just a misunderstanding. Let's clarify this and it's all good. You're fine. She paid attention to your person, your injury. Sorry, I will make it up to you now. Tinvu was surprised. Make it up? How will you make it up?
Yang Ning replied, exchanging one arm for another, then went to the tree to hurt her hand herself. Tinvu was terrified. Sister Diep, it's not that serious. He gently takes Xuangnung's injured arm and transmits energy through it. A surge of power running up Tinvu's head. Even Xuangngung has to hold back her pain. Tinvu's face suddenly brightens as if realizing something, and the two girls facing each other exclaim, a platinum dragon and a red-feathered phoenix, both asking the same question. Who are you, really? Back in the present, Tinvu and Xuangngung pointed at each other and asked, who are you really? Thiman had to explain, brother, she's my sister. Deep Sungung, I said he's my older brother. Tinvu, you just met. Could you really have amnesia? Tinvu responds, it's nothing. Yang Ning silently wonders, was what just happened an illusion? What is that man's relationship with Tinvu? Do you think that woman is Diep Xuangngung? Those feathers look like they could trigger my inexplicable fear. My heart aches. I'll think about this later. The man spoke, Tinvu. Thank you for curing your sister's fear of magical beasts. You are the benefactor of the Deep family. The young man looked at the vulture and said,
Senior sister, you've also been injured. Let me help you. He called Xiaonan, and it appeared, wrapping around Tinvu's wrist.
Su Ngung immediately recognized that this is an ancient plant-based divine beast with the bloodline of a mystical god.
Tianhundang, Tinvu praised, your senior sister has a keen eye.
Here is a young disciple card. Take it as a token of my gratitude. At any Deep Tea Corporation store, you can shop freely and for free.
Tinvu was surprised. That is Deep Tea's Vuang Kim card.
Senior sister?
No, this is too precious. She advised, Junior brother Xiao, don't refuse. This is just a small token of the Deep family. If you need help in the future, feel free to contact me. I will help you anytime.
Tinvu accepted it gratefully and thanked her. He silently compared it to something.
If this woman were in a martial arts novel, she would probably be the kind of senior sister the male protagonist
loves the most. Seeing Master Ngung cough hoarsely, Tinvu guessed that her health might be in trouble. You activate your divine eye to check. Tinvu notices that the 2U Phoenix Beast, with its SSS level 2V Heavenly Fire, is an outdoor flame carrying cold intent from the depths of the universe, which will seep into the summoner's body along the blood contract.
Chenghan and her mental and physical condition probably originate from here. Well then, I'll find a cure first and tell her later.
At the Thanlong Academy library, Van Viet glanced at the bookshelf in front of him. Strange, I remember all the water attribute combat techniques were on shelf 14, so why can't I find them? Tinvu reminded from behind.
The librarian rearranged everything yesterday. All the water attribute combat skills you need are on the third row of bookshelf number 19.
I have a vague feeling you look a bit familiar. You are Tinvu, the one I was introduced to. Hello, senior. My name is Tinvu.
You reply to your junior, Xiao, thank you.
I realize it's him. If I can defeat him, I will be able to catch Ham's attention. As long as I defeat him, I might be able to stand at the center of the martial arts gathering and be admired by everyone.
Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Van Viet. Tinvu, raise the book.
Look, Kim, I found the complete set of human attribute combat techniques you need. She invited, so let's head back quickly.
Tinvu, today I learned how to make spicy steamed fish. Let's go home and eat. Tinvu, I fixed the banner. It's just a bit ugly. Tinvu, the warmth you give me is what matters most, and it's not ugly at all. She asked with a bright smile. Really? Are you sure about that? Van Viet watched their backs as they walked away. Their relationship is really good. There's no place for me. It seems I don't need to or shouldn't interfere in their love. In his hand, he holds a small bottle of medicine.
Van Viet believed that such underhanded tactics were unjustifiable, and then he crushed it, as it was unnecessary. Outside, the sky was darkening, and many people were strolling on the street. At a restaurant, Wei An still tried to persuade him. Von Dai-ka, maybe you should consider it more. Van Viet remained firm in his opinion. He thought from the beginning Ham didn't like him. Tinvu was very capable and loved each other deeply. That was enough. He wanted to beg more, but Van Viet interrupted. I will settle this with Tinvu, win or lose.
You don't need to use underhanded tactics.
Brother, I have something to do. I'll go ahead.
Wei An frowned as he watched Van Viet's back disappear. He ordered, Nanny Tan, start Plan B. As he finished speaking, Tan Nuang stepped in to greet. Young Master Ta. Ngui An looked cautiously at the person beside him. Oh, who is he? Tan Nuang introduces. This is my new associate, although a bit weak, but he has ambition.
The person next to him greeted Lord Ta. Ngui An said, I don't care if he's ambitious or not. I only have one requirement.
Handle Van Viet during the competition. Tan Nuang obeys the order and ensures the mission is completed. Vuang Dm secretly vowed to himself, this time I will ruin Tinvu completely. The next day, at a building in the city center, Tinvu carefully fed Hum, while Luke Kim ate a lot, making sure the baby wouldn't be hungry later. She pouted unhappily and said,
Tinvu, if you keep acting like that, I won't pay attention to you anymore.
He immediately replied, Yes, it's my fault. I won't joke around next time.
Suddenly, Tinvu turned around quickly, sensing the aura of the dark black beast Tamer. Since killing Vuang Dong, the dark black beast Tamer guild has shown no further activity. This time he appeared, so Tinvu hurriedly left. Luke Kim, you eat first. I'll go outside to make a call. Tinvu is calling someone.
Dunya was surprised when she received the call. Did Empress Tinvu give you her phone number?
She cleared her throat and prepared to answer. Donya is speaking in Tinvu's male voice, right? You're in a hurry. Mr. Donya, I have urgent news to report. She continued speaking. Go ahead.
Tinvu reports that I sensed a dark aura from a beast tamer earlier. Are you sure, Dunya?
This is no joke. Are you sure about that? She asked me to stay in touch. I will come right away. When she fainted, Dunya turned back to grab her coat hanging on the chair and then draped it over herself. Donya, looking like Hei Mingdaji, muttered irritably that she had to work overtime again. The Than Long Academy side was very peaceful, and Van Viet was feeling dizzy. Damn it, why do I feel dizzy?
Could it be that I drank too much alcohol with Tan Nguyen?
Tan Nuong appeared from behind. Are you Master Van Viet?
He turned back and replied, Yes, I am Van Viet. You are, well, that's fine.
A deadly dart whizzed past his face. Van Viet cupped one of his ears. Who are you really? What do you want to do? In Tan Nuong's palm, there's a mouse nibbling on his ear, and I still don't understand why, but of course, it's to kill you. Van Viet raises his hand to activate the Berserk Wolf Warrior, but nothing happens. Van Viet is stunned. My Berserk Wolf Warrior can't respond to my summon? You just remembered the date with Nguyen and the drink we shared. Van Viet realizes this is a conspiracy. That glass of wine was problematic. Remind Tinvu Toe Act. Don't you understand what Tinvu is saying? Something sharp like a needle pierces into Van Viet's back from behind. Vuang Dm apologizes, misunderstanding Van An and turning back to question Tinvu. Did you arrange everything? Why did you do that? He pulls his hand back.
Senior, I apologize. No matter what, there is only one spot available in the internal selection.
I really want to win. I truly don't want any unexpected situations to happen. Van Viet hurriedly runs off. Tinvu, I have to go to the school council to make this public. They were pleased with their plan's success, while Tinvu waited outside. Strange. What does Senior Van Viet want to meet me here for? Seeing him walk over looking exhausted, I was surprised. Van Viet. Tinvu hurriedly ran over to ask, What's wrong, Senior Van Viet? Van Viet questioned. Tinvu, you chased all the way here? Tinvu? I don't understand what I did to tease you. Why are you pushing me to the brink of death?
Why would I do that? I don't understand why I would hurt you, Tinvu.
Suddenly, Van Viet's whole body swelled up. Is Tinvu scared that he's about to explode?
He activated his divine eye to check what was going on, and discovered that he had been poisoned by someone else.
Van Viet suddenly exploded in front of him, blood spraying wildly towards Tinvu. I looked blankly at myself covered in blood, then turned to look above and saw the camera right in front of me.
There are a few classmates nearby who look very frightened, and a girl screams in fear, He's killed someone! Tinvu has killed someone!
I don't understand. I just point at myself. I killed someone.
Tinvu is brought to Huangchantu as the judge's furious hammering echoes through the courtroom.
Zhao King questioned,
Tinvu, you are suspected of intentionally killing senior brother Van Viet at Than Long Academy. Do you have anything to say? He replied, Shao King, he is not my doing. This is an ambush.
Mr. Tiu, you know this as well. Huang Trantu has always distinguished between public and private matters.
If there's an offense, it depends on the evidence.
Tinvu was terrified when he saw this image. I speak up and say, this person is not me. I also didn't have time to commit the crime.
Vicarious Khan smiled and replied, I also recognize this suspicious sign. But right now, you are the suspect, and we have decided. He hammered to announce your arrest.
Wait a moment, a girl speaks up.
Your Excellency, Tinvu is from the Than Long Academy. We all know his character and abilities. He has no reason to kill anyone. I won't allow you to imprison him without clear evidence.
Tinvu wondered in surprise. Does Director to trust me that much?
At the same time, Shangguan Xuan entered and called out, General Shi! The young master was quite surprised by her appearance. Your Highness the Princess, she came to deliver a message. Tinvu's matter is extremely important. It's not something you should be involved in. My mother, Your Majesty, has ordered me to bring him to Dalan Palace for interrogation. Shao Kahn, I obey your command. If it is the will of Her Majesty the Empress, I will follow it.
Niu Yen took out her phone. For Tinvu, for Tu Fung, I can't just sit and wait to die. I have to report this to the Liat DM leader. The Dona team has arrived at the scene. She touched the bloodstain with her tool and discovered the blue phosphorescence, which is indeed the morning grass of La Sat Mon. Moving to Dalan Dien, Von Tan brings a portrait of his son to seek justice. Your Majesty, you know I only have this one son. No matter what, even if I have to risk my life, I will make Tinvu pay with his life for my Viet Nhi. Lao Yao, this is Dala Temple. How can you cry for mourning in front of the Empress? She reminds you, Puling, you don't understand the pain of losing a child. Step back. She obeyed the order. Yes, Your Majesty. The person outside reports that the Empress has brought Tinvu. Shangguan Lan has given her permission. Old Man Van, if you have any issues, just confront Tinvu directly. He agrees.
Yes, I must make Tinvu pay for Viet Nhi. Van Tan turned to ask you.
I ask you, what grudge does my son have against you? Van Tan, it's me.
When did my Van family offend you? Why did you kill my son?
Tinvu Kui does not admit guilt. Mr. Van, he is not the one I killed.
The old man shouted angrily,
pointing to the video evidence and daring to justify that the boy was not killed by you. You try to comfort him, saying, I know you don't believe me, but Van Guansu, the one who has passed away, cannot come back to life. Please endure your grief. These words only deepen Van Tan's anger and frustration. Enduring his grief, he can't even see his child's body whole, and you tell me to hold back my sorrow. Tinvu, you have no right to say that to me, Ta Trung interjected. Hey! Elder Van, don't get agitated. I will handle the next steps. He simply brushed past you and approached Shangguan Lan, while Ta Trung's stern expression concealed his true intentions. Tinvu frowned at him, sensing something was wrong. Ta Trung bowed and reported, Your Majesty the Empress, the case of Van Viet, the student of Thanlong Academy who died, has caused a nationwide shock. The people of Long Kingdom are all watching this case. If they cover for Tinvu without giving the people an explanation, the authority of the throne will be compromised. In the end, I finally understood the whole story. Ta Trung, he's scheming against me. Shangguan Lan asked unhappily, Commander Ta, what is your opinion? He replied, I believe this matter should start from the root cause, and Tinvu is the source of the problem. Ta Trung directly pointed at you so Tinvu would kill to avenge. Master Tan knelt down emotionally and said, Master Ta, you are the one who understands the truth best. Thank you for speaking up for the Van family and my son Viet. Master Ta stepped forward, pretending to lift him up. Supervisor Van, this is something I should do. Tinvu looked annoyed and said, Ta Trung? Oh, Ta Trung? Judging by your appearance today, you are definitely determined to have me, Tinvu, sacrifice myself, right? Whoever wants to kill my son-in-law. Step forward then, I will kill you. Come face to face with old Van Tan. My son was not killed by Tinvu. If you want revenge, go find the real culprit. Don't touch my son-in-law, he retorted. General Mo Dung, do you want to cover for your son-in-law? If you dare to hurt my son-in-law, my 3,000 Navy fleet will show you what we can do. Van Tan needs a proper answer. So tell me, who is the real culprit? Another person enters, and I, the old man, confidently use my position as the director of the Royal Science Institute to ensure that Tinvu is definitely not the murderer. Ta Trung sarcastically remarks that the old man is no longer senile, right? Because of your darkness, you no longer care about your dignity and honor. Damn, old man, just face him and shout. Dan kid, when I was working with your father, you hadn't even grown hair yet. Uncle Tuyen and Tran Nam also came to seek justice for the falsely accused. Ta Trung, what is your attitude? Does that mean the Royal Science Institute has no voice anymore after I left? I want to protect Tinvu's life. Their presence made him stunned. Ta Trung couldn't believe it. Lin King Lambak Tuyen in the East Dragon Vein and King Diep Tran Nam in the South Dragon Vein, why did they both come here? Shangguan Lan was curious. Vam King came here, so why did he want to protect Tinvu? That old man replied, Little Lan too, there is only one thing I can say. This kid has cured my granddaughter's fear of demon beasts. He is the benefactor of the Diep family. Tinvu glared at Tran Nam and said, This old man is Deep T Man's grandfather. Van Tan criticizes you. The two kings and a general Tinvu, is this why you rely on having backing and are not afraid? Tinvu irritably replied, This was their own doing to help me. Just then a bird flew over. It landed right on Shangguan Lan's hand, with a letter attached to its leg. She took out the letter and opened it to read. After reading, Shangguan Lan's face brightened. She spoke, The three of you came for Tinvu, so you must trust in his innocence. In that case, you three act as guarantors for Tinvu, and I will temporarily release him. Van Tan is the first to oppose. No. What is my son's life worth? What about my son's life? Is there no way left? Ta Trung is the next. Your Majesty, the case is not yet fully investigated. I cannot easily release Tinvu. Murong Tuan threatened. Ta Trung, if you keep clinging and refuse to let go, I will lead the naval patrol team to inspect Ta's water garden. Bai Quen pointed directly at him and said, Ta Trung, if you keep making a fuss over this, I will turn the backyard of the Ta residence into a training ground for the mechanized beast team. He was left speechless by the accusation. Master Ta, you are my only hope. I beg you to stand up for my son. Ta Trung had no choice but to retreat. Supervisor Van, we should head out now. He sneered at Tinvu. Do you think having three top figures protecting you means there won't be any mistakes? The more things are like this, the sooner death will come to you. Van Tan blamed himself. I swear I will personally take action to seek justice for you. At night, the moonlight shines down on the forest. The news has already spread online. Have you heard? Tinvu was declared innocent and released, and he even gained the right to participate in the competition. No way. Are they just letting Van Viet's death go like that?
Is it okay to kill without retribution? 2 kings and a general escort. Even if a Tinvu kills 100 Vuang Dm, they won't die.
Is there still a way to save it? 122,731 comments. Look at the anonymous accounts following's attacking.
Tinvu read these comments and felt the bitterness. Donal observed his attitude. Are you not angry?
Tinvu doesn't mind. Lord Dunya, they are just righteous people caught in the crossfire.
Why should I be angry at them?
The one who deserves to die is someone else. He swore that because of himself and the innocent death of Senior Van Viet, he must eliminate the Ta family threat. At the Yinan Mountain training camp, Yinan drove him here.
Tinvu, I believe Van Viet didn't die because of you, so please don't let this affect your performance.
Tinvu stepped out of the car and said, Principal, don't worry, I'm not that weak. She sighed, still worried. This kid and you are looking up at the mountain ahead. I heard that many powerful monsters hide in the Yinan Mountain, and accidents among competitors are not uncommon. If you want to strike, this is probably the place. When you step in, a few people are hiding on the rock in front. Tinvu releases the Thunder Jade Keelan to ride it. Suddenly, he hears someone calling his name and glances in that direction. It's here. A claw from above is about to strike Tinvu. Dodge. The claw missed its target into the empty space. Loingok Kylan swiftly lands on the ground. In front of him is a skeleton with Van Ton riding on its back. Tinvu, you killed my son. Today you will pay the price. Tinvu. I repeat, Steward Van, I say it one last time. Senior Van Viet was not killed by me.
Old man shouted angrily, You're already at death's door and still talking back. I want to kill you to comfort my son Vetni's soul.
Kot Yim Tung Lang Vuong, kill for me. Tinvu immediately summoned his beast.
Come out here, Along Sen.
It appears, radiating power around it. Along Sen quickly flaps its wings and flies toward the target.
That cursed beast extends its arm to strike at Along Ken. Only now does Van Ton realize that your royal sea dragon form has a backing, so you're not afraid.
I understand your concern. I see you as a pitiful person, so I'll give you some advice. Stop. I don't want to kill you. The old man sneered. Stop. No way your beast language can't unleash its full power deep in the forest.
Moreover, I've called for backup. Van Ton turned and shouted, Demon Tan Nuong, come out and help!
Ah, you're here already. Leave it to me. Go on. Help Lord Van activate his potential. The mouse lands on Van Ton's shoulder, biting into his neck and drawing blood, as energy around him begins to surge.
The old man shouted loudly as the energy around him swirled, and you were surprised.
Are you an evil beast, Tamer, collaborating with an evil beast, Tamer?
Van Ton wants to see the net tear apart. As long as I can kill you, I can team up with anyone. Let's go all out.
Tan Nuong looked at Tinvu with interest. As long as I kill you, I will have wealth that lasts a lifetime.
That rat is starting to grow its body larger. Soon it will become enormous and stand on 2 legs.
He glanced at it. The 2 Beast King creatures are not easy to deal with. Suddenly, a flock of birds flew in from the sky. Dunya spoke from the air, shouting at the ghostly Tan Nuong, and finally she appeared. Van Ton was stunned to see what was happening above. A swarm?
Tan Nuong clearly shows her fear as Emperor Hak Hak Min of Tinvu greets her. Master Donya, you finally arrived. I beg you, please give me a chance to take revenge. After I finish, I am ready to go to the capital and face death.
Dunya reminds him, Van Supervisor,
just accept your fate and endure it. Out of respect for colleagues, I don't want to make things too difficult. How can everyone be on Tinvu's side? Everyone is stopping me. No one cares for my family. No one cares for the Van family. I just want to avenge my son.
Why is it so hard? She criticized. Van Ton, the real culprit is right in front of you. Do you still want to keep being her tool?
The old man looked back in horror. What? Van Ton couldn't believe it. So it was you?
Tan Nuong risks everything, and after much difficulty, she must kill Tinvu. She orders the one-eyed king,
Demon Eye Cam Mao, to try controlling Van Ton.
At the same time, a sharp pain shot through Van Ton's neck, and a faint glow appeared at the bite mark. Tinvu thought to herself, this is bad.
Van Ton's eyes burned with rage, completely out of control.
The Kot Dm of the old man was similar, both eyes glowing with a fierce red, and Dona immediately rushed forward, approaching the Kot Dm first. Kot Dm's body slammed into Donya's side, and she used her hand to brace herself, while Tinvu watched in amazement.
Is it blocked now? Kot Dm's bone fragment has been pulled out by Donya.
Her expression was extremely serious, as Dona directly struck the large broken bone onto Kot Dm's body. Tinvu was stunned. How could he be so powerful? Could it be that he shares the same abilities as a 9-star beast tamer? System displays unclear information. She turns to look at the person watching without blinking, then asks, Tinvu, what are you thinking? He forces a smile. Nothing, just to Lord Dunya? Where is your beast, Tamer?
She replied, the more others know about it, the more dangerous I am. I usually don't need to use my beast tamer.
Ta Nuong ordered, demon eyes holding a spear, go and seize the great priest He Ming. The little mouse received the order and rushed toward Dunya. She raised the bone in her hand. Dunya forcefully threw it at the target, piercing through the entire body of the mouse. Tan Nuong is so shocked she can't speak, stammering as she looks at her back.
9-star beast tamer? No way, you're not human. What exactly are you?
Antagonist laughed mockingly as she was pinned to the ground. An antidote? I am an assassin. How could we possibly craft something like that? You won't get the truth out of me. Seeing her uncooperative, Dona ended her, blood splattering all over her face. Tinvu was very grateful and thanked Master Donya. She glanced at the remaining person. Demon Tan's Nuong has no value for interrogation. The only breakthrough now is Van Tan. Tinvu gradually approached Van Tan, stammering,
Master Tew, I beg you to let me speak.
Supervisor Van, there is no need to apologize. This isn't over yet. Van Tan accepted. I understand. I leave my old life in your hands.
Tinvu denied that it was that, and Van Quan Su of Lasat sect has no grudges against the Van family, so why do they want to kill Van Veet and frame me?
Who did Van Veet meet the night before the incident? Who stepped forward to speak up for him after the incident?
Are you and that person on good terms? Tell me who introduced you to the evil woman who murdered your son.
Van Tan just a little thought and immediately realized it was him. I remember now.
As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp horn pierced through his chest, and the event happened so quickly that Tinvu was stunned.
Donya glanced at the scene. Van Tan was trembling with pain. The old man was dead, and Ta Trung was right behind him. She frowned and asked, Ta Dainyan, what do you mean? He calmly approached them, and above, there was an eye emanating a dark aura. Ta Trung appeared calm as if he had a detailed plan, and Tinvu, wary of his sudden appearance, secretly thought he was the deepest abyss, lord with divine bloodline.
Master Do, Lord Tiu is the most valued talent of the Empress, and earlier he saw Lord Tiu in danger, so he intervened to help. Is there a problem? She questioned which eye of Lord Ta saw Tinvu in mortal danger. He simply pointed to Vuang Dm and said, This beast king was secretly raised by Van Tan to deal with Master Tiu, right? Dunya then asked, How do you know Van Tan was behind the assassination attempt on Tinvu? He chuckled and replied, With my intelligence and status, uncovering and investigating this information is as easy as flipping a hand. Lord Tiu, Van Thee's father and son are dead. Do you still plan to continue investigating this case? If you keep investigating, someone might still end up dead. Tinvu was furious when he heard him say that. Investigating? Ta Zhong narrowed his eyes coldly at him. Tinvu declared, I want to catch the culprit behind causing him to ruin his reputation and destroy his family. He calmly said, So does Master Xiao suspect me? The one with a guilty conscience will be nervous. If you wait patiently, he will inevitably reveal himself. Ta Trung looked behind them and said, I see. Fu Ling stepped forward to summon the 3 great elders.
The Empress has ordered the 3 of you to Daloo Palace to discuss matters. Ta Trung agrees. I will go immediately.
He withdraws that eye into the palm of his hand. Tinvu and Dona exchange glances.
You ask Lord Dona to arrange a burial for Steward Vaughn. Her decision to assassinate royal officials is no small matter. Leave it to Her Majesty the Empress to decide. That's right. According to you, what is the relationship between Ta Trung and the Lasat sect? Xinvu confirms.
Ta Trung, the leader of the Lasat sect. She remarked that it was indeed a very bold hypothesis. They returned to the Imperial Palace, to the Daloo Palace, and the 3 of them entered the main hall to pay their respects to Her Majesty the Empress. Shangguan Lan asked about it, saying I have already heard about this. Did the Ghost Tamer and Van Tan reveal anything before they died? Dunya reports that no new clues have been found. She concluded that the Van family case ends here. Tinvu, in this case, you uncovered the demon Tan Nuong from Lasat sect, one of the key figures who made significant contributions. Shangguan Lan rewarded him. Puling brought over a box containing 2 treasures. Ta Trung Tin eyes the Thunderbolt destructive bomb and the Thunder Spirit crystal, both of which can enhance the stats of lightning-type beasts. A good horse must be paired with a good saddle. Aside from personal grudges, Tinvu is truly extraordinary.
Shangguan Lan orders you to retreat. I'm tired, everyone. Fall back.
They obeyed the order. Yes. A ringing phone sounds from Ta's side. Ta Trung answers.
The director of the Red Phoenix Academy? What brings you here?
Master Ta, the messenger has been absent for a few days. Is he sick? He explained that my son wasn't sick. He was just in seclusion for special training to participate in the martial arts tournament.
No wonder the other side was relieved. It's great that you personally are guiding him.
After the call ended, Ta Trung opened his son's door, looking at Wei An lying on the bed with a bored expression, surrounded by discarded tea leaves. Ta Trung irritably threw off the blanket he was covering himself with. Nguyen was lying on the bed, trembling all over. He nervously asked, "Dad, I'm so scared. Do you think Luo Tinvu will find out the truth? What should I do now?" He holds his son in his arms. "Nguyen, just relax. Your father is here. I will definitely not let anything happen to you." He secretly despised him inside. With Wei An's cowardly appearance, is he really worthy to be Ta Trung's son? If only Tinvu were my son.